For those of you here in the paddock today and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. For the very first time, it's the United States Pro Kart Series stop here at this amazing facility. Sean and Michelle Bailiff and the entire MCC crew have done an amazing job preparing for the biggest event in the history of the MCC Kartplex. We are getting set for the first round of heat races today. Let's take you through the starting grid for the class that'll kick us off here. My name's Xander Clemens in the booth. Alongside me, Randy Kugler, the voice of the United States Pro Kart Series. Cameron Marcia put it on the pole in qualifying yesterday afternoon over Travis Pettit, who, of course, was our most recent winner on the national calendar Sunday, a month ago at the Superkarts USA Pro Tour finale in Newcastle.
Row 2 is Lucas Palacio and Marco Romero. Royce Vega and Rocco Simone make up Row 3. It's Cole Medeiros and Michael McGowie in Row 4. Row 5 is Thomas Chrisman and Martin Germillo.
And here we go. First attempt at the green. Will not get it. Luckily, that'll give us a little more time. Your top 10 through. Now down to row number 6 and 7. Max Christia on the inside, starting 11th. Jacob Majeski will start on the outside on the 177. Row 7, Marco Samet on the inside. Jaime Garcia will roll off in 14th on the outside.
Jackson Gibson and Fion Shi in row 8. 195 Ashton Woon and Tucker Tree make up row number 9. Row number 10 is Bronson Custis and William Roberts. Row 11, William Kim and Mateo Calderon. Row 12, it's Max McCarram and Kai Mars. Row 13, Luke Gillio and Ben Gleiberman. In row 14, it is Nico Kotowski and Simon Klein. Row 15, Matthias Gonzalez, Rodolfo Levine, and making up the field in row 16, John Taft and Jackson Porter. Your starting lineup for Mini Swift, brought to you by D&J International Services.
32 drivers strong here for the Mini Swift division, drivers aged 8 to 12 years old. And again, a couple of recent winners, the two most recent winners on the national tour, actually going all the way back. Cameron Marcia, the winner from the Miami USA Grand National Championship by just a mere couple of thousandths in a 3-wide finish to get his first national level race win. Travis Pettit scored his Sunday a month ago. They took that cut through at the top of the hill. That's just for the access road on aborted starts. They'll run the full layout when we get underway. Let's try attempt number 2. Cameron Marcia, Travis Pettit. Boys and girls, we're racing for the first time in MCC US Pro Kart Series action. Heat 1 underway for the Mini Swifts as they dive through 1 and into 2. Everybody hustling to get down to the inside for that late braking hairpin. And as they exit turn number 3, you can see in the blue helmet, Travis Pettit has fallen back about 4 or 5 spots. They're going to hug the inside down to turn number 4. It's Marcia. Romero there on the blue and yellow Bennick machine is second. Lucas Palacio in the gold-plated helmet in third on the TKG Kart Republic. Couple drivers collected in the back of the field over on the outside of turn number 4 and 5. But your leaders are coming through the S's here on lap number 1, and it's Cameron Marcia on the Marcia Motorsports Nitro Kart up the hill for the very first time, Randy.
Already seeing that inside line playing a big part in the starts in this first heat race. The first 3 to 4 rows really had a good line on that first turn, and the outside line was nowhere to be. So that's going to be something to contend with for those outside row starters during the day, to try to find a place to settle in. If you can't get a good clean start and round the outside, you need to find a spot pretty quick. Or as Travis Pettit saw, he lost about 4 spots on the start.
Here they come down the front straightaway. Lap 1 in the books. Cameron Marcia is still fighting hard to defend the spot. Marco Romero tried to open up for a crossover. Not going to do it, but Michael McGoy gets one at the back of that 4-kart train on the inside of Lucas Palacio. So that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart moves into third. He'll open up again in turn number 4. Palacio will go back down the inside. And Cameron Marcia, right now, he's just again trying to hold that position, defending before he can get a gap. He has not gotten that gap just yet, so he has stayed low lining it, white lining around this entire racetrack. Now they're 3 wide nearly for the lead into the S's. They'll get back to single file, and let's see now if he can get enough of a run up the hill. No, he'll stay low. Palacio an over-under on Romero. He gets it done this time. He tried it last lap. He's on the inside for second. Nearly there. Is there. Going to back out of it. Marcia finally gets about a car length. He can breathe now. Start to open up for the corner coming out potentially, but he didn't open up there. Still low. Palacio onto the bumper now. The winningest Mini Swift driver in 2023 pulls alongside as they come out of the back section, that newly paved addition to the MCC Kartplex. They're still scrambling behind them. 2 laps complete. Palacio to the lead. Marcia's going to get shuffled to the wayside. He's on the outside. He'll drop to 4th. Down through turn number 2, it's Lucas Palacio. Then you go back. That, I believe, is Royce Vega. On the blue and orange, Bennett, that's gone to second. Romero on the yellow helmet is third. Marcia fourth. It's Palacio taking them out of turns 4 and 5.
And how about the move by the number 142, who started in 15th position, has moved up 10 spots. Jackson Gibson now in the top 5, starting in 15th. So a great run by the 142 of Jackson Gibson.
And now Marcia's fallen back a little bit. It's become a 3-car party at the front. A little bit of a gap beginning to form. Palacio, Vega, Romero, then Marcia. And as you mentioned, what a start for the kid in 5th on that green and white Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic of Jackson Gibson. Like you said, up 10 spots. He fell back 1, I believe, actually maybe more, as that's Jacob Majeski now on the Franklin Motorsports Merlin that's gone to 4th. And I believe in the mix there is Michael McGoy. Gibson's actually gotten shuffled back a little bit further, down to about 7th behind Max Christia. So through down to 2. Now Palacio is going to take the low side. Romero, big wide arc there as he goes back to the bumper of Royce Vega, and that's going to make it 4. Now up front, here comes Jacob Majeski. He's also on a great start here, Randy, on that black and white Merlin in 4th. He's up 8 spots there on the 177.
And a good move by Royce Vega as he came through the first turn. Romero took an over and under on him. He was going to go to the inside, and he blocked low. So good defensive move by Royce Vega, hanging on to that second spot. Also went purple with a 104.359 that last lap. Royce Vega.
We're just getting things started here in the D&J Intermodal Services Mini Swift class. Let's go side by side down to the Kart Chaser pit box here at the top of the grid. Emery Lada is standing by. Emery?
Thanks, Andrew. I'm here with Gavin Bailiff. Gavin, it's your home track. Backyard for you, basically. How does it feel to have a huge race here this weekend?
There we go. We got the mic working now. It feels great to be at home. Obviously, I get to wake up a little bit later than everyone else. The track rubbers in so much differently than I'm used to during the off weeks, just because there's no karts on track, or there's karts on track, but not as frequent as the USPKS event. So still feeling out some stuff. I'm not as fast as I'd quite like to be, but I think we'll get it dialed in for all the heats.
Yeah, and talking about that, it's your first big race in Shifter. You ran your stars here last year. Obviously, you've run KA here, you've run X30, you've run Shifter. Talk to me about kind of some of the differences between running Shifter here compared to running KA or X30.
Well, with Shifter, the hardest thing about this track is it's hard to pass on. The KA and the X30 is well hard to pass on, but with the Shifter, you can run such a narrow line, and you've got the horsepower and you've got the braking. So it's a lot harder to pass here in the Shifter, so those heat races are really going to be tough.
All right, well, Gavin Bailiff had a solid qualifying yesterday. It's his home track. We'll see what he can do here as we get set to go for 3 great, exciting heats here in Shifter. Back to you guys.
Man, did the action just explode right there. Jacob Majeski going over the front nose of Michael McGoy in the back section, and then McGoy got kind of hip checked down by turn number 1. He ends up over in the outside barriers as well while we were side by side. You caught that on the cameras as well for those of you watching along. So unfortunate start to the weekend for Jacob Majeski and Michael McGoy, getting cleaned out here in the first half of heat number 1. The good news for them, at least, Randy, it's static grids. They'll get 2 more chances in heats 2 and 3, so it's an aggregate, and you still get to start where you qualify. But both of those drivers on a good run, especially for the like of Jacob Majeski, who was running up inside the top 5 briefly and was up about 8 to 9 spots from his original grid position. But now 2 major contenders out of it, and the pack has shifted to this 3-car train that we've seen. Halfway being shown there by Porter Wiesensenzel, the head flagman. 4 laps to go, 6 complete. Palacio getting a little bit of a bump and run, it looked like, in turn number 1 from Marco Romero. And we've got a new leader for the very first time in a couple laps here, Randy.
Yeah, great battle out there. And what I really like about this track, and you're seeing it now, is in practice and even happy hour and qualifying, it was hard to really understand what was going to take place when it comes to passing and overtaking and so on. But you've got a lot of swing wide in the corner, dip down low coming off the corner, hope there's an opening. There's another pass there for the lead. Romero getting around Palacio. So it really is the recipe for some awfully exciting racing. And that 3-cart battle turns into a 9-cart battle as those first three started racing, in that second group, which was 2 seconds back, has now caught up to the leaders. And we've got about a 10-kart draft for that top spot. Lucas Palacio trying to hang on.
Yeah, and now it is Royce Vega in front of Palacio, backing him up a little bit. His teammate, Marco Romero, can take the normal line through turn number 1. He'll start to pull further away. Vega defending heavily. That's going to stack him up, and the leader is long gone. All the way to the outside. Check out that move from Jackson Gibson on the TKG Kart Republic. Hello, Jackson. That's going to be 12 spots gain as he moves into third. Vega all the way on the bottom into turn number 4, continuing to defend, and the gap to the leader, Marco Romero, no longer even on screen. There's Travis Pettit in the mix alongside Cameron Marshall behind them. That's about 6th or 7th. Side by side out of the corner, good over-under. Gibson's going to get second up the hill here to the S's. Jackson Gibson goes through. Palacio is there, not going to get through. Vega holds into third, but look at the gap, just that first sector and maybe a little bit into the second one of defensive driving from Royce Vega, still happening into the back section as he blocks low from Palacio, but he overshoots it, and Palacio is going to get third. Here comes Marco Sammet. 9 spots gained for Marco Sammet on the BJR MDR LN kart there. He goes to 4th in the 175.
And what we're finding is, as we watch them come down the front straight now into turn 1, as they get through turn 1, if they protect low and defend on that low line, it allows the driver behind to go outside and take a wide swing, keep up the momentum, and pass on the outside. So that defensive line on the inside isn't always the best way to go. It's the natural way, so you prevent the over and under, but it doesn't necessarily prevent the high pass. So I think we got a lot of exciting racing ahead of us this weekend.
Well, and we mentioned it a little bit. We chatted with a lot of drivers here. For many of them, this weekend is their first ever trip to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, as Rocco Simone down there at the bottom makes a nice move on the Motaz Sport Paralyn. And they said, well, you know, there are opportunities to pass. You lose so much time when you pass or defend here. When we go to a place like Newcastle Motorsports Park or Trackhouse Motorplex in North Carolina, as Palacio goes to second, the passes made and the defensive driving there, you don't lose nearly as much time. But here, there's so many long, sweeping, increasing radii corners that, you know, the natural braking marker is very deep into the turn. So you have to go that much deeper to get alongside or that much lower and really sacrifice the exit on the inside of the corner to defend your position. And it just makes it where the racing, you lose so much more time on every pass and every battle that you'll have that opportunity. It makes the racing very aggressive and fun to watch when it's for the right position, but it also can very quickly throw the race away, and that's kind of what we've seen. Marco Romero, in a single lap and a half, has now been gifted a 2.6-second lead. Look at the margin right there, folks. That is tremendous for Romero, all the way back to now Lucas Palacio, who has finally gotten through that melee, as there's some more problems further back. That's one of the RPG Cosmics there at the back of the screen in turn 4. But here go your leaders, up the hill, through the S's, over the crest, and into that new section of the racetrack. And this is already the final lap here, folks. There's not anything else going to happen. Palacio is just going to probably defend it for second here. We're going to see Sammet try for third. That's on Gibson. He'll get clear, take over P3. But out of the final turn and down the front straightaway, it will be, 2 to go here. Correction, 12 laps, I believe, the heat. This was because the timing may have started a little bit early. So 2 to go shown. The timing will end, but that will get updated. Sammet into second. So we're at 2 laps remaining there by the flagman. Side by side still for third. Not going to happen. Sammet gets clear to P2. All the while, again, Romero, that gap only went down 2 tenths. 2.4 and a half out from this pack here battling for P2.
And getting back to what you were saying, Xander, about when they start racing each other, if you can be on point, you can run your line and gap the field. Marco Romero is not the fastest kart in the racetrack right now. In fact, they're cutting laps 2 to 3 tenths of a second quicker in that second group. But he's been able to run his line while that second group races. And the way this track's designed, if you start going too wide in a corner and the leader's in front of you a kart length or two running his line, he can certainly gap quite a bit. So Marco Romero, now it's a 2.4 second advantage, even though not the fastest kart in the track. Fast enough, running clean lines lap after lap. He's been able to gap about a half a straightaway now as the white flag comes out on Marco Romero.
Now, that being said here, while the X30 powered engines do have a rev limiter, the Mini Swift engines and the KA engines do not. So not only can you is Marco Romero slower individually than these guys, but when they do work together, because there's so many tight and twisty sections of the racetrack, they've got to set their gear ratio for that. But at the same time, you've got 3 major straightaways. The The one here, or really almost 4, going into turns 6 and 7 here in the infield, coming out of turn number 3 to that back hairpin, and then this stretch here is flat out through the S's as well, along with the front stretch. So when you count all that up, 4 major straightaways, but they're not able to run more of that straightaway gear, especially in the race, because again, just like that, you get burned out of the corner and someone over-unders you. So because there's no rev limiter, but you're gearing it so high, they're going to rev the heck out of these engines and continue to build power when they push on the straightaway. By yourself, you'll naturally top out, but when they hook up the draft here in these lower horsepower classes, because of the way the track is shaped and the gear ratios they have to run, it's pretty substantial. Checkered in the air, though, for this heat. Romero will win it. Palacio, Samet. Vega at the line is going to fall to 5th behind Gibson, who got around him there at the end. Then Travis Pettit, our off-pole man, ends up down in 7th, a 5-spot net loss. Cameron Marsha, the actual pole sitter, ends up in 8th at the end of Heat 1. William Kim picks up 12th. He moves up into that 9th position by the end of it all. Martin Jaramillo rounds out the top 10. And then you look down, there's a look at a few of the drivers that had some bad runs. Michael McGoy, 29th. Jacob Majeski, 30th. Couple of DNFs for them. So a rough result to start for them as well. Bronson Custas, 31st. I believe Jackson Porter may be a scratch for the weekend. We may not see that Hy-V factory kart or Hy-V TKG Kart Republic on track here. So 31 drivers in DNJ Intermodal Services Mini Swift. But that being said, again, already now we know we get a little bit. This is the first real taste, the biggest Mini Swift class that has ever visited the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. A first real look at what the racing could look like. And again, all these young drivers always learning, always developing. That second heat, that third heat could look drastically different than what we just saw. They all learned, though, battle too much. The leader's going to get too far out, and you will not have time to track him down in these short heat races. Track recovery will get underway. That's one heat race in the books. There's a lot more coming your way. Don't go anywhere, folks. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the United States Pro Kart Series live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We'll be right back. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. The Drive Your Line Kart Shop is expanding with the official Drive Your Line race team. We're a full-service operation, but we specialize in teaching you the ins and outs of not just driving, but wrenching too. We specialize in comp car chassis, IAMI engines, Rotax engines, and of course, we've got 4-cycle and 2-cycle race-ready packages ready to sell to you at any time to get you on track. For more info, check us out online. Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We've got the first of 2 heat races here in K100 Senior, presented by Mike Doty Racing. Harley Keeble put a whooping on these guys and girls yesterday. He has been known as the driver to beat all weekend long. He starts pole after qualifying pole overall. Second overall was Finnegan Bailiff, trying to defend home turf, the track that he lives about 100 feet away from, with their house on property. Then you've got James Overbeck and Austin Jers on row 2, Brandon Lemke, Aiden Rudolph, row 3, Alex Feldstein, Luke Powers, row 4, Vinny Miskellis, and Emerson Reed round your top 10. Braden Eves and Ben Gott will make up row 6. Henry Lepard, and a happy birthday to Josh Holtz, who turns 26 years old, I believe, today. He starts 14th, either 26 or 27. I'm going to fix that here later today. I know he's one of the two. He's either a year or 2 years older than me. But happy birthday to Josh Holtz. He rolls off 14th on the outside of row 7. And then you go back from there. Mitz Carter Thompson and Nikolay Dukov on row number 8. Kingston Himes and Miles Hewitt will make up row number 9. Ian Howell and William Aguilar on row 10. Raheem Alibi and Leo Escorpione on row number 11. So 22. Now, all of these drivers are going to transfer into the main event at 42 in total. The US Pro Kart Series opted to not send just 2 drivers home. Randy wanted everyone to race at 40, 42. Not a big difference there. So, yes, 26 years old. Happy birthday, Josh Holtz. But with that, they're still going to be split apart for all the heat races. That'll make these heat races still count pretty important, because now one position is basically equal to 2 going forward or back, because they're cut in half, but they'll be combined for their main event. So they're going to race against each other once throughout the heats, 3 times if they're in the same line. You know, you got the inside lane and the outside lane. That's Group A, Group B. Those guys will race against each other all 3 heats. This will be the only time Finnegan Bailiff and Harley Keeble go head-to-head, and the only race Bailiff has to start on the outside lane because he qualified second. Green flag in the air, and here we go. They'll break formation and down to turn number 1. Big jump for Bailiff, but he'll maybe get second if he's lucky, as he tries to close the door in turn 2, and he does, ahead of James Overbeck. One driver spun around at the back of the field, but Harley Keeble on that black and orange PK Sport North America Sody kart leads us out of turns 4 and 5.
Heads up move by Finnegan Bailiff. He was on the outside, had a good run, but when they got the short straight between turns 1 and 2, he knew he had to find a spot, and he kind of wiggled his way into that second position. But already Harley Keeble showing the speed he had yesterday, about a 3 car length advantage over Finnegan Bailiff.
These drivers already quickly decided to ditch the defensive driving we saw in the mini Swift class. Granted, they are a good bit faster, 22 horsepower to 9 in MDRKA Senior. But all that being said, as they head through the S's section here in the back and come put lap number 1 down, they couldn't afford to do it. Keeble's already got a couple car lengths, and as they battle behind him, let's see what the slipstream looks like for the first time down the front stretch at full song. Bailiff is going to bring that gap down to about a car length and a half by the time they get to turn 2. 1 lap in the books. Biggest mover on lap 1, Emerson Reed, up 4 spots on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart.
Everybody behaving themselves right now, staying in line. Harley Keeble with a slight advantage over Finnegan Bailiff. Josh Holtz up 5 spots, starting in 14th, already into the top 10. Kart number 922, Josh Holtz, is in 9th position. So he's made it to the top 10. As you said, Xander Emerson Reed already up to 6th. He started in 10th. He's on the move. But those first 3 holding their spots, Harley Keeble, Finnegan Bailiff, and James Overbeck. And right now, Bailiff is on the nose of Harley Keeble, taking a peek to the inside, not going to do it there. They make their way through the extended portion of the track, we call the boot out there, something that has been an addition to the Motorsports Country Club. Once they got the track in possession, they added that, I believe it was last year, and has really added a lot of character to this circuit. And as you can see from our first event and already in this one, a lot of passing opportunities, 2 and 3 wide all over this circuit. This is a real exciting racetrack to watch, and certainly from drivers at the fence right now, learn where the passing points are, and there's a lot of them around this course.
Brandon Lemke looking really strong right now. He got around Overbeck a lap ago. So did Austin Jers. He's fallen back to the 5th spot. Jers to 4th, but Brandon Lemke on that white, black, and green Millwright Racing X-Spree is P3, and him and Austin Jers were darn near equal, and both of them about 2/10 better than the leader. Harley Keeble has some company on the way here, 2 laps into this 12-lap heat race as they head to the back. And Jers, purple man last time by, third place man this time by as he gets clear of Lemke through the sweeper. And there goes Emerson Reed, E-Train now into the top 5 on that RPM Tony kart. New colors for Emerson Reed this weekend. We're used to seeing him in the Holtz Driver Development Tony karts, the black and gold colors. He's on the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport machine with that gold helmet in 5th. And Emerson Reed, a Cincinnati homegrown native here. He races at this local club quite a bit alongside James Overbeck as well. The two of them are in contention for the Stars Championship Series standings. They've run both of them a partial schedule, I believe, on the table for the US Pro Kart Series. May not see them at every single round, but it's home turf, so they'll be here. They've got a lot of friends and family both tuning in and here at the racetrack with them, and they'd love to get a hometown victory here at the very racetrack that they have spent quite a few years at racing head-to-head over the last couple of club racing seasons. Up the hill we go now. We're working lap number 4, and while, like you mentioned, Finnegan Bailiff has had a couple of opportunities to go by Harley Keeble, he has not pounced yet. I think he's going to have to go soon because Austin Jers is looking really racy right now, though.
Speaking of Emerson Reed, you had mentioned a moment ago, Emerson Reed just went purple the last lap with a 59.510. So certainly Emerson Reed also one to contend with. But Harley Keeble is not enjoying any comfort zone right now as Finnegan Bailiff is right there. Austin Jers moving up to 3rd. Emerson Reed on the charge, starting in 10th up to 4th. And Brandon Lemke rounding out the top 5. But about a 6-kart breakaway right now of about 2 seconds over the rest of the field. And they're nose to tail with Harley Keeble still leading the way, has led every lap since the start of this one.
Yeah, as they come out of turn 6 and 7, now we go to the S's 8, 9, 10, and 11. Right, left, back to the right, and then a very critical left-hand corner that sets them up for the run down the back straightaway, up and over the hill here. A potential passing zone as they go down into that left-handed sweeping corner, and then even one in both of these switchback hairpins here. So nothing happening yet. Austin Jers and Emerson Reed kind of stalling out just a little bit as the leaders have started to improve their pace from the opening couple of laps. So this time by, let's see, I think we'll see a pretty even spread on the lap times up at the front of the field. 59.3 for the leader, a 59.2 for 2nd and 3rd. Reed goes to a 59.0, but he kind of goes in a little deep to turn number 2, runs a little bit wide, and that'll open that gap from 3rd to 4th by about a car length. Jers, I thought he might have been close enough to Bailiff. He was not going to pull the trigger there in turn number 4. We head now to the infield turn 6.
And you got to wonder if Finnegan Bailiff is just waiting, because he's right there. Looks like he could pounce. He takes a peek every now and then, but seems content on riding right there in the rear draft of Harley Keeble, but awfully close, and close enough in my opinion. He could make a move, but doesn't seem to want to at this time.
Well, both of the leaders look probably better than 3rd and 4th, I think, through that S's section. You can see that gap has opened back up from 2nd to 3rd here, Randy. In fact, Reed's going to take advantage. He goes through to 3rd. But they look good in the opening sector of the racetrack, those couple of hairpins. Through the S's, though, Keeble and Bailiff look a little bit stronger. We're going to get the halfway signal here this time by from Porter. We're about 7 deep in that lead pack if you kind of loosely collect them all. The top 4, then back to 5th and 6th with Overbeck and Lemke. And then Aiden Rudolph on the PSL karting Bureau Art in P7. He's down 1 spot from his 6th place starting spot in the 979. He's closing up, and then it's a big gap behind him to Luke Powers, Braden Eves, and Josh Holtz. Those two 9th and 10th up a couple spots apiece. 2 gained so far for Eves, 4 gained for Holtz. That's a solid start to the day if they finish there. It's a couple spots forward towards that main event grid position. But everybody's still chasing that black and orange PK Sports Sodi card of Harley Keeble as they get a collection of 7 here at the front of the field into that new sector of the racetrack here with about 5 laps to go this time by.
It would not surprise me to see Emerson Reed try to make a move on Finnegan Bailiff. Emerson's been purple the last 2 to 3 laps, slowly closing in on those two, but when they run together, when Keeble and Bailiff stay in line, nose to tail, they are clearly faster than anything on the racetrack. And once again, Bailiff seems content on just staying in that draft and possibly making a move as we near the end of this heat race. We got 5 to go now, and it's Harley Keeble by about a half a kart length over Finnegan Bailiff. Then about 2 kart lengths back, Emerson Reed, Austin Jers, and Brandon Lemke. Through the top 10, James Overbeck runs 6th, followed by Aiden Rudolph, Luke Powers, Braden Eves, and Josh Holtz. But your leader, Harley Keeble, once again has led every lap, and Finnegan Bailiff has been on the rear deck lid every lap, waiting to pounce. And I have to believe, as this thing winds down, he's going to be making a move.
Bailiff looks really good at the end of the S's there. You saw him, unlike some of the other drivers, clip that inside left-hand curbing, and that kind of gave him a good launch as Overbeck's gone back around Lemke for 5th. That's a good little battle continuing to heat up. In fact, Rudolph even had a little look on the inside, but backed out of it in that right-handed hairpin. So down the front stretch, 4 to go. The leaders strung apart. 5th, 6th, and 7th trying to hunt them down. Let's see the lap time comparison. Overbeck had to make a pass, so he lost some time, but he's not terribly far back from Austin Jers in that 4th position. So him and Brandon Lemke right now, they're about net neutral, down 1 to 2 spots apiece, but still solid. And, you know, again, it's an aggregate. It's a sum of all 3 heat races. You don't need to get every spot. You don't need to win every session. You just need to have a good average to get a safe, you know, upper half starting spot in the main. It's great if you're in the case of Harley Keeble, on poise for a sweep of the session so far with pole in qualifying and leading the way in heat number 1. But for those guys further back, just solid results. Take what the race will give you. Continue to work on your driving, work on the car, and get a little bit better so that way you're good to fight on fresh rubber Sunday afternoon or Sunday morning. Through the new sector, we're going to come this time to, though, the 3 to go. And again, a great launch out of there for Harley Keeble. You saw Bailiff kind of accordion effect. He closed up through the center of those corners, lost some on exit, and that, of course, makes it where Keeble can run the normal line, not worry about getting past in turn number 1 as they go down into 2, still single file. And falling off the back of that top 3 a little bit is Austin Jers in that 4th position.
Emerson Reeds had closed that gap, and it wouldn't surprise me if he makes a move, or at least attempts to make a move around Bailiff on this lap. If he wants any shot at Harley Keeble, he's got to make the move. And as you mentioned earlier, you've got to be very calculated where you go racing and make that pass on this circuit, because if you get too busy, Harley Keeble's just going to check out, and it's going to be his race. So you got to really make that move smart and in the right spot, or you lose a lot of ground.
Bailiff, again, he's taken more and more curb there in that run up the hill, and it's given him a really big chunk out of Harley Keeble's lead every time. But here, Keeble able to just kind of set up better for that final corner, sacrifices the left, gets good out of the right, and he pulls that gap back to 2 car lengths. Bailiff will close up in the toe, not enough to do anything in 1, maybe something in turn number 2. I don't think he's close enough even for that. 2 to go. Harley Keeble playing this race perfectly right now, managing the gap, keeping these guys close but just out of range from dive bombing him, and he has not seen a single attempt for the lead, Randy. Since the drop of the green flag, it's all been Harley Keeble, not even a nose to the inside from anyone behind him to take over that top spot.
Aiden Rudolph just went purple, back in 7th position, but turned to 58.381. So Aiden Rudolph trying to move up a little bit more before this one's over to get a little better starting position tomorrow. Aiden Rudolph running strong, but had a really poor starting position, had to start 11th. So had to start 8th rather. So he's had to work his way back through a little bit. But that 3-car battle rages on. It'll be the white flag next time by. And if Finnegan Balin or Emerson Reed's going to make a move, they're going to have to do it now. But Harley Keeble is doing just enough to keep that 1 to 2 kart length gap. And that's what he's needed lap after lap to stay on point.
There's a better exit out of that back section for Bailiff this time. It still's not good enough for turn number 2. 1 lap to go. Emerson Reed just kind of riding. I don't think he'll get much more, but this will be a great heat race for Emerson Reed. He trains up 7 spots from a 10th place starting spot as Lemke going to take over 5th there. A nice move on James Overbeck in the back section, turns 4 and 5. Into the infield, final time. Harley Keeble leads us as we go to the S's, and Reed is close to Bailiff. Bailiff somewhat close to Keeble, not enough for any changes as they go up the hill.
Yeah, these guys are still holding point now. Bailiff takes a peek to the inside, but just didn't have the steam to do it. Down the hill and now to the extended part of the course. And if Bailiff's going to make a move, he's going to have to do it now. They head back down to that left-hander, tight left-hander, and then the right-hander to head back towards the front stretch. The final time by. Good launch by Keeble, and it looks like Keeble's going to win this one by about 2 kart lengths over Finnegan Bailiff and Emerson Reed.
Yeah, nicely done. Harley Keeble, he won winner. Look at that at the top of the hill. Wow! James Overbeck hung on to that thing as he kind of ended up mowing the grass down the front straightaway. Behind him, good battle here at the end of the top 10. Vinny Maskelis fends off a hard-charging Braden Eves for the 8th position. Here's Kingston Himes leading a group of 3. That is further back for 13th, 14th, 15th. Ben Gaunt, Nikolay Dukov behind him. But Brandon Lemke, I don't even know if he felt Overbeck there or he drove him to the edge of the racetrack on purpose. Either way, Overbeck loses 1 spot to Aiden Rudolph at the flag. Falls down to 7th, but not without trying. Overbeck, a net loss of 4 from 3rd to 7th. And That doesn't sound bad, but when you remember it's only half the grid, that's really an 8-spot loss in the overall points for James Overbeck. So he'll be looking to kind of rebound in heat number 2 later today. Great run, though, for Harley Keeble and Finnegan Bailiff. And again, the good thing for Finn, because he's in Group B, Harley's in Group A, he doesn't have to fight with Harley for the rest of the day, and he'll get to start from the pole in the same way that Keeble did in this heat race. So Bailiff, by qualifying second overall, this was his hard heat race. This is where he had to start on the outside lane. The next 2 heats, he'll go against the third place, the C group. He'll run against the 4th place, the D group. Since he out-qualified the top qualifiers in both of those classes, he gets the inside lane, gets to pole, and he can hopefully try to mimic what Harley did in heat number 1 and at least do even better in heats 2 and 3. So the toughest guy, the guy that everyone has predicted to be the guy to beat, no surprise, is still the guy to beat. Harley Keeble is 2 for 2 on official sessions this weekend. P1 in qualifying, P1 in heat number 1. A beautiful look here at a bit of an overcast Motorsports Country Club here in Cincinnati, just outside the heart of downtown Cincy in Batavia, Ohio. And this is, I think, more welcomed weather than anything, Randy. The last 2 days, we've had a little bit of rain Thursday morning and a sprinkle of showers in the afternoon of practice day yesterday, but it was hot and humid, highs in the low 90s here, the sun shining, baking everybody. And that, of course, plays in, the only downside is the track condition is probably a little bit different on this cooler morning without the sun baking the track and raising the track temperature. But beyond that, I think for the most part, the atmosphere in the paddock, very happy to have a little bit cooler temperatures here to kick off race day on Saturday.
Not uncommon for Ohio to have a hot, humid day, and that's what we had yesterday. Track conditions are 180 degrees change from yesterday. Certainly a lot to do with the coolness. Tire wear is going to be different. I think traction is going to be a lot different with a cooler racetrack. And those that adapt are those that are going to be to the advantage. We've got our second group of KAs coming on track right now. KA Senior sponsored by Mike Doty Racing.
Oh, we got problems on the grid. Look at this. This is Josh Campbell in the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine trying to get fired up. That engine has not come to life just yet. There you can see one of the extra mechanics from another team helping with an external starter trying to fire the 926 up. He's got a very short amount of time. Once that cart fires, or once the leaders start to release the grid and the grid is fully clear, as we got a spinner as well in the infield coming out of turn number 7. But once the leaders fire away, he's got 90 seconds. There he goes. Looks like it's fired. It's bogged down but rolling. The leaders are going to get waved off, I believe, for start attempt number 1, if I'm not mistaken, on the rule. Here comes Campbell by us as he exits, trying to pull that thing under power. And I think that thing just died again. I think Josh Campbell just lost power coming out. That's problems for the 918, a very unhappy Trinity Karting Group driver. As the start was waved off, as Campbell did get off the grid, but he is slowing on the racetrack. The 918 TKG machine, or maybe 916. I think that's Nikita Panaris. Yeah, I think that's the 916. My mistake of Nikita Panaris. Slated to start 15th. He was the one that got spun in the infield. But as the leaders parade around, Eli Warren and Mick Gabriel will be our front row, and we'll see if Josh Campbell can merge in. He was slowing, but it looks like that cart is okay. You can see his hand in front of the engine. He's adjusting the carburetor needles, maybe also pinching the fuel line, because to me, that kind of low burr bog sound, that's a little bit too much fuel flooding the engine. Probably from him trying to fire it up. Whenever they hit the button to fire, it spurts the fuel into the motor. It doesn't fire. It keeps spurting fuel in. So that carb, he's got to clear that thing out and hopefully be able to run. And now it looks like, there he goes. All right, looks like he's going to be okay. So Josh Campbell, a very scary but lucky avoidance of potentially not getting to start heat number 1. He's set to roll off third alongside Connor Ferris. That would have been a big hit in the points for him, both in the championship and in the heat points for the weekend. So it's the black and red speed of Eli Warren on the inside, the white and blue AAM Karting Cosmic of Mick Gabriel on the outside. We're green down to turn number 1. Look at Connor Ferris on that black and blue. The Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic. He dives to the bottom side, trying to get second from Gabriel. Not going to happen, but he'll at least go 4th to 3rd as Campbell falls back tremendously here on the start. Not a good start for Josh Campbell as he quickly trickles down the order. We'll see where he ended up, but he did not punch off well, and that, again, could have been expected. Into the infield, Warren, Gabriel, Ferris a little bit wide as Cooper Shipman, the rookie, moves up into 3rd. And behind him on that Orsolone Racing Tony kart, I believe that's Geronimo Gomez Aza, started 7th. He's P5 on the black and green, and it's all single file up the hill, trailing rookie Eli Warren, who leads us into the new section.
Eli Warren with a strong start, and Mick Gabriel, who lost second spot going into turn one. Now Gabriel takes over the top spot as he slips inside of Eli Warren, making the pass. Warren back to second, and Gabriel with about a 2-car length gap.
And side by side, now going to the outside is Cooper Shipman for third on that gray, chrome, and black Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart into turn number one. He's P3, but Ferris is going to want it back, and he knows it. He'll block him off into two, hold that spot even. Single file further back, and Mick Gabriel quick and away. He's got about 4 car lengths as they head to the back turns 4 and 5.
Great run out there right now by Mick Gabriel as he, kind of got shuffled out in that start, but he crossed over on Ferris and got the second spot back, and now getting around Warren has gapped him about 2 kart lengths. So Eli Warren trying to reel him back in, and Cooper Shipman with a good run. He's up to third. Looking down through the field, Michael Levitt's on the move in the 937. He's moved up 4 spots, and already Ivana Richards has moved up from 16th starting spot to crack the top 10.
Good stuff for Ivana as here a little mistake from Shipman opens the door, and Ferris and his teammate Elio Meza go through. He was trying to set up second place Eli Warren to get around him, couldn't do it. 2 down to the inside, Connor Ferris to second. Warren got a block back to the inside into 2 to kind of stop the bleeding. Only loses 1 spot after that section. And look who's joining there on that red and white Hi-Fi Performance Tony kart. It's Peyton Phillips up to 5th as they battle in front of him. Shipman versus Meza. Sorry, Phillips in 6th. Shipman getting back around his teammate in Elio. And Peyton has closed up to them. But still, they have not made any headway on quick Mick Gabriel as he pops the curbs in the S's. It's Connor Ferris leading the charge here on this second group, trying to get away from the pack and try to get forward as big move attempt there by, I believe that was Joey Friend, looking to the inside on the Arcane Motorsports CRG on Geronimo. Couldn't do it. Phillips tries the inside on Meza. Can't do that either. And now Geronimo Aza on the inside of Phillips, side by side, and it just kind of works its way. It almost, works down the train. One guy passes, and whether it happens or it doesn't, then it opens the door for the guy behind him to get a run on him, and it kind of goes down that whole line and spreads them out. But great lap from Connor Ferris. He's going to take it all the way to the lead in turn number 2.
Connor Ferris on the move, got shuffled back to 5th, worked his way back up, now slips inside of Gabriel in turn 2, takes the top spot. Gabriel right on the rear bumper. Those two have checked out about a kart length over Eli Warren and Cooper Shipman, but Connor Ferris now back up to the point.
Yeah, Connor Ferris leading for the very first time today. It's the black and blue Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic showing the way through the S's here with 9 laps to go. And Cooper Shipman, I think, looks really solid as well. He's already onto the bumper of Mick Gabriel. We'll see if Cooper Shipman can try to make a move for second in a moment. He's got a run on him through the left, not close enough to that extra hairpin there, and not anything in the right. Let's see what kind of a run the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart of Cooper Shipman gets down this front straightaway on quick Mick Gabriel, who's trying to rebound from losing the lead. 8 to go. Here comes Shipman. Big run, big out of steam. Clear into the inside in turn 1. Gabriel back to 3rd.
Nice move by Cooper Shipman, getting up to 2nd position. And now we'll see if he can reel in. Oh, that's Josh Campbell in the fence.
Into the wall for Josh Campbell. He looks to the sky, and he is going to get stuck in the grass there. The thick, wet grass from the rain that's happened over the last couple of days has made it tough to get back on the racetrack. Very similar to the thick grass we're used to seeing at Newcastle Motorsports Park a couple hours down the road in Indiana. You go off track here, it is very tough to get back on, and that's a high-speed section. He went all the way, like you said, out to the wall. So what already started off as kind of a frantic heat race here, then a bad start as the motor was still not really cleared out, and Josh Campbell is off on the wayside. As for the lead, Cooper Shipman goes through, and Eli Warren goes through simultaneously to 3rd. The pole sitter getting himself back up the leaderboard as he gets around Gabriel.
Synchronized passing here at the Motorsports Club of Cincinnati has 1st and 3rd change positions all at the same time in that turn. Great racing, just a lot of action around this circuit. So many passing points and a lot of good competitive racing out there. Right now it's Cooper Shipman over Connor Ferris, but Ferris is right there waiting in the wings. It seems a little content right now to just gather it back up and follow the lead of Cooper Shipman. Mick Gabriel and Eli Warren on back in the pack, but Warren now, who had been in front early, is now trying to get back to the leaders. So it's anybody's race right now. Nobody checking out that much on these top 6.
At the end of it, yeah, that top 6 group includes Elio Meza and Peyton Phillips. They haven't made a whole lot of noise since arriving on the scene, but they're still a little bit too far back to do too much. Into the infield, Eli Warren down the inside, coming to 6 to go. He takes over second. Shipman leads the way as they head down the front stretch. Let's go side by side and hear from our heat race winner. Alexander Searle has caught up with the other half of the KA Senior field. Pole sitter, Heat 1 winner, Harley Keeble standing by.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Harley, first of all, welcome to the Kart Chaser podcast here. Harley, you're kind of on a hot streak right now in the KA Senior class, 3 in a row on the national scene here. So, and carrying over the momentum into the first heat, what are some of the key takeaways that you'll take into the rest of the day?
Yeah, well, the chassis was good as always. The engine was good as per usual. Just get a good start as I did then, and then just do consistent laps, lap after lap, almost the same time. And then hopefully I don't have to defend on the last 2 laps if I'm under attack by anybody behind me. And in that heat then, I didn't, so it was good.
Yeah, tell me, from what you've learned throughout practice and qualifying, even that first heat race, what can we expect from tire degradation and track progression? Because right now with the cloud cover, you're running faster laps than in qualifying.
Yeah, I think as the track gets colder, because yesterday it was really hot, as the track gets colder, the track starts to get a bit faster. And with the MG Reds, the tire doesn't really wear out. So, we should be good.
All right, thanks, Harley. Harley Keeble, P1 in the first heat, looking to carry that momentum on into the rest of the day. Back to you, Xander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Here, let's go back on the update of what's transpired. While we were side by side there, you saw a little bit more shuffling in that lead pack. Peyton Phillips has gotten around Mick Gabriel, and they've kind of spread apart. Looks like already a bit of a lead forming for Cooper Shipman. He was fastest on the racetrack by about a 10th last time by. The gap looking to be maybe a little bit smaller than what it was the previous lap around, as they were fighting just a tad bit. Connor Ferris, Eli Warren now have sorted themselves for the moment. We're coming to 4 to go at the line. Shipman's lead is about half a second, maybe more, maybe less. It was 7/10 last time. Let's see, with 4 to go, does it come down? It does, by about a 10th, 6/10 now from Shipman back to Ferris. Connor Ferris on the move towards your race leader. Warren trying to follow him. And again, Peyton Phillips kind of really coming on strong late in this one. He's up to 4th. That's a 5-spot gain for him. That's a good heat race. He'd like to make it a great heat race and get to that top 3 with 3.5 to go.
Connor Ferris just going purple on that last lap of 59.296, a 10th of a second quicker than the leader, Cooper Shipman. He's got time and he's got help as Eli Warren is right on his rear bumper, and those two could draft up and challenge Cooper Shipman. Right now, Shipman enjoying about a 3 to 4 kart length advantage on the racetrack, about a half a second on timing and scoring. Shipman's got to hit his marks, but I think Ferris may have something to say about this before it's over. And don't rule out Eli Warren right on the rear bumper of Ferris. I think we're going to have a 3-kart battle as we close in on 3 to go this time by.
Yeah, here we go. 3 laps to go. Again, you see the top 6 together. Meza's falling back. It's Geronimo Azza up into 6th. Meza back to 7th. With 3 laps remaining, Mick Gabriel, who was so quick out of the gate, has kind of faded back to that 5th spot. I don't know if we'll see much more out of quick Mick. He was a 59.4 last time by, still close to Phillips. Maybe can get back to him, but he's not as fast as the couple of cars in front, like Warren and especially like Connor Ferris. That Kart Republic is kind of getting a second wind. We saw him go to the lead early, then fall back again, and now that black and blue Kart Republic of Connor Ferris is tracking down the leader. He picked off another 2/10 last time by. It came down to 4/10 at the line, and that draft, we always talk about the draft window here in karting. It's typically 8/10 to a full second, but it accelerates the closer you get. It's much stronger at 4/10 away than the lap ago it was at 6/10. Watch the slipstream effect here for the top 2 as they come down the front stretch. How much Ferris is going to close on up. He looked back for help. He pointed forward from Warren. Warren's too far away, but Ferris will close down to 2 car lengths back to turn number 2.
And Xander, you're Connor Ferris right now. How aggressive do you want to get? Finishing second in the first heat race is better than crashing. So if the opportunity's there, you want to make the move, but at the same time, you don't want to take yourself out and Cooper Shipman out. So I would think at this point he's got to be very calculated and not make a move he's going to regret.
For sure. At that same point, though, he got a phenomenal start, if we remember correctly. He started on the outside lane, jumped from 4th, quickly got to the bottom. He's going to have to start on the outside lane in all 3 of his heat races, just like that guy, Mick Gabriel. who qualified P4 overall. So he doesn't know. The next 2 heat races, the outside lane might get shuffled, and he might be fighting back from 9th or 10th on the opening lap. He's not going to have it like how Finnegan Bailiff will, where he's going to get an inside lane in his other heats. He's outside all 3 heats today. This might be his best chance at a heat race win. With that in mind, I think you try and go for it a little more than usual. But like you said, 1 to go, 2 car lengths away. Second is still good, and third is good as well. And that's why Eli Warren is fighting so hard to hang on to it. Phillips, Gabriel, all over him through turn number 2.
And Cooper Shipman does hear footsteps. He just went purple the last lap on his own. A 159, 164 for Cooper Shipman. Fast lap of the race. He sees Ferris. He hears Ferris. He feels Ferris. And he doesn't want any part of it. He wants to keep that gap.
Oh, Warren all the way wide in turn number 6 and 7. Blocked the inside on Phillips and just locked it up. And it was a great save, but an unfortunate mistake out of the rookie. He falls back outside the top 5. Here's Geronimo Azza. Gets around the inside of Big Gabriel. Gabriel trying to get down low to make sure he at least doesn't fall further back from 5th. And that'll about probably even it out. Up front, Connor Ferris trying to get close. He's not going to get close enough. He'll run out of time. Cooper Shipman, another standout rookie, another standout result for Cooper. He'll win Heat 1 for Group C and D in Mike Doty Racing KA Senior. Ferris 2nd, Phillips 3rd, Azza 4th, Gabriel 5th, Warren, Meza 6th and 7th. Look at how far back the mid-pack was. That's Brandon Adkins back in 8th, up to 8th for Ivana Richards, the young rookie from Mexico. 8 spots gained for Ivana. She works her way into the top 10 with a heck of a run forward. Adkins falls to 9th on that final lap. Ryan Miller rounds off the top 10. Then it's Lydia Small, Michael Hewitt, Ben Lida, Rodrigo Gonzalez up 4. Kyle Raymond rounds the top 15. But again, a great run for Cooper Shipman. And then the back of the field there, Makai Winfrey, Liam Kerper, Joey Friend, Josh Campbell, unfortunately, and Nikita Panaris, both with DNFs. There you get a good look. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart driver, Josh Campbell, a disastrous start to his Saturday with engine woes getting off the grid and off the start line and then crashing out a few laps later after he faded into the midfield. And Nikita Panaris didn't even get a chance to try. He got spun on the out lap, and that kart broke there as well. So while they clear the racetrack out, let's go back down to the Kart Chaser pit box. Emery Lidas caught up with a hometown hero here this weekend, Emerson Reed in KA Senior. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Emerson, new team, new colors, same level of speed here in Cincinnati. You qualified a little bit poorly, but talk me through that heat race where you were able to get up to 3rd.
So I just tried to keep my nose clean, get a good start. Moved up, I want to say 4 or 5 positions pretty quickly. Was able to keep going purple. Just maintain consistency to catch up to Finn, but wasn't able to get by him there.
Yeah, and it looked like in the scale line you had a bumper penalty there that unfortunately will relegate you to about 7th. But still, I mean, still progress from 10th on the grid. As you look towards the next heats, what sort of strategies and things that you learned from that first heat?
Mostly just making sure that I stay out of the way from, all the crashing and whatnot. But, I mean, really just keep clean nose, like I always say, and keep pushing. Hopefully we can make something happen here.
All right, hometown race here for Emerson Reed. He's looking to continue to build on the strong success from Heat 1. We'll see what he can do later in the day. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Cool stuff for Emerson Reed. E-Train's got a big following on social media, and this weekend a lot of them from the hometown of Cincinnati as well, getting to watch him defend his home racetrack, just like many with the first ever trip to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's the first time for a lot of drivers in the Cincinnati and greater Ohio area. They get to call a home race, sleep in their own bed, drive, to the racetrack from their house. And that's something is something we don't talk about a ton, but it's really understated because we're so used to being on the road, going to hotels and Airbnbs and flying and driving all over the country. When you get to go home to your own place of comfort, it puts you in such a better comfort zone and mental place for a race weekend. There's obviously pressure to perform when you have more friends and family and a big cheering section coming out, knowing this is the one race they're going to be able to see you in person and you want to perform, but at the same time, nothing beats sleeping in your own bed, Randy.
Well, that's true. It's a home game for him, and the familiarity of the racetrack itself and knowing what happens when the climate changes, when the temperature drops, when the humidity drops, knowing how the track responds because you race it all the time is a huge advantage, and I think it shows because these guys are showing really well so far today in the heat races.
We go from them now to a kid a good ways from home. Mexico's pride and joy here, and Ernesto Rivera has been an absolute standout star in the X30 Junior and KA Junior classes in 2023. That run started all the way back in November when he got his first U.S. national win at the SCUSA Super Nationals, the biggest race in the world, and he has been on fire ever since. He rolls off from the pole here in Art Rollison Performance Group X30 Pro Junior in the headline class sponsored team kart. The RPG Purple and Pink Cosmics always strong. They have been the strongest karts, really hands down, in this 125cc division this season. So he'll be joined on the outside of row number 1 by Nathan Dupuis, the Canadian in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, the black, white, and red machine, the 788, one of his better qualifying efforts to date to help lead the field to green. And then back to row number 2, we see a familiar face and some new colors. Stephen Miller, the recently crowned double SCUSA Pro Tour champion, moves over to the single SCUSA Pro Tour champion. The Nash Motorsports EOS kart driver rolls off third. First weekend with the California-based race team, and the number 773 looks pretty solid so far. Wasn't too far back in qualifying. Gets to roll off right behind Ernesto, who he's had quite a few battles with this week. And then Keelan Harvick in the RPG Cosmic will complete row number 2. Let's go back to row 3 here, Randy.
Row 3, we've got Sarah Bradley in the 714 and Oliver Weldon in the 126. In row number 4, it's Turner Brown and Enzo Vidmontien. In row 5, we've got David Ramirez and Diego Guay. In row number 6, it's Jackson Wolney and Davin Roberts. And rounding out the 14-card field, Alexander Vanchev and Max Whelan in row 7. But Ernesto Rivera with a solid qualifying run yesterday, starting from the point in this first X30 Pro Junior Heat race with Nathan Dupuis on the outside.
So that is your field once again. As we watch them head to the back section, they'll get a full warm-up lap with the water-cooled karts and make their way back down the front straightaway here. A little bit of a breeze, but not all too much, as the flags for the US Pro Kart Series you can see on the racetrack just kind of lightly waving. And we'll send them around one more time as Ernesto takes a look back, make sure he's got the field together. He'll get a nice long run around the racetrack, and I believe they will take the cut through there at the top of the hill to shorten the second of the 2 pace laps here. But for X30 Pro Junior, again, the undercard class towards the X30 Pro Seniors, these young drivers, we'll see them, probably most of them, if not all of them, later today as well in KA 100 Junior towards the back half of the roster. So double track time, lots of competition in the X30 Junior class. It's pretty much all the front runners from KA Junior minus a couple. It's a stacked grid, even though it's a little bit lighter on the total turnout. We expect it to be relatively close. We'll see who can get closest to Ernesto Rivera. We've seen plenty of races where this young kid has walked away from the field, Randy.
Yeah, a good field, not one of the larger fields, but certainly a good, strong field that we've got them now lined up now, coming down the front stretch for a start. Everybody getting in line, last driver in queue. Good formation, should see a green. Ernesto Rivera to the inside, Nathan Dupuis to the outside, looking for a green. And we've got it. We're racing into turn 1. Good start for Ernesto Rivera. And Stephen Miller to the inside moves into second. So a good start for Stephen Miller as he moves from third to second. Shuffling back to third is Nathan Dupuis.
Yeah, Sarah Bradley, Nathan's teammate, right behind him in fourth. As she stays low with the rest of the pack. Dupuis opened up to get a good run on exit. He stays on the bumper of Stephen Miller, and Ernesto is going to get a little bit of breathing room into 6 and 7. A little more shuffling further back. Keelan Harvick, not the best start. And the Hunt Brothers Pizza Harvick Racing RPG Cosmic, that bright red suit, fell back a couple spots. Good start for Chico. Turner Brown there up into the 5th spot as it's Speed Concepts Racing 345 off the racetrack big time. Oliver Weldon on the JC Karting LN kart. He will drop all the way back to 13th or 14th as he went way wide at the top of the hill and loses a ton of time. Harvick gets up into 6th. Behind him there in 7th, I believe that may be the RPG Cosmic of David Ramirez. But down 1 lap in the books. Let's see how aggressive is Stephen Miller. We've known him to be racy. He is to the inside and to the lead in turn number 2 on Ernesto Rivera.
Good move to the inside by Stephen Miller on the chart, starting in third up to first. Ernesto Rivera very patiently waits in the wings in second. And now joining the party, Nathan Dupuis. It's a 3-kart breakaway through the field. Sarah Bradley and Turner Brown, 4th and 5th. They're not that far back. Inside, Ernesto Rivera says, I'll have none of that. I want that spot back. And Nathan Dupuis follows him. Nathan Dupuis up to 2nd. Miller gets shuffled all the way back to 3rd, maybe 4th it looks like, as he's trying to work his way back up now into 3rd.
Yeah, he gets the inside. Brown was a little bit sideways through the S's, and he's going to get hung out to dry. 3 left-hand corners in a row, and Turner Brown just trying to stay on for dear life as Vid Montien runs him a little wide. He'll get back on him, and now I believe that's Sarah Bradley to the outside of him, and she falls back. Dupuis safely in 3rd, Miller 2nd, but this is exactly what most of the field was hoping would not happen. Ernesto Rivera would get a big lead. Down to turn number 2, Jackson Woolney to the inside of Bradley. To the inside as well goes the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Car to Diego Guillot. And up front, it's safe and sound, but the midfield still shuffling quite a bit. That's allowed the pack to spread apart. Your leaders got a nice gap in Rivera. 2nd and 3rd are glued together in Stephen Miller and Nathan Dupuis. Then it's Keelan Harvick, who's rebounded back to the 4th spot. Turner Brown has gotten himself back up to 5th pretty quickly. Vid Montien is 6th. There's Jackson Woolney in the white suit on the RPG Cosmic. He runs 7th, the kid out of the Pacific Northwest, having a decent run forward after a not-so-great qualifying in 11th. Through the back section we go, single file, few more passes further back. That was Oliver Weldon picking a spot back from David Ramirez. He's going to try another one. Nicely done. 2 and 2 corners. Oliver Weldon's rebound charge continues. Move him to 9th there on the JC Karting Team machine. Let's go down to the Kart Chaser pit box for more. X30 Pro Seniors coming your way next. And we're standing by with a handful of the major contenders, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Austin, I mean, really quick in practice yesterday, P1 and warm-up this morning, but qualifying, bit of a head-scratcher there, huh?
Yeah, no, it definitely was a big head-scratcher. It still is. I really don't know what's going on. Be a whole slew of things. So, yeah, we were super fast and happy hour yesterday. And with the qualifying, you know, I mean, we were expecting, we started off in the slow group. We changed frames. We came in a pound light in happy hour. So we changed frames, and we were expecting, you know, all right, well, we're going to be quick. We're second fastest. We should be okay. And then obviously that wasn't the case at all.
Yeah, and I mean, let's say you guys able to find what happened there in qualifying. You think you got a good enough piece to race to the front?
How it was this morning warm-up, absolutely. I wouldn't doubt we should be up front at all.
All right, good luck, Austin.
Thank you.
Let's go back to the on-track action here as Austin Garrison tries to mount a charge towards the leaderboard. Again, as Alex mentioned, he was fastest in warm-up. He's got a long way to go forward. I believe a 16th place qualifying effort. It's a big detriment to have to go in the first of the 2 groups. Typically, the track only gets better and better as the day went on, and that's what you saw, Randy, in commentating qualifying yesterday. That very rarely in any of the split group classes did a guy out of the slow group go into the top 5 or top 10. So, big mistake there out of Dupuis. He drops a tire, falls back to 4th. Turner Brown moves up to 3rd. Harvick back behind. He's looking for the spot as well. He'll go to 4th. Nice move from Keelan. And Turner Brown gets to 2nd as he gets around Stephen Miller. So we're coming to 7 laps to go. Rivera hasn't necessarily broken any further away. It's only really been when they pass that they lose time. They're holding station to the race leader. 57.8 for Rivera, 57.7 for Chico. Turner Brown in 2nd, so he picks up a 10th. The gap is 9/10. They've got 7 to go. A 10th a lap will put him almost there by the time they drop the checkered. If they can just stay like this to the end, they got a shot of reeling in the winningest junior driver in 2023, Ernesto Rivera. But that's a big ask of these very aggressive, very hungry junior drivers that are just thinking go, go, go right now.
And to give you an idea of how racy this track is, I go back to lap number 2 or 3 when Rivera got passed and got shuffled back to 3rd. As they cross the line, he's leading the race. They get through turns 1 and 2, he gets shuffled back to 3rd. By the time they come around and cross the stripe again, he's got a half a second lead. That's how much shuffling went on that lap alone. That's the action we've got here at Cincinnati this week, and it is unbelievable. All the passing, under braking, around the outside, protecting low, and the driver takes the high line, keeps his momentum, and makes the pass. And right now, Rivera, again, as we said in an earlier race, isn't the fastest kart on the track, but he's got the cleanest racetrack of anybody out there, and it allows him to run lap after lap what he wants to run, and they're having trouble catching him now.
Let's go side by side again to the Kart Chaser pit box. We got ADT standing by. Alessandro Tullio looked decent in qualifying. Let's see what he has to say, Emery.
Yeah, Alessandro D'Atulio, Ali, you were really good, really through different parts of the day yesterday, inside the top 5. Ended up putting your kart in 4th position for the 3 heat races today. Just tell me about how the kart's been feeling and how you're adapting to this track.
Yeah, the kart has been good. The engine has been good. So yesterday we had a pretty decent quality, and I'm looking forward to carry it in the 3 heats today and try to get a top 5 starting spot for the final.
Yeah, I'm going through practices over the last couple of days. What have you noticed on the tire wear when it comes to running multiple sessions back to back to back and seeing how the MG yellows develop over time?
I think with the heat, the tire deck was quite big, but I think today it's a bit cooler, so I think it'll be a bit different to yesterday. Yesterday was extremely hot. Today the sun is not really out. It's pretty cloudy, so I think it's going to be a little bit better today.
All right, Alessandro D'Atulio looking for that breakthrough win here in 2023. We'll see what he can do starting from 4th in all 3 heats. Back to you guys in the booth.
As we go back to the on-track action here, there you hear it from D'Atulio. Now, he mentioned that the temperatures are cooler, but we are seeing the sun begin to poke its head out of the clouds, so those cooler temperatures may not stay throughout the afternoon. We'll keep an eye on it of where everything stands as more shuffling further back. That's Vidmontien and Dupuis going by on Keelan Harvick, and Jackson Wolney goes by as well. Harvick falls down to the 7th position now. While those guys move to 4th, 5th, and 6th. Sarah Bradley, we saw her with a big mistake earlier that kind of shuffled her back the order. She's picked herself back up, gotten to the end of this train in the 8th spot. Big gap further back to Oliver Weldon, who, again, we saw him way off the racetrack on the JC Karting Team LN kart. He's up to 9th, trying to track down this group, but he's still got a couple seconds to go. 3 to go this time. The gap is still even at around 9/10. I thought for a moment Turner Brown and Stephen Miller were making some headway, but Ernesto Rivera clicked off a burner lap last time by 57.590. He put a 10th back on the board. Let's see what it looks like this time around. 3 to go. Ernesto, that gap might be a little bit less. Turner Brown looking good. He does pick up a 10th, and what a move. Man, Nathan Dupuis did not back down. Vidmontien still going to fight him into 2. Gets back around him, but Enzo, he gave him just enough room, not an inch more, Randy.
A little bit of wheel banging there. It just they wanted the same piece of real estate, so they had a little battle over it, but everybody's headed in the right direction. It's all good. But while this is all going on, Ernesto Rivera says, no problem, fellas. Boys and girls, I'm just running my race. And right now he's got about an 0.8 of a second advantage over Turner Brown. And let's give a call out to Turner Brown. He started in 7th. He's hung in there and now runs in 2nd. So a really good points race for Turner Brown. But Ernesto Rivera, who made the most of the opportunity getting back up front while they're racing behind him, should win this one going away with 2 to go next time by.
Yeah, here we are at the line. Double sticks in the air. Turner Brown still not giving up, trying to track him down. He'll pick 2/10 off that time by. Behind them, we saw more battling through the back sector. That's Dupuis and Vidmontien. They're still going at it, and they're going to make contact. Vidmontien wheel hops over the left rear tire of Nathan Dupuis. He goes wide. Dupuis goes wide as well. They'll both drop back. Weldon splits the pair, and this group now inherits 2 spots. It's now Sarah Bradley all the way back up into the 4th position. Keelan Harvick to 5th, Wolney to 6th. Vidmontien is all the way back behind what I believe that is going to be the 715 of Davin Roberts and then Diego Guillot. So big mistake there, big bobble between the two of them. We knew they were racing hard. Neither one was given an inch, and it was on the edge of crashing in there. Just went a little bit too far. As again, same type thing. Harvick down the inside on Bradley. Couldn't quite get it enough in there to get the spot. He was trying to back out, I think, last second as she slammed the door, and he popped over a rear bumper. So Harvick back to 6 now. White flag in the air. Turner Brown trying to track down Ernesto Rivera. I don't think he'll have enough time, but it'll be a big boost of confidence for Chico, who got his first national win a month ago at the SCUSA Summer Nationals in Newcastle. He's looking for national win number 2 against the winningest driver on the calendar, who leads. Down to turn 4. Look at this. More battling. Bradley defending. It's Wolney now into the 5th spot behind her after Harvick went up over her rear bumper. Let's see in the infield. Not close enough for anything. She keeps it nice and tight, but a good exit. Wolney's got a nose. Here he comes, and Harvick goes as well. The RPG Cosmics train on by. Sarah Bradley, they'll move to 4th and 5th.
Unbelievable racing on further back in the pack. Ernesto Rivero and Turner Brown will bring them around for the win. Turner Brown about 0.2 of a second quicker each lap, but just not enough time to catch Rivera. But the real action on behind them, Stephen Miller, Sarah Bradler, Jackson Walney, they're all getting after it. Crossing the stripe and the checkered flag, Ernesto Rivera brings it home.
That'll do it. Ernesto Rivera, Turner Brown, 5 spots gained from 6th on the grid to P2. Stephen Miller 3rd. Wolney picks up 7, moves up from 11th to 4th. Good recovery from a rough qualifying for Jackson Wolney, who has been ever impressive, and I think one of the next kids we could see break through to the winner's circle. In front of him are all 3 drivers that have gotten wins so far this year, and of course rookie Keelan Harvick, only his 3rd national X30 Junior start for them. So there we go down the top 10. Beyond Harvick, Bradley, Dupuis, Ramirez, Oliver Weldon gets around Enzo Vidmontien by the end. He ends up 9th. Vidmontien down in 10th. And all the way through the 15-driver X30 Pro Junior grid. So that wraps that one up. X30 Pros coming your way next, folks. Don't go anywhere. It's time for the heavy hitters, one of our 2 headline divisions, to hit the racetrack for the first time this weekend.
Hey guys, it's Dave here from Kart Class. We're at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We're here to show you guys the fastest way to drive this almost 1 mile circuit. It offers both fast sweeping corners, some fast chicanes, and a technical switchback that leads into a long main straight. Let's find out where to brake, where to accelerate, and where the best places to overtake. Let's get stuck into it.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Green, green, green into turn 1, and Ryan Norberg gets the early jump.
Whoa, way off for ADT. DeTulio all the way into the grass. He'll drop to the end of the field there, Randy.
Started outside second row, and Alessandro DeTulio already has his work cut out for him in this first heat race, shuffling all the way back to about 12th position, getting wide. Just no place for him to go in that first turn. Too many drivers in the turn, not enough room, and DeTulio cutting some grass out there here at Cincinnati. We got 2 more off track.
Brooke Nachtman on the right, Noah Baker on the left. Nachtman's way too far in the grass. She's going to be stuck as Harley Keeble's gotten another good start. He's up to second from third. Joe Turney back in third and wants second, though. He'll quickly take it away in the new section. And at the end of lap 1, JT's rebounded back to his original starting spot, but flying Ryan Norberg, Mr. 7-time, the reigning series champ and the number 1 plate holder, trying to get away here on lap number 1. 11 to go, and the next group is Turney, Keeble, and Blake Nash on that EOS kart for Nash Motorsports in fourth.
Nothing better than a clean racetrack, and Ryan Norberg has just that right now as he peeks his way around. The left-hander, the right-hander, they'll work their way back through the back part of this circuit. The beautiful Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Sean Bailiff and his team providing us with a tremendous facility this weekend, and it is the recipe for some great racing. Side by side, under braking, passing on the outside, keeping up the momentum, protecting low. We've had it all and we're only 4 heat races in. This is our 5th heat race. We'll have 3 sessions today, but the X30 Pro class on track, and right now, early going, Ryan Norberg with almost a full second advantage over the field.
Isidoro Vizarro was really fighting hard to shut the door on Diego Ramos up the hill to the S's. He tried again in the back section. Ramos got around him. The pack is stacked up behind the International Motorsport Kart Republic driver, Paulie Massimino, finding a hole. He gets back down the inside behind Nick Terlecki. Vizarro shuffled to the wayside by Henry Wheeler. Terlecki goes through and around is Brandon Carr. Brandon Carr spins out on the outside at turn number 2. The Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart to the tail. And that is not good news for the second placement in the championship standings. Brandon Carr way back, DeTullio way back. Big contact in the outside wall. Austin Garrison and Tyler McIntyre have slammed the plastic retaining wall, and they are done here on heat number 1. Garrison was struggling further back after a rough start and a rough quali. They were 15th and 18th at the line, so right in the midfield, right in the thick of things. T-Mac and Austin Garrison out as Lemke going to make a move on Meza. And here goes Jorge Ortiz on that SLA Kart Racing Sodi by Cooper Shipman. And down the front stretch, we'll get the updated leaderboard. It's still Norberg over Turney, Keeble, Nash, Ramos. Then it's Nick Terlecki. Henry Wheeler's up 4. Massimino is up 1. Isidoro Vizarro back down to 9th. Then it's Brandon Lemke, and then that battle right there on your screen with Elio Meza and company as the leaders are stringing apart a little bit. That time by Norberg still the quickest. The gap he's pulled already very, very strong. 1.4 seconds back to JT.
You know, you mentioned earlier, Xander, about the A and B groups in qualifying yesterday, and the B groups not really moving up that well when the overall qualifying was finished. But I will tell you, Nick Terlecki, who's up to 6th, was in the B group yesterday and has found some speed today as he is up to 6th spot from 8th and on the charge. But going purple, the driver up front, Ryan Norberg, 1.4 second advantage right now. Norberg just out there running his own race. Joe Turney in the 302 gets through the mess and has worked his way back up to 2nd, but he's got a 1.5 seconds, which is about 10 kart lengths on the racetrack to make up, to gather up and catch Ryan Norberg in the lead. Harley Keeble runs 3rd, Blake Nash and Diego Ramos, but with 4 laps in the books, 8 laps to go, Ryan Norberg with a huge advantage.
Harley Keeble still kind of holding strong with Joe Turney a couple car lengths back on the PK Sports Sodi. To me, from what it looked like in qualifying, Norberg did put 3/10 on everybody, but I felt like Joe Turney kind of didn't really get to show all of his speed. He kind of caught traffic on what would have been his good lap to maybe go second best to Ryan or closer to him. Everybody else I felt like was a little bit further off. Keeble and Brandon Carr and DeTullio were probably the next best, but Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg still look kind of head and shoulders throughout all of Friday above the rest of the X30 Pro category. And we've seen that story before many times now with these two trading blows. Joe's gotten the best of it every single time thus far this season. Last time by, he was a little bit better, so it's taken the Kart Republic a little bit longer to get rolling. He's cutting that gap down. It's down to 1.3 seconds here with 7 laps to go. That's still a pretty big margin, though, and while we heard from DeTullio that he didn't feel like the tire degradation was going to be too major, you can never be too safe. If you're Ryan Norberg right now, you know you only need 4 to 5 tenths to stay clear of having to really race for the win. Once you build up that 1.5 seconds, you can kind of bleed that away, and that's why we're seeing him run a little bit easier. He was a 1/10.5 slower than his best last time by. He's not pushing. This kid is. Blake Nash to the inside, the 19-year-old out of Southern California, is going to move his way around Keeble and take over 3rd.
And we talked about Nick Terlecki coming from the B group yesterday. Nick Terlecki just went purple on the last lap of 56.783, and now Joe Turney turns up the wick 2/10 quicker than Ryan Norberg. He's closed that gap to 1.1 seconds. Joe Turney with a 56.643, fastest driver on the racetrack.
For Joe Turney here, it is no longer a championship battle, really. Unfortunately, he'll have to miss the final round of the season, I believe, at Trackhouse Motorplex to contend for the FIA OK World Championship over at Franciacorta in Europe. the driver who has really stacked up his airline miles over the course of this year, racing across multiple continents, from China to the United States and then back over to Italy and all across the majority of Europe in a bunch of major races. He has been a globetrotter in 2023, and he has been strong everywhere. He's won everywhere, and he has won the most races we've had in 2023, an amazing percentage, and he's coming off a double win weekend at Newcastle. Behind him, though, you mentioned Terlecki. He's good again. Another good lap from Nick Terlecki. That was another 4/10 better than Diego Ramos. In fact, Terlecki was again the fastest on the racetrack by a 10th over Norberg and Turney, and 2 to 3/10 over 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Nick Terlecki is hauling the mail right now on the Hotstede Tony kart. He's closing in on 5th, might even get up to 3rd and 4th by the end of it if he stays at this rocket ship level speed.
Joe Turney ever so slightly closing the gap on Ryan Norberg. We've got 5 to go. Don't know that he's got the time, but Nick Terlecki could make a move on Ron Ramos as he's right there in the rear bumper. So Nick Terlecki hoping to crack the top 10 from his 8th starting position. Elio Meza on the move, starting in 13th. He's into the top 10, running in 9th in car 327. Leaders come by one more time, and you can visibly see Xander on track. That gap is closing. Now less than a second separation. Ryan Norberg to Joe Turney.
And now Terlecki pulling the trigger on Ramos as he goes around him for the 5th spot. So Nick Terlecki continues to roll forward. Ramos back to the 6th position on that PSL Karting Bureau Lard. He's without his wingman here this week in Mateus Morgado, who is absent from this round, one of the few major contenders. It's only in the mid-20s for the X30 Pro category. It still features just about all the superstars we've come to know in the 2023 season outside of J3's Oliver Hodgson and PSL Karting's Mateus Morgado. We'll see him back in the country, I believe, later on in the year as the run to Vegas continues, but up front, it's Ramos by himself leading the charge for the Red Army, and he is 6th with a pretty safe gap back to Paulie Massimino's MDR BJRLN kart in 7th. 3 to go. What's the gap now from Joe Turney to Ryan Norberg? It's 7/10. He was 2/10 better last time by. It's going to come right down to the wire. And how many times have we seen this here, Randy? Joe Turney so good at the end of the run every single time. Now again, knowing that they've got to run these tires for 2 more heats, my belief is that Ryan Norberg might be saving, but even still, Joe Turney knows how to go fast and keep his equipment good enough to the end of the day. I would not be surprised to see him track him all the way down and make a run for the heat race win at the end of this one.
He seems to have the speed, and you got to believe Norberg has backed off a little bit, but if he starts hearing footsteps, he's going to crank it up a little to try to keep that gap safely enough that he doesn't give up that top spot. Jorge Ortiz is into the top 10, started 14th, as is Elio Meza. They both advanced 4 spots, so good runs by them. Henry Wheeler, a good run, advancing 3 spots. Those drivers all moving well through the field and missing the carnage. We've had some carnage in this one, but Ryan Norberg still leading the way by about 0.8 of a second over Joe Turney.
You can see there as we went back to 4th, 5th, 3rd through 6th that both Terlecki is closing in on Keeble, and Keeble's trying to close up to Blake Nash for one final lunge at 3rd. They've dropped Diego Ramos off the back of that train. Keeble, good exit out of 6th. We'll see how he does through the S's here, but Terlecki's catching both of them. Norberg must have heard or gotten the signal that Joe Turney was reeling him in. He put down a phenomenal lap last time by. That'll pretty much put an end to the Joe Turney charge as he opened the gap back to about 0.9 of a second. Blake Nash, Carly Keeble, Nick Terlecki for 3rd, 4th, 5th. This will be the battle on this final lap as we come around here. It's showing at 2 to go this time, but we've got the white flag. Wait for that to update on our live ticker, but the 1 lap to go is shown. 1 more lap around here. There it goes. Ryan Norberg, 1 second, nearly 1.1 out from Joe Turney, and another couple seconds, nearly 2, back to this one. Nash versus Keeble versus Terlecki for the final few spots in the top 5.
Can Blake Nash hang on to that 3rd spot? Is it going to be Harley Keeble, or will the driver on the charge, Nick Terlecki, make another move and get up to 4th or possibly even 3rd? That is the battle on the racetrack as they work their way through the back part of this circuit. Blake Nash in 3rd, Harley Keeble 4th, and Nick Terlecki 5th right there, heading over the hill, downhill now to that fast left-hander and through the back part of the circuit. 1st and 2nd pretty well in check right now. Norberg and Turney but the battle right now for third, and right there is Harley Keeble trying to make a final move around Blake Nash. They'll come to the stripe, and it's going to be Ryan Norberg, your winner. Joe Turney finishing in second, side by side for third, but it's going to settle with Blake Nash, Harley Keeble, and Nick Terlicke, your top 5, followed by Diego Ramos, Paulie Massimino, actually Henry Wheeler with a late race charge to 7th, Elio Meza, Isidoro Bizarro, and Paulie Massimino back to 10th on the final lap. Your winner by over a second, Ryan Norberg.
Decent charge forward for Brandon Lemke. He picks up 6 to go to 11th, but a lot of big players going out in this one. DeTulio and Garrison gone. Brandon Carr, he rebounded to get back into the top 10 or top 15 to exactly 15th. But 3 major names on the season: DeTulio and Carr in the championship fight. Austin Garrison, who was fastest in warm-up, but a rough quali. All 3 drivers well outside the top 10 in heat number 1. They get a good heats 2 and 3. That'll kind of help make their day a little better. It could also shake up our leaderboard at the top half. And again, as you mentioned, rougher end for Paulie Massimino as he drops to 10th. Just hangs on, losing a couple spots on that final time around. But flying Ryan Norberg, Mr. 7-time, and the back-to-back US Pro Kart Series champion, going for US PKS title number 3 this year. He's got an uphill battle after a rougher and a slower start to the season this year. He might be able to turn his season around with a really good weekend, and he's on his way to it. Poland qualifying, Heat 1 winner, Ryan Norberg. We'll talk with all of them next when we come back with more.
I'm like max now, I think. I hit it. Down.
Welcome back here to the US Pro Kart Series of the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. And one of the bigger turnouts on the year for the veterans, KA100 Masters onto the racetrack now. And Mario Barrios has been solid throughout practice day and solid throughout qualifying. He will get set to lead our field to green. Beyond him, there is 19 in total that will join the 411 at the front of the field. Andy Kutcher, the privateer on the red speed, will join him on the outside of row number 1 as they head through the cut-through. Then behind him, return to the seat for Jamie Saraki, the captain of the Franklin Motorsports and FranklinKart.com shop, team, business, whatever you want to call it. He's a racer at heart, and he's racing here as his only start so far of 2023. Always comes back for 1 or 2, and for a guy that doesn't drive a whole lot, he's pretty good at being a part-timer, but not good enough for the field to get the green. It gives us a little more time to chat about the rest of the field. Alongside Saraki in row number 2 will be another guy who's been kind of almost a part-timer turned full-timer this year. Mike Rollison, another team owner of the Rollison Performance Group camp. So it's Rollison Performance Group And Franklin Motorsports, team owners, team captains, captains of the ship on row 2 here, Randy. A little battle of the brands. And then back on row 3, Nicky Coelho. And the breakout star of the SCUSA Summer Nationals, privateer Clay Settles on the top cart, rolls off in 6th.
Row 4 is Miguel Mir and Laurentio Mardan. Not a very good qualifying run for Laurentio. We'll look for him to move up through the field. Scott Kopp and Grace Hemerty started in row 5. Row 6 is Scott Carapoletti and TJ Nevels. Row 7, Pete Vetter and Rob Mayer. Row 8, Mingan Zhu and Greg Leahy. Row 9 is Brett Harrelson and Louis Quinones. And starting in 19th, Tom Gerstner. That's your starting field. 19 strong. Mario Barros and Andy Kuchar bringing them down the front stretch for a start.
Speed Concepts Racing K100 Master getting set to go green. Let's see on attempt number 2. Do we have them good enough for head flagman Porter? And we do. Green flag in the air as they exit the box. And a great jump on the outside for Andy Kuchar. He'll go to the lead down to turn number 2 on the bright white and red suit. Barrios second, Morales in third, Saraki to fourth. Side by side for 5th, Coelho banging tires with Clay Settles. He'll fall back in line as Coelho holds on. Settles down to the inside there. He'll get back around him in turn number 4. And Clay moves into the top 5. Coelho back to 6th. Good start for Larry. Laurentio Mardan's up to 7th on the Techno. Just got around Miguel Mears, Orsolin Racing, Tony Kart. But they're all chasing Andy Kuchar. What a slingshot start for Andy. He's pulled maybe 4 or 5 car lengths in this half a lap so far, Randy.
First time we've seen that outside row get a good line, a good start in that first turn, and he made the most of it. Took a good line, kept Barrios tight enough in that corner. He couldn't get the speed he wanted. They come off of there with good momentum, and into turn 2 had the line and took the lead. And right now is enjoying about a 5 car length advantage over Barrios.
Down the front straightaway, Andy Kuchar, Mario Barrios, Mike Rollison, 1, 2, 3. End of lap 1. Barrios a little sideways to that opening corner. Mike Rollison trying to hang on. And while we look at these 2 RPG Cosmics, let's go to the guy on the RPG Cosmic that just came away first. Flying Ryan, P1 in quali, P1 in heat number 1. And he's down on the Kart Chaser pit box. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Ryan, it was a pretty good race for you there. You got out to a nice lead on the opening lap and were able to just hold on, manage the lead, and go from there. Talk me through how you did it.
Yeah, we just knew we had a kart that was good out front, and so I just tried to get a good decent lap. I didn't really have to block after the first corner, which really helped us out, and it seemed like the guys behind me kind of fought a lot. So after the opening lap, I had a pretty good lead, and at that point, it was just kind of managing. About midway through the race, though, I saw I was kind of pulling away, and then decided I was to try and save some tires, and it's just hard to do around this racetrack. You can't save tires and be at the pace. You have to actually be pushing just all the time. And so we kind of plateaued there for a little bit, and then I saw Joe kind of start inching back towards and decided I have to start pushing again there. And so, yeah, it was a good race, good, clean race for us. Kart's good, so really looking forward to it.
Yeah, and talking about just your last couple of days as a whole, yesterday it looked like you were top 5 for most of the day, but you seemed to find a little bit of an extra gear in qualifying. Was that just down to kind of understanding the track a bit better, or something internally, setup-wise?
I think we just, drive a lot on our own during the practices, and so for us it was, a lot of the times we weren't at the top of the charts just because of a tow. And then in qualifying, I knew that it's all going to come down to getting a draft, and so, if nobody got a lap, I was okay with that. So, because I had a kart that was fast, and so I just decided let's just sit back and let everybody go, and then maybe we can get a draft. And we did get a draft, and that's basically, the difference maker in qualifying.
Yeah, one last thing, Ryan. Talking about the start, you were able to get a really good gap there. Do you think that going forward, there's anything you can take away from how you were able to do that in terms of looking forward to the next couple of heats and then obviously into the final?
Yeah, well, the first corner is flat out, and so it's one of those things where it's just all about momentum and keeping the kart going. The big thing you got to worry about is the guy on the outside kind of doing like they just did in the Masters and pinching you down, because it's going to ruin your momentum. And so it's really, getting able to open up a little bit and get into the first corner with some speed is definitely key to getting through the first corner in the first section fast.
All right, Ryan Norberg, we're still looking for that elusive win in 2023, but it has started off really strong here in Cincinnati. We'll see what he can do going through the rest of the weekend. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
back to work for Ryan Norberg, and it was interesting to hear him kind of confirm what I thought might have been happening, Randy, of he was getting out front, trying to save a little bit, then felt Joe getting close, then kind of put the gas pedal back down to get away. But, again, he's thinking long run as now a little more short run passing going on between Siraki and Nicky Coelho, who goes a little bit wide in the new sector, and Miguel Mir now going side by side with Scott Kopp coming out of that back hairpin. For those guys, it's a marathon, especially Ryan. He's got his eye on Joe. Joe's got his eye on him. They both seemed, again, to be the two best, kind of by a decent margin. So, they can't really bank on the other guy getting trapped in a battle. They've got to manage their stuff to be ready to fight against kind of mano-a-mano, we feel like, towards the end of the day, unless some of the guys that were not making as much noise in that first heat can find some more speed, like DeTulio, Keeble, Nash. Obviously, Terlecki was good. He's having to start on the outside and further back in all of his heat races, so we may not see him get a crack at the lead till maybe tomorrow with a better main spot. But nonetheless, always kind of keeping your eye on everybody else, even when you're leading. Let's go down as well, back to the pit box for another guy, again, in that group we mentioned that's looking to close the gap to Ryan and Joe. Blake Nash was third. He looked fast. Maybe still needs a little more to fight for the win, but it's a good start.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Blake, like Xander said, a pretty good start for you. Maybe the weekend didn't go as you wanted to begin with, right? In practice, you showed up and were a few seconds off the pace. You guys found some pace, obviously, there going to qualifying, top 5 there and a third in the heat. How's your weekend been so far, and how are you guys progressing as a team?
Yeah, it's definitely been a little bit rocky compared to some of the other weekends that we've had in the past. We haven't showed out of the gate really fast like usual, but instead of giving up, the team's really dug and just obviously just progressed every session that we can and really worked on the go-kart, worked on myself a lot. So I have to thank Nash Motorsports a lot for everything that they do, and Speed Lab Racing Engines, for helping me out. This weekend hasn't been easy. It's been tough, but I think in that heat race we showed a lot of pace. Just need to find a couple more tenths every lap consistently, and I'm still looking for that win like always. So.
Yeah, similar story to what we've seen for most of the year, right? Ryan and Joe, P1, P2, but you guys are close now, right? Running there in third, maybe a 10th off, like you said. What are they doing differently? What can you do to maybe close that gap to those guys for this weekend?
I don't think it's one thing in particular. They've been doing it a lot longer than me. So I didn't start too long ago. This is my 5th year karting, so they just have that experience on me. But every weekend we're getting closer, and I think they know that. So just got to keep on working hard and learn everything that I can with every race weekend that I go to, and soon enough I'll be there, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna end this off with a more fun question. About a month break here for the summer. Have you been up to anything special, or just kind of relaxing?
No, we've been working throughout the summer. We don't really have breaks in this karting season. It goes all year long. So when I'm not at the track, I'm coaching the new kids on our team, or I'm working at the shop on go-karts and stuff with my teammates and coworkers. So yeah, just working and trying to work on myself and stuff like that.
Well, there you go, Blake Nash, always working, and it seems to be paying off right now. P3 in the first heat. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Alex. Let's go back to the spotlight at the front. Mike Rollison got around Barrios, and he's just been kind of stalking Andy Kutcher these last couple of laps here, Andy. Just cruising behind him, taking his time, taking care of his equipment. He knows he's got laps in the bank. He can go whenever he wants. He obviously doesn't want to go too early.
I think he's where he wants to be right now, and he doesn't have to do anything crazy, wait the last lap or two. They got a little bit of a gap back to third and Mario Barrios. But I'd like to go back to something Ryan Norberg said. He thought he made an excellent point about the start of the Masters race. When we see the field come down for the start and the way this track's designed, that front row is battling for real estate. The pole sitter says, I want my line going to the first turn. The driver on the outside of the front row says, if I can pinch you, you're not going to have your line. I'm going to slow you down. I'll have my line. I can keep my momentum up around the outside, and I'll have that second quarter. And that's exactly what happened in Masters. So I think that's something for us to watch in future races today and tomorrow, is that battle for real estate on that front row approaching the first turn.
Well, Mike Rollison finally decided to take full clear real estate as he went by turn number 2 there. But again, great point about those starts. Well, one guy that's had 2 of them already today is Brandon Lemke. double duty. He was slated to, Brandon Carr. Only one start for Brandon Carr, my mistake. But Brandon Carr, he's on the other end of the two guys we just talked to. It was not a good start to today. After a mistake in qualifying put him further back, he ends up spun around. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, Brandon, yesterday it wasn't what you wanted in qualifying. A mistake on one of your hot laps kind of compromised you there. Then you got stuck back in the traffic in the heat race and ended up in an incident. Just talk me through how your heat race went and what happened there in the exit of turn number 2.
Yeah, we had a good start. Just had to hold it from 10th on the grid. We were there. We were just a mistake by me. Picked the outside instead of the inside, and just got spat out. Like, it's racing, so you just got to deal with it. So we just got to put that behind us and go into the next one, and just forget about what happened and try and go for it in the next one.
Yeah, and it's your first time racing at this track. Obviously, it's the first time for a lot of these guys running at a national level. What are your thoughts on it and how it races in general after you now have one heat in the books?
Yeah, it's a bit tight in the back section, but you just gotta like be the smart one out of it, defend when you need to, and it's whoever's the smartest will get away with it, really. So yeah, you just gotta learn from your mistakes quickly as possible and just keep going.
Yeah, and one last thing, you ended up staying out on track even though you were probably about 15 or 20 seconds off of the lead after spinning out early in the race. Was there a reason behind that as to why you didn't just save tires, or were you trying to get every position possible?
Yeah, I was just trying to get every position possible, really. Points, even though it was a bad heat, you still need all the points we can get. So just with the long races, because it's the longest session we've done this weekend, so we just got to see how the kart handles through the race and try and get as many points as possible, because you never know what could happen. People could crash on the last lap, so just got to stay out there and see how many positions we can gain, really.
All right, Brandon Carr, looking at the big picture here, not the Heat 1 that he wanted, but he's shown a lot of good pace so far this weekend. We'll see what he can do going forward. Back to you guys.
There we go. Here, interesting to hear from Brandon Carr. That's a good point as well, Randy. Even though that final happy hour was a little bit longer of a session, and qualifying then kind of shortens it back up, these 12 and 10 lap heat races are as long as any of these guys have gone on this racetrack all week long. So we're seeing now kind of uncharted waters, if you will, in those final 5 laps or so, and it's a big point of data and learning point for many of them to know how they're going to be at the end of the race. Right now, we know from Mike Rollison's experience that he's probably going to be good at the end, and that's what we've seen all year as he's been racing. But it's impressive that while he got around Andy Kutcher a couple laps ago, Andy has not faded, and if anything, Mario Barrios has now made it 3. He's kind of closed back up to these two the last few laps on his own by being faster by about 1/10 of a second. So as we work this final lap, we've got 3 of them slammed together headed to turn number 6.
Yeah, Andy Kutcher's got a bit of a problem now because he wants to get aggressive and get around Rollison. At the same time, if he makes a move and isn't successful, there's a good chance that Barrios could make the move around him, and he'll be looking at 3rd spot instead of 2nd. So Kutcher in a pretty tough spot right now. Rollison just needs to run his race, defend when he has to, and just try to hit his marks. But right now they're going to run out of time. Only about maybe 3 corners left for Andy Kutcher if he's going to make a move around Rollison. They make that right-hander, and they're going to be looking. Oh, a nice move by Barrios. Slips inside of Kutcher. Kutcher comes back. They're side by side through the final corner. It's a drag race to the stripe. And I don't know. It's going to be Rollison and maybe Kutcher by a nose over Barrios, but what a finish for 3rd.
Good comeback from Kutcher in there. Frustrated. You saw one driver put his hands in the air. That was Jamie Saraki. He ends up in 9th, 6 spots down from his qualifying spot in 3rd. So not an ideal session for Jamie. While Mike Rollison, the other team owner in the class, well, one of many, if you count Laurentiu Mardan as the captain of the Techno Kart group as well, he goes one direction, Rollison goes forward, Saraki unfortunately fades backwards. In between him, Clay Settles, solid run, he ends up 5th, Miguel Mir 6th, Nicky Coelho 7th, Scott Kopp 8th, Saraki 9th, Grace Hemmerd ends up in 10th, TJ Nevels, Pete Vetter, Rob Mayer, Greg Leahy, and Brett Harrelson rounds the top 15. We're still having more drivers to run their opening heat race of the weekend. That goes through for group number 5, K100 Master. So stick with us. We've got more coming your way as Mike Rollison takes them into the scale line for his first heat race win of the weekend.
try to go up, or you set up on the top rail. And just see, yeah, hold on. And see if it go up. There's your drive.
There we go.
All right, then I just need to take this other panel. Can you come down a little bit?
Yeah. Watch out.
Want to remind everybody once again in the paddock, make sure you redeem your fuel tickets. Please go to the USPKS Trader if you still have fuel tickets and redeem them.
These rails?
Yeah.
There will not be much of a chance at Mooresville. You need to get them redeemed now so you have everything taken care of before our last race at Mooresville. Also, don't forget to stop by the USPKS trailer. Check out the apparel and swag for the 2023 USPKS season.
You're right, though.
Appreciate it.
You're good to go.
No, but for a second there, it got.
All right, thank you. No, you're good. Thank you. Huh? Just for Kart Chaser. I have no idea. Yeah, they just tell me to do the job. Appreciate it. What? Sorry, pal. Yo, I'm coming up. Are we on a lunch break? I thought that guy said we were on a lunch break. My bad.
Well, we've been on hold for a moment and for a couple of reasons, but as you can see on the racetrack, the rain has arrived. There was not much in the forecast today. We had those kind of gloomy skies to start. Then the sun poked out, and now you can just barely see it here from our overhead shot, but we are getting a little bit of a dusting right now of some liquid sunshine here, Randy, and that's, you know, great news for the KA Masters. They're happy that they got it in. The KA Juniors on the grid, it's the worst thing you want to happen right now because you're all locked in, ready to go, proud of your setup, happy to do it. And then now, now the track's just changing. What do we do? And really it all comes down to how long we wait this one out. If this is going to delay us, then they're going to go and wait until still the last second whether or not to put the rain tires on, because if they do a 30-minute delay, well then it keeps raining all the way, then yeah, but it might stop in the middle of the delay. It might be a 15-minute, it might be 10, might be 5. So as you can see, all the drivers are lined on the grid. We were ready to go here right now, but this is where the frantics begin. And you can see, I believe, some of the mechanics have already probably gone back to the pits to get tires ready or a rain airbox covers ready as well. It's a bit of a scramble here. Look at this at the pre-grid. How about that? That's some of the drivers lined up for the second group, the other half of the KA Junior field, and they're all in the staging area. And if they didn't bring rain tires with them, you can see some of them are running back to get them at the ready. Now, again, just a light dusting on the track. It'll be dry by the time these guys go out there. But if it holds, if it does get more, if it stays this way, or if we don't get driving on this track soon to put some heat back in it, we will see some switches to rain tires. And it's not just a tire switch, Randy. It's a gear switch, and sometimes it's some other chassis adjustments to put some grip into the car.
And it's a brain switch, because you can't go out there and hit your marks like you used to. You've got to be able to prepare for the unexpected, which is how slick is the track. What line do I take? And if it's too wet, the inside groove is going to be like ice. So it's there's a lot of things going through the drivers' heads right now. A heavy downpour would almost be better because you know it's going to be wet conditions. But right now, you're not really sure. And for someone who's lived in Ohio all my life, I can tell you that if there's no rain in the forecast, that's probably the best chance there's going to be rain. And so we've got it here. We didn't really expect a lot of rain today, and it's not heavy, but it's steady. And that steadiness, if it keeps up, is going to eventually turn this into a wet circuit, and that's going to really change the complexion of the upcoming heat races for sure.
Well, as we were looking back, if we could pan back over to that pre-grid area, you can get a great look at some of the drivers. We just were tight on that one shot earlier, the MPG car, but here's a Nash car as well. It's got rain tires on it, and you can see the difference from the rains to the slick tires. So the rain treaded tires, much like the road tires that will typically go on your street car. The slick MG Reds that we're used to running have no tread at all, and it's just a smooth surface. So any bit of water, any little bit less grip on the racetrack, you'll see sometimes, especially in the lower horsepower classes like Mini and Micro, that, they'll go out on wet tires, even when there's not maybe a lot of standing water, but the track is damp. It's just enough of that little extra grip that you get by running the softer rain tires. And you play with pressure, too, because like you said, a heavy downpour, you're going to kind of blow those things up. You'll run them at maybe double the PSI you normally would with slick. Slick tires, these guys are running between, let's say, 7 to maybe 11 or 12 PSI. 12 and 11, probably pushing it even for the harder compounds. But on the rain tires, if it's a full wet race, well, you're going to run between 15 to 20 PSI. If it's an in-between to get you kind of an intermediate type feel, you run it down lower pressure to not burn them up and blow them up too much. And again, I mean, this is just, a mechanic's nightmare right now is going on the grid. And it's fun for us to watch, but it's not fun. I can tell you nobody there is smiling right now. They are all just trying to hope that they've got the right guess of what the track's going to be like.
No, and I'm just looking at the conditions right now, and I don't see a real wet racetrack. So you put the wets on, and I'm going to ask you this, Xander, because you've done a lot of racing in your day. How do you keep temperature down on those rain tires so they're going to work and you don't burn them up?
Well, I mean, as they get going, the natural line will start to come back. So, we talk about like rain line, for example. The rain line, if it's a fully wet racetrack, you try to avoid the laid down rubber. You run around the outside or the middle of the racetrack. And then as the track slowly dries back up, that dry line really starts to form back on the original racing groove. So let's say we do go racing. As it is right now, you can see that track surface has darkened quite a bit. Well, it won't take us more than a couple of laps for it to start getting lighter patches. If you're on rain tires, you want to aim for the wettest patch of pavement you can get to try and cool them off. You'll drive through puddles, which seems a little counterintuitive, but just to splash some water on those things, because again, they are so much softer. They do offer so much more grip. They will burn up very, very quickly. I think right now, I mean, it would be still almost probably a slight advantage for a couple of laps. And these heats are very short as well. I mean, we're talking 10 laps for these guys. So you're trying to guess when that crossover point is. I feel like we've maybe just barely gotten over it, if that, but maybe not enough that it would be better to go, slicks and go slow for a couple laps till those dry patches come in. Because it's, as it is right now, this is just enough where the wet tires will be faster. When we get those light patches on the racetrack, then the slicks will be quicker. I'd say it's a close balance, and it just comes down to track temperature and air temperature, because the air mainly is the biggest driver of the track temperature, secondarily to the sun, and then third to the go-karts driving on it, of how quickly those dry patches begin to form. If they form, on lap 2, lap 3, those slick tires will be faster by lap number 4, and the rain tires, they will fall off a cliff, and those guys will end up going 10 seconds a lap slower. That opening lap, if you go on slicks right now, it's going to be a little bit treacherous, though, because the whole track is damp. It's not flooded. It's not got puddles. but it's damp enough that I think that the extra grip you get on those rain tires will make it a little bit quicker if anyone goes on that gamble. We're not seeing that yet for the guys on the grid, but plenty of them got those tires at the ready, and the guns are there. They're ready to make the changes, but I don't think anyone's made them as of yet, from what I can tell. You can see a few more mechanics making some movement. There's one driver up there, one of the AR Academy Tony Karts, in the red shirt, working down by the right rear, putting a tire on. I don't know if he's going reins, but I haven't seen any kart come back up onto a stand, so that leads me to believe that nobody's on the wets at the moment down on the grid for this next heat.
Yeah, I think they're going slicks, and then obviously the class in the staging area is going to watch the results of them being out there on slicks and stay on slicks unless the track's a little wetter than we think it is. But I really don't know that it's that bad right now. I think it's been humid or warm enough maybe up till now that the rain, for the most part, is probably soaked in. I don't see a real wet racetrack right now.
Well, the other thing, too, is, it's still just sprinkling. It's still just barely coming down. And I think that by driving on the racetrack, you're gonna beat it. The rain is kind of going in the direction of keeping it wet. The driver's driving on it, building heat, naturally going over it and kind of putting grip back into the racetrack is going to go the other direction and dry it up once we get them going. I mean, at this point, you never know, right? Like just you said, you're native, been around this area. It could have just opened and downpoured, but this is a lot more akin to what we saw yesterday afternoon. Just a light little dusting, some showers, some sprinkles, and nothing crazy. And we're not expected to get any rain at all. So I think, hindsight's 20/20. Had we gone green at the original scheduled time 10 minutes ago, we would have been dry. And that's what they've obviously decided now. Race director Blake Hunt there, top of the grid, has given the command to fire engines. There's still a little bit of extra tire pressure adjustments being done. I think some of these guys might go a little bit higher on air pressure, knowing they need grip right out the gate. Because if anyone stays on that lower grip, lower pressure, anticipating a track with more grip into it, a drier racetrack, they're going to struggle off the start. And those starts have been so critical on all different fronts, racecraft and speed-wise. Ryan Norberg got a 2.5 seconds off the green. That was enough for the entire race. So you got to fire off good. Let's see where they do fire off from. For KA Junior, Heat A and B, you got Stephen Miller on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart that'll lead the field of green. Alongside him, the Orsilon Racing green and white Tony kart, the bright yellow helmet of Sebastian Garzone. Row 2, Oliver Weldon on the JC Karting Team LN kart, and Ernesto Rivera, two drivers hot off the racetrack in the X30 Junior category.
Row 3, it's Benham Abernathy and Diego Guillo. In row number 4, Jackson Walney and Isaac Malquit. Row 5, it's Graham Trammell and Landon Skinner. In row 6, Asen Dramilev and Braden Zervis. In row number 7, Quentin McPherson and Max Whelan. In row 8, Fernando Luque and Carter McMurray. Row 9, Lillian Scarborough and Mason Kuhn. In row 10, Cash Felber and Alexander Vanchev. In row number 11, Reagan Seville and Bristol Borneman. Row 12, Oliver Trio and Max Francicelli. And in row number 13, Chase Pasaglia and Roberts, your starting lineup, Stephen Miller and Sebastian Garzone, bringing them around for a start. And the officials giving them a warm-up, which is good. They're kind of getting a feel for the track. And at this point, I can see where it looks like it's in pretty racy shape right now.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit slicker now, but I mean we're already here a lap or two in, and again that's the thing. That opening out lap, that probably would have been a tiny bit better on rains, if that. At this point here, you're slick. That's why you didn't see anyone try to do the gamble. The rain is not coming down enough. I think it's fully stopped now. So, and again, it just wasn't that strong. It's enough to kind of slick the racetrack off. It's not enough to fully flood the racetrack with water. Keep your eye on Chase Buscaglia and Tyler Roberts. Those are two drivers we've seen at different points throughout the year towards the pointy end of the grid. I'm not sure what was their issues in qualifying that has them starting on the final row in 25th and 26th, but maybe they can make up for that in all three heat races, and they start that with a good run here in this one. 12 laps on the board. Let's set it, get ready, and to get going racing. Stephen Miller there in the blue and chrome Nash Motorsports car on the inside. Sebastian Garzone in the Orsilon Racing Tony kart on the outside. They're into the tram lanes towards the start box. Let's get it going, boys and girls, in KA Junior, presented by BBS Race Engines. Down to turn 1, Garzone, you see the outside. This is the worst start the outside lanes had. That's the most dirty part and now the wettest part of the racetrack, so they fell back a few spots. It's Oliver Weldon up to second. It's a good start as well for Benner Abernathy to third, but he leaves the door open, and Garzone's going to quickly take that spot away.
Good clean start for Oliver Weldon, going from third to first. One of the drivers that was quick in happy hour yesterday that got a bad qualifying run was Isaac Malkwood, so we'll keep an eye on him as well in the 875 and see how he moves through the pack. But Stephen Miller right now leading the way with Oliver Weldon right there in his rear bumper for second as the drivers work their way down the hill and through the back part of the circuit, about a 3-car length advantage for the 873 of Stephen Miller.
Yeah, here he goes through. Luckily with Garzone going around Oliver Weldon, he got a little bit of a bigger gap, but Garzone, great exit onto the front straightaway. Sebastian's already pulled a couple car lengths away. Didn't really lose too much to Miller himself. Look at the battles further back. That's the likes of Max Taylor, Landon Skinner, Graham Tremmel in the blue suit, and Ernesto Rivera at the front of that quartet. All lined up as they were trading paint coming down the front stretch to put lap 1 in the books, and the battles rage on here through the top 10. That's Taylor down the inside on Landon Skinner. He gets through Diego Guillot on that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, end of the group there with the white front bumper. That's all the way back to about 11th or 12th, it looks like. Or no, sorry, back to about 7th or 8th. Here with lap 1 complete, it's Miller and Garzone, Weldon, Abernathy, Rivera, 3, 4, 5. Tremmel 6th, Rivera 7th. Here comes Garzone to the inside for the lead. Into the back sweeper, he gets through. Miller back to second.
Clearly no effects of the rain. The track is really racy right now. Everybody taking a good line. No real problems that I can see. Everybody has stayed on the racetrack. No off-track excursions so far. And Sebastian Garzone now with the lead. Stephen Miller trying to get it back as Oliver Weldon and Ernesto Rivera follow.
Down to turn number 2, looking low, way low was Oliver Weldon. Kind of got sideways on the brakes and chased it up the racetrack. Benham Abernathy going to lose 2 more spots in the process as Rivera gets by, and so does Diego Guillot. Abernathy to 6th, and now Landon Skinner's applying some pressure for that spot as well. Into the Graham Tremmel going through. Abernathy has Taylor behind, who gets around Landon Skinner. Then it's back to the 825 as the field heads up the S's. So look at the run there, a little wide for Oliver as he really clobbered the curbing, and Ernesto Rivera is going to get through. Graham Tremmel is going to try to follow. Then Max Taylor to the inside of Abernathy further back. He'll push him all the way to the wayside behind Landon Skinner. In there, I believe, is a few more as Guillot gets back around a handful. So the race continues here with 2 laps now complete. We'll wait for timing and scoring to eventually update. For the moment, it's Miller still in second behind Garzone, and a big gap back to Ernesto Rivera as Diego Guillot to the inside, trying to bring one more with him. That's Fernando Luque on the Super Tune Tony Kart back there in the 825. Landon Skinner's finally gotten some breathing room, though, here at the end of this pack on the white helmet as Ernesto Rivera pulls further away from Oliver Weldon and tries to track down Stephen Miller and Sebastian Garzone. Garzone looking phenomenal here early as we're working, I believe, coming to 4 complete, if not 5. Sebastian Garzone now out in front by about 2 car lengths over the rest of the field. Stephen Miller just trying to close back up on the straightaways where he can, hoping that go-kart will come back to him as the race plays on out here. So let's watch him through the back hairpin section, down the front straightaway. It is Garzone, Miller, Rivera, Weldon, Tremmel, the top 5 at the end of another one. Four complete, 8 to go. Fastest driver is Rivera back in that 4th spot. The leaderboard will update in a moment for those of you watching along at home. Timing and scoring, just playing catch up there in the tower. Through turns 4 and 5, Max Taylor, or sorry, not Max Taylor, Jackson Wolney, my mistake, in the 896 going by. I believe that was Max Taylor, but I mixed them up, and my mistake on that end, it's Jackson Wolney. That's the driver that's moving forward. Taylor absent this weekend. He's got the USF Juniors Championship over at Circuit of the Americas. So shout out to you, Max, and his father, Mike, if you guys are watching. My mistake. And apologies to Jackson Wolney. He's doing a fantastic job charging his way up the grid. He's already up a handful of spots so far. So good stuff from Jackson Wolney. Meanwhile, Stephen Miller continues to run second to Sebastian Garzone. That's your leaders right there, showing sixth back on the leaderboard as it'll update. 5 complete, 7 to go. Garzone, Miller, Rivera, Weldon, Tremmel, still no changes. Rivera that time, again purple, again fastest. A tenth better than Miller and a couple tenths better than Garzone. So the top 3 are closing together.
As Sebastian Garzone does lead the way, Stephen Miller hanging on to that second spot. Ernesto Rivera just goes purple with a 59.769 in third. Oliver Welder and Graham Trammell. That's your top 5. As far as the movers go, back in 8th position, the 825 of Fernando Luque has moved up 8th position, started in 6th all the way up to 8th spot. So a good run by Fernando Luque. And Chase Pasaglia, and you mentioned him at the start, Xander. Chase has moved from 27th starting position to crack the top 10.
Very impressive stuff from Chase Buscaglia. The other driver starting back with him that I mentioned, Tyler Roberts, unfortunately has not made as much headway. Just got some info. He has been struggling with some horsepower over the course of the weekend. No problems though for Stephen Miller. He goes through to the lead here with 6 to go. Garzone back to second. Now back to third as Rivera goes through, but Tyler Roberts' engine woes went to a backup motor for heat number 1. That's what's put him to the tail end of the field for his heat races. As Rivera goes to second, his teammate Jackson Wolney gonna slide down the inside there and get clear on the Arcane Motorsports Tony Kart of GT. Graham Trammell, that was for the 6th position. Landon Skinner moving up this lap as well. He got up into 5th, so GT back to 7th. And up front, look already, Ernesto Rivera's tracked down Stephen Miller. Can he sweep the junior heat races here in the morning? He's got the inside lane, looking low, looking clear. Garzone trying to follow suit, and he does. Miller tries to go back on him, can't do it, and he stays back in third. It's Ernesto now that'll lead us coming to 5 to go. We've got 2 off. One is the 811, another one is one of the Parolin machines. The 811, that is going to be Cash Felber. The Parolin might be Bristol Bornman. Those 2 drivers are battling back for 24th. And they get together here with 5 laps to go. So Ernesto Rivera leads late in the going. Had to drive forward a little bit. Made up the ground by himself. He owns the fastest lap of the session thus far. He looks really good here as he leads them out of turn number 5.
And the 801 of Chase Pascali continues to climb the leaderboard, now in 9th position. In just 7 laps, has advanced 18 positions. What a charge by Chase Pascali.
Yeah, very good stuff from Chase Buscaglia there. Like you said, 18 spots. That's very impressive. That's hard to do. There was not a lot of attrition. That wreck was the first one we've seen all race long, Randy. You know, when you see a driver pick up that many spots as Garzone goes back to the lead with a little help there from Stephen Miller shoving him through. Normally that kind of gain, it happens from turn 1 attrition or turn 2 attrition or opening lap. 5 guys crash out, you pick up 5 spots that way. Chase has done all that by himself. He's just navigated the storm. He's looking really fast. Has more little kind of bumping and shaking and grinding, and Rivera's got a nose on Miller, but not enough. They were all trying to set up for crossovers on each other. No net change. Garzone still leads into 4. And now Oliver Weldon has caught up, and he's going to force Rivera to think twice about leaving that door open for a crossover move, because then Oliver will take over 3rd.
Yeah, this is a great battle, and that battle that was 3 is now about 7, as the racing up front has allowed the likes of Jackson Wolney, Landon Skinner, and Graham Trammell to catch up to that lead group. So it's a really dicey up there for that top 7. Rain is almost a distant memory right now as the track has become, if anything, just a little cooler and a little faster. And right now, Sebastian Garzone trying to hang on to that top spot. But Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera are right there, not that far back. A good run by Oliver Weldon. And again, you got to call out to Chase Pascali, up 18 positions in the 9th spot. But the battle right now for second to the inside. Ernesto Rivera tries to make a move on Miller. Can't. Oh, he does. Miller gets high-sided, and we got one in the fence.
Garzone hard
Sebastian
into the wall.
Garzone.
And he's holding his hand gingerly there. We'll get an update on Sebastian in a moment. We continue racing for now. That could, of course, trigger a red flag potentially if he is hurt. He's stuck in the outside wall in a bad section of the racetrack. They're about to come back up to him here with Rivera leading over Weldon. Miller back into the 3rd spot. Skinner back to 4th. 2 to go at the line here as the field crests the hill and heads towards the back section of the racetrack. So far, still green. Ernesto through the sweeper. Has Oliver on the bumper, but not yet going by. Update from Sebastian Garzone. He is okay up and out of the go-kart under his own power, but heartbreaking end to heat number 1 for Sebastian after he led so many laps here in this one.
Just this is a wide racetrack, but in some places not wide enough, and they just ran out of racetrack, and a tough break for Sebastian. He runs such a good race, but gets into the barriers off of turn 2, and will have to sit the rest of this one out. In the meantime, Ernesto Rivera leads Oliver Weldon, and Oliver Weldon right now has moved up quite well after a terrible start. He's back up to second and challenging for the top spot. Stephen Miller in that skirmish with Garcon gets shuffled back to third with Landon Skinner, who's had a good run. He's up to fourth, started in 10th, and Jackson Wolney in the top 5. Another spot for Jace Pascali. He's up to 8th spot, 19 position advancement. Fernando Luque started in 16th. He's up to 7th, advancing 9 spots.
Move him up to 5th now, I think, on that Super Tune Tony card. Luque leads that second pack of 3. Well, was 5th, just got passed by Wolney for the 6th spot, or for that spot. He's back down to 6 now, but ahead of Graham Tremmel, was 5th for a moment. 1 lap to go. Luque, there, top of the screen, going to try and go by for 5th, while the leaders stay single file. Into 2, Rivera, Weldon and company. There's Luque. He got that spot, brought Graham Tremmel with him. Down to 4. Rivera looks back. He knows Weldon's there. Not going to fully block, not going to fully leave the door open as Miller kind of gets into the back of Weldon, gets him a little bit out of shape. He's trying to get by, can't do it, tucks back in line. Net all the same, out of turn number 7 and up the hill for the final time.
Landon Skinner trying to take a peek inside of Miller. Miller's got to protect there, but still make a move on Weldon. Goes to the inside, makes the pass on Oliver Weldon. Here comes Landon Skinner. He gets around Weldon, and now they're chasing Miller, trying to get that second spot. In the meantime, Ernesto Rivera has checked out about 10 car lengths.
Man, what a move, but Miller getting a little bump there from Skinner in the braking zone. He holds on to it. Should be good as they kind of bottle up coming out of the corner. Ernesto Rivera will round the dog leg and take the heat race victory. It looks big on paper. It was not all the way through. Miller second, Skinner third, and for 4th, nearly. Luque almost gets Oliver Weldon. 18,000 shy. Look, more battle in there. That's Max Weiland battling side by side with Alexander Vanchev. He gets the 12th spot away from Alexander, who picks up 8. Luque picks up a net gain of 11 for Fernando to 5th. Graham Tremmel 6th, 3 gain. Jackson Wolney 7th. Benham Abernathy 8th. Chase Buscalia 18 spots. That's all you can ask for out of the Team GWR Gillard driver. He cracks the top 10, and Austin Dromelev rounds it off. So that's one half of the KA Junior field. We got track cleanup to do. We'll be back with the other half for Groups C and D when we come back live here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. You're watching Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, it's Dave here from Kart Class. We're at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We're here to show you guys the fastest way to drive this almost 1 mile circuit. It offers both fast sweeping corners, some fast chicanes, and a technical switchback that leads into a long main straight. Let's find out where to brake, where to accelerate, and where the best places to overtake. So let's get stuck into it. So if we start our lap at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, drivers want to approach turn 1 basically flat out, barring the shifter category. Turn 2 presents the first real overtaking opportunity on the track. This is a light lock of the brakes, but drivers can get up the inside. The fastest approach is take a later apex, and that sets you up to enter the back straight nice and quickly. Turn 3 is flat out. As we make our way down the back straight, this presents another opportunity to overtake our competitors. Less braking is required here because the corner opens up a lot more than turn 2. On the exit of turn 4, allow the kart to float to the edge of the track. You can use that outside curbing. Now there's 2 different approaches that drivers are going to take in turn 5, the right hand 180 degree switchback. Our low performance categories want to open up the entry, where X30 and shifter can attack the inside apex a lot more aggressively. The reason for this is they've got a lot more horsepower to get out of that corner nice and quickly. A little chirp of the brakes is still required for this corner, but drivers want to get on the gas a little bit earlier than that middle of the apex, and this then sets them up to get through the next part of the straight and through those chicanes nice and quickly. Drivers can utilise the inside curbs through the chicane. with the last right-hand kink being the most important to hit in the right spot. If drivers approach that with too early of an apex, they exit too wide, and that then jeopardizes their racing line for the next left-hand turn. You want to turn in a little bit later so you can hug the right-hand side of the track, and that then opens up the left-hand turn before it goes up a hill. The key here is to lightly lock the brakes, begin the gas nice and early to exit over that hill with a little bit more speed than your competitors. Once we've utilised the whole track, we start to go over the little crest, and now we're making our way into a long left-hand sweeping corner. Not too much braking is required here. We want to try and use the long circumference of the corner to slow the speed down. And I found that using the inside curb actually helps rotate the kart and not flow the kart too wide in the middle of this turn. Using too much racetrack here is just not quick enough. So once we exit in the middle of the track, we start to move the kart towards 3/4 to full racetrack width as we go into the final two 180-degree switchback corners. Again, you can pass into these final two corners. I would try and pass into the left-hander rather than the last right-hand corner, but it's a late apex on your fastest lap. So a late turn in on the gas nice and early, and you can start to utilize that inside curb at the very back end of the left-hand turn. Once we exit, it's in the middle of the corner, and not too much braking is required into the final turn because of the speed that we have into that final turn. On exiting the corner, try not to drop a wheel because there's no exit curbing on this part of the track, and then run a nice straight line approach to the final start-finish line. That's a lap of MCC from Dave Sterrett Kart Class. Enjoy this weekend's US PKS race, and good luck to all competitors.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club at Cincinnati. The MCC Kartplex playing host to round number 4 of the 2023 United States Pro Kart Series season. My name's Xander Clements, alongside me Randy Kugler, as the second half of the BBS Race Engines K100 Juniors are on the racetrack here. This is Group C and D from qualifying. 26 drivers in total. Nathan Dupuis, Peyton Westcott make up row number 1.
Austin Olds and Keelan Harvick in row 2. Then it's Enzo Vidmontien and Jackson Deal in row 3. Row 4 is Turner Brown and Diego Ardias. Row 5, Bernardo Bernoldi and Javier Herrera. In row 6, Salvador Della Vecchia and Justin Music. Row 7 is Josie Martinez and Jack Small. Row 8, Beckett Friesen and Sebastian Frigale. In row 9, Mateo Pappas and Emma Kate Scarborough. Row 10, Indy Anderson and Alexander Jacoby. Row 11, Juan Jose Paramo and Levi Singera. And we're going green into the first turn, and it's going to be Nathan Dupuis leading the way into turn 2.
Austin Olds went way low into turn number 2. Thought he might have tried to go for the lead himself from third. He did not, but he does get second. Enzo Vidmontien takes his Motaz Sport Kart Republic to third. Back behind him there in fourth is Peyton Westcott. She's trying to hang on. The young lady out of California doing a good job on the Nash Motorsports EOS kart. A good quali. Holds on to fourth. There is Turner Brown with a slide job and a half. Good save for Chico. He's sixth there, right behind the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic of Jackson Deal in the 894. So up the hill we go. His teammate Austin Olds is up to second, on for the lead to the inside, and he's going to get by on Nathan Dupuis. Austin Olds takes over command to the top spot, and he brings Enzo Vidmontien with him. And that one pass is going to bring Peyton Westcott and Jackson Deal into the mix. Jackson down the inside, he gets fourth.
Enzo Vidmontien starting in fifth, already up to second, chased on Austin Olds. And what a good start for Austin Olds. Went from the third starting position, crosses the stripe in the lead. It's Austin Olds, Enzo Vidmontien, and Nathan Dupuis, your top 3, followed by Jason Deal and Peyton Westcott. Austin Olds leading the way, 1 lap in the books.
Westcott loses a couple more there in turn number 2 as Turner Brown got by. So did, I believe, Javier Herrera. That's 5th and 6th now for those two, while the top 4 get a bit of a bigger gap once again. Westcott 7th. They're battling behind her there. That's the likes of Keelan Harvick and company shuffling around. Through the S's, though, for Austin Olds, the gap is decent. 2 car lengths over the hill, and they crest that, head towards the back section. And through the long sweeper, Austin Olds leads. Let's hear from our Heat 1 winner here in Ernesto Rivera down on the KC pit box.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Ernesto. Ernesto, first time to Cincinnati. So far, so good. Tell me through how your weekend's been going so far.
I've been doing good. We are fast in both classes. We won both first heats, so really happy.
Yeah, and talking about that first heat in K, it looked like you had to kind of fight your way up from inside the top 5, but maybe not where you wanted to be, and got yourself to the front of the field. Tell me about how you were able to race your way forward and some of the incidents between yourself, Garzon, and Stephen Miller as well.
Yeah, we started 4th. We fell back to 6th on the start, or 7th, and I started to go a little bit faster. I catched up to Mira and Garzon. I went for the lead, and then they passed me back and they collided.
Yeah, and one last thing, I mean, as a whole, the last couple of months you've done a lot of new things, kind of testing out different cars and stuff. Just tell me about how you feel your season's been going as a whole, and kind of what your next steps are going forward.
Yeah, for sure, this season I've been doing really good. I won a lot of races, and next year maybe I'm going to cars, I don't know, F4, USF. Well, I'm super excited.
All right, Ernesto Rivera got big plans ahead in cars, but for now, he's tearing it up here in Cincinnati. P1 in both of his first 2 heats. Back to you guys.
There we go, down to turn number 1. Enzo Vidmontien, while we were away, was able to get the lead from Austin Olds. Olds has stayed in 2nd. Nathan Dupuis still kind of cruising in 3rd. Turner Brown is 4th. He got around, or I believe there may be an issue on the transponder potentially for Nathan Dupuis. Right now, he's not scored on the leaderboard inside the top 10. He is in 3rd on that black and white Speed Concepts Racing red speed. His teammate Turner Brown is showing 3rd. He's actually 4th. Jackson Deal is 5th. Peyton Westcott is 6th. She's also not showing right now inside the top 10. She is there on that Nash Motorsports EOS card. That'll get corrected momentarily, I believe. If not, the transponder issue should be fine because they did score earlier when they crossed the line to start the race. Big attempt from Turner Brown, though, on his teammate Nathan. Couldn't get it done. Here comes Jackson Deal with a big run. He points forward. Says Chico, let's keep going forward and get it done this time. Turn 2, does Jackson go? He does not. He'll stay in line. Dupuis a little wide in the hairpin, and the top 2 get a bigger gap now. Olds and Vidmontien. That margin is about 7/10. We're going to see a change for 3rd now. Brown, Deal, and Westcott, and now Brown gets kind of a bump from Dupuis, and somehow it slows them both down. I don't know if they got hooked together. Turner Brown's got to fend off now. Beckett, Friesen, and Justin Music. Music trying to get around. Can't do it. He falls back behind, but Turner Brown got the worst of that end, and I don't know exactly what slowed him down because only get bumped from behind, Randy, you move forward. Instead, he got kind of bumped from behind, and it dragged him back.
Yeah, tough break. Enzo Vidmontien now with about, not much of a lead over Austin Olds, but they've gapped about 3/4 of a second. A little busy on back in the pack there. We're looking 2 and 3 wide racing on back in the 8th to 10th positions.
Yeah, that's Turner Brown getting some more rough riding, unfortunately. He gets shuffled way wide coming out of there. He's side by side with Keelan Harvick down the front stretch further back. That's edge of the top 10 now. Behind the likes of Beckett Friesen, behind the likes of Bernardo Bernoldi and Jack Small. Shout out to Jack Small, younger brother of Lydia Small. He's up 5 spots to 9th. 8 spots gain for Beckett Friesen. 8 spots gain for Justin Music. Good runs forward to crack the top 10 for both of them after starting well outside of it. Here's a look at Justin Music there on the 852 Arcane Motorsports black and white and yellow Tony kart. He runs just ahead of Diego Ardiles, his RPG Cosmic, and in fact it's pairs of 2 right now. Randy, you got the top 2 Kart Republics, Vidmontien and Olds. Then you got 3rd and 4th of Deal and Jackson Deal and Peyton Westcott. And then you got Justin Music and Diego Ardiles, and now Beckett Friesen changes up his duo. He goes around Javier Herrera's Ursuline Racing green and black Tony kart, takes over 7, moves him back to 8th, and it brings a few more drivers into the mix here. This is Ardiles on your screen in the purple and pink RPG Cosmic. That's 6th with Beckett, or 5th and 6th right now with Beckett Friesen behind him. P5 for Ardiles.
And you mentioned the movers in the race. On the flip side, Keelan Harvick has dropped 6 positions, but actually is the fastest kart in the racetrack for the last 2 laps. So Keelan Harvick with a terrible start just went purple for the 2nd lap in a row, a 1:0.25. He'll try to advance up, but he started in 4th, now runs in 10th. So a 6 position drop for Keelan Harvick. He'll try to close back in and get a better finishing position, but he's got his work cut out for him as those lead groups have really stretched out on the rest of the field.
down the inside, but not going to happen for Peyton Westcott. You saw her kind of show the nose a little bit low in that left-hander. Couldn't get the job done for third. Big move from Keelan Harvick as he muscles his way through on the 8.05 of Jack Small. That's back for about 9th or 10th. And coming through with him was Turner Brown, who's trying to rebound from getting knocked out of the top 10. Turner inside, turn 2, clear on Keelan. He gets back by. Turner Brown moved himself further in the top 10, and up front, change in the lead for the first time in a while. Austin Olds seemed content to ride behind Enzo Vidmontien for a good chunk of this race. Now with about 4 to go, he's opted to go back to the lead. So Austin Olds, first for him, third for Jackson Deal. Good day in this heat race for the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic boys. Good day for Kart Republic right now as a whole, as it's the Motorsport Kart Republic of Enzo Vidmontien to make it a KR123 back to that EOS kart of Peyton Westcott.
And Austin Olds and Enzo Vidmontien need to be a little bit careful about how racy they want to get, because not that far back, Jackson Deal and Diego Ardias could close in if they start racing each other. But with only 3 laps to go, time is running out on that second group. And on back in a 2x2x2 situation, Justin Music and Beckett Friesen running 5th and 6th nose to tail. And now it's Austin Olds leading the way over Enzo Vidmontien with 3 laps to go. It'll be 2 to go next time by. Austin Olds, nice little slide job in there, keeping about a 1 kart length advantage over Enzo Vidmontien. Jackson Deal, Peyton Westcott, and Diego Ardias, the top 5. A big mover, Beckett Friesen, 8 spots from 15th up to 7th. Keelan Harvick still sliding now back to 11th, so a tough run for Keelan Harvick.
Through the S's there and over the hill. We're coming to 2 to go this time. The double sticks will come out. 3rd and 4th have been faster than 1st and 2nd the last 2 times by. They were 0.2 better last time around, setting their own personal best. I think they look even better this time around. Can Peyton Westcott and Jackson Deal reel in the leaders? It may help if the leaders start to battle a little bit early as well. What does Enzo Vidmontien want to do with 2 laps remaining at the line? Does he want to go now? Does he want to wait? Turn 2, he does not go. He stays tucked in. That'll help kind of keep that gap. He's got to be very careful of when he makes his move. He doesn't want to do it to wait too long, because then Austin Olds can just white line it and defend. You want to catch Austin off guard. But if he goes too early and they fight too hard, instantly you've got 2 more drivers into the mix.
Yeah, they've got to be careful. They are running. It'll be white flag next time by, so they're just about to the point where they can get racy. But I think they need to be a little bit more patient. Olds leads the way, but you got to believe right now that Vidmontien is figuring out where he can make his move as they'll go by. And it's right here inside. Vidmontien makes the pass on Olds, takes over the top spot. Olds slides in right behind him. They don't lose a lot of ground on this one, Xander. They still have that 3 to 4 kart length gap, and they're running out of time in 3rd and 4th to close in. I think it's still going to boil down to Vidmontien and Olds, and right now Vidmontien stretching it out about a kart length.
Big look over the shoulder for Austin Olds. He sees some red and white colors behind him. That's good. The bad news is they're not close enough to help him. He tried to tap his helmet, wanted some assistance from Jackson Deal, as Vidmontien has already started to low line and defend. That'll bring 3rd and 4th to the bumper by the time we get out of this corner. Peyton Westcott taking over 3rd, though, getting her elbows back out. She'll get back forward. Jackson Deal back to 4th. That gives a little more separation to the top 2 as they go to 5 or 6 and 7. And Enzo Vidmontien, he's only got really 1 to 2 more major passing zones to worry about. Half a lap to go through the S's. Vidmontien, no worries here in this kind of more of an egregious passing zone coming over the hill. Westcott still closing in. That'll keep Olds kind of on the defense as well. Through the sweeper, Vidmontien low here, low to the end. He should be fine. Westcott not close enough for anything else, but 3rd will be a good recovery for her. And across the line, Enzo, 4 spots gain. Vidmontien will win heat number 1 if he holds on at the line. Wow, what a run. Austin Olds at the line. I didn't think it was going to be enough, but he got a rocket ship launch. Austin Olds steals one away from Enzo Vidmontien in heat number 1.
1/100th of a second, side-by-side photo finish. Austin Olds, last lap, last turn, last moment, gets a draft, pulls up and shoots past Enzo Vidmontien, taking the win. Enzo Vidmontien will finish 2nd. It's Peyton Westcott 3rd, Jackson Deal 4th, Diego Ardias 5th. Through the top 10, Justin Music will finish 6th, Turner Brown 7th. Good run by Beckett Friesen, advancing 7 positions in 8th. Keelan Harvick makes his way back to the top 10 in 9th, and Javier Herrera finishes top 10. Through the top 15, Alexander Jacoby, Cash Perkins, Jack Small, Nathan Dupuis, and Sebastian Frigolet. That is your top 15 finishers, but your winner by 1/100th of a second, the 850 of Austin Olds.
Yeah, so there you go. And again, great mention of a handful of the big movers through the field. Unfortunate for Nathan Dupuis, having started on the front row to end up down in 14th, but that still could be a whole lot worse compared to the likes of Salvador de la Vecchia or Bernardo Bernoldi, who started mid-grid and ended up 24th and 25th with a DNF. There are carts to be cleared off the racetrack, so we got some more time. Alex and Emery have been interviewing a lot. They've been around the pits. They've been roaming and chatting all morning. Boys, what's the status with you guys down on the KC pit box?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I mean, not a very drama-filled morning, I'd say, Emery. I mean, I think these guys know there's 3 heats to be done today, right? So they want to keep it clean at least for the first heat or 2. But so far, the main story for me has been the junior class, right? Steven Miller and Nestor Rivera have been the 2 fastest guys all year long. And again, they proved it in the heat. But Steven Miller with a DQ with that incident with Garzone there. What is your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, at first I thought it was an innocent incident, but then you watch the video, and I mean, look, it's borderline for me. I think a DQ might be a bit harsh, but Miller certainly got into him. But regardless, I mean, these are all guys that have had a lot of conflict this season. It's been fun for us to watch. I mean, it adds a lot of good talking points, but I think looking forward, I mean, I'd not be surprised if that penalty got lowered, even overturned, but still fun racing there. And also, how about Austin Olds there at the end, pulling that one off? I mean, it looked like he was down in the rights there, ends up getting by Enzo Benmontier. I mean, I'm really excited to see how this junior class plays out going forward.
Yeah, for sure. KA Junior has been one of the most exciting classes all year long. But I mean, how about one of the headline classes, X30 Senior, Ryan Norberg, putting together a pretty dominant first heat race victory. I suspect that Joe Turney kind of backed off the pace a bit towards the end of that race, but should be some pretty confident driving there from Norberg, coming off Newcastle, where, in my opinion, maybe should have won against Joe Turney, but so far so good for the RPG driver.
Yeah, I mean, I'm expecting both Turney and Norberg to have saved some tires, but I mean, these guys are the class of the field. I mean, they've both been really good. We've seen them run 1 and 2 so much this season. This race in particular, they were able to get out to a good lead. I mean, we saw, I think the guys from 3rd to 5th, and Blake Nash, Harley Keeble, Nick Terlecki all had good races, but at the end of the day, it's those 2, and I'm excited to see how the chess master continues to play out. I mean, it has to be said, Joe Turney's had Norberg's number this year, but I don't know, something about this weekend, Ryan seems to have an extra notch dialed in.
Yeah, for sure. Joe Turney has definitely been inevitable for most of the year here, but you can see the Microsoft guys getting ready to go out. It's going to be Colton Schneegeberg and Enzo Gennaro on the front row. What do you think for this race, Emery?
Yeah, I mean, it's been really a season in which guys like Parker Ives have looked really good, Maxwell Macha. But how about Colin Schneegeberg? I mean, he has been on a hot streak lately. Really, since the start of the season, he's consistently gotten better. And now a national pole to go with it. We'll see what he can do here in Micro Swift. We're going to send it back to you guys in the booth to get set for an exciting first heat here in the Micro Swift category. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Emery. Thanks, Alex. Appreciate the input from you boys. And again, big news, breaking news there with the penalty going to Steven Miller, a DQ for the contact with Sebastian Garzone. That's a heavy-handed penalty, but Blake Hunt has been laying down the law this year on a number of, mainly unsportsmanlike conduct on-track issues. And the nice part about handing a heavy-handed penalty like that after the fact is, you know, you can be absolutely sure you made the right decision because you didn't take him off by black flagging him and then risk potentially having a missed call by the naked eye and hurting him, and you can't take it back. He can take that back, like Emery said, or he can make it stand. He'll have a lot of time to look at it if it gets protested. We're green, though, for the young guns, the youngest drivers in the US Pro Kart Series. Schneegenberg on the inside, little bit of contact further back, couple drivers around at the back of the field. Unfortunate for them. They're stuck on the edge of the racetrack. They'll get some help and potentially be able to get back going. Meanwhile, Schneegenberg, then the chrome helmet of Parker Ives, and the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart is second. Third, Enzo De Janeiro on the black and blue Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic, and through to the inside there, maybe a little bit elbow grease to make that one work, was Aston Wyatt on the AR Academy Beer Hillard. Randy, that was, I think, you know, I don't know, might have had a little help, maybe not. Hard racing, though, just one spot change.
It's possible. They're going hard at it for this first lap, that's for sure. We had 3 headed the wrong way on the first turn, but hopefully as we get back to it, looks like they're all moving in the right direction now, which is good. Leading the way, Colton Schneegenberg. Good start for Parker Ives. He runs second. He's been strong all season, and he'll, I think, try to just maybe check out with Schneegenberg and then just lead the battle down to the 2 of them. That's going to be hard to do because he's got a lot of company behind him there with Aston Wyatt, DeGennaro, and Maka all right there. Ives to the inside, makes the pass on Schneegenberg, takes over the top spot. So Parker Ives now moves from third to first in just a lap and a half. Parker Ives, your new leader.
Yeah, Parker Ives getting through and very quickly said, you know what, I don't need the pole in qualifying to get to the front. Only took him a lap and a quarter as, wow, everybody got sideways. Ives way opened up, backed up that corner by a ton. And a good save by Colton. I don't think he expected Parker to break so early, and he really was sideways and locked up. It worked out for Parker. Colton kind of cut him a break, didn't clobber him. And at the same time, Parker got gifted a gap that doubled. It's going to go even bigger now as Aston Wyatt goes through to second. Macha is going to look to the inside for third. He will. And look who's getting into the mix. How about it for Zane Burgess, 6 years old, one of the youngest drivers in the class. Turned 7, I believe, later this year. And he is right there in the mix in fifth as they come across the line. It's Nitro Kart, Birol Art, Sodi Kart, Energy, and Sodi again in fifth. And Burgess is now trying for fourth, and he'll get it done. Nicely done. Zane Burgess there gets around Colton Schneegenberg.
Parker Ives still with a gap of about 7 or 8 kart lengths. If anything, it's a little bit quicker. He just went purple the last lap with a 104.835. He was clearly the fastest kart on the racetrack. And right now, Parker Ives taking a high line there. It's kind of the line he wants, keeping momentum up in the corner. And Parker Ives really sailing out there right now.
Let's go down to the KC pit box for a bit of Pro Shifter pre-race action. Talon Yockel, in his sophomore season in the Pro Shifter ranks, has really had a hot streak over the last couple of races this summer. This weekend, he may not be exactly where he needs to be in terms of that momentum pace-wise based off of qualifying, but we haven't seen them race just yet. How does he feel here down there, Emery?
Thanks, Xander. Talon, let's be honest, last year at this track in Stars, not good. This year, maybe not quite what you were looking for, but still pretty good. Just tell me about how the weekend's been going so far and how you've improved from last year.
Well, last year, it was a little bit rougher. Last year, obviously, had a few DNFs, but that was in the other series. We learned a lot about what to run, what not to run. Yesterday as well, it was kind of rough. I had the pace, but still just wasn't driving properly. We did a track walk and did data last night, and I obviously gained some time in warm-up if you saw the times, but yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident for the heat race if the rain stays away, hopefully, but yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, and you have AJ up front. I mean, we've seen over the course of the summer, to be honest with you, you've been getting closer and closer and closer at Newcastle. Obviously, a really good effort there. Just talking about what's kind of made the difference for you. Has it just been the coaching, or have you internally found some things that maybe was lacking early on in your shifter development? I mean, what do you think has made the difference?
Well, it's mainly because I finally got AJ to start practicing with me weekly now at GoPro, since we live only 10 minutes away from each other, so that's pretty nice. And I get to train him as I drive, and I get to learn from him. But yeah, it's just me finding myself with just being a better driver in general, making my brain a little bit better, everything, just improving everything about myself.
So what I'm hearing here is you're going to beat him in Mooresville?
I'm going to try my best.
All right, well, that's a couple months down the line, but for now, Talon Yockel starting outside row 2 here. We'll see how he does in heat number 1. Back to you guys.
There you go, hearing it from Talon, and that's always, so critical, and you can see the improvement for him being in behind the wheel week after week with AJ. It's helping both ways. It's helping train Talon to get to the highest level in North American karting, and Randy, you and I were chatting just a little bit before we went on the air. AJ Myers is prepping for the FIA World Championships in KZ, the biggest race in terms of prestige in the world, in the most prestigious karting class in the world. And I think AJ is about as good as he's ever been, and probably one of the best packages he's ever been on in that one. So they're getting set for that when that next heat race rolls. In this one, it's still been a battle, but all behind Parker Ives. He leads the way in this 5-kart group. Macha, Wyatt, Burgess, and then Josh Bergman, welcome to the party. That blue helmet wants fourth, gonna take fourth away. Josh Bergman gets through on Zane Burgess. He takes over the spot. We'll keep it on the action, but we'll also go down audio-wise to the pit box again. Let's hear from some more action with Alexander Searle. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Who Alan Isambard. Alan, I mean, not only is this the first national race you've done since Homestead, it's the first race you've done since Homestead, right? And you're doing it in new colors. The Sody Kart USA team have brought you on board here to go to Cincinnati. I mean, I've seen you test quite a bit over at Homestead, but I mean, talk to me about the mindset change it takes. You've been testing since really January, February, but never been in a race scenario until now. I mean, what's the change right now in mindset?
I mean, nothing much changes. It's just the same thing over and over again. It's just new colors and new people. So not much changes.
Yeah, I mean, going to a new team, I mean, how welcoming have these guys been to you?
It's been good. We've worked a lot, and they've helped a lot with everything, all the testing that we've done.
Yeah, I mean, the pace seems to be good so far this weekend, right? You're a few tenths off of Mari, and you said you know where to find that. I mean, do you expect to maybe challenge AJ like you did in Homestead?
I hope so. Maybe we have another dive bomb moment like we did in Homestead, but for sure, Marion, I think we have, but then to AJ, honestly, I don't know. We have to find it.
All right, Alan Isambard rolling off P3 here in his first national since February. Let's see what he can do. Back to you, Xander.
More battling continues here. Macha, that was versus Burgess. And while we were away, Josh Bergman, he has continued to climb. This kid is incredible. He's up 8 spots now into second, tracking down Parker Ives. Josh Bergman, what a storybook win it was in Utah in June when he got his first career national win. Then got another one later in the summer. He is looking spectacular. He's trying to get another tick in the W column tier this weekend in Cincinnati, and he is the fastest driver on the racetrack by a long shot right now. With 5 laps to go, he's got plenty of time. He's 3 cars back. Parker Ives, you've got a train of cars behind you, but more importantly, you got the fastest driver who owns the fastest lap, or did own the fastest lap, till Liam Nachawati just took it away that time. But you got Josh Bergman bearing down, who might be the biggest challenge yet here in heat number 1.
And we got some real movers on back in the pack, cracking the top 10. Alex Chandler, the number 26, running in 8th position. Alex started 16th. Juan Diego Garcia started 14th. He's up to 7th. And Liam Nakawati started 11th, up to 6th. So a lot of action, but you're right. Josh Bergman now up to 2nd, quicker than Parker Ives, and clearly closing in. And there's still 4 laps to go in this one as they cross the line. The next time by, it'll be 4 to go. Parker Ives is going to have some company. Can he hang on? Will Josh Bergman have enough? Coming from 10th starting position, not a good qualifying lap for Bergman, but my goodness, he's found some speed in this heat race. And right now, Josh Bergman setting his sights on the leader, Parker Ives, as they cross the stripe. 4 laps to go.
Down the front straightaway, Macha looks low, then kind of peaks back high on Aston Wyatt. Even though Bergman's tracked down Ives, everyone else has come along for the ride. I mean, that group, like you said, Randy, it's deep. It goes way back. As they come out of turn number 3, let's see, does Bergman go? He does not. Macha does. Turn 4, inside 3rd. Here comes 4th. Here comes nearly 5th as well, as Wyatt, frustrated, falling back to the 6th position. And now Burgess to the inside of Macha. Zane Burgess getting his elbows out as one of the youngest drivers in the field. He goes to 3rd. Macha back to 4th. Liam Nachawati was the fastest driver on track last time by in the Paralympic. And he closes up now to the back of Macha for the 4th spot. His march forward has him now up 6 positions from his starting position. 3 to go at the line. More shuffling back. That's Nachawati on Macha. Macha back on Nachawati for 4th. Holds the position.
A little bit of a gap now between 2nd and 3rd, Josh Bergman and Aston Wyatt. It's not quite a 2-cart battle, but it's close. 3 laps to go as they cross the line. It's still Ives and Bergman 1 and 2. They've got about 3 cart lengths on Zane Burgess. Burgess trying to close in a little bit. Maxwell Macha and Liam Nakawati battling for that 4th spot. But those first 7 to 8 drivers are literally nose to tail out there for this lead. A little bit of breathing room, but not much for Parker Ives and Josh Bergman. And now closing in to make it a 3-cart battle, Zane Burgess.
Bergman got around Ives there for the lead that time. Ives tried to look back on him, couldn't do it, and he's outnumbered. He's in a sea of orange. It's Sody, 1 and 3. Josh Bergman over the hill has Ives looking for the lead back into the sweeper. Parker Ives back to the point. Burgess trying to follow. Zane Burgess up to 2nd there on the number 56. Bergman gets behind him, gives him a little love tap, kind of throws Burgess a little bit wide, and now coming to 2 to go. Parker Ives gets another big gap. About 4 car lengths down the front straightaway for the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart. Parker Ives to turn number 1. 2 car lengths now, still holding. Burgess 2nd. Then it's Bergman in 3rd. Behind him, Maxwell Macha, head of that middle group. in fourth, trying to get away with help from Juan Diego Garcia-Arce in the Ursuline Racing Parolin into turn number 4.
Can Zane Burgess make the move he needs to make? Will Josh Bergman let him? If Bergman starts to race Burgess, it probably will mess it up for both of them. They've got to stay in line. Parker Ives has got a half a lap to hang on, and he is hanging on to the best he can. But right now, Zane Burgess is on that rear bumper with a little bit of breathing room. He can get aggressive. A half a lap to go down the hill to the left-hander, and Ives peeking back to see what he's got. Good racing on back through the field there, third, fourth, and fifth. Maxwell Macha and Juan Diego Garcia-Arce. But back to the lead group, those top three winding it down. Zane Burgess running out of time. Ives with a little bit of breathing room, crossing the line. Can Burgess make one last leap to the line? Not going to be able to do it. It's going to be Parker Ives, Zane Burgess, and Josh Bergman.
1 to go here for Parker Ives. Burgess closing in. Final time around here. He is, again, like you said, running out of time. He'll get one more shot at it. Josh Bergman in third, still close, and we saw Macha there, as we mentioned. We went back for a moment in the back section. That was Macha dropping a tire over the hill, and it is all come unglued from fourth on back. A crazy battle. Diego Garcia-Arce is up 10 spots, but I believe Nachawadi's gotten that spot back. He's fourth. Garcia-Arce's fifth. Through the S's for the final time. Zane Burgess, one of the youngest drivers on the grid, going up against one of the winningest drivers on the grid in micro, and he's got a nose low. Not enough. Gives him a little love tap into the corner. Can't get down there. Now Bergman kind of gets into him. That should just about clear it for the turns. Can Zane Burgess pull off a stunner? No, not a good exit there. Ives is going to get away. Bergman will have a run at him, but it's going to be Parker Ives here in heat number 1 for Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift. He wins it. Then it's Burgess. Bergman third. At the line, Nachawadi nearly gets Garcia-Arce. That's 16 thousandths. More contact further back. Lawrence Perriman in the 28 gets together with the 14. Ursuline Racing Parolin. And there's another car in the wall. Looks to be the 02. So a number of drivers collide. In the 14 was Nico Salazar that Lawrence Perriman collided with. Look at that, the nose cone on that Team Ferris Racing Kart Republic crossing the line. I believe that was Jake Manalio in the number 9. He got collected in that, falls down to 28, but he finishes, seeing with a big blinder up in front of his eyes. Great finish for Jake Manalio to hang on for that one, Randy. That was wild.
That's a great race. You know, every weekend I want to make sure somewhere along the way I'm going to make sure you're paying attention. I'm going to call a checker when it's really the white, and you did good. You caught it. So, but yeah, that was a good run by all those drivers, especially near the front. I thought it was pretty cool that Burgess was patient enough not to do anything crazy that would not give him a chance, and he had a chance, but Ives was defensive enough to keep them back and win it.
Yeah, I mean, Parker Ives did a great job. That's the experience of racing for wins over and over again. He's been in that spot so many times. That's really the closest I think Zane Burgess has had this season to having kind of a one-on-one or one-on-two fight for the win. So a lot of lessons learned for Zane. I'm sure he'll look back at the onboard footage, listen to the coaches and his dad about what he could have done a little bit better to maybe win that one, and even watch the stream of the onboard, watching the battle for it. But lessons learned for the youngster. Zane Burgess, still a very impressive run. Josh Bergman, great net result. 7 spots gained from 10th to 3rd. Again, 10 up for Diego Garcia-Arce, 6 for Nachawadi. A few other movers like Alex Chandler picked up 8 from 16th to 8th and inside the top 10. Schneegenberg, Grayson Walcott there rounds off the field. Mika Barrow picked up 13. What do you guys make out of that one there, Alex and Emery? Obviously, Parker Ives, he's been really racy out front, but I don't know if he was the fastest outright.
Yeah, I mean, Xander, I have to say, Ives might have won that race, and certainly he's been impressive all year, but how about Josh Bergman going from 10th to 3rd? I mean, he has had a really impressive season so far. It's really his first season on the national scene in micro, and then yet another step in his development going through the field there. I mean, what do you think there, Alex?
Yeah, I think for sure the story was Josh Bergman. I mean, even after our interview with Isambard looked to me and was like, I don't even know where he finds the pace, right? Bergman just seems to always, pull out of the bag when it matters most. We saw it at Newcastle with a poor qualifying. He drove to the front, does it again here, just proving how quick that Sodia Cadet chassis is for sure, with Zane Burgess at a P2. Again, Parker Ives, though, just super, super impressive from him. Like you said, Xander, maybe not the fastest guy on the racetrack, but you don't need to be the quickest guy to get a win there, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. And shifting our focus here to shifter, I mean, you have to wonder, similar sort of thing with Marian Kremers here. I mean, he's yet to win a race this year. He's been very consistent inside the top 3. But you look at it, and I mean, AJ's got 2 or 3 tenths. How do you think Marian's going to be able to kind of pull this one out of the bag if he can?
It's tough, right? I mean, with the shifter guys, he has a chance at the whole shot, right? We've seen for most of the day so far with the rolling starts, the outside is not really the place you want to be. But with shifter, maybe it's actually better. You're on the better side with the rubber, right? So Marian's got a decent shot here to get the whole shot. The one thing though, he's going against AJ Myers, who's Mr. Whole Shot all year long, besides maybe a few in Newcastle. But I'm sure he's got it all sorted out with the clutch. I think looking a little further back on row 2 with Isambard, I mean, we asked him, or at least I asked him, what it's like to get the mindset change to go from just testing all year long to racing. We're gonna find out here how he's able to transition.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, for Isambard, it's his first real wheel-to-wheel high-intensity racing since January or since February. And like that takes a toll on you. It takes a while to get back in the seat. I mean, I know this. Every time I come back from college, it takes me 1 or 2 races to kind of get back to usual. I know Isambard is a 6-7 month gap. Like, these are guys, Marian Kremers, AJ Myers, have been in the seat every single week. Talon Yockel, same sort of thing. Gavin Bailiff, even if it's not always in shifter, still a similar sort of feel. So we'll have to see how quickly Isambard can get back to it on the racecraft. But you have to say the pace aboard that Sodi kart looks really good for him.
Yeah, the pace looks really good. Nothing we need to talk about, though, is like you said, with AJ and Marian just constantly being in the seat, they know what it's like to race against each other, whereas AJ's raced against Isambard, 1 or 2 times this year, but really nobody else has, right? So it's kind of he's kind of thrown a monkey in the wrench there, or the wrench in the race here, with Isambard being P3. Kind of nobody really knows what it's like to race against him. He's a really, really quick driver, proving it again here with not a lot of experience at this racetrack and being P3. I think a guy to look out for as well is the literally hometown kid, Gavin Bailiff, rolling off in 5th. I asked him, kind of where things went wrong a little bit for qualifying with the pace that we saw in happy hour in practice. He said just needs to find a little more pace, but he feels confident. He's going to be aggressive, he told me, and look out for him to maybe get his first national shifter podium.
Yeah, for sure. And Gavin Bailiff, I mean, again, in his backyard, we did talk to him earlier, and he talked about how the track is more gripped up than it would normally be on a testing day. And so you have to wonder how that plays in, especially with the shifter category that, yes, he has a lot of laps around here, but maybe not quite as much around a shifter. This has been a last year or so development for him. So maybe a little bit of an inconsistency there, but still, we'll see what Bailiff can do. Still searching that first national shifter podium. He's been so close throughout the season. Is this the breakthrough at home for him? We'll have to see, but I have to say out of all the tracks, this is certainly the best shot for him. And Xander, this should be an exciting heat number 1 here as we get set to see the first shifter action all weekend long here, getting set to go for heat number 1. Back to you guys.
The fastest karts in all of our sport, and it is one of the greatest spectacles that karting can offer, going from 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds with a standing start for the Pro Shifter category presented by SRP Engines. AJ Myers in that white, blue, and orange Magic Kart will complete the warm-up lap and make his way around the cut-through to line up on the inside lane. And for them, the dynamic kind of shifts. We've been talking about the single-speed, rolling speed classes all morning, Randy. The benefit of the inside groove. The benefit for the shifters is the outside groove. That's what normally gets driven over because it's on the normal racing line. It's typically clear of dirt and marbles and dust. The inside lane could be what's called the dirtier part of the racetrack. And so when you're trying to put a ton of power to the wheels and launch from a standstill, that little difference in grip can sometimes give a benefit to starting second, to starting on the outside. But here with a left-hand 90 and then a left-hand 180 corner for the first 2 turns after the line, if you're going to try and get that whole shot from the outside, you got to get clear quickly because then that benefit will go back to the driver on the inside groove.
Yeah, we're about to find out. AJ was so quick in qualifying, 2 to 3 tenths faster than Kremers. So he's certainly the driver that they've got to chase. Isama Bard and Yockel were quick as well. Bailiff was good in qualifying, but they were all chasing Myers. And Myers taking that outside line, I guess maybe driver's choice, but he took the outside line.
Yeah, I mean, there you have it. So AJ, they do get the option. The pole sitter does have the chance to go to the outside, but now again, that's a risk. He's betting on himself. He's betting that he can beat Marian to that first corner. So let's see it. AJ Myers versus Marian Kremers. Green flag given from the back. Now we go to head flagman Porter Weisensensel. Give us the command. Let's get set to go racing here, boys. Actually, the light system, sorry. Green flag for heat 1, and Kremers is there, but not enough. Myers gets through. Yockel with a great start on the outside, clean racetrack as well. He gets to 3rd. Isambard is 4th. Bailiff, side by side. Michael Riccio, I believe, was able to get 5th as well. So Marian Kremers he kind of cut AJ a break there. He was halfway up, and he backed out of it, said early in the weekend, not worth forcing the issue. And while I think in the main you might see him hanging in there to try and fight for the win, at this point, this is just a big test session for guys like Marian and Talon. Yeah, they want to finish second or third, but with the smaller grid, this is about feeling each other out and trying to get a close look at your competition of where they're faster than you, because unlike the classes that rely on the draft, like the cadet classes in mini and micro or the 100cc divisions, these guys, they like to get clear racetrack when they do their practice sessions. Very rarely are they actually around each other to judge on strengths and weaknesses. This is the first time, and here's a good look for Talon, feeling strong on the straightaway, a little bit wide in turn one, and Marin back underneath him. That's a veteran move.
Yeah, that was pretty sweet. Kremers gets it back, but Jaakko made a nice move to try to get around him, but couldn't hold the line, and Kremers gets it back. Islamabad runs fourth, and
Michael Riccio there in fifth.
Yeah, in fifth.
So
Bailiff gets shuffled back to sixth. Tegan Poles has advanced 5 spots, so up to seventh position starting in 12th.
Great spot, great run so far for Tegan Poles, the lady out of Ontario, Canada. You met her, actually chatted with her a little bit last night. Great run for her. She's been making a handful of American starts here in 2023, and again, a bit of a trek from north of the border to come down here, but a good start to her. Saturday up 5. Joseph Charlton's up 3. Charlie Stein's down 1. David Greco is up 4 from the back of the grid. So good stuff for him. Another Canadian on the PSL Karting Bureau. Art David's now actually up 5. He's up into 9th. Gavin Bailiff on your screen. Home turf trying to defend it. He's 6th with a not so great launch, and he's trying to track down Michael Riccio. Both of them are faster than Alan Isambard right now. They are all over the black and orange Sodi.
AJ Myers has already gapped over a second in just 2 laps. So Myers certainly remains the class of the field as he was yesterday in happy hour and qualifying. The battle right now is for second, and it's a good one. Kremers, Jaakko, Islamabad, and Riccio all pretty close together, and Bailiff as well. So those 5 are within striking distance, but as is actually Tegan Poles not that far back. So they're all having a good run, but AJ Myers, goodness gracious, over a full second, and now it's actually it closed in a little bit. Marian Kremers with a 53.618. Marian was 0.3 of a second quicker than Myers on that last lap. So now we'll see if Kremers maybe has something and he can reel in Myers, and we get a race on our hands. Right now the gap was over a second, now it's under a second, so Marian Kremers on the charge.
Coming out of the infield hairpin here, Isambard, Riccio, Bailiff still close together, 4th, 5th, and 6th. But yeah, great point, Randy. Marin, it looked like initially maybe was going to kind of quickly fade back and battle with Talon for second, but he had a great lap last time by. He's already pulled even further away from Talon as there goes Gav down the inside. He gets around Michael Riccio, move Gavin Bailiff back in the top 5, right behind Isambard. And oh no, that's not good news. Big smoke billowing out of the back pipe of Gavin Bailiff coming out of that corner. And that could be a number of things, but it looks like he's dropping some fluid. And right on the right side, that's where the oil overflow is. So if the oil overflow, we've seen this a couple times this year. I wasn't sure what it was, Randy. I've seen it at the Stars Series in Shifter a couple of times from drivers, and we saw it a month ago with Billy Musgrave at Newcastle. That's that oil overflow bottle more than likely tipping over onto the exhaust, burning off the exhaust. And then what happens is then it only kind of sticks on the racetrack for the next couple cars. And that's why already you see Michael Riccio fade way back from Gavin Bailiff, because for the guy right behind it, he's getting oil straight to his front tires. By the time the leaders come back around, the track's clean again. But it's almost kind of like throwing a banana peel behind you in Mario Kart. Gavin's obviously not doing that intentionally, but that big spurt of oil that just burned off out of the overflow bottle really hurt Michael Riccio. Up front, though, look at how close Marin has gotten. He's again faster than AJ. We got a fight coming on our hands.
Last lap, again, 0.2 of a second quicker than Myers. So all of a sudden, AJ Myers is not as dominant as we thought. Myers could be pacing himself, but he's got to hear footsteps now. We'll see if he can pick up the pace. Last lap, Kremers was still the quickest with a 53.606. Let's see what Myers does on this lap if he gets a little faster, knowing that Kremers is closing in.
And while these two guys are two of the best in the world at what they do, this track with the bumps, with the off-camber corners, with the high G-load. I mean, it is a hard track to consistently run lap times that are identical to each other. It's not a silky smooth surface. It's not an easy flowing racetrack at all. It's a very technical racetrack in a lot of different ways, and we've seen it even from the best of our drivers throughout the entire rotation of classes. Drivers making what looks like a mistake, and they might have just hit a bump wrong. Makes it that much more impressive that Marian clicks off another 53.5, just as fast as his best. But you see more. Whoa, Gavin Bailiff is off. And that might have done it. It might have also been water coming out of the radiator hose that comes out of the engine with how much fluid was coming out. In either case, whether Gavin Bailiff just stuck a motor or pulled it off, having the temperature skyrocket. We saw the smoke coming, and now Gavin Bailiff is out of this one with the DNF in heat number 1.
That battle up front now is only really 1 to 2 kart lengths as Kremers is caught up to Myers. Last lap, Kremers was still 0.3 quicker, a 53.584. He went purple. Now that he's there, let's see if he can do something with it. Talon Yackel and Alan Izamard, really good battle out there for 3rd and 4th. Michael Riccio will move up to 5th, and David Greco 6th, Joseph Charlton 7th, Tegan Poles 8th, Charlie Steins 9th, and Joseph Lowney. That is your top 10 running order. David Greco advancing 8 spots from 14th up to 6th position. A.J. Myers still your leader, but he's got Marian Kremers right on his rear bumper trying to make a move. We'll have 4 laps to go next time by.
Let's go back through the field right before this lead battle opens up here with 5 to go. 3rd and 4th, Talon Yackel. We saw him earlier right with Marian, and he's kind of faded away. He's got Izambard on his bumper there for 3rd and 4th. Michael Riccio, talked about him in the Magic Cart back in that 5th spot. Unfortunately, the fluid dumped down by Gavin Bailiff kind of got him out of sorts, and he's faded backwards, but he's safe in no man's land in 5th. And back in the 6th spot, talked about David Greco coming from the back of the field, teammates with Marian Kremers on that PSL karting red and white Beryl Art in 6th. David Greco is on the way forward, and Izambard is trying to get around Yackel. Can't do it with 4 to go. So here come the leaders on through. That's 3rd and 4th. Still fighting. Not going to happen yet. Marian as well with 0.3 to go to AJ as we go back towards the front. Which pass happens first? This is the guessing game for us. We don't want to miss it. Is it going to happen for the lead? Will it happen for 3rd? Marian's close, but that's not close enough to make a move outside of a very good corner. This one might be. Great run. Not close enough into the sweeper either.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, to get around Myers. Myers is steady lap after lap within 1/10 of a second up or down of the previous lap. So he's not going to give him anything. Kremers does seem to have the speed. Last lap, again, continually 0.2 of a second quicker. But now that he's caught Myers, he can't go any quicker without passing him. They're pretty much static right now. 1st and 2nd, gap now about 1 kart length. Good battle still remains out there between Izamard and Yackel for 3rd and 4th.
And it did change. As we went back thinking the lead might change, we did unfortunately just miss that pass by Alan Izambard to get around Talon Yackel. So move the Sodi Racing USA PK Sport driver Alan Izambard into 3rd. He's already starting to pull away. AJ has Marian close. Marian taking a lot of curbing there at the top of the S's. It kind of evens out the difference in lines through there. Marian a little bit wider. Again, for the higher horsepower classes, that little bit of aero wash and losing the air off the front bumper and nose cone in these long sweeping corners. That's what Marian's struggling with, and you can very quickly burn up your front tires running in the wake of somebody. So that's why you saw him kind of fade out to the outside. He wasn't trying to go wide. He just started to lose the front end of the car. Out of turn 2. 2 to go, though. A.J. Myers holding strong out front.
Through the top 10, it's A.J. Myers, Marian Kremers, Alan Izamard, Talon Yackel, Michael Riccio, David Greco, Joseph Charlton, Charlie Steins, Joseph Lowney, and Tegan Poles. Your top 10. Kremers goes purple again with a 53.584. And right there for that top spot as we watch him climb the hill and go down to the back part of the circuit. Kremers still trying to find a way around A.J. Myers. Hasn't been able to do it. He can catch him, but he hasn't been able to get around him. They'll see the white flag this time by A.J. Myers trying to hang on. There's the battle for 2nd, and a good one between Izamard and Yackel. Crossing the line, getting the white flag, and now Myers gets about a 2 to 3 car length advantage. It's almost as if Kremers said, you know what, I'm going to back off here. I gave it my best. let's just cool things down and settle for second. We'll get him in Heat 2. But Myers hanging on as he works his way through the final lap. A.J. Myers trying to win Heat 1.
Yeah, it's a balance for Marian, right? While he wants to kind of cool his tires back down before the cycle ends, he also wants to push AJ and make sure AJ has to burn his tires up to keep Marian behind him. If he just backs off all the way, gives up that pressure, AJ's going to back off too. Marian's got to stay right close to him, force him to race a little bit, and right now he can also kind of see a bit of his hand as he shows the nose to the inside and say, AJ, you going to leave that door open for me all day? What's your playbook look like on this racetrack? AJ's been here before, Marian hasn't. AJ will use that experience to snag the Heat 1 win, an SRP Engines Pro Shifter, but it wasn't by any means a runaway. Marian kept him honest. Isambard third, Yockel fourth, Riccio fifth, David Greco, while a good ways back, had to work through the entire field. He gets up to sixth by the end. He was running lap times that were pretty even to third, fourth, and fifth, so he's not far off. Marian and AJ still a ways above as Tegan Poles comes across the line 10th, holds off Jared Ramnarayan and Anthony Martella. Charlie Steins ends 9th, Joseph Lonnie 8th, Joseph Charlton 7th, and then Safik Kodak the 3rd, and Gavin Bailiff both with DNFs. There's a look, unfortunately, at the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic driver, Gavin Bailiff, who will have to ride the recovery vehicle back to pit lane. Hopefully the engine woes can get him back going. He does have a backup motor at the ready from Swede Tech and those IAME R4 KZ Screamers, the new generation that took the GFC boys to the top of the heap at the US Pro Kart Series here at Newcastle and the SCUSA Pro Tour at Utah. You know the power's fast. If it can stay on and stay alive, it'll be good. But you can see the track clearing out because it's time for lunch. We're going to let the hard-working US Pro Kart Series officials and Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati track workers and staff get a bit to eat, get out of the sun, get some water, and we'll come back with the second and third rounds of heat racing later on this afternoon. 12:37 Eastern time is when we're set to go back green. That may get slightly delayed. We'll keep an eye on that of if we back things up just a moment or so. For now, though, a short break in the action.
Check, check. Pay attention to the pit area. Mini Swift, we need to start pushing to the grid. We're going to start Mix. Check, check. Mini Swift, we need to start pushing to the for your heat for 2. Mini Swift to the grid. Heat number. Check, check. Test 1, 2. Mini Swift. We will start, we're going to do our best to get you started around between 12:55, 1 o'clock in that area. So please start pushing to the grid now. We lost a little time with the rain, so we do need you to the grid. Also, make sure, if you would please, turn in any fuel tickets you have, redeem your fuel tickets. If you have any left for the season. And stop by the USPTS apparel trailer and check out the 2023 apparel for the racing season. Thank you.
versus Mini Swift into the trim lines, and green down at turn number 1. Cameron Marcia in the black and gray Nitro kart leads the field down at turn number 2. Lucas Palacio slots into second. Back to third for Travis Pettit. Fourth is Marco Romero on the Benek. Fifth, Royce Vega, and on back. And again, Marcia low lines it down to turns 4 and 5, trying to back the field up and give himself a little bit of a gap to go to the normal line. Palacio, bumper, stays in tow down to turn 6 and 7. And this will be a better exit for the leader. Marcia didn't go all the way down to the grass. Great exit, actually. He'll pull a car length into the S's. Cameron Marcia takes him as we got problems further back. That is Jacob Majeski in the 177 Franklin Motorsports Merlin. That's gone around coming out of turn number 7. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, headed into the new section this time, down to that sector. Cameron Marcia was leading over Lucas Palacio and company. They'll snake their way out of there, over to the dog leg, and down the long front straightaway, side by side for the lead. Palacio on the outside, Marcia on the inside, Travis Pettit lined up third in line. Marco Romero is there, and he'll freight train Palacio back to fourth.
Good clean start for our Mini Swift drivers. After the first heat, they've kind of cleaned up their act a little bit. Got good racing out there the first 10 to 15 drivers, nose to tail. Pass for that second spot. Actually, for the first is Palacio slips inside of Marcia, can't quite make the move. Marcia holds on. Palacio losing a little bit of ground there trying to make that pass. Travis Pettit, who had a terrible first heat, now running solid up in third. He needs to get a couple of good finishes to get a good starting spot in tomorrow's feature events. But right now they're chasing the 114 of Cameron Marcia as those first three karts break away a little bit on the rest of the field. It's Palacio and Pettit 2 and 3 through the top 5, Marco Romero and Royce Vega.
As they go to the back section here, we'll watch Travis Pettit make a move. He gets around Palacio and Marcia and Romero. Travis Pettit all the way through here in the last 2 laps to get himself towards the front. He leads the field down the front straightaway with Marcia right in tow. Romero back in third, Vega fourth. Palacio's fallen all the way down the order to 6th behind Rocco Simone with 2 laps in the books now. 10 laps to go. Travis Pettit takes us out of turn number 3 and back to 4.
Travis Pettit, your new leader, and this is really what he needed, although he does lose some ground there now as Marcia and Romero slip by on the inside. A lot of battling up in the front, and that allows the rest of the field to catch up. I'm talking about the first 10 to 11 drivers are right in that lead group. Mini breakaway for Pettit and Marcia, but not much. And now Marcia slips to the inside, makes the pass on Travis Pettit, takes over the top spot. Pettit back to second, Romero, Vega, and Simone. That was your top 5 as they crossed the line the last lap. As we watch them down the back part of the circuit now, headed our direction. Cameron Marcia tries to stay out on top.
Yeah, as they come out of the back section, it's now Romero has gotten through. Vega has followed. It's Team Benek 1-2. Marcia back to the 5th spot. Rocco Simone is 3rd. Palacio 4th. Marcia still under fire from Travis Pettit. More furled black flags being given as Michael McGoy is going at it with Marco Samet further back there in that sector. Coming out of turn number 3, it's Romero, Vega, Rocco Simone, 1, 2, 3. Then back to 4th with Palacio, 5th Marcia. Coming out of that back teardrop section into the infield hairpin. You've got there Max Christia on the back of Travis Pettit here with 3.5 in, 9 to go. Then Samet on the blue and yellow LN kart for BJR MDR. Then the likes of Thomas Chrisman Jr., his teammate right in the mix around the edge of the top 10. Jackson Gibson, Cole Medeiros. Fastest driver last time was Ashton Woon. He was purple at a 103.427 all the way down to the 14th spot. So it's still one big train. Marco Romero, Royce Vega coming out of the final sector, lined up and working together as teammates should. They've got Simone and the Parolin trying to close. So is Palacio and Marcia as they head on down. Let's go side by side with 4 complete. 8 laps to go down to the pit box here with Emery.
Yeah, thanks, Sander. Here with Josh Campbell. Josh, last heat race was about as bad as you could have hoped for, but tell me what happened there.
Yeah, not the start we wanted to our Saturday. Off the grid when we went to go, my engine wasn't going. Thankfully, somebody had an automatic starter, but even once I was able to get out of the pits, I missed the whole outlap, and it still wasn't going. Able to start in 3rd still, but right when we hit the gas with the green flag,
I lost tens of maybe 15 spots. Played with it a little bit, got it going to the point where it was competitive, but then, in my verge to want to get back to the front, I dipped a wheel into one and spun on my own.
Yeah, so we'll focus on the engine issues now, not too worried about the mistake there. I mean, you've had a lot of good races this year. But is there optimism that you guys have found the issue? Was it something with the tuning settings with the needles or maybe something else with the carb?
Yeah, we looked at it. I think we got it down. I think a little bit of our problem last time is we didn't start it before we got on grid, so it wasn't warm. But, we looked at it. I think we figured it out. The pace is good. Hopefully the engine runs good as well.
One last thing, I mean, again, like a lot of people, if this is your first national race up here, just talk to me from what you were able to see last race, some of the things you've learned about the layout and kind of where you feel like your advantages are when it comes to making passes and getting yourself from fourth to first.
Yeah, I mean, luckily last heat, I did get to work on some passes, kind of learn a little bit different spots where to pass. Really, I feel like most of these corners here you can pass, but yeah, just looking to, I need 2 good results to give me a decent starting spot for tomorrow, so that's the main focus right now.
All right, Josh Campbell, last heat went about as poorly as he could have hoped for, but this heat he's looking for more as he starts fourth. Here's what gets up for heat number 2 in KA. Back to you guys in the live action here in Mini Swift.
Thank you, Emery, here with 6 laps to go now. 6 laps complete. We're right at halfway, and not a whole lot moving and shaking at the front of the field, Randy. These kids have showed a lot more patience than heat number 1. They all watched Marco Romero get long gone when they battled for second. And so both Royce Vega being his teammates happy to work together. Rocco Simone is also showing a lot of patience. He could have dive bombed for second a few laps ago. He hasn't. He's waited in line, allowed them to build that gap. Palacio might join, but I don't think Cameron Marcia at the moment's fast enough to join them. So at the most, it'd be 4 drivers in the lead pack instead of 12 or 13 like what we saw in that opening heat race. And, of course, the risk of letting the leader get away.
Yeah, these top 3 have behaved themselves. Travis Pettit, who was running up near the front early in this one, has been shuffled back to 6th spot. Jackson Gibson, as was in the first heat, is moving well. He started 13th. He's up to the top 10 now. The 142 of Jackson Gibson now running 8th. He's advanced 5 spots. But once again, it's Marco Romero that they're chasing, Royce Vega and Rocco Simone. And now Lucas Palacio joining the group as he's almost caught up to that lead draft.
Yeah, he's just about there, and he is a rocket ship right now. That Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic went purple last time by. 102.969, 10th better than the leaders. He'll get there whether they pass or not. A couple passes will bring the next couple, like Cameron Marcia and Travis Pettit and Max Christia. They're within about a second and a quarter from Lucas Palacio, 5th, 6th, and 7th. And then it's a pretty big gap, pretty healthy back to Michael McGoy, 8th onwards through the midfield here. With only 4.5 laps to go, not too much can change the lead pack. Again, I don't think it will get bigger than 7. It may stay at the size of 4. Now we're seeing some shaking into the back. Simone was looking to the inside on Royce Vega. Vega decided to go to the inside on Romero. So it's Vega on the orange helmet now leading the way. Romero back to 2nd. Simone crossover. Back and forth we go onto the front stretch. And we're going to be 3 wide nearly for 2nd. Palacio is going to push Romero back into 2nd, clear back of Simone, and bring himself to 3rd. And that little exchange in the new section is going to bring Cameron Marcia back into the drafting distance. It'll bring Pettit. It'll bring Christia. They all set their best laps of the session that time by.
And that really helps Royce Vega. That last lap by, he had about a 10 kart length advantage. Now that can close up pretty quick with the karts in line behind him if they stay in line and stop racing. But if they keep racing each other, Royce Vega could have this one locked. Right now, the separation is diminishing quite a bit as they have that lead draft now. Staying in line through the S's, Royce Vega with about a 3 kart length advantage over Romero as he brings about 5 or 6 with him. And we'll have a big battle as they cross the stripe next time by. It'll be 3 to go. I think you'll see Royce Vega leading a pack of about 5 or 6 as they cross the line next time by.
3 laps to go this time by here for Royce Vega, Marco Romero, Lucas Palacio, Rocco Simone, and again now more. Cameron Marcia, Travis Pettit, Max Christia. They're all there in the final stages of heat number 2. It's anyone's guess who's got it. Palacio in 3rd. I thought he might have gone a little sooner. He has not yet. Happy to run behind Romero for now, but time is running out. He taps his helmet, looks back for Simone to get some help. Cameron Marcia all the while. Great exit out of turn number 5. He'll close into the rear bumper of Rocco Simone on the Parolin. And again, Travis Pettit, our off-pole kid, who's a third-place starter, who's faded back the last couple of starts, both heat races. He's kind of struggled a little bit as it went on. He's going to get a second wind here, a second chance at the top 5. The same for Max Christie, who's had to come forward. He's come from the opposite end of Pettit. Started 10th, up to 7th, looking for more through the final few hairpins. We'll see the double sticks this time. Royce Vega has a fight brewing behind him. It hasn't arrived yet, but it will soon. 1 car length the lead as they head onto the front stretch.
Things are getting pretty dicey here. 2 to go this time by, and it's going to get crazy these last 2 laps because we have got a battle of about 7 drivers in that lead pack, and it's anybody's race amongst those 7. Right now, Royce Vega leading the way, but Marco Romero is right there, and he's taking a peek to the inside. Not going to be able to do it there, and they work their way back towards our area in the grid. This is that right-hander, and then they'll go through the S's. Pass for 3rd spot. That's Rocco Simone getting around Palacio, moving up to 3rd. He'll try to close in on that lead group. That allows Vega and Romero to check out ever so slightly on the rest of the field. So those 2 now moving away just a little bit down the hill, and they're to the new section on further back. Now the left-hander. Those 2 behaving themselves. They'll see the white next time by, and Vega and Romero trying to hold on with that second group, and now Romero slips to the inside, makes the pass on Vega. Your new leader is Marco Romero. Royce Vega runs second. They head to the stripe for the white flag, and those first 7 nose to tail, side by side into turn 1, and it's going to be Royce Vega, your new leader, and Romero gets shuffled to the outside. He's back to 5th.
Even further back now is more company on the way. Marcia tried to get through. He'll go all the way back to 7th as Christie gets around him, and Vega takes him all the way to the low side to block. Palacio's got help behind because he's got his teammate, his wingman for most of 2023, Travis Pettit, in 3rd in the blue helmet. To the high side goes Rocco Simone. He opened the door. Romero walks through. He gets back to 4th. Max Christie is still there. Royce Vega's got half a lap to hang on as they climb the hill over the S's. On the run now, Pettit a little bit wide, but he got a decent exit. Palacio a good one. Look at Vega. He's all the way down low, trying to hang on into this. It's bumper cars as they all stack up. Look at McGoy in 8th. Marco Sammet as well, catching up into the final hairpin. Marcia gets way wide, drops the tire, loses a few more. Here comes Palacio. Got a big run. He'll be on the outside coming down the front straightaway. Do they get any help from behind? It's nose to nose at the line. Palacio by 4 thousandths of a second. Lucas Palacio gets the win. Royce Vega 2nd, Romero 3rd, Pettit, Christie, Simone, Marco Sammet out of nowhere gets 7th. 5 spots gained for the BJR MDR driver. Michael McGoy 8th on the Ryan Perry Motorsport machine. Martin Jaramillo even arrived on the scene late. He gets 9th. Marcia from the pole all the way down to 10th on that final couple of corners. Thomas Crispin was the next best in 11th. Jackson Gibson 12th. William Kim, Jaime Garcia, and Fionn Shi the top 15. What another way to kick it off. The minis, they never disappoint here. Alex Emery, I mean, that one was a fight all the way through, down to the end. Super fun to watch. And for Lucas Palacio, he pulls off another stunner. Add that one more tick to the win column.
Yeah, Xander, I mean, I have to say that race by Lucas is really impressive. And I mean, we've seen this all year. He does not necessarily have the best pace, but when it comes down to those pack racing, he is so good. I mean, a lot of questionable moments there coming into turn 2 with a couple laps to go, but he was able to find his way through. And man, what a race here for Mini. But Alex, we're getting set for KA Senior. Round 2 of the heat races for KA standards. Last time was really tame. I don't expect the same thing here heading into heat number 2.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you were saying, I mean, there's 3 heats today, right? The first one's already done and dusted. Second one getting ready to go underway. For the guys that had a really clean first heat, I expect more of the same. For guys that had a rough first heat, aggression's going to be important, right? Josh Campbell, right? One of the fastest guys all weekend long. Probably one of the worst heat races he had all year long on a luck standpoint, right? But the speed's there, rolling off in 4th. But the guy to look at, Harley Keeble, to me, he's been really the class of KA Senior for the last few months.
Yeah, and I have to say, I mean, looking down that entire field here as we get set to go for A versus C, I mean, guys like Vinny Maskelis that got shuffled back a little bit in heat number 1. Eli Warren, we saw him try to block coming into turn 4. Did not work out for me. Locked up, lost about 3 spots. Those are more of the minor incidents. Obviously, we already talked to Josh Campbell. He has been really, really struggling when it comes to luck as of late here on the National Pro Tour scene. But, I mean, this field is riddled with talent. You got Peyton Phillips. I talked to him on the grid, and he was honest about me. He was like, I was 1.2 seconds off the pace on Thursday. And I was like, hey, like, you're 1-2 tenths off now. You can work with that. So a lot of guys stacked through the field. Leo Scorpioni, another one starting back in the field that sort of picked it up here in heat number 1. So, I mean, you're talking probably 8 or 10 guys here in this heat race that could realistically get to the front. But they still got to beat Harley Keeble, and that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I mean, one guy you didn't mention was the guy rolling off on the inside of row 3, Brandon Lemke. Really kind of a quiet weekend for him so far to his standard, right? Doing double duty unexpectedly, right, with Braden Neves dropping out of X30, so he had to take his place. And Lemke told me on the grid he's feeling more and more comfortable on that DAP go-kart. He said the one thing is he's struggling to get the kart slowed down, but I mean, the pace seemed to be there. Hard charger in that first heat race in X30, but in KA, the pace is there. He said he's just not driving very good right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's Brandon Lemke. He'll figure it out. He has experience on this track. A lot of guys don't have it. I mean, Brandon Lemke, at the end of the day, you expect him to be at the front. You expect to see guys like Harley Keeble up there as they're now on the track doing their warm-up lap. And Xander, I think it's going to be a fun heat number 2, maybe a little bit higher intensity than what we saw earlier in the day.
Yeah, let's see it again. Just as mentioned in the morning half, for half of these drivers is the only time they'll see the other half of the grid because the groups play a round-robin bracket-style format. This is groups A and C. Your top qualifier, your third-place qualifier makes up your front row. Harley Keeble on the inside and the PK Sport black and orange Sodi. The red and black red speed for Jimmy Simpson Racing of Eli Warren on the outside. And then back onto row 2, James Overbeck, Josh Campbell, green flag. We're racing down to turn number 1. Overbeck has a nose on Warren, but he'll cut him a break into turn 2, lets him in line. Campbell gets down into 4th. Brandon Lemke door-to-door with the rookie Cooper Shipman for P5. He'll hold on to that spot, and he's going to bring company. I believe that might be Alex Feldstein trying the inside for 6th on Shipman. Coming out of that corner into the infield hairpin, turn 6 and 7. By this point, we're single file. Should be all good. Shipman did hold off Feldstein's Hostidi OTK, so he'll be all right. And as they climb the hill, let's see. Harley Keeble never saw a challenge, but he was definitely under pressure in that first heat race from the likes of Finnegan, Bailiff, and company. Can Eli Warren not just put pressure on him? Can he get around him, Randy?
Well, fingers crossed, of course, for Josh Campbell as well. With the hard luck that Campbell had in Heat 1, he's running a solid 4th right now and right in the mix. So a good, clean start by everybody in this class. We're looking good as we cross the line for lap number 1. And Harley Keeble with a slight advantage over Eli Warren, James Overbeck, Josh Campbell now solid in 4th, and Brandon Lemke runs 5th. Through the top 10, it's Cooper Shipman running 6th, Alex Feldstein, Vinny Maskelis, Leonardo Escorpion, and Josh Holtz. That is your top 10 running order, but Harley Keeble picking up where he left off, strong in the first heat, strong in qualifying, leading a pack of about 7 or 8 in that lead group, a second lap in the KA100 Senior.
Yeah, as they roll through the S's there, like you said, pretty decent-sized group he's leading. Again, no different than Heat 1. Eli Warren just kind of riding in the wake of Harley Keeble, just like Finnegan Bailiff did. So maybe Eli has a little more. It's still very early and kind of hard to tell who's really got some speed. We've only got 2 laps completed now. Everyone, I'm assuming, is hoping to peak with their setups around lap 6 to 7. Overbeck to the inside, though, for second. He'll get through. Warren with a crossover, a little help from Josh Campbell. Back down the inside, and just like that, Harley Keeble gets gifted about a half-second lead.
He makes a move, thinks he's got the right line, but drifts out a little bit and then loses 2 spots. So, and that's just how competitive this circuit is here at Cincinnati. A great move on the over-under, but when he did that, it just got him wide and then loses 2 spots in the middle of it. So a tough break for Overbeck.
It's tough. I don't know if I've seen a lot of those passes in turn 1 be successful and not get crossed up. Because, again, you go to that dirtier inside track, it's already a sketchy corner to go full throttle, and now Overbeck is really fighting for his life. He drops a tire out of the S's. Lemke's by. Here comes Feldstein as well. Here comes another one of the Sodis. Vinny Maskelis, his first weekend on the national scene in the black and orange colors. And Leo Escorpioni completes the train and also gets by James Overbeck. So in a lap, He goes from second down to ninth, and that's a big swing, Randy.
A pass for second there. Josh Campbell on the charge. Kind of nice to see Josh with a good run out here after the fate he had in the heat race. And Cooper Shipman up to third following Campbell as Eli Warren gets shuffled back to fourth.
It was cool to hear the humility out of Josh Campbell saying, hey, you know, the engine was what it was. I mean, we think we could have, you know, solved it by just making sure we fire it on the stand as Cooper Shipman dive bombs him. But he took full responsibility. He said, I was just trying to get back going, get back through the field, and I made a mistake. That's on me. You know, I'll pick us up and we'll get back going. So Josh Campbell, that was cool to hear from him right before this one. He's doing decent right now, but the more they fight for second, the bigger the lead gets to be to what has been proven to be the fastest car all weekend, Harley Keeble. Shipman through for second, pass for third as well, pass on Overbeck, further back on Feldstein, but move Eli Warren around Josh Campbell for P3. Scorpione also got around Vinny Maskelis in a couple.
Yeah, what a battle out there for second, third, fourth, fifth. They're constantly going back and forth, and that's just what the doctor ordered for Harley Keeble because, again, he's got the line he wants. He can hit his marks on every single lap, and now Cooper Shipman the same way. Shipman's got some breathing room. It's that third, fourth, and fifth place battle, and Brandon Lemke right now, the driver on the charge, just went purple the last lap with a 59.306. Lemke up to fifth and trying to close in on Josh Campbell.
Yeah, the veteran Brandon Lemke is probably like, guys, I don't even know how to get around you both because you guys keep getting around each other and just working us backwards. So Brandon Lemke on that Millwright Racing X30, like you said, fastest on the racetrack, latched onto these two, has a gap behind him. And for him, I mean, you know, this is back to neutral. He didn't have the best start either as we've got, one driver hard into the outside wall. That is going to be the 995 Cosmic Machine. Looking further down the order, that's Ben Gaunt. He was 17th. He gets taken out there in the long sweeping S's. That was a way, way wide incident there in the grass. As look at Lemke. Wow, talk about unexpected. He gets a nose on the outside of turn 2 to the inside of the kink at turn 3 and gets around Josh Campbell.
Lemke on the charge. He's up to fourth now, getting around Josh Campbell, and he's not done. He's one of the quicker drivers on the track. Went purple again the last lap. He'll try to get around Eli Warren in that next spot if he can. Now, Warren actually running third. Harley Keeble still the leader with Cooper Shipman in second.
Yeah, Harley Keeble at the moment, an 8/10 margin. He did lose a little bit to Shipman last time by. We heard him in the morning. He said that he didn't really feel like with the MG red tire he had to worry about saving his stuff. So that's some good news for Cooper Shipman in the Iron Rock Motorsports camp. I think it's real that he is reeling him in. He's not just saving and backing off. Lemke to the inside for third, by the way. He's up another one. The Millwright Racing Tony Kart. P3, Eli Warren fourth, Campbell still fifth. Leo Scorpione is up 5 spots, also equally fast. And the yellow and black Zanella Racing Tony Kart is only 3 karts away from Josh Campbell.
Great battle out there for third, fourth, fifth positions. We got about 7 drivers contesting, but Harley Keeble and Cooper Shipman have checked out, and they are pretty well settled. Right now, the gap's about a half a second from Keeble to Shipman. Will he have enough time? There's 6 laps in, 6 to go. Certainly enough time to catch Keeble, and you can see lap after lap he is closing in. In fact, last lap Shipman went purple with a 59.058, 0.2 of a second faster than Keeble. We're going to have a battle for the lead here before long.
Yeah, we definitely will. Cooper Shipman has 5 laps. That's plenty of time to eat up just now 2 car lengths or 3.5 of a second. He was 2.5 of a second faster than Keeble last time by that lap alone. Campbell to the inside and clear on Eli Warren. That's for fourth. Warren kind of barely touches him out of the corner and sends him a little extra wide, and that'll force him to block. It's going to give Brandon Lemke a nice gap out front. Look who's there in the white helmet trying to get back into the mix of things. James Overbeck's gotten back around Vinny Maskelis and Alex Feldstein. He's on the bumper of Leo Scorpione. In the blue suit, the BJR MDR Tony Kart driver right now is 7th. He started 3rd. He's at least going to be able to maybe get back to 4th. I don't know if he'll get to 3rd, though. Brandon Lemke's already starting to scoot away.
Yeah, Lemke has been on the charge the entire race and has shown now in 3rd spot. He probably is going to be settled there. Eli Warren getting inside of Josh Campbell and getting around. But Overbeck, kind of nice to see him bounce back because he had a tough lap there. He went from 2nd to 7th in one corner and then fell a couple more spots. So Overbeck trying to gain the ground back. But, boy, a pass there for 3rd. That was Josh Campbell slipping inside of Lemke and taking over that 3rd spot.
Vinny Miskelis was here last weekend. He's on that black and orange Sodi in the middle of the group trying to fend off Overbeck. He actually won the test race, the local championship for the MCC Pro-Am Karting Series. He was one of many drivers who came to the track 1 week early to get some extra laps last weekend. So you think that would have given him maybe a little bit more momentum into this one, but he's just kind of, been running right around where he's at right now, just outside the top 5, inside the top 10. Not race winning pace, might be, again, upper half of the grid in the main tomorrow, but, he's looking for a little more, and he's still really trading blows with James Overbeck. Another move, he gets him back again. Overbeck back behind. Peyton Phillips is caught up, by the way, there at the end of the grouping, and he's really went backwards to start this one. He's finally closed up on this pack. So Peyton Phillips getting around Alex Feldstein, starting to march his way up the leaderboard. He's back to neutral, now back up 1 from starting 10th. He's 9th at the moment here with 2.5 to go. And
the battle's developed now for the top 2 spots as Cooper Shipman has caught up to Harley Keeble, and it is a battle for the win right now in KA Senior. Once again, Shipman, the fastest driver on the track, just going purple, and he's closed into the rear bumper of Harley Keeble.
Yeah, through the S's they go. There's that next group with Campbell and Scorpione and Warren and Miskelis all lined up. Brandon Lemke, he's just going to be able to cruise all the way to the finish. About 1.5 seconds now back from Lemke to this group here that's still fighting. Scorpione's going to make it 7 spots gained so far. He's up to 4th. Campbell falls back in. Miskelis gets burned. He loses a spot back to Phillips as the 2 to go signal comes out for Harley Keeble and Cooper Shipman. Still a couple car lengths apart back there. There's Feldstein to the inside of James Overbeck for 9th. He'll get the job done. Phillips to the inside of Campbell. All that battling way back, 5.5 to 6 seconds away. That was the top 2, your leaders. There's Lemke. There's this middle group we've been following most of this race.
Yeah, the battle really right now is for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Those 5 drivers really going after it. Right now it's Leonardo Escorpione with a 7-spot advantage, gained 7 spots in this heat race, starting in 11th up to 4th. Eli Warren has shuffled back 3 spots. Josh Campbell had a good charge early, but now he's shuffled back a little bit. But I got to tell you, Scorpione, one of the faster karts on the track. Harley Keeble just went purple that last lap, though, which is what he needed to do. They're coming for the white, and it's Harley Keeble and Cooper Shipman crossing the stripe about 5 kart lengths apart.
Yeah, Keeble's definitely kind of picked things up the last couple laps. He's really tried to find a way to match the speed of Cooper Shipman and keep him at bay. For the moment, he is. A car length and a half is the closest Cooper's gotten. And the rookie chasing down a fellow young guy, only his 2nd full year in senior action for Harley Keeble, coming out of turn number 7. There goes Lemke out there. Here's this massive battle pack. Scorpione versus Warren and company, and on through that group. Still single file to the S's for the final time. Let's see, does Cooper Shipman have anything he can really throw at Harley Keeble through the left? He's not going to be close enough here. Maybe into the hairpin. He'll try it. Kind of gets into him a little bit. Climbs the curbing now. Crossover maybe. Keeble parks it nicely. It'll be a big run for Cooper. Can he get there at the line? Harley Keeble noses ahead. Here comes Shipman. Big run. Big time run for Cooper at the stripe. He got him. Cooper Shipman wins it by 0.02 of a second. Keeble 2nd. Lemke 3rd. Scorpione 4th. Warren 5th. How about that here for heat number 2 in KA Senior, Randy?
And kudos to Cooper Shipman and Harley Keeble because they raced each other clean. Shipman stuck his nose inside. Keeble saw him and says, I'm not gonna chomp down on you. I'm gonna give you racing room. I'll keep the high side and keep my momentum. And so Shipman backed off, waited till the line, made the draft, slipped out, and got a little charge, and ended up 2/100ths of a second. So basically a side-by-side finish. Great run by both drivers and a really good race in K100 Senior.
With that, there's more to come. That's only half the group. The second half is headed your way. When we come back from this commercial break here, live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, you're watching the US Pro Kart Series on Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, it's Dave here from Kart Class. We're at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We're here to show you guys the fastest way to drive this almost 1 mile circuit. It offers both fast sweeping corners, some fast chicanes, and a technical switchback that leads into a long main straight. Let's find out where to brake, where to accelerate, and where the best places to overtake. So let's get stuck into it.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
On track, our second K100 Senior Heat race. The B versus D group on the pole. The 949 of Finnegan Bailiff. Mick Gabriel will start outside of the front row. Then it's Austin Jers and Connor Ferris in row 2. Aiden Rudolph and Elio Meza in row 3. In row 4, it's Luke Powers and Brandon Atkins, Emerson Reed and Ben Lyda in row 5. Heading down for a start. Don't know if we're going to see one this time, maybe, but they're still catching up. I'm inclined to think we're going to get one more lap. And let's see, they have taken some formation now in the late going. And let's see if we get a green. And we do. We're racing into turn 1, and Finnegan Bailiff with the early lead gets into turn 1 with a good start. Climbing the hill, and everybody's staying clean. Halfway through in this first lap, Bailiff leading the way.
And so as they head to the back section, it's Finnegan Bailiff over Mick Gabriel, Austin Jers, Connor Ferris, 1, 2, 3, 4. Little gap to Aiden Rudolph, who gets a better start to heat number 2 than heat 1 for the PSO Karting Bureau Art. And there's a nice move by Connor Ferris, getting into third. Quickly gets around Austin Jers. So Connor Ferris moving his way back up the order. We had that great start in heat 1. He gets another good one in heat number 2. Finnegan Bailiff, though, leading into turn number 2. Big hometown crowd here. His family runs and operates this place. Him and his brother Gavin have been a part of building this place and building the facility to the point here. I mean, it is a full family operation, Randy. You see every morning you got Sean Bailiff out there mowing the grass, blowing the track off, and it's no different for Finn and Gavin here. And I talked to him earlier this weekend as Rudolph, with a big dive attempt on Jers, ends up losing a spot to Elio Meza. Finn was saying he had to work last weekend, couldn't run the test weekend. And I said, oh, I thought you might be working again this week. He said, no, I'm going to run this one. So he's doing good so far. He's in the points. Little bit of a bump, though, for Mick Gabriel. Kind of sends him wide. He recovers nicely. And now Gabriel kind of gets a bit of a load from the back by Connor Ferris. And there is Jers. And, oh, man, big contact with Rudolph. And that just destroyed the left front of Elio Meza's car.
That was not good. Yeah, Meza is pretty well shot on this one. Tough break. And just some hard racing by everybody in that pack. They were 3 wide where 2 wide was about all that would allow. And obviously Meza was the one that was the worst for the wear. But Finnegan Bailiff still leading the way. Just a 1 minute 5:58, fastest on that last lap.
Yeah, nonetheless, I mean, I think the biggest thing there was the pack just kind of got too big as here comes Braden Eves to the inside of one of the TKG drivers. That might have been Nikolay Dukov. I think he's working his way by. Or maybe might have been Carter Thompson, actually, going through on the 915. But as they go down into the long sweeping left, Bailiff, Gabriel, and Ferris, now with that kind of exploded pack, have gotten a big gap. And Ferris back on Gabriel. Then it's Jers and Emerson Reed. Each reigns picked up 4. Again, another great drive through the grid for Emerson Reed after qualifying right near the edge of the top 20, which put him on the row number 5 for all of his heat races. He's picked up a handful of spots early. He's got himself up to 5th, and he's charging forward. Let's go side by side here. Cooper Shipman, what a stunner to win heat number 2 for his group in KA Senior. He's watching his team at Elio Meza unfortunately have some rough luck on the other end, but at least for Cooper, good afternoon start. Alex?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Cooper, I mean, like Xander said, couldn't get much better than that in the second heat there. I mean, Harley Keeble has been kind of the guy to beat for the past few races here in the national scene, but you've been on the up and up throughout the year. Pace gotten better and better, and there, I mean, you led Heat 2 for about 5 feet. That's all you needed, though.
Yeah, I knew starting further back that it was going to be tough to catch Keeble, given that he's been faster than pretty much everybody all weekend, but I just made sure to get through the pack kind of early and just give myself most of the race to go and try and hunt him down, and we ended up getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, your long-run pace seems to be pretty impressive here. You think you can keep that up throughout the weekend?
Yeah, I think we're in a pretty good spot with our setup and pressures, so it's just more about adjusting to the temperatures and what the track kind of does for the rest of the weekend, and we should be in a good spot to finish well.
Yeah, and talk to me one more thing here about your mindset, right? There's 3 heats today. Super important to get set up for tomorrow's starting spot. I mean, you going to keep being aggressive like you were, or just play a little safe now they have some good finishing starts?
I mean, obviously, with 2 heat wins, it's going to be more important to stay safe and just kind of make sure I'm within top 5, top 10 even. But we know here, especially, it's a lot safer to be out front and away from all the chaos. So I'll take my chances when I get it, but I'm not going to do anything too crazy.
All right, thank you, Cooper. Cooper Shipman, P1 there in the second heat for KA Senior. Let's see if he can do even better there in the third heat. Back to you, Xander.
Yeah, maybe get away a little bit here. Try to get away from the battling. I mean, that's a big ask, though. Look at this one. It's still 5. We thought we got down to 3 for a minute, Randy. They've kind of packed back up again at the front of the field. Ferris has gone around Finnegan Bailiff for the lead. That's brought Gabriel a little closer. It's brought Emerson Reed and Austin Jers back into the mix. We got 5 of them here with 7 to go and 5 complete. Still plenty of racing left.
Yeah, Connor Ferris and Finnegan Bailiff started racing each other, and that brought the rest of the field back up to them. So we got a 5-car battle now with Emerson Reed, who finished strong in the last heat race and had to work his way through the field to do that. Well, he's on the charge again, one of the faster drivers, as is Austin Jers.
Well, Emerson Reed did good. Another kid who had to come through the field and did good in that last heat was Leonardo Escorpione. From one rookie to the next here, it's been a pretty good up-and-up season for Leo. He's standing by with Emery on the KC pit box.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Leo, I mean, it's been a good season for you so far. You started the year out in Florida in the junior category, moved up to senior. Miami Grange was kind of your coming-out party there. Now struggled a little bit to start the weekend, but came on strong here, coming home with a 4th in the second heat. How have you been able to adjust this weekend and find some more pace?
I mean, the whole weekend we struggled on the engine issues. We lost 6 miles from quality warm-up into the heat. So we're just trying to find the balance of the engine and just try to do better every time.
Yeah, I'm looking at the racecraft side of things. I mean, to be able to pick up 8 spots there, you had to pass some guys that really have been doing this a lot longer at the senior level than you had. How did it feel to kind of gain that confidence, and where does that sort of put you in from a mindset standpoint heading into the rest of the weekends?
I mean, it was a really confidence booster this heat, and I just want to go pushing forward every single time. I mean, they all have more experience than me. I think I'm the youngest one on the grid, and it's just good to beat all of them.
Yeah, I'm looking at one more thing. I mean, you're talking about on the way down here that you had some power issues in the first heat, down a little bit. I mean, I know as much as anyone that once you get that KA down on power, it can really kind of hurt your confidence going forward. But you guys find the issue solved in Heat 2. Are there any concerns going forward?
I mean, the straight line, we always had issues, and if we fix that, I think I can keep up with Keeble and Shipman, and it would be good for the race.
All right, Leo Scorpioni got through the engine issues, came home with a 4th in Heat number 2. Should be set to start pretty solid in the final now, depending on how his third heat goes on later today. But in the meantime, we've got a good battle up front here in the second part of the heat races for the KA category. Back to you guys in the booth.
As Connor Ferris now still remains as the leader through it all. Emerson Reed has climbed his way up to second. The newly signed Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony Kart drivers doing a great job. Bailiff's still there. Jers is close. Gabriel a little bit further away, but not necessarily gone from this group of 5. We're coming to 4 laps to go. Emerson Reed and Finnegan Bailiff here, both of them. Home racetrack, as Austin Jers says, doesn't care where you live, I'm going through, and he kind of really got hooked together with Finn coming out of the corner. It sent Finn back to 5th. We got a challenge for the lead here, Randy. Emerson Reed down to the bottom side and through.
I'm not sure anybody's passed more karts this weekend than Emerson Reed, at least today. He has been on the charge, not the best starting position, but he's worked his way up now. He's advanced 8 positions, started in 9th. He's now leading the race. Connor Ferris right behind, but Those two now a little bit of a gap with 3 laps to go next time by. It may be their race to battle. Not too far back, Austin Jers, Mick Gabriel, and Finnegan Bailiff, but they're going to have to behave themselves and stay in line to catch that lead group. I kind of like the line that Connor Ferris is taking. He's kind of taken a lot of those tight corners, left it on a higher groove, keeping his momentum up, but a little dive bomb on the inside there in turn 1, and then was able to hold his line. Emerson Reed was able to make the pass. Really smart, really clean move by Emerson Reed.
Yeah, he didn't go down to the inside too early. He kind of kept Connor wide and made sure that he got a good arc in the corner so he wouldn't get crossed over. That's a guy, obviously, that knows this racetrack and knows what you need to do and how you need to do it to get around this place, not just fast on a single lap, but how to race here, which is, of course, the part that nobody knew coming into today. With 3 laps to go, he's now got about a car length away from Connor. He might be fast enough to slowly break away because Connor Ferris does not have any help right now. Austin Jers is still about 7 to 8 cars back. Out of turn number 7 we go. This, of course, goes into one of the most technical parts of the racetrack. You have to sacrifice the exit of every corner to prioritize the entry to the next one all the way to that left and then cresting the hill. He got about a little bit more on Connor coming out, but Connor got a big run down the straight in the toe, so he'll stay close as they go through the sweeper. Nothing here. Double sticks coming this time. It'll be 2 to go. Austin Jers, really good run through that final sector. He closed up a ton down the stripe. It is only 3 back. Now from Ferris to Jers. Emerson Reed sees 2 to go here in heat number 2.
Austin Jers may have a chance to bring those other 2 drivers, Mick Gabriel and Finnegan Bailiff, with him and make it a 5-car battle for the win. They're getting closer and closer, but last lap, Emerson Reed was still the fastest car on the racetrack, a 59.171. He's got Connor Ferris right on his rear bumper, and here comes Austin Jers. He is not that far back. It is officially a 5-car battle for the win. White flag next time by Emerson Reed trying to hang on. Connor Ferris trying not to lose Emerson Reed's draft, but he's coming close to that right now as the gap is about 3 kart lengths from first to second.
Yeah, Emerson Reed got a much better exit than Ferris out of the S's that time. He can run the normal line here through these back hairpins. That's good because then he'll get a really good exit onto the straightaway. Look how much more he got that arc. Got about a half car width wider than Connor going into that right-hand hairpin. And as they come down the front stretch, while he looks back and Connor's close, I don't know if he needs to defend. He's going to do it to be safe. Goes about center track. Now he's got to go low into 2. He will. They're all there. Jers is going to stuff it down the inside on Ferris. That'll give Emerson some breathing room on the run to turn number 4. Emerson Reed can open up now. Jers has to block for second, and he nearly gets sent into Emerson. Hangs onto it, and Emerson Reed will get 3 car lengths as they head to the infield hairpin for the final time.
The difficulty right now for Emerson Reed is he has to run a defensive line, and it's cost him. Right now, he did get to gap because of the racing behind him, about 2 kart lengths. Just about out of time now for Austin Jers. But Jers slipping inside of Connor Ferris, kind of catching him by surprise and making that pass for second. Emerson Reed, if he doesn't make any mistakes, I think has this one. Only a couple more corners left for Austin Jers to make that pass. And they make that final right-hander and head down the front straight. I don't believe Austin Jers is close enough.
Not close enough indeed. Emerson Reed will score the heat race win all the way back on the grid from starting in the 9th spot. He wins over Jers Ferris. Slick move by by Finnegan Bailiff on that final lap at the top of the hill in the S's to get around Mick Gabriel. And we got a crash down here in turn number 1 after the line. The 925 of Luke Powers slams the Tech Pros. The Scribner barriers on the outside. You can see the indent there from where he spun and clobbered him. And hopefully he is okay. He's up and out and probably disappointed that he might have just hurt the go-kart after a good run for Luke to rebound to 9th. He fell back quite a bit. Another really strong run for the young lady from Mexico, Ivana Richards. Picks up 8 spots again. Moves herself up from 16th to 8th. That's 2 consecutive drives through the grid to crack the top 10. Henry Lepard with a good run picks up 6. Brandon Adkins a better heat number 2. He gets 6th behind Mick Gabriel in 5th. Braden Eves rounds off the top 10. And then about pretty neutral all the way down. The big storylines coming out of this one, a handful more DNFs than the first time around. Aiden Rudolph and Elio Meza got collected there. We saw on screen when that pack for the lead was pretty massive. And they both suffer an 18th and a 19th place result. Kingston Himes, Raheem Alabahi, also DNFs in heat number 2 for groups B and D in Mike Doty Racing KA100 Seniors. So not ideal for either one of them. Alex, Emery, you guys, thoughts on that, and of course everything else that's gone on here so far?
Yeah, Xander, I mean, I have to say, first off, impressive drive from Emerson Reed to go back again from 9th this time to P1. Again, though, I think he has a bumper penalty. I saw the bumper flapping around coming out of turn number 1 there after the checker, so not ideal for him. For Elio Meza, Nathan Rudolph, again, it's not ideal for them to get collected. But Alex, I mean, much more chaotic KA races this time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of like what we expected pre-race. We talked about it, right? The guys that had good results kept it clean. The guys that needed good results were aggressive, and it cost a few of them, right? I mean, we saw there, like you said, with Meza and Rudolph, guys that maybe needed results, couldn't get it done, especially with Shipman showing the pace there. Meza was trying to do the same thing, couldn't make it happen. But here we go with X30 Junior getting ready to go underway. Ernesto been one of the fastest guys all weekend long so far. Miller as well has been able to hold pace on the new on his new team there, Nash Motorsports with the EOS go-kart. Seeing if he can make up for what happened in the KA first heat with the DQ there, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. And how about Nathan Dupuis starting outside of row 1? I mean, he has been on fire this weekend in both X30 and in the KA Juniors. I mean, it's one thing to be up there consistently, but even in the first heat, mixing up with Miller, mixing up with Rivera, we'll have to see what he can do this time around. But certainly for Speed Concepts Racing, we've seen a handful of their guys run up front in X30 and KA Junior this year, whether it be Anthony Martello when he was with them, whether it be Turner Brown. I mean, obviously Dupuis, this race has been really good. I mean, they have done such a good job in the junior category. And now for Dupuis, I mean, he gets his chance here. Ernesto Rivera has been almost unbeatable in X30 this year. We'll see what he can do here.
Yeah, for sure. Another guy to mention, I mean, the guy rolling off P4 there in the RPG go-kart, Keelan Harvick. He's making a few more starts here now over here in America in the X30 class, and he's been super, super strong. We saw him over there at the Grands. We see him again here, just being super strong in the RPG go-kart, feeling really comfortable in his X30 class, especially with how young he is, to be able to compete against guys who have raced all year long in this class. Ernesto, Steven Miller, I mean, he could be one of the guys to watch here.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Keelan Harvick, we've seen him kind of be up front in all of his opportunities so far in X30 Junior. I mean, he's found his way to the front. This weekend, no different. He's got a little bit of pace to find to his teammate, but hey, I mean, the RPG guys, they're known for working well together, so we'll see what happens here. Keelan Harvick rolling off P4, but the top two, Nathan Dupuis and Ernesto Rivera, should be set for an exciting heat number 2 as we can send it back to you guys in the booth to see how this unfolds here. Xander?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, Ernesto Rivera's been, the fastest driver, but they were close and they were able to get a couple runs at him in that opening heat race. So as the X30 Pro Juniors begin to slowly form in the back section and get set for more here from this one, we'll bring them down the front stretch now. You've got Rivera on the inside in that purple and pink RPG Cosmic, and we got one pulling off. Stephen Miller is off into the scale line before we get underway. Problems for the Nash Motorsports driver. He's done in heat number 2 before it even gets going. Green flag for the rest of the field. That moves a few more up. It gives Sarah Bradley the third place starting spot, and she takes full advantage and goes to second.
Good clean start by everybody.
And as they exit out of turn number 3 and 4, we watch them down to the back hairpin, turn 5. They come out. Enzo Vidmontien got around the red suit of Keelan Harvick to move into 5th. It's the SCR boys and girls, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Bradley, Dupuis, and then Turner Brown there right ahead of Enzo Vidmontien with a couple car lengths to make up. Look at the move there for Nathan Dupuis on his teammate. He gets around Bradley. He'll bring more. Here comes Chico to the inside. Turner Brown going to look for 3rd with help from Vidmontien. Harvick's lined up as well. He'll get by. Weldon trying to go. He does also. Bradley getting muscled out of the way now as she tries to fight back. Does. Weldon's going to cross her over. I don't think he'll get clear. He pulls back in, and already a big lead for Ernesto Rivera. That's about 6 or 7 tenths of a second at the line. 1 lap in here, 11 to go. Harvick a little wide in 1. Vidmontien had a look, didn't go.
Yeah, this is exactly what Ernesto Rivera wanted. They're racing behind him, and he's been able to stretch it out. Now Nathan Dupuis and Turner Brown are locked into a 2-car draft, and they could possibly close up on Ernesto Rivera. We'll see how that goes. Those two need to just stay in line and not race each other. Keelan Harvick with a good run, as well as Enzo Vidmontien. We work our way through the early stages of this X30 Junior Heat race, number 2. And Ernesto Rivera, who's been the class of this field so far, continues. And now a pass for second as Turner Brown slips inside and makes the pass on Nathan Dupuis. So Dupuis back to third, and we got a spinner.
Oh, no. Harvick around in the outfield of the new section. The 762 goes for a ride in the spin cycle on the left. His hand goes in the air, kind of unsure and probably frustrated about that one. He'll drop to the rear. It's Brown in second now. Dupuis back to third. Little bit of a cushion back to Sarah Bradley, who's worked her way back up to fourth. She went purple last time by, so the speed's definitely there for the young lady out of Florida. But Sarah Bradley, a long way to go now after getting that great start to second with Miller dropping out on the pace lap. She had to really claw her way just to get back into the top 5 a moment ago. Then behind her, Jackson Wolney, talked about him earlier, is a big dive there. That's Alexander Vanchev, I believe, on the inside. He gets around Davin Roberts and Diego Guillot, but Bradley back to P4 and about 2 seconds away from Ernesto. So they'll work their way to the back sector here. It'll be 9 to go this time by. Ernesto Rivera's lead continues at about a second.
Ernesto Rivera leading the way. Turner Brown a little bit quicker on that last lap than Rivera, but not much, maybe a tenth of a second, and we'll see if that changes. But Ernesto Rivera right now your leader. Turner Brown runs second, Nathan Dupuis third, fourth Sarah Bradley, and Enzo Vidmontien in fifth. Nathan Dupuis just went purple with a 57.888. So Ernesto Rivera your leader, Turner Brown second, Nathan Dupuis runs third. We're 9 laps to go, 8 laps next time by.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, good to be joining you guys up here in the booth after being in the pit box for a little bit there. But like you said, the 2-speed concepts, guys, of Turner Brown and Nathan Dupuis, second and third last time by, about 2/10 faster than your leader, Ernesto Rivera, who they kind of have a bit of assistance there with Stephen Miller dropping out. Hopefully get a word with him to see what happened.
So, Alexander, we had rain a little bit ago. Now we've got sunshine. Track conditions continue to change here at Cincinnati from slightly wet to possibly a little muggy right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the track conditions are definitely ever-changing here in Cincinnati, Ohio. But that being said, I think we have Emery Blyda down there with Nick Terlecki. Emery, what you got?
Yeah, thanks, Alex. Here with Nick Terlecki. Nick, I mean, it's been a good weekend for you so far outside of happy hour, but qualified P8 up to 5th in the heat race was one of the fastest laps. Just tell me, I mean, it's your second X30 or third X30 weekend this year. How's it feel?
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good, feeling really confident. Just, trying to stay clean out there with all these guys. These guys are all multiple champions. So I'm just trying to show my respect out there as the new guy coming into this year running X30 Senior.
Yeah, and it's your new guy to X30 Senior, but you do have a bit of an advantage here. You did run last year in Route 66, won a race in KA. How does it compare this year running X30? I mean, a completely different field, a lot different when it comes to the engine package as well, but still having that familiarity, I mean, it must mean something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely like this track. I feel like it's a really good layout. It's really quick, but as in terms of the similarities between both classes, it's just an overall fast track, and just got to keep your momentum going.
Yeah, and one more thing. I mean, you've mentioned you've only run 3 X30 races to this point, a few more OKN races as well. Kind of talk to me about how you made the decision to switch over to X30 and how that's been going for you so far, both as on the track as well as some of the things you picked up off the track.
Yeah, I mean, switching over from K to X30 definitely keeps the same tire compound between the OKN and the X30, so it just keeps me fresh with, the driving style out on the track and off the track.
All right, Nick Terlecki starting this race in the 8th position, made up a few spots in Heat 1. We'll see what he can do here in Heat number 2. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Emery. Back on the track here. The action's kicked off. There goes Enzo Vidmontien up into P3. We saw him last lap send Sarah Bradley to the wayside a little bit there to get for 4th. Now he's up to 3rd and has his sights set ahead now on Turner Brown, who's found himself into P2. They were a little bit quicker than Ernesto Rivera last time by, but all this shuffling has made them lose even more ground to the RPG driver. 7/10 slower than Ernesto Rivera, who goes purple to 57.7. So with about 6.5 laps to go, a 2-second advantage. It's going to be really difficult for these guys to catch up.
Ernesto Rivera remains the fastest driver on the track. Last lap of 57.776. Continues to gap the field. Right now the advantage 2 seconds, which is pretty rare out there to have a gap that big from the leader to second place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ernesto Rivera has been one of the class of the field throughout the year, and especially this weekend, like I said, with Stephen Miller dropping out as well, one of his biggest competition going into this heat race. He's dropped out, so now it's left Ernesto Rivera pretty much by himself up into P1. There goes Enzo Villamantien up to second place. That Car Republic driver is absolutely flying with 5.5 laps to go. But we have Xander Clements down there with Joe Turney. What you got, Xander?
Well, thanks, Alex. I figure I have to talk to this guy face-to-face, of the one who's been stinking up our broadcast all year long by making it look way too easy. But forget the racing stuff, Joe. We finally have had a little gap in our schedule over the last couple weeks. What's the last month been up for you since we haven't seen you on the broadcast since July?
A lot of airports, a lot of kart tracks still, so nothing changes there. I went back home for a bit, but there was a race there, so I went to help out some of the boys at home, and then I've been in Canada for a week and a half there before I came here. Stopped off on the way through for another race there. So yeah, a lot of karting, so nothing changes really.
And granted, this being one of Kart Republic's kind of mainstay headquarters in the U.S. with the Trinity Karting guys based here, you've driven through here, you guys have stopped through here, but for the first full race weekend at this place, what do you make of it?
It's cool, yeah. The track seems to race pretty well. I think the material's working really well around here. The speed looks good. So, no, we just it's difficult. It's our first time doing race distances. The practices have been pretty short. That last heat was our first time going over 7 laps. So, yeah, it was a bit of guesswork with the pressure, and I think we sort of know where we are now. So I think everyone's going to be improving through the races.
And, you know, we look at the rest of the field. It feels like, you know, at the beginning of the year, you kind of had everybody's number in that last 5 to 8 lap stint of a run. You know, the last couple laps when the tires are falling off in a main, you've been the strongest. We go back to the last time you were here. Ryan was with you the entire way at Newcastle. Has it felt like the field's kind of gotten better on managing their stuff to get closer to you as the season's drug on?
Yeah, I think so. I think at the start of the year we definitely had a bit of advantage on pace. Like we were able to pole qualies. And we could walk away in some of the races, but it's not that way at the moment. So we need to keep working. I think you know, everyone's improving, everyone's pushing. So it's hard to get to the front, but to stay there's even harder.
Well, we'll see if he can do it. He, of course, starts on the outside lane again. If he can keep it a little bit closer to Ryan, we might have ourselves one heck of a show here for heat number 2. Good luck, Joe.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Joe brought up a good point. I mean, this is the first time all weekend long, or at least that first heat was, where they went over 6 or 7 laps. And I mean, to do guesswork on tire pressures, there's only so accurate you could be, right? Nobody's going to be perfect there, and it looks like Joe maybe missed it just a little bit there in the first heat. He said he knows where he stands now in the second heat, so we'll see. I mean, Ryan must have got it on the money there for sure, so we'll see. Like Xander said, I mean, if he can get up to Ryan, we're sure in for a show for the rest of this weekend.
A couple of movers in this race, second and third. Turner Brown in the 736 and Enzo Villamantien in the 795 have both advanced 5 positions. They're second and third right now, but literally a half a straightaway gap on Ernesto Rivera. 3 seconds between first to second. Then it's Brown and Villamantien second and third with kind of their own race. Then Nathan Dupuis and Sarah Bradley battling it out for fourth and fifth. So the battles really are from second on back through 5th, 6th positions. But Ernesto Rivera, by far the class of the field in this X30 Junior as we hit our heat number 2. He's going to be tough to beat all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he's been ultra impressive, right? A 57.6 to go purple with only a lap and a half to go. I mean, it just goes to show you kind of the driver that he is, the team right around him as well. They've got the setup absolutely dialed in. Not to say that Turner Brown and the Speed Concert guys haven't gotten it figured out as well. I mean, to put their best laps with a few to go here, it shows that they have that kart, you know, dialed in to an extent there, but to still be a few tenths off Ernesto Rivera, it goes to show you how quick he is. But Sarah Bradley matching Ernesto's time last time by. She has the benefit of a toe just a little bit on her teammate Nathan Dupuis there. But, yeah, the guys behind Ernesto Rivera doing similar lap times here, but this is not going to help at all. There goes Villamantien to the inside of Turner Brown. He's back through. Ernesto looks back to see the 3-second gap that he has as the white flag waves here with a half a lap to go. We're seeing Turner Brown push Villamantien through the middle of the racetrack here. Holds on still. As Villamantien second place right now, trying to hold on, but whoa, what a late lunge by Turner Brown. He's through. Nathan Dupuis through. Dupuis going to go for a 2-for-1 there. He's through now. So Nathan Dupuis from 4th to 2nd. Turner Brown a net gain of 0, and Villamantien down 5 spots.
Yeah, one turn, Villamantien goes from 2nd to 6th. Unbelievable change of events for Enzo Villamantien.
Yeah, Vimatien around the outside there. Can't make it stick. That's Jackson Wolney. He's back in the mix. He's up 6 spots this race. So what a run for the RPG driver there. Rounding the final few corners here, it's going to be Ernesto Rivera who's going to cross the line to take a dominating Heat 2 victory. Here comes Nathan Dupuis to get a second-place finish. Turner Brown and Sarah Bradley. It's a 2, 3, and 4 for Speed Concepts Racing. Ends the Vimatien, not the final lap he would have wanted. Comes home in 5th. Jackson Wolney, solid run to finish 6th. David Ramirez in 7th. Oliver Alden down a couple of spots there in 8th. Davin Roberts 9th, and then Diego Gio rounds out your top 10 in X30 Junior.
Yeah, that was a dominating display there by Ernesto Rivera for sure. So Ernesto Rivera coming out on top in our X30 Junior Heat race number 2. Next class out on the track is going to be the X30 Pro Senior class.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely the story of the race is Stephen Miller not even starting the race there. So the biggest competition to Ernesto. He's not going to get any points for this race heading into tomorrow's starting positions here. But that being said, we're going to send it on down here in a minute to, I believe, Xander and Emery.
Thanks, Alex. So, again, both of us just kind of chatting with different guys on the grid. Obviously, Ryan and Joe have been, head of the heap so far. Where did you get with everyone so far from that?
Yeah, I mean, I had a chance to talk a good bit with Harley Keeble there right before. And, I mean, first off, he's kind of feeling the mental exhaustion of it from going back and forth from K8 X30. I mean, this weekend, only one class in between the two groups on the schedule. But in terms of the actual kart itself, he felt like they missed the pressure a little bit last session. And, I mean, we've seen all weekend. He's close, but he just needs a little bit more. Seems a little bit pessimistic, but we'll see how it goes here.
Yeah, I mean, as they roll off here, it's just such a, to me, it's so impressive for Ryan and for Joe that they've fired off so well, especially Ryan in that first heat race, right? When we got to the end of that heat race, the rest of the field seemed like they were a little bit closer, maybe only a 10th off. But in those opening couple laps, because everyone's so worried about tire deg or getting too high on pressures too early, that nobody's driving as good on cold tires and low air pressure, I think, than the two guys on the front row. So if anyone can really work on that part of their game throughout this heat and the next heat later on this afternoon, that'll be the difference maker, I think, in the main, because, you know those two guys are not going to slow down as the race goes on. You got to stay with them from lap 1.
Yeah, honestly, a large part of it is just driving it better, to be completely honest. Like, you can do such and such with tire pressures, but at the end of the day, everyone's going to be on cold tires at the start. You've just kind of got to will it, get the temperatures to the right window, and then go from there. And I think Turney and Norberg are two of the best drivers in the world at doing that. And some of these younger guys like Blake Nash or Harley Keeble, as good as he's been, have work to do in that area. So we'll see what they can do here heading into the second heat and see how they progress through the rest of the weekend.
It's all about managing it and getting a good start, and they're coming to it right now. We'll send it back to you, Alex and Randy.
There they go, underway, green flag in the air. What a start from Norberg, what a start from Keeble and Blake Nash. Nash trying to hold on to P3 there, Turney around the outside of turn 1. He's going to make it stick. What a move to hold on to P3, but Turney already down a spot. Keeble, what a start for him. He needed that one to get into P2.
Yeah, good job by Turney. He could have lost 3 or 4 positions there, but he just stayed in that upper groove, kept his momentum, only lost 1. And that's not too bad when you consider what can happen on that outside line on the start. So Joe Turney with a solid start back to 3rd, but could have been worse. Ryan Norberg, of course, leading the way with Harley Keeble running in 2nd.
Yeah, now Turney, just again as he did in heat number 1, quickly gets by in the back section at the end of the opening lap. The gap to Ryan's not as big as it was then, though. I'll give him some credit. Kept it a little bit closer. It'll be about probably 6 or 7 tenths at the line. Everyone else is clean and green through. Much better start for ADT. He's back to 6th right now behind his teammate Isidoro Vizarro at the moment. Blake Nash still riding there in 4th. And let's see if Nash and Keeble can kind of keep up with Joe Turney. You know Joe is going to be on the move early to try and make up for that lack of short run pace that he had in the opening heat race. The benefit for him and the benefit for everybody else as well, with the track being a little bit hotter, the sun's starting to shine, we're not going to have that much of a struggle for grip in these opening couple laps like we did right at the start of the morning with heat number 1 earlier today. I mean, they were on track at right around 10 a.m. local time with overcast skies and a much cooler breeze coming through. Now we're starting to get to the temperature similar to what we saw yesterday and Thursday. That's also putting everyone back in that comfort zone where they practiced and where they set their go-karts up for. So we might see a little bit of a close closer field in this one, and already Blake Nash feels good about his chances. He gets through for third on Keeble. DeTulio got around his teammate for the fifth spot. Moore battling further back. There's Hayden Jones making a move on Cooper Shipman to get through. And already, Joe Turney has reeled in Ryan Norberg. He goes purple by 2/10, nearly 3 actually, as they go to 2.
We got a race on our hands between those top two as Joe Turney is trying to make a race of it with Ryan Norberg. Let's give a call out to Henry Wheeler. Henry advancing 5 spots, starting in 11th to 345 of Henry Wheeler, all the way up to 6th.
Whoa, heavy damage for Nick Terlecki, Paulie Massimino. Austin Garrison had to go wide, and that is a major crash in the turn 4-5 complex. Brandon Lemke's involved. He's out as well. That was right around that kind of swarm at the edge of the top 10. Massimino was 8th. Terlecki was actually back in 12th. I think he might have piled into him. I don't know what happened to Paulie, but that's going to shake the field up tremendously. Again, that's the last thing Austin Garrison needed to happen. He was on his way to a decent start, got 16th there at the line. I think he's back to about 20th now at the stripe. 3 down, 9 to go. Norberg still leads. Turney right there, a car length away, and the gap back is about a second to Blake Nash, Harley Keeble, and Alessandro DeTulio, who was third quickest last time by.
You got a 2-card battle and then a 3-card battle in that second group for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Henry Wheeler runs 6th. Isidro Vizarro runs 7th. 8th is Elio Meza, Diego Ramos, and Cooper Shipman. That is your top 10 running order. Big movers, Elio Meza's advanced 5 spots, as has Henry Wheeler. Austin Boyle on the move back in 13th. He has moved up from 19th starting position, so he's on the early charge as we only have 3 laps in, 9 to go. And a change for the lead now is Joe Turney's made the pass around Ryan Norberg and takes over the top spot. So Norberg has his work cut out for him. Turney has something for him in this heat.
Yeah, Joe Turney definitely got a little bit better. Ryan Norberg now going to have to follow for the first time today as Joe Turney leads lap number 4. And that little pass allowed Blake Nash and DeTulio and Keeble to get closer. DeTulio got around Keeble last time by, so move ADT up into that 4th spot. He's charging towards Blake Nash. He'll go for 3rd in turn number 4. DeTulio now into the top 3. And the pink and chrome International Motorsport Kart Republic is getting a good rebound after that rough run in heat number 1. Nash gets to follow for a little bit against someone who's been a little bit quicker than him the last few laps. So we'll see what DeTulio can do. This is kind of a rewind and a replay almost of what we saw a month ago, the last time the pros were on the racetrack anywhere in the States. It was Joe and Ryan out front and DeTulio best of the rest that Sunday afternoon. So he's right back there trying to close the gap to him. We'll see if he can go any quicker this time by. Here's a good look at lap times for Joe versus Ryan. At the stripe, that time by 56.8 for Turney, 56.9 for Ryan, and a 56.8 for DeTulio with a pass being made. Alessandro DeTulio is flat flying right now as they come out of turn 3 and head for 4.
1.1 seconds separate Ryan Norberg from Alessandro DeTulio. He does appear to be a little bit quicker, and he's got time. There's 7 laps to go, so he'll be halfway home next time by, and DeTulio may have enough time to pull his friends with him and catch up to that lead group, but he can't make any mistakes. In fact, he's broken away a little bit, kind of on his own out there, trying to catch up with those top 2, Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg. Alessandro DeTulio in the 320 trying to close in on the leaders.
Henry Wheeler still looking good back there in that 6th spot. He put a decent lap together last time and has kind of pulled away. Norberg lost some time to Norberg in the infield. Norberg lost some time to Turney in the infield. He kind of made it back up in the last sector. But here's a look at them coming on through. DeTulio getting away from Keeble, who's gotten back around Blake Nash for the 4th spot now. Was for 3rd when Nash got around him earlier. So that changes. And then back from the top 5, it's a decent gap to the midfield. Henry Wheeler in the 6th spot. 7th place, actually the fastest car on the racetrack if we go all the way back to the red and white PSL Karting Beer Larda, Diego Ramos, make it 6th. The 313, the Brazilian, based out of Orlando, Florida for the last few years, moves himself back closer to the top 5. He's had to start on the outside row in 6th every start and given up time but he's looking pretty strong. I chatted with him a little bit earlier this weekend after Thursday practice, Randy, about what it's been like here with not having his good buddy and teammate Mateus Morgado here at the racetrack with him. He said, well, it's a little bit easier, in some areas a little difficult than others. I don't have someone to balance data off of, but now we only need as a team one good engine instead of two, so we can kind of put all of our resources that we normally are splitting amongst our two drivers into one. So it's a little bit easier to get everything on the money, but it's all on Diego to figure it out when it's time to get on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's simple math, I guess. He's going to get the best motor, but at the same time, it's always good to have a teammate that you can share ideas with and share results.
Alessandro Di Tullio continues to charge forward. Last time by was still a half-tenth better than Turney. He was a little bit slower than Norberg. He's a lot better than Keeble and Nash right now, and you can see that margin is really opening up from third back to fourth. We're coming to 4 laps to go this time by, and while Norberg did lose a little bit behind Joe earlier, he's kind of tracking him back down to that 2-car length margin. And we'll see if he can get close enough to make a run at him. When I asked Ryan a couple races ago about, what's so difficult about Joe Turney, he said, well, the problem is he just really doesn't make mistakes. This guy is a machine. He's so consistent. You get so few opportunities to get close enough to pass him. You got to try and take every single one that comes your way. And right now we're seeing that. Turney, another fast time. He opened that gap back up to Ryan. And you can see even out of turn number 4 and 5, Ryan kind of got up on the curb a little bit and lost some ground to him. This section here where those long sweeping 180s, that to me where it looks like the Kurt Republic has a bit of an edge over the OTK. Norberg's making up some ground in the S's here, being able to take a little more curbing coming up the hill. And then this back section, the slower stuff, he looks pretty good as well as they go through this sweeper. But right here, these long sweeping corners seem to really favor the Kart Republics.
And I think the gap between second and third isn't really changing enough with only 3 laps to go next time by to make a difference. Tullio, who's been solid and has been matching them lap after lap, has not really closed the gap enough. 1.3 seconds. He's actually lost about 2/10 that last lap. So the battle really is going to be between Turney and Norberg. And Norberg a little bit quicker on that last lap of 56.498 went purple. Tullio safely in third. Then it's Keeble and Nash 4th and 5th. Through the top 10, Diego Ramos runs 6th. Elio Mezes advancing 6 positions up in 7th. Henry Wheeler, Isidro Vizarro, and Jorge Ortiz. That is your top 10 running order. Joe Turney leading the way. It'll be 2 to go next time by for Turney as he has just a slight advantage over Ryan Norberg.
Well, Norberg definitely is pushing more. You saw he took even more curb that time at the top of the S's, trying to do everything he can to stay right on Turney's tail and maybe force him to block. If he gets in within a car length, he'll force Joe to go narrow, but Turney got a great exit onto the front stretch. 2 to go this time. That's all Di Tullio's banking on. He's kind of just started to slow down a little bit and I think conserve his equipment for maybe heat number 3 to give another run at these boys. At least right now he's safe in third, doesn't need to go any faster. He's got 2 seconds out the back. So it's really up to these two, Norberg versus Turney, and kind of a flip of the script from heat number 1. So they're both going to probably end up pretty even on tire wear, I'd imagine, Randy, because as they always talk about that little bit of being right up behind someone, you just work your front tires a little more with that dirty air concept, and that's what Norberg's got in this heat. It's what Turney had in heat 1. Norberg, again, really, really good at the end of the S's. Turney a little better in some of the other sections of the racetrack. It balances out, though, and they've just been trading lap times down to the 100th marker. And when we come to the line this time, it'll still be a car length or so for Turney. Norberg as close as he's been since losing the lead. White flag in the air, 1 to go for JT.
Joe Turney down into turn 1. About a 1, maybe 2 car length advantage over Ryan Norberg. 1.8 seconds back in third, Alessandro Di Tullio. But the leaders and the story right now is Joe Turney hanging on. Ryan Norberg right there. He'd like to make it 2 in a row and kind of seal the deal for the pole position. Although there's 1 heat left, he'd like to win this one and really make it tough on Turney. But right now, Turney, as you said, isn't making any mistakes, Xander. And at this point, it's going to be awfully tough to leave an opening for Ryan Norberg to get by. Heading down the hill, nearing the end of our final lap and Joe Turney looking awfully strong out there as we wind this one down.
Yeah, check out this battle here on the last lap as well. Ramos trying to work on Harley Keeble. Probably not going to get there in time, and that'll stay still. Turney and Norberg tied on lap times last time by. They'll tie again, but Turney wins the race. He'll win Heat 2. Norberg, DeTulio, look at the run by Ramos. Not there in time. Has to settle for 5th. Got around Blake Nash late as he tracked down Harley Keeble. Diego Ramos might be a sleeper pick for the main event win tomorrow if he can get another solid heat race in with the attrition that's gone on with DeTulio having that bad Heat 1. Diego Ramos, if he can start on the inside lane, that could make all the difference for the Brazilian to try and challenge for the main event win. It'd be his first since February of 2022. The rest of the field cycled through as well. Elio Meza, good drive forward at the end of that one. He ends up in 7th, 6 spots gain. Henry Wheeler, 8th, 3 spots gain. Isidoro Bizarro, good start, kind of faded backwards. He ended 9th. Jorge Ortiz in 10th. Brandon Carr, 13th. And Austin Garrison, after having to go dirt tracking for the second heat in a row, this time he got to finish, ends up in 15th. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more racing action, post-race from X30 Pro, and of course, the K100 Masters heat race as well. And we are back here. KA100 Masters, Speed Concepts Racing, the presenting sponsor for this one. And it was interesting, I feel like, in heat number 1. Randy, you know, Mike Rollison, his classic, methodical, cutting his way forward, taking his time, having so much speed, and then, you know, really not showing all of his cards and waiting to kind of get that right moment to go through. But at the same counterpoint, Andy Kutcher hung with Mike all the way to the end. And so did Mario Barrios, who got a really kind of late race second wind after starting from the pole. So, you know, with those 3 guys up front, can anyone else join them? Or will, you know, one of the 3 of them break away from everyone?
I'm a little surprised at Lorenzo Mardan. He was so strong at Newcastle, but really hasn't found his groove here at Cincinnati. He qualified 8th position and didn't really move up that much in the first heat. So he's going to have to get it together here in the next couple heat races, or he's going to have a pretty poor starting spot for the feature.
We watch them now get into the tram lanes, but it will not be enough to get us underway. Same starting grid as Heat 1, same starting grid as what will be happening in Heat number 3 later on this afternoon. It's Barrios and Andy Kutcher on row 1. Jamie Saraki looking to rebound from his rougher opening Heat race on the weekend. He faded back to 9th when he crossed the line. The team owner for Franklin Motorsports and the Franklin Kart Shop based out of Wisconsin gets behind the wheel for his first start of 2023. He rolls off 3rd alongside Mike Rollison. Nicky Coelho 5th. Then it'll be Clay Settles in 6th. Miguel Mir, you mentioned Laurentio Martin. Like you said, he was quick through practice, just not a good quali. And like you said, we kind of predicted that he might have been able to charge his way up the grid, and that wasn't so much the case. Was kind of mired right around that 5th place bubble. So he rolls off 8th with another shot at it. Granted, just as mentioned with the X30 class, this is back to the similar conditions we saw yesterday and Thursday. Sun shining, temps about 5 to 10 degrees hotter than what we were this morning. That's closer to what these guys experienced, practice on, set their go-karts up on, and got comfortable with driving-wise. So maybe now Heat 2 favors the way of Larry. We'll see if he can do it with Scott Kopp, Grace Hemmerd rounding the top 10, and on down the 19-driver field. They file into the tram lines. You have Barrios on the inside in the purple and pink. Andy Kutcher on the outside in the red and black. We're green. Down to turn number 1. Saraki with a much better start. The whole inside lane with a much better start as Kutcher has to run the high side in turn number 2. Can he get the lead? He cannot. In fact, Saraki almost there. He'll get down to 3rd. Rollison into 4th.
How about Andy Kutcher holding that high side and holding on to his 2nd position? Wasn't going to get 1st over Barrios, but certainly held on to 2nd. So a good start there by Andy Kutcher. And now he can start working on Mario Barrios. Jamie Saraki with a solid start out there. He got shuffled back in the first heat, but he learned his lesson, so to speak. And in this second heat start, he held on to his 3rd spot and now can get racy. Mike Rollison will start picking away, as you know. And here comes Andy Kutcher to the inside. He makes the pass on Mario Barrios, takes over the top spot. And here comes Jamie Saraki. He gets around Barrios. He'll take over 2nd. It's Kutcher and Saraki 1 and 2. And now Saraki gets shoveled out there by Barrios. They're side by side down the front stretch. Boy, is this the last lap under?
Well, they're definitely going at it. Now Mike Rollison's going to push Saraki past his team driver of Mario Barrios. Barrios didn't like that. He goes back in on Rollison. And Nicky Coelho trying to get up in there. Couldn't get fully clear on Mike Rollison. So it ends up back where it was about 3 turns ago, except now Andy Kutcher gets a bit of a bigger gap. Look at Clay Settles there on the blue and white top cart. Oh, man, Nicky Coelho. There was smoke billowing out of the left front tire of him and the right rear tire of Clay Settles. And now everybody is checked up as Scott Kopp comes out at turn 6 really slow as they climb the hill of the S's. That'll give a gap up to Coelho and Miguel Mir at the end of that train. But Clay Settles, I don't know if he expected Coelho to be there or not or how they came together. Nonetheless, Andy Kutcher leads over Saraki and Mike Rollison. Let's go down to the KC pit box with Emery. He's caught up with one of the fastest drivers from that X30 Heat race, Diego Ramos, who we'll talk to for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Here with Diego. Diego, it was a good heat race for you. Obviously, the start did not go quite as planned. And I have to ask you, I mean, you're starting on the outside. Seems like the outside lane is a huge disadvantage. Just talk me through, do you think there's anything else you could do differently, or are you just kind of stuck there?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, starting outside is tough. Not much you can do. You just need to try to hold the outside. And in this hit, I think the one guy inside just like put me out, but was like race. It's not his fault and my fault. But I mean, the go-kart was rocket. The engine was really good. We did some changes after the first hit, and we show our speed now.
Yeah, and looking at the speed, I mean, you were within a tenth pretty much every lap of Ryan and Joe. What do you think changed between heat races and even yesterday, where it seemed like you were just a little bit further off than that?
I mean, we just changed a little bit in the setup, the go-kart, a little bit my style to drive. We did some changes also in the carburation, and is working. I hope the next hit I can do a good start, and because it's 100%, if I can stay with Norbeg and Turn, I can drive with them and maybe fight for the win.
Yeah, and I have to ask one more thing. I mean, it's the first time all season long where you haven't had a teammate. Mateus isn't here this weekend. How much does that compromise you from a setup standpoint, and also just from the sense of not having someone else to work with out there?
Of course, it's a little bit harder because you don't have data to compare. It's just me versus me. But we we are doing a good job. Ariel also of the engine, he improved a lot about from the last race, and yeah, let's keep him pushing. I think good results for the championship as well in both heats. Continue like that, and we see in the final.
All right, Diego Ramos stacking together some pretty solid results for the points. Found that pace here in Heat 2. We'll see what he can do with it here in Heat number 3. Back to you guys.
That's a great point as well. We don't talk championship, kind of too early in the year, but we're getting to that point. We're in the second half of the season, Randy. Diego Ramos actually leads the championship in the X30 Pro class. Both Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney have had one, if not two, bad rounds on the season. And, of course, Joe will not be here for the season finale, so his bad round in Orlando pretty much takes him out of the championship, even, just banking on missing a round and running good at all four. Ryan's had two bad rounds between Houston and Orlando, so he's roughly at a big disadvantage to play into it. Diego's just got to stay consistent. He leads Brandon Carr. Carr's having a much worse day so far than him, so a top 3, a top 5. Sure, he'd love to get the monkey off his back and get back in the winner's circle, but doing what he's doing, that's a smart championship-composed drive right now from Diego Ramos that we're seeing. And the same smart drive right now from two veterans chasing down Andy Kutcher and Jamie Saraki and Mike Rollison. They're not overdriving. They're taking what the karts will give them. They might be a little faster. They might not be, but they're hanging really close with them as we get closer to that halfway mark in this one. 7 laps to go, 5 complete. We talked to Alessandro DiTullio earlier in the day before heat number 1, before he had a really rough one. Had a rough one there, had a good one in this one. He's standing by with Alex on the KC pit box.
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Alessandro, I mean, a good way to bounce back from a rough first heat, I'd say, right?
Yeah, pretty good finish there, considering how Heat 1 went.
Alex is so
still missing a little bit, just like every race, missing a little bit to both Joe and Ryan. So I think we need to work. We need to work more to beat them. Clearly, they're doing something that no one else is doing. So yeah, there's a little bit there to beat them. But apart from that, I think we just need to work harder and try to get them.
Yeah, I mean the pace early on in that second heat there looked pretty solid. You're actually quicker than Ryan and Joe for a little bit, but towards the end of that race, when their true pace started to show, do you think you're missing it in the early, late race, or just overall just need that extra tenth?
I think early on in the race, I'm pretty good. Just like in Newcastle, I was able to take the lead, stay with them for a little bit in the beginning, but I don't know what they do. They're really fast always at the end, so we really need to analyze that and try to match their pace towards the end of the race, because that's where they're ahead of everyone. They stay improving, while everyone else just slows down or stays the same. So yeah, we need to figure that out in order to beat them.
Yeah, one more thing. I mean, a rough first heat, a good second heat. Can we expect a bit of aggression in the third heat to kind of get a better starting spot for tomorrow?
Yeah, a little bit of risk can be taken, but not too much, because I already have one bad result. So I just need to finish top 5 next heat and should be decent for tomorrow's final for the start. So yeah, I mean, obviously if I can win or whatever position I can get, I'll go for it. But yeah, not risking too much, because we need the points for tomorrow.
All right, Alessandro DiTullio, not going to risk too much. Like you said, already one bad heat, can't afford to have 2, but the pace is there. Back to you, Xander.
There you hear it from Alessandro DiTullio, and I think that's probably more deflated than I kind of would have expected, Randy, after such a good run, to make it back up in heat number 2. But again, he did mention back at the SCUSA Newcastle race, the last race, all these guys were on the racetrack at the highest level that we see in America between all the major series. It was an identical story from that second heat race. He got there, lap time wise, granted he had to start further back from not getting the greatest jump, but he was with them halfway through. They keep going. He kind of stays the same or fades a little bit. So probably a bit of frustration of seeing deja vu.
Yeah, but he has the right attitude about winning a points championship. It's not always won with the victories. It's won with the days that aren't as bad as they could have been, being steady. So he's got his eye on the prize.
Speaking of eyes on the prize, Mike Rollison has, just as he did in heat number 1, slowly crept his way towards the lead. He got around Jamie Saraki a few moments ago. He went purple last time by. And again, it feels identical to that first heat race for Mike Rollison. Just kind of waiting about 4 to 5 laps to go behind Andy Kutcher. Not in any rush to make the move for the lead. Just kind of cooling his tires back down, riding in the draft, and just feeling him out a little bit, seeing if Andy looks a little better and anywhere different than he did in that first heat race, or if Mike feels like he might still have a little bit of an edge on him. And it wasn't a lot. Andy stayed with him all the way to the end, but he couldn't mount a counterattack. So that's, of course, the other part that some of these guys, like Mike Rollison, like Jamie Zaracki, I mean, all the Masters drivers, for the most part, have been racing for a long, long time. But for the guys that are in the sport, working every single week, coaching every single week, they see also the races from the sidelines, and they know not to show their hand too early. Whether it's your racing moves by passing and battling too early in the race, and now that guy knows what you're going to do, but also by getting in front of someone, you are showing them your line, right? Right now, Mike Rollison, if he is faster than Andy Kutcher at different points, the only way Andy knows it is by listening to the engine sound getting louder or quieter behind him. Mike, on the other hand, has a perfect view of exactly what Andy's doing, where he may be stronger and where he may be weaker, by waiting towards the end of the race to make that move for the lead. He's got, all of the chips kind of on his side of the table.
Yeah, Mike Rollison on the charge. He is a driver that is getting faster as the race goes on, and he's positioned himself right now, I think, to make a move when he's ready. It'll be 2 to go next time by. He takes a peek to the inside now and does make the pass around Kuchar. It was time, and Mike Rollison, your new leader, Andy Kuchar, back to second.
So there you have it. And now the good news, at least for Kuchar, unlike in Heat 1 where Mario Barrios was right there, he's got a big gap back to Jamie Zaracki. He can go right to work and not worry about falling behind second. Gets around him in 1, blocks low into 2. Rollison quickly opens up to set up for the corner. Zaracki hoping these guys continue to fight, bring that Franklin Motorsports Merlin back into the mix with the 2 OTKs as they exit turns 4 and 5. A lap and a half to go. Andy Kutcher saying, no, Mike, I'm not going to let you go this time. I'm going to go right back by the very next turn as they head up the hill.
So does Mike Rollison know where he's got his strength, because he kind of played it out a little bit and can make the move on the last lap? I guess we'll find out. But right now, Kuchar says, no, I'll have none of that. And he's actually gapped him about a kart length as they head down the hill.
Yeah, as they go through that long sweeping left here, about a car length between the two of them, opens up to nearly 2. Andy looking really good there. Mike closed back up in that left, and then it goes all the way back to that second group, led by Miguel Mir, Mario Barrios, Clay Settles. I mean, they are having an all-out fist fight for 4th on back, just trading positions left and right. 1 lap to go. Andy Kutcher, big enough of a gap through 1 and 2. He could run his normal mark and his normal line. Mike Rollison's going to need to really pick up the pace, because Andy that time by looked, just as good in the opening sector and coming onto the straight as he had all race long. Here's that big gaggle back there. Wow, are they fighting? Laurentiu Mardan's in the mix. Miguel Mir, Barrios, Settles, Nicky Coelho's in there. And at the end of it, Scott Kopp as well. And they're all having a good little scrap here from 4th on back. Clay Settles looks like he's gotten away into 4th. Really impressive for him to do as good as he is against these Masters drivers we've seen week in, week out on the package. Only Clay's second ever race in a KA100. As they go through the left for the final time, though, I don't think Raleigh's close enough. Andy's going to block low into the left. Kind of leaves the door open in the right. Mike wasn't going to throw it in and come into the line. Rollison will have a run at him. I don't know if he'll be close enough. Coming to the line, Rollison peeks out at the stripe. Side by side, Kutcher by 19 thousandths of a second. Rollison second, Zaracki third, Settles 4th, and that big pack coming across. It goes the way of Mario Barrios. He holds on to 5th over Miguel Mir, Laurentiu Mardan, Nicky Coelho, Scott Kopp. Brett Harrelson from the back of the grid picks up 7th. He'll crack the top 10. Impressive from Brett, who has not really raced all too much in 2023. He puts the Nash Motorsports EOS kart up quite a bit in that second heat race. More to come here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati in the heat of the afternoon. We're racing all the way till about 6 p.m. local time here on the East Coast. Stick with us. There's more. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee. And on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
Welcome back here to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, getting set to go here for the second round of heats in KA Junior. Stephen Miller and Nathan Dupuis on row number 1. Again, Stephen Miller had a big incident in the last heat. He'll try to improve on that one as they come down to get set to go for the race. Early green flag here. You can see lots of shuffling in the back of the field, but it looks like Miller into the lead. Weldon's going to barge his way through for second. Austin Olds coming through to third. And there's a big pile up out in turn number 1. There's Carter McMurray, a couple of the Orsalon boys, a Trinity Karting Group entry as well. All of them out in turn number 1.
Yeah, a really hectic start to KA Junior second heat there. It seems to have caught a few drivers off guard with how early the green went. I mean, we saw some guys in the dirt before even the green flag waved. As of the end, down the inside. There goes Turner Brown down the inside and Austin Olds. And a little bit of a 2-for-1 there for the 807 there of, I believe, that might have been
Abernathy there. Got caught on the outside, though. This is a very sketchy situation, but he gets into 6th now. As you see, Miller about a 2-kart length lead ahead of Oliver Weldon. Then Enzo Vidmontien further back. You can see Abernathy getting shuffled wide by Austin Olds as they come back into the back hairpin. It is a long line of go-karts from 5th on back. That's Turner Brown. You see more shuffling all the way back through the rest of the field as they come down to complete lap number 1. Oliver Weldon going to go for the lead on Stephen Miller. Move the 804 machine to the front of the field as Enzo Vidmontien stays back in 3rd.
Yeah, Weldon now to the point. Miller P2. Stephen Miller, he needs a good result. You know, like we talked about with the DQ, he got it overturned, but basically the same thing as Vidmontien now to the inside. Move the KR driver to P2. But like I was saying with Stephen Miller, I mean, he overturned the DQ to just be a position penalty behind Garzone, but it's essentially still a DQ. He just gets points for that race now, which is beneficial for him in his championship contention there against Ernesto Rivera. But still, Stephen Miller needs to do everything he can to get the best result possible. Can't afford to have another off here.
Yeah, and Stephen Miller, I mean, he's had probably the best pace all weekend long, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be just straight down to trying to get as much as he can out of these last 2 heats. As you can see now, Miller goes to 2nd. Now he's going to go for the lead on Vidmontien. Gets the job done into that back hairpin, and now it's a 4-kart train at the front. You completely flip the front 3, and you can see Stephen Miller back on point with Enzo Vidmontien, as well as Nathan Dupuis going to try a little bit of swerving by both sides, and it's going to lead to Vidmontien getting the lead, and Miller's going to try to cross back for 2nd.
Wow, crazy racing here in KA Junior. Miller pushes Dupuis wide just a little bit there, but Vidmontien didn't want to be 2nd for too long there. Miller seems to be, right now, in my opinion, the quickest guy on the racetrack, and everyone around him knows it, and that's why they're all trying to get around him as quick as possible here. It's stacked up front. There goes Miller to the inside. He's through. Stephen Miller with a slide job there on Vidmontien to the lead now. It is an 8, 9, 10. I can't even count how many go-karts there are in this train here, Emery.
All the way back down to 11th place, and Braden Zerves right there in that train. You can see Graham Trammell in the back as well. This is a massive train. There's Jackson Wolney in the back part of it. Austin Olds in the middle of it. And at the front of it, Enzo Vidmontien's going back for the lead in turn 13. Now Nathan Dupuis going to send it on Oliver Weldon. This is chaos here in the lead group. And now that's going to allow the front 2 to go his ways. Olds going to try down the bootleg. Cannot make it stick, and he's going to lose 2, maybe 3 spots as Benham Abernathy back into the mix.
Yeah, there goes Miller back to the front. Stephen Miller, he won. They're all Vidmontien down to the inside. He's going to go back through into turn 2. Move the car public driver back to P1. Here comes Nathan Dupuis all over the bumper of Miller and his teammate Turner Brown. Weldon all the way down to the dirt to make this move stick. Weldon to 4th. Turner Brown on the outside. He's going to lose a handful of spots here. Maybe. What a move there from Turner Brown to hold on to 5th. Out front, though, Vidmontien started to defend from Stephen Miller and others. There goes Wolney now through on Austin Olds. Move Wolney up into, I believe, P7.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell that Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien, neither of them want to give up that lead, and so they've been going back and forth, and what it's done is it's really brought a whole train of go-karts into this, and you can see Nathan Dupuis just kind of impatient. As I say that, Weldon's going to try to send it on him into the turn 13 hairpin. He gets it done. You can see on the outside, there's a Sindramolev kind of going for a position. He's had a good start, but he's going to get caught on the outside, and this whole pack continues to just go back and forth. Miller pointing at his helmet, telling Vidmontien go, and then proceeds to go straight down the inside. This is junior racing at its finest, and it's going to lead to Oliver Weldon getting the lead as the front 2 collide.
Yeah, I don't agree with that move from Stephen Miller at all. I mean, he signaled to work with Vidmontien, then he goes for the move. It seems like a move out of frustration there of Vidmontien. He was upset that he made a move 3 laps in a row in turn 2, so he decided to send it on in turn 1. and it ended up costing him 2 spots there. So I think he needs to dial it back here. He knows how quick he is. There's still 7.5 laps to go and still another heat race to go. So I think he needs to maintain his frustration here with Enzo.
Yeah, and how about the guy in between them now? Benham Abernathy is in between both Stephen Miller and Enzo Vidmontien, and this is 2 guys that have contended for the win, sandwiched with a guy that didn't even make the main last time at USPKS in Newcastle. So as I say that, Vidmontien stuffs him into the hairpin, but we're seeing a lot of new faces. Here's Austin Olds gets into Abernathy, and it's chaos out, and that's going to lead to the top 5 breakaways. Olds finally making up spots here. He's up to 6th.
Yeah, there goes Austin Olds back in the P6. Graham Trammell, the beneficiary of all of that. He's up in the P7 there. We see Wolny now making a move on, I believe that was Dramilev. So now Wolny's up a few spots there. Out front, it's still Weldon, but Dupuy's all over him. And here comes Stephen Miller. He's joined the fray once again. Stephen Miller, last time by, not a very good lap for him, obviously, because of the contact there with Vidmontien. Vidmontien's now losing ground to your top 4 and falling into the clutches of the MPG driver of Austin Olds now. But I assume these top 4 are going to continue battling like we've seen for the first 5 laps here. Entering the back section of the racetrack right now. This is where the speed concept guys seem to be really strong. But here comes Stephen Miller. Anybody make a move here into this fast left-hander? Not yet, but here we go as they sweep through. Miller's going to look for a move. He's going to make it stick maybe. He's going to push him wide here. It's going to be a switchback. Yes, it is. Stephen Miller to P3.
Yeah, Stephen Miller, good aggressive move there. He knows he has to get the track position back again. After that penalty in the first heat, he needs all the positions he can find. These other guys that are racing him, guys like Turner Brown, Enzo Vidmontien, Oliver Weldon, they have a good result in the bag. They don't need to push him quite as hard. And now you can see Stephen Miller trying his best to get as many positions as he can. And now coming down into turn number 4, Weldon continues at the point. Dupuis has been so consistent all weekend long. He just needs that little bit more to get the lead, but he has been a rocket ship as Miller closes up to the back of him.
Yeah, Nathan Dupuis, this has been one of the better weekends we've seen from him all year long. Running there in P2. Obviously, it's groups for the heat races, right? So coming up is going to be Ernesto Rivera and others, right, like Sebastian Garzon, even though he was involved in the incident with Stephen Miller. He's been quick as well. So Miller really racing against the guys in this class and against guys in the heat coming up here, as we see a little bit of a bump and run there from Miller. He's going to go through on Nathan Dupuis. So Stephen Miller back to P2. Turner Brown has brought Enzo Vidmontien back into the mix. It is now 5 karts, maybe even 6 now, as Austin Olds has put together a few flyers.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is Stephen Miller's done a really nice job onto that turn 9 left-hander of taking a narrower line, and what it's doing is it's giving him both a shorter distance and a better run on exit, and that has allowed him to get those easy moves into that hairpin. And you can see he's right up to the back of Weldon here, but watch when he gets to the backside of the track. That has been where Miller as well as the 2-Speed Concepts boys have been at their best, and we'll see how this works out this time. But in the meantime, the top 3, a little bit of separation now as Miller to the race lead, and he gets by Oliver Weldon again, moves Stephen Miller back to where he started in P1.
There we go. Miller signals to Weldon, work with me, please. He's a little bit frustrated with how this race has unfolded so far, but so far, so good. Back into P1 where he believes that he belongs. He's already pulled a bit of a gap there on Oliver Weldon now, who's falling to the clutches of Nathan Dupuis, and his teammate Turner Brown has fallen back to P5 now. Enzo Vidmontien has moved back into P4, and he's coming up to this top 3 now, but Miller has pulled away just a little bit on this long straightaway. This is where the draft is huge here. Weldon looks over his shoulder. Look at the run Oliver Weldon has. Not going to go for a move yet, but I suspect maybe in a turn 2. Do we see anything from Weldon? No, we don't. He's going to try to work with Stephen Miller, but here comes Nathan Dupuis.
Yeah, that was a really mature answer there by Oliver Weldon. He had every opportunity to stuff Stephen Miller into turn number 1. Miller did not go defensive at all, and I tell you, that's some trust between the two of them. If that was Ernesto Rivera back there, kind of doubt Stephen would take the same approach.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, like you said there, I doubt he would do the same approach if it was Ernesto, but like you said with Weldon there, I think Weldon also knows that with the way Miller's been driving throughout this race, trying to just be aggressive, it didn't pay for him to make a move there, right? Because Miller would have just passed him back in the next available opportunity. So I think these two guys are going to try to work together and pull away from Dupuis, because the thing that Dupuis has an advantage of is he has a teammate in Turner Brown, as there goes Vidmontien to P3. Enzo Vidmontien coming off a really strong X30 Junior Heat race, looking to do more of the same here in KA 100 Junior, but that move is going to make a little bit of separation between the top 2. Weldon knows it. He looks back. He's going to push Miller. 3 laps to go here in the second heat. Your leader still Stephen Miller. A little bit of a fade there for Vidmontien, but look at the run out of turn 2 he gets. I mean, what a rocket ship of a go-kart he has underneath him right now.
Yeah, and I think in some ways that look back might have hurt Oliver Weldon a little bit, because he's going to get the impression that Miller and Weldon are pulling away, but actually their pace isn't that good. It's just that there was a pass right behind them on the last lap. And so by doing that, it puts him under fire. You never want to be the first person that next pack gets to. And right now, that is the exact situation Oliver Weldon is in. Enzo Vidmontien's arrived. You've got Nathan Dupuis there. Austin Olds has found some pace to get into the top 5. And behind him is Turner Brown, Graham Trammell, Jackson Wolney, and more, all within shooting distance as Weldon's coming under fire. Vidmontien hip checks him. They go 3 wide. Nathan Dupuis to the inside. They're all side by side and stacked up. Enzo Vidmontien pushes Dupuis onto the grass, and as they come out of the bootleg onto the main straightaway, it's going to be an 8-kart battle right behind Stephen Miller, and Vidmontien hangs on with Austin Olds in tow.
Enzo Vidmontien showing the aggression that he has there to make a move for P2. I saw that move coming from a mile away, but look at Weldon. That cost him a bunch of spots. He's down there in P7. He was your leader a few laps ago. Weldon now stuffs the inside there of one of the Speed Concepts drivers, I believe. Yeah, it was. So now Weldon back into P6, but now he has to defend from a gaggle of go-karts behind him. I mean, Weldon could easily end up outside your top 10 if he's not careful. He looks back. Wolney looks back as well, so now he has to defend from Wolney and others. But out front, Stephen Miller. This is pretty much a walk-away heat for him.
Yeah, Stephen Miller probably owes Enzo Vidmontien a Christmas card or something after that one. I mean, he gave him a massive gap, and I don't care who you are. You could put Ryan Norberg in an X30 here, and he'd be hard-pressed to make up that gap. So as they come down to him towards 1 lap to go, it looks like Stephen Miller's got this one under control. The big question is, what happens behind him? Enzo Vidmontien under fire from Austin Olds, who seems pretty patient with him. Beyond them, you've got guys like Jackson Wolney, Nathan Dupuis fighting. It's a yellow flag in turn 1 for a back marker that spun on the last lap. So that means no passing in turns 1 and 2, which might have saved a couple of guys in the back end of the top 10. But in the meantime, Austin Olds and Enzo Vidmontien continuing to work. It's a 1-second gap. There's no way they're going to catch it up to Stephen Miller, but they might avoid any sort of threat from behind if they keep working together.
Yeah, Olds, I suspect, is going to push Enzo Vidmontien all the way up into, the turn 9, 10 complex, where it starts to get, to the point where you can do switchbacks, right? Here, they're pulling away from Turner Brown just a little bit, so there's no reason to make a move. Olds looks back. He knows there's enough of a gap here. I suspect a move into this sweeping left-hander. If we can get a glimpse of it here, let's see a move. Vidmontien defends. Austin Olds with 3 corners to go. Does he do anything? No, he does not. Stephen Miller out front's going to win this one. Enzo Vidmontien actually closed the gap there a little bit on that last lap. I mean, it shows the true pace of that go-kart. The nose looks a little bit pushed in there, but there we go, across the line. Stephen Miller, he wins a commanding one here in the second heat for KA Junior. It's going to be Enzo Vidmontien and Olds, your top 3. Turner Brown and Weldon on the last lap puts together a purple one. So Oliver Weldon proving the pace that he should have had if it wasn't for the contact with 4 to go, but Weldon, a strong showing for him.
Yeah, and down through the rest of the top 10, Jackson Wolney, a little bit of an anonymous race for being in that group, but he winds up 6th. Nathan Dupuis in the 7th spot. How about Salvador De Vecchia up 4 spots in 8th with some good pace as well. Alexander Ivanchev as well made up 12 spots there. So a lot of good stories in the back half of the top 10 with Graham Trammell rounding it out. But man, that KA Junior, the second heat, just as intense as the first one, but this time Stephen Miller without any sort of problems that we know of. We'll see what happens in the scale line. But now we'll get set to go for the second round of heat races here for KA Junior. But first, we have a word from some of our partners.
Drive Your Line Kart Shop is expanding with the official Drive Your Line race team. We're a full-service operation, but we specialize in teaching you the ins and outs of not just driving, but wrenching too. We specialize in comp car chassis, IAME engines, Rotax engines, and of course, we've got 4-cycle and 2-cycle race-ready packages ready to sell to you at any time to get you on track. For more info, check us out online.
All right, welcome back here to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati for the 4th round of the United States Pro Kart Series. Getting set to go with the second half of the second K Junior Heat races here. And it's Sebastian Garzon and Peyton Westcott on the front row. Two people looking for better results here. Ernesto Rivera won his heat race. He'll start alongside his teammate in Keelan Harvick on row number 2 with Diego Dio and Jackson Deal on row number 3.
Yeah, row number 4 is going to be Isaac Malkwit and Diego Ardiaz. Landon Skinner and Javier Herrera round out your top 10 here as they get the green flag. No yellows in the air. A little bit too early there for Sebastian Garzon. It's going to give us more time to go through the rest of our grid. It's Chase Buscalia and Justin Musick on row 6. Quinton McPherson and Jack Small, row 7. Fernando Luque, Sebastian Frigole in row 8. Lillian Scarborough, Emma Kate Scarborough in row 9. Cash Felber and Alexander Jacoby rounds out your top 20. Tyler Roberts and Levi Singera, row 11. Bristol Bornman, Roman Felber, row 12. Max Francicelli, and Chase Gassiet Lee rounds out your field here for the second part of the second heats for KA Junior. Emery, I mean, what do you expect for this one?
Yeah, I mean, just like the last heat, you have someone really needing a good result. This time it's Sebastian Garzon, who got taken out by Stephen Miller on the first one. This time it's his job to make up some spots here. He starts on pole just like Miller did. We'll see how he can control the race. I mean, these are a lot of aggressive drivers. Peyton Westcott, we've seen her really develop a lot over the course of this season. She's on his outside. Ernesto Rivera, I mean, you don't need to say a lot more about Ernesto. He's just been so good this season. So many different storylines here, a lot of aggressive driving, and hopefully we can get a clean heat number 2 as we get set to go for the start here. Garzon, Westcott on the front row, going very slowly this time down the tram lines. Looks like a clean start, looking for the green. We got it. And it's Sebastian Garzon into turn number 1. He takes the lead. They're side by side for second, third, and fourth, and down to the inside goes Peyton Westcott to defend. All clean so far through the first 2 corners, and now a big lead for Sebastian Garzon as he comes up the hill towards turn number 4.
Yeah, Westcott timed it pretty well. I thought she was actually going to have a chance at getting to the lead there, but just couldn't make it happen. There's a few drivers in the wall there. I think that might be Fernando Luque and a few others there.
Yeah, that looked to be the 8.
Whoa,
that looks to be one of the MPG Motorsports machines, the 894. That's Jackson Deal, who was started inside the top 10. A good weekend for him. It's going to be a big setback now, as you can see. Continuous battling up through the field, but at the front of the field now, Garzon, Westcott, and Rivera battling it out at the front. Rivera looking on Westcott. She's going to block a little bit. Rivera's going to go lower, and Ernesto Rivera back to P number 2. Harvick's going to follow through an aggressive move into the final corner, and he'll get himself up into third. So 2 RPGs making 2 moves as there's more spinners in the back, but at the front, it is Sebastian Garzon leading lap number 1. Then it's 3 straight RPGs as Peyton Westcott again gets past, and now move Diego Ardiaz up to 4th behind his 2 teammates.
Yeah, Peyton Westcott has been caught napping here at the start. She's lost a handful of spots and now forced to defend here in the hairpin, as I believe that might be Diego Guillot behind her now, looking to make up even more spots. So she's fallen back after what I thought would be a really, really good start for her. She timed it really well, but falling back over the course of the last lap and a half here. Up front, Sebastian Garzon being hunted down by the purple and pink RPG of Ernesto Rivera, who's been the class of the field in the KA Junior category here, besides maybe Stephen Miller there. And look in the background, it's his 2 teammates, Keelan Harvick and Diego Ardiaz as well. They're coming. Ernesto Rivera all over the bumper now of Sebastian Garzon. Rounding the final few corners here. I suspect a big run here from Ernesto. Let's see if he can do anything in the turn 1 here, Emery.
Yeah, Ernesto at this point seems so confident in that kart. We wasted no time in Heat 1 to get to the front. This time, going to stay behind Garzon for just a second. Now as they come to turn 2 again, stays behind him. But Rivera went purple that last time, already showing so much pace aboard that RPG Cosmic. And Alex, it looks like he's going to be a little bit more patient this time. He knows Garzon has to be conservative, and he also knows he's got a good pace advantage over the rest of the field outside that front 2.
Yeah, but I mean, with that philosophy, right, you think he actually would get around Garzon, because Garzon needs to be conservative, right? So he won't put up much of a challenge. And with the pace that Rivera has shown, I mean, you'd think he'd want to just get around Garzon and do what he did in X30, right, and pull away by 3 or so seconds here, as his two teammates working together aren't even as fast as him right now. So Ernesto Rivera absolutely flying. Here comes Peyton Westcott making one of the passes back here, so she's back up into the top 5. Good move for her, as there's Diego Ardiaz now on his teammate Keelan Harvick. He's up to P3, so good run for Diego, already up 5 spots.
Yeah, Diego Ardiaz, we've seen him all season long be so good in qualifying and then kind of struggle when it comes to actual racing. Now kind of the opposite. He's looked so fast, but at the front, Rivera continuing to push Sebastian Garzon. I don't know if it's maybe just knowing Garzon's tendencies. I mean, we did see that first heat got a little bit chaotic once the lead started changing hands. So maybe Rivera's like, okay, like it's time to be patient. We know we have a 1.6 second gap back to my teammates. Selfishly, he might think that, hey, I'm a little bit quicker than those guys. I know the pace that they can run. And that's an advantage you have as teammates. You know kind of what they're capable of. But for Rivera, it might be worthwhile just to stick behind, but I'm a little bit surprised by this strategy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's still 8.5 to go, so a long race for Ernesto to make a move, and I suspect that he will eventually go for one here. I mean, last lap, Garzon and Ernesto pretty much identical lap times to the thousands there, but not the quickest. That goes to the blue and white go-kart that we see on your screen. Peyton Westcott, after a bad lap and a half for her, she has clawed her way back to the top 5 and already on the bumper of Keelan Harvick. She went purple last time by and now in the tow of the two RPGs here. Let's see what lap she puts together here, and if she maybe will go for a move once again here across the stripe. Westcott, a really quick lap, not quickest though. That goes to Landon Skinner, the first guy to break the 59-second mark in this heat race. 59.9 for the guy in 10th position here. Here we go, up into turn 4. Any moves being made? No, but Peyton Westcott pushing Keelan Harvick through the corner.
Yeah, this should be a good indication. I think Ardiaz and Keelan Harvick both struggling for pace here compared to certainly first and second, but also Westcott and then through the rest of the top 10 as well. So, again, I think that's giving Ernesto a little bit more confidence that, hey, I can push Sebastian Garzon. And for Garzon, he has no idea, I don't think, about exactly what's going on behind him. He just knows he has Ernesto right there, and Ernesto's not going to go away. It's hard to pull away in this track. It's even harder when the guy behind you is probably a little bit quicker. But for Sebastian Garzon, just getting these clean laps, the more he can get out in front of the rest of the field, the better this is working out for him.
Yeah, for sure. Garzon right now feeling comfortable up front, knows that he needs every position possible to make up for what happened in that first heat race here. As across the line, Ernesto and Garzon continue to match each other. Like you said, Ardiaz and Harvick not really showing the pace you would expect from the guys in the pink and purple there. Really the slowest of the top 7 and top 8. The guys that are running 3rd and 4th now. So Westcott all over the bumper. She needs to make a move soon, because soon enough, Justin Musick, who's up 6 spots, he's flying. He's brought Malkwit, Skinner, and Gio with him as well. So we're going to have about a 5 or 6 kart battle for P3 any minute now, unless Westcott can get around.
Yeah, and you saw on the front straightaway that last time around, Ernesto Rivera maybe faded to the inside, thought about a move, decided against it. He's been looking back every lap, which normally you'd say, okay, looking back might not be the best thing, but I think right now Ernesto's playing this really patient. And speaking of not being patient, there goes Peyton Westcott, says enough is enough, gets by both of the Rawlson Performance Group purple karts in one go, and now Westcott will set her sights towards the top 2, and that's going to bring the group all the way down, really down to Landon Skinner and Diego Gio in 8th and 9th, as Rivera finally picks his moment, goes for the lead, and gets by Sebastian Garzon for the race lead.
Wow, I mean, first of all, Peyton Westcott, what a move. I mean, they got a 2-for-1 there in a corner that doesn't require a whole lot of braking. She made it stick there, and Ernesto Rivera, I'm sure, might have gotten a signal there from the fence line to say, all right, Westcott's around, so now you need to go around and see what you can do out front and show the true pace of that RPG go-kart. Like I said, though, Westcott got around those two, but she has now, with that pass, has brought the field close together. It is Malkwit, Musick, and Skinner now in the mix for this top 3 in Heat 2. So far, so good for Garzon, though. He's held station behind Ernesto Rivera, looking a little further back. Here comes Keelan Harvick all over the bumper of Westcott. Do we see a move to the inside here? Maybe. No. Ardiaz thought about it. Thought better of it, though.
Yeah, and Harvick also thought a little bit better of it. We'll see how that pack from 3rd on back evolves. It's almost a 3-second gap. It's certainly going to be bigger than that as they come across the line. There's the top 2. Then there's the snake behind them. Peyton Westcott at the front of it. And now you see Keelan Harvick back to the inside. Ardiaz follows them through. They're going to go side by side for 4th, 5th, 6th. Malka try to get into the 5th spot. Can't quite do it. And all of this is allowing that gap to stretch even further and maybe, just maybe, give the two RPGs a little bit of breathing room in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, Westcott back to 5th. Justin Musick a good move, like you said, to get around Malkwit. So Musick up 6 spots there. Harvick feeling comfortable enough to run here in 3rd. I mean, Harvick and Ardiaz have gotten quicker and quicker. I mean, they run green laps every single lap of this race, so their go-karts are still coming into play with 4.5 to go, but just not as quick as what it needs to be, right? Malquit right now in the 59, Skinner and Gio also in the 59s. Keelan and Ardiaz finally doing the 1 minute .2s, right? But still not nearly as quick as what they need to be right now, and they're holding up this train for sure. As a late move there. There goes, I believe, Justin Musick now on Peyton Westcott, and Westcott might lose another spot to Isaac Malquit. Let's see as they drag race across the line. Whose motor is better? Malquit's got the toe of Musick, so Malquit's going to get around. Yes, he is. So move Peyton Westcott down another spot to 7th, and Malquit up to 6th.
Yeah, and all of this battling is allowing the two RPGs, Keelan Harvick, Diego Ardiaz, to get a little bit further out. And again, they're not that fast, but when you can control a pack like this, you can make sure that you're not that much under threat. It's not going to get them the race win. It's not going to put them in the top 2, but it might be enough to just keep them at bay and be able to avoid falling back through the rest of the top 10 like you're seeing Peyton Westcott go through right now. I mean, it seems like she has the pace that's about equal to these guys, but because they've been able to keep track position and shuffle anyone who's challenged them back a little bit, it's kind of kept them from being under fire from the rest of that pack.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, Ardiaz and Harvick, I mean, one of the not as quick as you would expect them, the RPG guys to be, especially compared to the guys behind them. But with the shuffling happening from 5th on back, it has allowed them to have a bit of a stretch here. But Justin Musick has been ultra impressive in this latter half of this race. About 4 to go here. Oh, whoa, late lunge there from Sebastian Garzone. He went purple last time by and took advantage of that to take the lead over Ernesto Rivera. Ernesto looks back, sees he has a gap. He's going to say, all right, I'm going to go back here. Ernesto Rivera back to the point here. They can afford to race for the rest of this race, to be honest. They have a 4-second gap to the guys behind them. Ernesto Rivera said, all right, watch, I'm going to block now.
Yeah, and again, this is probably Ernesto realizing, hey, if Garzone's smart, he's not going to fight this too terribly much, because for Garzone, the most important thing is get good points on the board. The last thing you want to do is crash, and then suddenly you're going into Heat 3. You can see he is trying to get Ernesto to go forward. Ernesto's just blocking regardless. But the last thing Garzone wants is a crash that puts him on the brink of missing the final. So if you're Ernesto Rivera here, you can kind of take advantage of that, drive him aggressively, and force him to decide, do I want to win this race or do I want to risk crashing out?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but I'm very surprised with how much defending Ernesto's doing. I mean, look at that, a little bit of a mistake. Now, whoa, contact. Ernesto needs to be careful. I mean, he can't afford to have a DNF, right? I mean, with already his main competitor, Stephen Miller, having a bad result, all Ernesto needs to do is really a first, second, or even a 5th would probably put him first regarding a pretty decent third heat here, as it's heating up for the battle for third, which has saved these two guys, because with 2 laps to go, if they keep racing this hard, the guys behind them aren't that far back.
I mean, I think it's going to take a lot for that pack behind them to catch up, especially because you have to remember, these are not that fast in the lead. I mean, Diego Ardiaz and Keelan Harvick have struggled for pace. As you see more battling in that group behind, here you get a really good shot. You can see Ardiaz and Harvick going side by side, mixing it up. In the front ground, you can see Garzone going defensive on Ernesto Rivera. This is 2 separate big battles happening. And for Garzone, he's going to come to see the white flag here coming down the main straightaway. And he's got a big enough gap, but Rivera almost beat him to the inside here. This is going to be a crazy last lap. There's the train of go-karts behind, but there's Ernesto Rivera round the outside. What a move. Rivera to the point with a sensational pass in turn number 1.
Ernesto Rivera fooled him. Sebastian Garzone got on the brakes in turn 1. Ernesto said, watch this. I'm going to go around the outside of you where no one's done before so far this weekend. Ernesto Rivera, what a move, showing the raw talent that he has behind the wheel there. Garzone around the outside, going to try to do what Ernesto did. Couldn't make it stick. Over, under, incoming. They're now side by side as they climb the hill here. Who's going to have to give way? Garzone does. Oh, through the S's now where it's single file. Ernesto Rivera, let's see if he's done enough as they climb the hill now. 1 more straightaway to go before the big one. Garzone clawing back in. Here comes Harvick, though. Contact there between Rivera and Garzone, Emery.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit wild here, but Rivera going to go defensive, double defensive there. This should be a crossover chance here for Garzone. Rivera parks it smartly there, and as they come onto the main straightaway, this has been a thrilling battle, and it's going to come down right to the start-finish line, and Ernesto Rivera, with a super last lap, hangs on to take the win here in heat number 2 of KA Juniors.
Wow, what a heat race there in KA Junior. Ernesto Rivera, I mean, he timed it well, right? 1 more lap, and Keelan Harvick would have been there, but they weren't there, right? So Ernesto Rivera, all that defending paid off. He wins a sensational, like you said, second heat race as one of the drivers off after the checkered flag there. Let's see if we can get a number on who that is. but at least they seem to have crossed the line and then hit the wall, but not going to do any good to that go-kart there.
Yeah, not ideal at all for one of the energy kart drivers there. We'll get a number on that later, but you can see he's very frustrated with himself. I think he finished the race, so kind of surprising to see that kind of reaction, but still, Ernesto Rivera, I mean, he put on a clinic there. The rest of the field able to have a good finish as well. I mean, you can see, when you look at it, that sort of battling, that's what you come to see. It's only heat number 2. It's two guys that really didn't have to fight that hard, and yet they put on a total show that if we get that kind of race in the final, it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, and with the final, you're going to combine the two classes, right? So we're going to have guys like Stephen Miller and Ernesto Rivera in the same class like we saw in the first heat, and we saw how that went, right? We've seen how that's gone all year long. So when you combine the two classes, it's going to create for even more drama, even more chaos, and I mean even more excitement, right? I mean, we saw two drivers right there put on a show for us in only the second heat. There's still one more to go today, Emery.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, Ernesto Rivera, we've seen all season long those battles with Stephen Miller, but I haven't seen him get his elbows out quite that much. Like, you're talking outside of turn 1 in heat number 2. That is impressive. And Garzon, I mean, credit to him. He did almost enough to defend that lead, but at the end of the day, Ernesto gets the job done. How about Keelan Harvick, though? P3, Ardiaz in 4th as well. Both of them didn't quite have the pace I feel like they needed to, but still, the racecraft, being able to keep in position in that big pack, and it paid off for them. They get a good result here and put themselves further closer to a good final starting spot.
Yeah, I mean, Isaac Malquid as well, right? Didn't really have the qualifying that we would have expected from him with the pace that he's shown throughout the second half of this year so far. But a top 5 is pretty solid, making up a few spots. Diego Guillo, even though he lost a spot, still showed some pretty decent pace. I think the biggest thing was Peyton Westcott. I mean, she showed really good pace throughout the entire heat race, but I think she got pushed around a little bit too much there, and maybe it was a little bit too nice in the heat race. She'll look back at that, and maybe we'll expect her to see more aggression there in the coming heat races. Landon Skinner, pretty solid as well. But overall, like you said, Keelan Harvick, Ardiaz, considering the pace that they showed, I think they'll be really happy with the top 3 and top 4.
Yeah, for sure. And as we shift our sights towards the Micro Swift category, I mean, that was a really fun race. I think we saw just how much this track can promote good racing. I mean, you had so many different crossover opportunities there. You saw Ernesto hold it around the outside, and we also saw a drag race to the finish. And I can tell you, last year, I had the chance to see Route 66 as well as the Stars Championship Series up here. Almost every KA race was a photo finish at the line. I have a feeling as we get towards higher stakes tomorrow, as the final events start to come around, you're going to see even more of those side-by-side battles for the race wins.
Yeah, even with this being the first true national event that we've had here at MCC, I mean, it is proven to be a really, really good racetrack, right? Especially with the expansion now, with the 2 hairpins there at the end, as we see a few guys over in the dirt. I mean, that's not really where the racetrack is, but I'm sure something must have happened there where somebody got on the brakes and had to do some avoiding action there. So let's see if the drivers can get their go-karts sorted. But like I was saying, this track races pretty well here with the expansion, especially with the cross opportunities, like you said, with the last few corners being a hairpin that turns on itself. It creates for some interesting passes, and we've seen a lot of photo finishes so far this weekend, and I suspect that we're not done just yet with that.
Yeah, it looks like some confusion here from the micro drivers. We saw Pasha Ali going wide there on the cut through. In the meantime, we'll see if we can get a green here. Colin Shingerberg, Enzo DiGennaro on the start finish. They're not going to get the green. Too much confusion in the back. You can see multiple guys waving their hands there. That's the 7 of, we'll get a number on that in just a second here. Sterling Mulata is kind of upset at the start. You can see there's one car way back there in the back. That might be one of the Orsolon entries that had an issue on the opening warm-up lap. So a lot of things going on here in Micro Swift. That gives us a chance to go through the rest of the starting lineup. So as previously mentioned, Colin Schigenberg and Enzo DiGennaro on the front row. Heat 1 winner Parker Ives alongside the guy who finished second in Zane Burgess in row number 2, Ashton Wyatt, Emerson Lane in row number 3. Then you've got one of the guys who's been up front all season long in Maxwell Macha, as well as Cade Wolf on row 4. And Grayson Walcott is on the inside of row 5 alongside the Sodi Kart USA entry of Josh Bergman, who was really quick in that first heat, got up 7 spots to 3rd. He'll have to start 10th again here heading into the second heat and see what he can do, Alex.
Yeah, for sure. Bergman, I mean, one of the quickest guys in Micro Swift all year long, put together a pretty impressive showing to go from 10th to the lead at one point in the first heat. More of the same here for him in Heat 2, or at least he's expecting it. Starting 11th, though, Liam Nakawati. He's been really, really quick all weekend long. Didn't have the qualifying they would have expected, as we see one kart has stalled. That is, I believe, Sterling Mulata. So Sterling Mulata now has no power, it seems like, and he's stuck on the uphill So we might have to go around again if he can get that go-kart off the racetrack here. But as the go-karts get ready and set to be in the tram lanes, everybody's hands in the air and now seeing to slow down. They want to get this race started on the way. We have one driver out of the tram lanes, but we're going to go green anyways. There goes Schneegenberg. What a start for him. Park arrives already to P2. Crossover incoming there from Enzo Di Gennaro. Not going to make it stick. One driver on the outside. Can't make it work either, but good start for Colton Schneegenberg. He's still your leader.
Yeah, Schneegenberg, a good controlled start there. Ives in the second, as we've seen a lot from the second row of the inside. Di Gennaro almost got him crossed back over, but he'll have to slot into third. And how about Ashton Wyatt up to fourth? There you can see a lot of battling, a little bit of swerving going back and forth between two of the Sodi Kart entries there. That looks to be the 74 Maxwell Macha and the SLA machine trying to make a move on Zane Burgess. Did not work. They swerved at each other. All as well, though, as Burgess has found himself back into fourth.
The guy on the move right now is Z Park arrives there side by side with Schneegenberg. He's going to make this one stick as they head into the final few corners. There goes Ives to the lead, and that is Zane Burgess now to P4. Crossover incoming, not going to make it stick. There goes Enzo Di Gennaro now on Colton Schneegenberg. Schneegenberg has lost 2 spots in 3 corners. There goes Maxwell Macha. He's going to go around and push the 28 there into the dirt. And now Macha's lost a few spots. Here comes Liam Lakawati and Grayson Walcott, the 2 Paralympic drivers now on the move.
Yeah, one thing about this track, if you lose a lot of momentum out of that last corner, you're going to lose 4 or 5 spots. You saw it there with Maxwell Macha. His bumper got hooked to the rear bumper of, I believe, that might have been Ashton Wyatt there. And what that caused was a whole lot of chaos and commotion behind them. But now you can see the top part of the field. There's Parker Ives. He's been so comfortable up in the lead all season, Alex, and now again leading a 4-car train here on lap number 2.
Yeah, like you said, comfortable all year long in the lead. I mean, we saw it at Grand Nationals. We saw it on the first heat today, right? I mean, he got the lead. Maybe he wasn't even the fastest guy on the racetrack, but when he gets up to an early lead, it seems as though he's hard to catch, right? Oh, a little bit of a mistake there from Enzo Di Gennaro. Got too much curbing. He's going to lose ground to Parker Ives and fall to the clutches now of Colton Schneegenberg, who has help behind him. That is Zane Burgess. As you see, Di Gennaro looks over his shoulder. I suspect maybe a move here into this long left-hander. Do we see him move to the inside? No, we don't. That is one of the best pass opportunities throughout this entire racetrack. We've seen so many moves being made there throughout the weekend so far, but a good run out of the final corner for Di Gennaro has extended his advantage over Schneegenberg, and now he has a run on Parker Ives. With this low horsepower class in the microsif category, it makes it pretty difficult to pull away, even though Parker Ives has done a pretty decent job of it so far. Right, the draft is so key here. Let's see him move. Zane Burgess to the inside. He's through. Move the Sodi Kart USA driver back to P3. And speaking of Sodi Kart USA, where is Josh Bergman? Josh Bergman remains in P10 right now, so far hasn't made up any ground there. Ashton Wyatt has lost a few spots, but he's the purple man right now, one of the only guys in the 104s. But Josh Bergman hasn't made up any ground so far. Kind of surprised about that one, Emery.
Yeah, I will say it's kind of hard to get positions on the opening lap when you're starting on the outside and everyone's going defensive, but still, this time last race we saw Bergman make up multiple spots, so it's maybe a little bit disappointing for the young driver, but we'll see what he can do. He's got a lot of time. But at the front of the field, as we see Sean Bailiff there going for a little bit of a stroll here, probably going about as quick as some of those micro swifts are. You can see, though, it's a big train up at the front of the field. More battling. Ashton Wyatt, we see Emerson Lane getting kind of pushed wide there. They're 3 wide into the back hairpin. All of this is kicking off behind Sean Bailiff and behind the front 4.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha with a late lunge there into the final corner. He made it stick, and I think Grayson Walcott lost out on that a little bit now as we see side by side going to the turn 1. That is going to be Emerson Lane going to make a move on Grayson Walcott. Back out front, though, Parker Ives, he's lost a bit of his lead advantage to Enzo Di Gennaro, who now is all over the bumper of the 48 there of Parker Ives. It is a 3-kart breakaway out front. They have left Colton Schneegenberg, surprisingly, in the dust a little bit. Schneegenberg now falling to the clutches of Ashton Wyatt, who last time by was 7/10 faster than Colton Schneegenberg. So right now, Ashton Wyatt, the man on the charge.
Yeah, you have to wonder if Schneegenberg's race pace has just struggled. We saw in Heat 1 he kind of faded back a little bit. We're seeing it again in Heat 2 as he falls into the clutches of Ashton Wyatt, like you mentioned, as well as Maxwell Macha. And I mean, that's something that you're going to see with these micros, a lot of variance from race to race, from session to session. As there goes Zane Burgess on Enzo Di Gennaro for the 2nd spot, and now suddenly the top 2, just like we saw in the last race, is one kart way off the track there. That looks to be this one. Oh my God, someone flipped behind. That's 2 karts off the track. We'll have to see if there's a red flag there, but not ideal. You can see a spin and then obviously the flip behind. We'll have to check on those 2 drivers, get some IDs there, but that was not good at all. As we saw, the front 3 were battling, and then obviously the incident down towards the back.
Yeah, not what you want to see at all. I mean, so far we are still green. Let's see if we can get a word on how those drivers are doing. But yeah, so far so good here. We're still green. So back out front, Parker Ives your leader over Zane Burgess and Enzo DeGennaro, who have completely pulled away now from Cole Schneegerberg. Not even the same frame as these three drivers. We're entering the part of the racetrack where that incident happened. So let's see if we are still green here, Emery.
Yeah, it looks like Nico Salazar was the cart that flipped. When Gottschalk was the initial cart, you can see a hanging yellow, no passing, and Ashton Wyatt, I think, is going to get pretty severely penalized for that, if I just saw that correctly, because that is not a zone where you were supposed to pass. And you can see that's battling from fourth on back. You can see the top three have still broken away. Burgess is caught on to Parker Ives, and it looks like we're coming down to complete lap number 5. Ives has 2 carts right behind him in Zane Burgess and Enzo DeGennaro, and then Ashton Wyatt leading that second group with Maxwell Macho and Colin Schickerberg in tow.
Yeah, Parker Ives still your leader, Zane Burgess and Enzo DeGennaro. It's a 3-cart breakaway out front, almost 2 seconds back to Ashton Wyatt, who, like you said, I mean, let's see what happens, but it looks to me like he passed under yellow, but maybe we'll leave that to the officials there. But Wyatt up into the top 4 now. It's Maxwell Macho in 5th. Where is Josh Bergman? Still in 10th. The pace hasn't been there from the Sody Kart driver that we've expected. I mean, he is running 105s there in the last lap. His best lap's a 104.4, but right now by himself has no pace to contend with the guys up front.
Yeah, he's just, I mean, you get caught back in this packet. I mean, I don't know if Josh has the pace he had in the last heat, but you have to remember a lot of these guys are pretty close together. As you can see, the top 3 still running nose to tail. And when you have that happening, it's tough to get by people around this track. You lose so much time making passes in the hairpins that you are going to see it be tough to make moves. There's a yellow flag in the back there. You can see Ashton Wyatt's made some good moves. There's 2 carts around. I don't know how that happened, but you can see a lot of chaos here in this Micro Swift heat number 2. Parker Ives has no idea about any of it as he's up front, but I want to mention that Ashton Wyatt has pulled off another 2 tenths on that last lap, and I think Zane Burgess knows he can go quicker, and so he'll go to the lead. He'll get by Parker Ives. DeGennaro cannot make the move, so now Ives into second, and for the first time all race, it is Zane Burgess to the lead as one of the Sody carts is out of the race here in the backside of the track.
Yeah, really one of the first times all weekend. Has a new leader emerged in this class besides Parker Ives. So Parker Ives now, this is unknown territory for him to see a go-kart ahead of him throughout this weekend, as yellow flag is still in the air for that Sody Kart driver. And Parker Ives to the inside. That's not allowed. So Parker Ives might have to get a penalty here unless he gives that move back. I don't know. I mean, that was a pretty clear as day yellow flag. So Parker Ives takes the lead, but I don't know if that's going to stick there.
Yeah, I have to imagine it's not quite as bad as the Ashton Wyatt one, which was a hanging yellow flag, but a waved yellow is still not good to be passing under. And I would have to imagine that's one of the things that if you're trying to teach these micro kids, it is very important to slow down and be cautious. Don't pass under yellow. Unfortunately, unless I missed something there, I think Parker Ives has become another offender of that. And so Ives back to the race lead. He still has the lead over Burgess on track. We'll have to see what the officials decide. As Ashton Wyatt, as I said his name earlier, has officially caught that lead group with a 103.8 the last time by, as that whole second group is starting to run fast lap after fast lap.
Yeah, I mean, right now the sun has come out for the first time all day. It is baking this racetrack, and I wonder if it has affected a few of the way these go-karts are handling for some of these drivers here. As Ashton Wyatt got a monster run up the hill. Not going to make anything of it, though. He's going to hold back and stay in 4th position. But he is absolutely on the charge here. We're going to see him move to the inside. No, we're not. Good late braking for DeGennaro. Holds on to his spot. But looking a little further back, Macha and Nakawati are also flying.
Yeah, and all the way back through the top 10, Jake Maniello in P11 actually went purple the last time. And how about Josh Bergman's made up spots? Well, his teammate is in danger of losing a spot. He goes defensive on Enzo DeGennaro, and Zane Burgess hangs onto the spot, and that's going to allow Ashton Wyatt to get up to 3rd. So more battling among these front guys. Parker Ives is clear in the lead. Zane Burgess came under fire there briefly, but he's going to hang on for now for 2nd, and now is going to get back onto the bumper of Ives and try to see what he can do here. As this is, again, a 4-cart breakaway, but Maxwell Macha as well as Liam Nakawati both running fast laps to catch up. They're only about 8 tenths back. They picked up 2 tenths the last time. We'll see what they can do this time. It looks like they pulled in a little bit more this time around.
Yeah, 3.5 to go this time by Parker Ives. Back to where he feels most comfortable out front. Zane Burgess got a good run up the hill. He's going to claw that gap back to Parker Ives. It is a 4-car breakaway out front, but I suspect that these guys inevitably start racing there as they go a little bit too wide. All of them do. And so that's going to bring Macha and Nakawati a little bit closer. Nakawati being smart here, just pushing Macha back up to the front. If these top 4 start racing, which eventually they will, it's going to be a 6, maybe even 7 kart train. Parker Ives got a big run there. It's really interesting to see how Parker Ives comes out of the last corner and then hugs the bottom of the track to try to break the toe as best as possible, and then swipes up last minute as Ashton Wyatt now to P2. It's pretty coincidental that the top 2 right now in this class are 2 drivers that passed under yellow and may not even keep their position, Emery.
Yeah, certainly. I want to go back to that Parker Ives line just briefly. I mean, Alex, I think you've been around the Daytona kart circuit a lot. It's one of the first things you learn when you're racing there. You don't want to fade off of that inside line till the last possible second. You're seeing that with Parker Ives. Even though the straightaway is so long, he's white lining it all the way down to the last few hundred feet. And that gets him an opportunity where no one can fade to the inside until it's almost to the braking zone, or in this case, the flat out zone, but the turn entry point. So for Parker Ives, I mean, this is a smart move, I think, to control the race. But as I say that, Ashton Wyatt going back, trying to get the lead for the first time all race in the sweeper, cannot get it done. This again going to compact the group again. But Ashton Wyatt, he's probably had the most pace over the last couple laps. You can see him pleading with Ives to go forward. We'll see what happens here as Wyatt has found so much pace in the seat, and he's trying to get the lead back from Ives as they come down to 2 to go.
Yeah, 2 to go this time by Ashton Wyatt. Last time around got put onto the curb a little bit by Parker Ives. That brought the field closer together, like you said, Emery. Zane Burgess and Enzo De Janeiro aren't done just yet. It's still a 4-car breakaway. We're going to see him move to the inside. Oh, I thought we were by Burgess. Burgess just ran a little bit of a tighter line than usual there through the turn 4 hairpin. Wyatt looks over his shoulder, sees that Burgess is all over his bumper there, but nothing to it just yet. Parker Ives still your leader. Wyatt got a little bit too much curve there. That's going to hurt his exit just a little bit here as they go down the hill, and then they're going to climb it now to the new part of this racetrack here, or recently new part of the racetrack, as they climb the hill now down the back straightaway. It's a long straightaway here. Anybody going to have enough of a run? I don't think so, Emery.
Yeah, I think Ives has it safe for the moment. He's going to probably go a little bit defensive. No, it doesn't. Burgess hangs it around the outside there of De Janeiro, who tried down the inside. Remember, this could be the battle for the race win as Enzo De Janeiro gets into 3rd. As they come down to the white flag, remember, Ives and Wyatt will likely face penalties for passing under yellow. So as they come and battle it out for the lead, the battle for 3rd is also important. But in the meantime, Ashton Wyatt trying down the inside, misses it a little bit, and that's going to give Ives a little bit of breathing room coming out of turn number 2.
Yeah, Ives threw a very late block there. Almost had contact, in my opinion, there, but they're side by side. Round the outside goes Ashton Wyatt. Nothing to it there. You can't go around the outside of that corner, and now it is stacked them up. It is 5 karts for the win here. Michael Swift, Parker Ives breaks early. Ashton Wyatt crossover incoming. Here comes Enzo De Janeiro. Like you said, that battle for 3rd, likely the battle for the win here, but Ashton Wyatt and Parker Ives don't know it just yet. They're going to climb the hill now. What's going to happen here, Emery? It's going to be Ashton Wyatt down the back straight. Does he have anything for Parker Ives? He's going to go ultra defensive now. Wyatt around the outside, maybe here through the final left-hander.
Yeah, and it looks like Ives going to have it straight. But Enzo De Janeiro down the inside. He's going to get by Ashton Wyatt. Wyatt crosses him over. All of this is going to get Parker Ives in the clear. They go side by side, swerving a little bit. Wyatt to the inside of De Janeiro. Kind of gave him a little bit of a hip check there. That's going to cost them both positions. And on the last lap, how about Liam Nakawati gets into 2nd right behind Parker Ives. Might end up with the win. He beats out Zane Burgess, Maxwell Macha, and Ashton Wyatt to the line. Enzo De Janeiro finishes up in 6th. Juan Diego Garcia Arce in 7th. Josh Bergman 8th. Jake Maunialo in 9th, and Colin Schingenberg faced to 10th, but wow, that was some hectic racing here for Micro Swift.
Yeah, Ashton Wyatt there, I mean, he doesn't really know about it yet, but likely a penalty to be faced, and, the last thing he could afford was to lose even more spots, right? And it ultimately cost Enzo De Janeiro a chance at, an unofficial race victory, right? Enzo De Janeiro and Wyatt got together just a little bit there, and now he comes home P6. The beneficiary of all of this, though, Liam Nakawati up 9 spots to finish P2 and likely a P1.
Yeah, Nakawati kind of slowly but surely found his way to the front. He followed through with Ashton Wyatt. He got himself into the lead group in the last couple laps and then did not put a foot wrong. Got himself in a smart place. Did not make any of the mistakes that we saw Parker Ives or Ashton Wyatt make under yellow. Didn't have the issue like Enzo De Janeiro where he kind of got hip checked on the straightaway. And he comes away with a really good 2nd place, which will put him in a good place for the final.
Yeah, for sure. A little further down the order, Juan Diego Garcia Arce, a good run for him, up 7 spots to finish 7th. Josh Bergman ultimately coming home P8, so not nearly as quick as, or really maybe not the race he would have expected after the first heat, because the pace was there. I mean, a 103.9 is not slow at all in the Microsoft class around this racetrack here. Jake Manalio in 9th, up 4 spots. Colton Schneegerberg, the guy who started on pole position, 8 seconds off your lead pack, down 9 spots. So Colton needs to find a little bit more in that race pace.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where, again, like we've seen races this year where Schigenberg has had really good race pace and maybe been off in qualifying. And I mean, it's one of those things. These young guys maybe overdrive it a little bit, kind of cause the tires to get a little bit overheated. Also, and we don't know what's going on with the setup. But, I mean, Schigenberg's had the raw pace this weekend. He should be fine. And he's not been too bad, but two kind of subpar results will have him starting probably around 6th or 7th if he can get a decent heat number 3. But really, we'll have to see how Parker Ives and Ashton Wyatt get penalized. I would imagine both of them will have penalties coming their way. I don't want to speak for the USPKS officials. But from what we saw, that was pretty clear passing under yellow, which you just simply can't do.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like you said, I mean, with the young kids, you know, they're still young, right? The Microsoft class, it's the first class, the youngest class, should I say, on the national scene. So for sure, I'm sure the mechanics and the parents are going to talk to them and really let them know kind of what's expected of these drivers when you see a standing yellow, especially, and a waving yellow, right? Anytime you see a yellow flag, you need to think to yourself, don't pass at all. Whether you want to or not, whether you have the run or not, it's not worth it because ultimately you end up losing more spots than you gain.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, you look back at it, I think it's probably an adrenaline thing too. At the end of the day, you're racing these big races, you're fighting for the win. You're not thinking necessarily about all the things going around, and certainly at that age, it's just a lot in a little amount of time. It's entirely possible that Parker Ives just simply didn't see it or Ashton Wyatt didn't see it, and that's fair. It happens, you know. I can say myself, I've gotten a penalty for passing under yellow where I just simply didn't realize there was yellow. I had the same penalty for passing under red, didn't see a red. It sounds inexcusable, but, you know, these things happen. It's unfortunately can be a little bit unacceptable, but at the same time, they'll learn from it, and I think going forward, they'll make sure they don't make the same mistake.
I don't want to just let that slide there, Emery. Passing under red.
It happened way more recently than I want to admit.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, though, it happens, right? I mean, you're experienced enough to know the rules, right? But sometimes you just miss it. You get so locked in to what's going on the racetrack, and with these drivers being up front, right, at a national event, knowing that the cameras are on them, you just get tunnel vision sometimes. And I mean, likely if we talked to both those drivers, I bet they might just say that they missed it.
Yeah, certainly. And I mean, again, it's one of those things. The standing yellow is one thing, the waving yellow is another. And I mean, for one thing, we're glad that everyone in that incident was okay because that was a scary flip there.
For sure.
And I mean, it's a teaching moment. It's a teaching moment for not only the two kids that passed under yellow in Ashton Wyatt and Parker Ives, but also really for this whole grid because I think they'll see their friends and their competitors getting penalized and they realize, hey, like, it's just not worth it to do it. You don't know if you're going to see a marshal or a corner worker in that next corner. You don't know if there's a cart that's going to be flipped in that next corner. You never know what's going to be around that corner. So just taking it safe. You don't have to necessarily be like egregiously. So be prepared to like stop if you have to. That's the whole purpose of the yellow flag. Don't make any passes. Live to fight another day. As we saw anyways, Parker Ives eventually fought back and forth 3-4 times. Like it ended up being very inconsequential, but it's just one of those things. Once you have that happen to you a couple times, you see it happen, you'll learn from it.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, like you said, Parker Ives, unofficially your race winner in the Microswift class, but shifting our focus now to the pro shifter category. AJ Myers and Marian Kremers on your front row, but Marian Kremers, really one of the first times in a long time that we have seen him put a challenge to AJ Myers there, Emery.
Yeah, certainly, and we saw Marian really, in my opinion, for the first time since well before Utah even, where he's had the pace to compete with AJ over a full race distance. He gets to start again from the front row. We saw last time AJ elect to choose the outside, and Marian cut him a little bit of a break. I don't know if the same thing's going to happen this time on the start. Regardless, these two were the class of the field in the first heat, and as they get set to roll out onto the track, we see cleanup finishing up. It should be an exciting heat as we get set to go here for heat number 2 in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be AJ Myers and Marian Kremers on your front row. Alan Isambard and Talon Yockel on the second row there. Isambard put together a pretty impressive performance to hold on to a third-place finish. Like we were saying, Emery, I mean, his first national race since February, his first race in general since February. So no matter how much testing you do, you could test every single day. There is a different mindset that is required to race, and especially in the shifter class at the highest level.
Yeah, certainly, and we're going to see that play out. We already saw Isambard fall back a little bit in the first heat and then get him climb his way back up into fourth. I think it's going to be an exciting heat as we see him continue to find his groove a little bit. But at the front, AJ Myers, Marian Kremers, they're row number 1. We talked about probably going to see AJ choose the outside again. You see him go down the main straight here to complete their warm-up lap. What will Marian do in second? Can he get the whole shot here? Or will he kind of keep one up his sleeve for later in the weekend? We'll find out. But in row 2, Isambard was alongside Talon Yockel. Gavin Bailiff had a mechanical DNF in heat number 1. He'll start 5th, and Michael Riccio in 6th. Another guy that has had solid pace at different points this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Joseph Lonnie and Charlie Steins on row 4. Anthony Martella, you know, one of the rookies. He's making about his 2nd or 3rd start now in the pro shifter class, getting better and better every single race he's a part of. I mean, he seems to love this class, right? Making the jump from junior all the way to the shifter. So I like that move. I mean, you don't see a lot of drivers do it, but he's doing it and he's adapting pretty well. Starting P9, Jared Ramnaranian in 10th, Joseph Charlton and Tegan Poles in row 6, Safet Hatek and Davide Greco in 14th there last. But he had a pretty good run in the first heat to finish in 6th. I expect more of the same out of that Burrell driver.
Yeah, certainly. Greco having to start in the back in all 3 heats. We'll see what he can do from that 14th position. There you see it. A.J. Myers choosing the outside line, the preferred line with the extra rubber. We'll see if it offsets the inside line, which will have the track position advantage. Here you can see a couple of the guys back towards the back of the field kind of pointing their way to the inside as we get set to go, looking for the green flag at the start of this race. I think we got a false start here. It looks like one of the carts stalled in the back of the grid. That was Anthony Martella. Again, at this point, it is so difficult to get used to the shifter category. And I have to give props to Anthony. I mean, I know you can see the results and be like, oh, like he's a second off the pace compared to where he was at in junior. Obviously, maybe a little bit of a disappointment if you just look at it from the outside. But I cannot overstate how difficult it is to go from running KA Junior and X30 Junior straight to shifter. Like, you look at the history or recent history of the sport, and there's only a couple of guys that even tried that. And for Martella to come on and in 2 months win a Canadian championship and be at least semi-competitive at these national events is very impressive, and I think he's going to continue to get better under the guidance of guys like Marian Kremers.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't say that he doesn't have some pretty good mentors under that camp, right? I mean, even guys like Morgado, for sure, who's doing KZ over in Europe, right? So, I mean, you have some pretty talented drivers, right, with the world champion and Marian Kremers as well, to kind of assist you in the driving changes from X30 to shifter there. So, yeah, Martella, like you said, I mean, you can look at the results and be like, oh, man, you know, second off, but you can also look at the results and say, wow, I mean, he went from junior to shifter, and he's already won a championship doing it, right, in a couple of months. And really, I mean, even not too far off in qualifying, right? To qualify inside the top 10 in a stage like this is pretty impressive.
Yeah, certainly. As we get set to go for the second start, see if this one's good. Martella joins the back of the grid. He'll start last. In the meantime, though, at the front, A.J. Myers, Marian Kremers, looking for the green. They got it. Off the line, Kremers again to the inside. This time not going to cut him a break. They're still side by side as they come to turn number 2. It is the Burrell Art and the Magic Cart side by side. Red versus orange. And A.J. Myers is going to reign supreme coming down into turn number 4.
I am shocked that Marian Kremers did not get the lead of that race. I mean, he got the whole shot on A.J. Myers, had the inside, but A.J. Myers held the outside, stayed tough, and he is your leader. A.J. Myers somehow, some way holds off Marian Kremers, and I think Kremers will look back at that one and say, I should have been more aggressive.
I don't know if he's going to look back at that quite yet. I think you can kind of save that aggressiveness as a mental note for later in the weekend, because right now it's going to come down to the two of them this whole weekend. And at the end of the day, AJ, he might not choose the outside every time, but certainly the more he does that, the more opportunities Marian's going to have. As we see Isambard getting his elbows out again, lost a spot off the start to Yockel, who has continued to find some momentum as they come down to complete lap 1. It's about a 6-cart breakaway all the way back to Gavin Bailiff in P6 down towards turn number 2. It is a good fight at the front, led by AJ Myers and Marian Kremers.
Yeah, looking a little bit further down the order, David Greco already up 7 spots and on the bumper of Gavin Bailiff pretty much already. So David Greco up 7, trying to make it 8 spots here in the opening lap and a half. So good start for the Burrell driver there. Yockel goes a little bit wide. That's going to bring Alan Isambard back into play here. But here's essentially how the first heat started as well. AJ Myers pulled a bit of a gap, and we looked at this and said, okay, it's going to be what it's like all year long. AJ Myers pulls away. Kremers going to hold station in second. But as the race went on, Kremers was able to close the gap as well. Talon Yockel goes way wide there and gives a free pass to the Sodi car driver, Alan Isambard. So move Isambard up to third, and Yockel has made 2 mistakes in the same lap.
Yeah, it's hard to make passes in shifter, but when someone gives it to you, you can still take it. That's what Alan Isambard just did. Talon Yockel, a couple mistakes there. I talked to him before the first heat, and he straight up does not like this track that much. He thinks it's one that he struggled with a little bit more than other tracks on the national circuit. We're maybe seeing that a little bit so far as he falls in the clutches of his teammate in Michael Riccio. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, though, AJ Myers continues to just slowly pull away from Marian Kremers. In the first heat, it evened out, and eventually Marian started gaining more pace, but this time, through 2 laps, so far so good for the Magic Kart machine of AJ Myers.
Yeah, I mean, what we might be seeing right now, it's too early to tell here with still 9.5 laps to go. But remember, in that last race, Kremers was absolutely flying on the second half of that race, but who knows how much that hurt his tires, as well as sitting in the wake of AJ Myers and having the dirty air through the long, fast sweeping corners. It might have killed his front tires, Emery.
Yeah, it's also one of those things where the track conditions have changed a decent bit. We've seen a lot of cloud cover at times today. Now, though, under the sun, it is hot, and that will really wear these tires. And Marian, again, lost 2/10 that last time by. He's not losing touch with AJ per se, but he certainly is going to have to pick up the pace. Fortunately for him, he's got no pressure from behind. Isambard, Jakel, Bailiff, Riccio, Greco, all of them upwards of 3-4 tenths behind at a minimum from what AJ and Marian are doing. But for Marian, again, this is all a learning session. He knows short of any sort of mechanical failure or bad luck, he is going to start this race in the final on the front row. So this is all about trying to find how he can just maximize his machine and go from there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you bring up a good point there, right? Kremers knows, barring any mechanical issues with the pace that he's shown, right, it is a guaranteed top 2. But I think we saw in the corner of our picture there, Kremers seems to have at least maintained the gap through AJ, but I think it's closer than it was last time by. It is. Kremers goes purple, 2 tenths faster than Myers. So he got the 2 tenths back. Now it's at 4 tenths. So here comes Marian Kremers. This is identical to what we saw in the first heat, right? 4 laps in, Myers took an advantage. Kremers maintained, then he closed. AJ was able to hold on still, though, but Kremers now has closed the gap, and it looks to be closing even more. There he is, Kremers again, closing the gap as well. Kremers seems to right now have the faster go-kart.
Yeah, and I have to say, you brought up how this reminds you a little bit of Heat 1. I'm going to throw it even way further back than that. St. Petersburg this year, we saw every race, it was like these two would excel in different areas. AJ would be better at certain parts of the race. Marian would be better at different. That was the last time I really think we've seen the two of them fight every single heat race. So far, every heat so far, we're seeing these two go neck and neck. Hopefully it doesn't end quite like the St. Petersburg race did, but certainly, I mean, these two have been evenly matched. And again, Marian, 2 more tenths off of AJ's gap.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, St. Petersburg, I'd be rubbing my hands together a little bit for some St. Pete action. Besides what we saw in the final there, where these two, if you guys don't remember what happened at St. Petersburg, these two collided on the opening lap in the final, and they were both out of the race, right? So I don't think these guys want to remember that one too much, but if we could see the same amount of action that we saw, I'd be very happy. And right now, Marian Kremers seems to be all over AJ Myers right now, especially through the second part of the racetrack is where the Burrell seems to really shine.
Yeah, that quick change of direction through the 2 hairpins. He made a mistake, though. It was a bit wide through the sweeper, lost about a kart length. That was really a nice commentator's jinx there, Alex. But
Sorry, Marian.
But in general, though, like, Marian has seemed to have a strength when it comes to those slow-speed hairpins that you really see kind of the snail section that back half of the lap as we focus in more on that battle for third. Isambard under fire from Talon Jakel, who's picked up the pace a little bit. Jakel, the only other driver other than the top 2 in the 53-second bracket. Now he'll try to get back by the Alan Isambard to get back the spot that he gave to him earlier in the race.
Yeah, gift wrapped to him, should I say. I mean, Talon Jakel there made a mistake on the opening lap to give it to Isambard, but right now that Magic Kart driver seems to be a little bit quicker than Al Isambard. But we heard from a few drivers, including I believe Marian, saying that this track is pretty easy to defend on, right? There's a lot of passing opportunities, but especially with the shifter class where you can diamond a lot of the corners off. It's Gavin Bailiff again.
Oh, no.
Another DNF for the Trinity Karting Kart Public driver of Gavin Bailiff at his home track. That is 2 DNFs on a circuit where he was looking to get his first national shifter podium here. It's not off to a very good start for him.
Yeah, this is really sad to see for Gavin Bailiff. I mean, just feels like he snake bitten at this track. If you take it back to the Stars Championship Series last year, ended his championship off with a DNF in the final in that race. So, I mean, I know that this is home track. He lives here. But at the same time, like, for national races, it just will not go right for him. So another DNF for Gavin Bailiff, which is a death sentence in this kind of field. in shifter where it just takes so much time and so much effort to pass people. I mean, we're seeing it now with Jakob, who caught up to the back of Alan Isambard and just doesn't have any move. Like you mentioned, it is hard to pass here in a shifter. It's easier to pass in any other category. You still lose a good bit of time, but in shifter, you can defend every corner. You can take tighter lines. It is going to be so hard to make up those spots, and unfortunately for Gavin Bailiff, he's going to have to start probably at best 11th in the final now with 2 last-place finishes.
Yeah, back up front, though, A.J. Myers has turned up the wick quite a bit here. He's gone purple for 3 laps in a row at a 53.3. He with purple again. Marin Kremers puts his personal best at a 53.4, but still consistently about a tenth or two slower than Myers. It's really interesting to see the progression of how these 2 go-karts handle throughout a race distance, right, of only 12 laps, but still it's a pretty decent race distance there. As we saw Myers the first 3 to 4 laps pull away, Kremers close back, and then the latter half of the race, 5 or 6 laps to go, AJ pulls away again, right? This could be a combination of Kremers maybe holding back a little bit, right, after the mistake. Maybe he figures, I don't have enough pace, but right now he's dropping back quite a bit.
Yeah, this is a lot from Marian. It looks to be another 2-3 tenths on this lap alone, maybe even more. I mean, you're talking about a whole length of the dogleg at this point. As you'll see the gap as they come across the line. Another fast lap, 53.5 for AJ Myers, 54.3 from Marian. One of 2 things has happened. Either Marian's got some kind of issue or he is backing down, because a world champion of Marian Kremer's caliber does not just suddenly forget how to drive.
Yeah, I think Marian's backing down a little bit, because I watched him through the final few corners there, and you can just see the attitude of the go-kart. It wasn't sliding around a lot, right? It didn't look very quick. So I think Kremers is doing enough to hold station against Isambard and Jakob. He has a 3-second gap to the guys behind him there, and he's probably been told by the team, and he probably looked back and saw that. But Kremers' figure is right. He's, like you said, guaranteed a P2 barring any mechanicals, right? But he wants to save any tire possible for a possible victory in Heat 3.
Yeah, I mean, I will say it's not quite like another series or a series where you're running MG Reds where you have to run the same tires for the final, but still try to get as much tire life as they can. If you feel like it's impossible to catch the race leader, there's no point in fighting too hard, trying to push the cart too hard. Hey, even risking a mistake. I mean, it's still possible to run off here. This is a track we saw Josh Campbell in KA throw it on his own in turn 1. No hate to Josh, but that's what happened to him. And at the end of the day, like, shifters are a lot harder to drive than a KA is. So if Josh Campbell can do that, one of the most talented KA drivers out there, certainly anyone in the shifter field is capable of doing that. So I understand Marian saving tires, saving some energy, maybe just getting to the finish here. He knows he's got over 2 seconds to Simbard. He's not going to lose that type of gap in this short amount of time. But, I mean, it's a little bit disappointing on our end that we don't get to see a fight between AJ and Marian. But I'd have to imagine either something has gone way wrong in his red Burrell art machine, or he's just simply waiting for heat number 3, trying to get a little bit of a tire advantage there.
Yeah, let's see. We're going to find out, because a lap ago it was 3 seconds. Last time by it was 2 seconds. It looks to be about 1 point something here as the white flag's in the air. Yeah, it's 1.5 now. Isambard a second faster than Kremers. So Kremers, I'm sure, like I said, backing down a little bit, but I mean, let's see, right? Kremers maybe his turn to wake up just a little bit just to maintain that P2 position. Isambard's keeping him honest now.
Yeah, Isambard's now close enough. He can get a reference point there. He knows what Marian is doing. We'll get a look at it. I want to take a look at what Marian's doing from a line standpoint through turn number 9, because that's a good indicator here. As we'll see coming up to the section now, we don't get a good look at it. But if he was using more curb, that'd be indicative of someone pushing the tires a little bit harder. We'll see again through the sweeper how tight of a line he takes, because that's going to really kind of show just how hard he's pushing it. You can see this lap, it looks like he hasn't lost quite as much to AJ. I mean, still not really on the wick quite as much, but you can see coming to the checkered flag, AJ Myers, easy win. And Isambard almost got there. So both AJ and Marian really slowing down. AJ did a 55.0 on that last lap. Marian a 54.7. Both of them finished 1-2 again. Isambard a solid P3. Jakob in 4th. Michael Riccio 5th. And Davide Greco, again, 8 spots gained. He gets up to 6th.
Yeah, David Greco has been pretty strong throughout the weekend here. With qualifying not going how he would have liked, right? But to start last and to be 6th in both heat races, pretty solid for the Barella driver. I think AJ just proved our point with what Kremers was doing. I think Kremers was just backing off a little bit, right? AJ might have pushed for a little bit too many laps in a row, and maybe Kremers going to have decent enough tire for the 3rd heat. But that being said, we're going to take a quick commercial break and come back for our 3rd rounds of heat racing. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. My name's Xander Clemens and Randy Kugler back in with me here. Alexander Searle and Emery Lyda kept our seats warm, but one driver's seat who is all of a sudden gone quiet at the back there is that Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart of Michael McGoy. The 161 was slated to start inside the upper half of the field. But right now for Michael McGoy, he has not yet crossed the timing loop. And the 161, who had such a good run forward in that in both heat races with some speed to kind of climb to the top 10, a little bit of up and down luck, and unfortunately it may end here on a low. This is the first session of the final round of heat races, and that engine will not refire by the looks of things right now, Randy.
Yeah, the worst thing possible. It's a third heat race. He wants to get as good of a finish established as he can, and here he is sitting on the wayside, and it doesn't look too promising as if he's going to be able to go. So a tough break for Michael McGoy.
Unfortunate for Michael. However, we will have the rest of the field give us a good show. There's plenty of other contenders that will be in the mix that should not be a runaway, has not been a runaway all day long. Cameron Marsha just in passing here, walking around the pits a little bit, and he's like, well, not been the best of run days for me. And truth be told, again, for this young driver on the pole, he has had a little bit of experience at the front of the field, but a lot of his weekends in 2023 have been just almost arriving onto the scene of the lead pack, but not necessarily racing for the lead and the win every single session. That's a different type of race, and he's going to get one more shot at it here this afternoon as we're green down to turn number 1. And to his outside, Travis Pettit will also get another practice run at the outside lane in case he starts there tomorrow. He slots into third for the moment, but getting his elbows up is Royce Vega, who kind of muscles his way by, and Pettit slots in line safely to fourth as they head down the backstretch to turn number 4.
Royce Vega's been strong in this class all day long, and he shows it here in the start. Moving up to second, Cameron Marsha leads the way. But Royce Vega will have something to say about this, I guarantee you. Right now on the rear bumper of Cameron Marsha, Royce Vega on the charge.
Yeah, as they go through the S's and climb the hill on this opening lap. Vega's been good. Of course, Marco Romero got that opening heat race win in the morning when they all battled behind him. Both of the boys in blue and orange have been strong. This kid has been kind of under the radar. Lucas Palacio taking over the lead that time by through. I mean, he's been in the mix, but so have about 10 other drivers. And, of course, we've seen him so many times be able to outrace this entire field. But just as we've talked all about it today, at some point, you know, everyone starts to know your typical moves. They can also mimic them and do it themselves. And Marsha's defended on the opening couple of laps in all of both heat races thus far, and it kind of stacked the field up. I think in this race, he was trying to run more of a normal line. He got a little bit of a better run out of turn 4 and out of turn 6, and that's kind of kept the field spread apart. In fact, they're racing really, really hard just off camera right now because you can see 5 drivers on your screen. It's a big gap back from them. Single file into turn 6 and 7 for the lead pack. Check out this mad scrum over here back to about 6th to maybe 15th. From the 139 of Max Christie as they go up the S's all the way through. So there go your leaders. They're still single file. Now side by side for the lead as Palacio ran a little bit wide. So Marsha's going to go by, and Lucas giving a little wag of the tires there. That's not so much to try and scare the guy below as what's been somewhat seen. That I believe he's just cleaning him off because he got all the dirt on him. Well, unfortunately, he's still all the way to the back in 5th, and Marsha, after just getting around him, had to go to the back as well because Vega got underneath him and took Pettit and Romero by. So right as I said, they weren't racing up front, Randy. Well, they start racing. That's pretty typical, eh? How about Romero? A slick move to the inside for second.
Racing big time early in this one, too, and it's going to bring the rest of the field back up to them. I was going to tell you it's the top 5 and then everybody else, but the way they're racing up front, that second group, if they stay in line, is going to catch this lead group. But Royce Vega finds his way to the front, and now ever so slightly checking out maybe 2 kart links on the rest of the pack.
Yeah, no doubt he has found his way to the front again. Royce Vega and Marco Romero have had blistering speed. I mean, you know, everyone's been in the pack at some point or another. If you've started inside the top 12 or 15, there's a good chance you may have had a shot at leading this race or already did in one of the 2 earlier heats. But these 2 kids have been, you know, I think still just a little bit better than some of their competitors, and a big testament to the Team Pennick operation for having them running so good all day long as Marsha takes over third from Travis Pettit, slots in line in the middle of that group of 5, and again, the more they battle, the more the next few drivers slip into frame. Check out 6th and 7th on your screen. That's the red and white Paralyn of Max Christia and the Paralyn as well of Rocco Simone. Christia and Simone out of the Motorsport banner. And they are working together beautifully. They were fastest on the racetrack last time by 0.3 of a second. They are quickly reeling in the top 5, the two teammates in 6th and 7th. They pulled about a second gap away from Martin Jaramillo and Thomas Chrisman Jr. In that kind of midfield battle, around 2.5 seconds off the lead. Up the hill, though, with teammates as well now into 1st and 2nd. You may see kind of more of a tame race in that lead pack, just like what you're seeing with the teammates working together in 6th and 7th. Because Marco Romero, Royce Vega, they've worked together a number of laps already here in heats 2 and 3. They're doing it again as had another driver drop some dirt on the racetrack coming wide out of the S's. But there's your wide look at everybody. Through go the top 5, then that pair of 2 in 6th and 7th, and then the mid group all the way further back. As we come across the straightaway, we'll have now 4 complete, 8 laps to go as they head for turn number 1.
And we'll take a look at that 6th and 7th group. Max Christie and Rocco Simone. They were 103.19s on that last lap, and Royce Vega was a 103.28. So they've actually closed even more in the leaders, but Cameron Marcia in the number 114 on 103.102 was actually the fastest on the racetrack. He's in that lead pack, but Max Christie and Rocco Simone not that far back and are really, I think, trying to reel these guys in. They've got a good shot at reeling them in. We're early in this race. We got 4 laps in, 8 laps to go for the Mini Swift. Heat number 3, and right now it's Royce Vega leading the way, but he's got a lot of company out there with Marco Romero, Cameron Marcia, Travis Pettit, and Lucas Palacio.
Now Romero finally going to have to go because Marcia was applying pressure and Vega just barely missed the corner a little bit. Vega trying to fight hard to hold on to second, though, and he will. So now it's the bright yellow fella. Marco Romero leads him onto the front stretch, coming to 7 laps to go. And 1 more pass. That's another 2/10. That's another bit of the gap lopped off by 6th and 7th. Another pair of 103.1s for Rocco Simone and Max Christia. They are loving this battling here going on in the lead pack. It's not a lot, but it's enough to get them within the drafting window. Here will help as well. Palacio and Pettit go by. Cameron Marcia, he's outnumbered here, Randy. You have 2 Benex 1st and 2nd, 2 Trinity Karting Group Kart Republics 3rd and 4th. Marcia, the lone man on the Nitro kart from Ryan Perry Motorsports in 5th. And then 6th and 7th, the 2 Motorsport Paralyn. So he's by himself. Everyone else got a dancing partner.
And one thing that battle for third's doing, it's allowing Marco Romero and Royce Vega to check out a little bit. They've got to be careful because these 2 are pretty quick, and they could leave the rest in their wake. But those 2, Max Christie and Rocco Simone, have caught that middle group. So they'll be battling for that 5th spot in Travis Pettit here. In fact, they're right there now. They've caught them. So Max Christie and Rocco Simone, 2 of the fastest karts on the racetrack, have now caught the lead group. And the top 2, Marco Romero and Royce Vega, trying to pull away, but they're having difficulty doing that because now everybody's behaving themselves and staying in line. Lucas Palacio 3rd, Travis Pettit, and Cameron Marcia. That's your top 5. Max Christie just goes purple with a 103.055 back in 6th position, closing in on the leaders.
That was a good look for a moment there in the second pack. They've now become a group of 7 up front, and then the next group is led by Ashton Woon. That's Super Tune USA Paralyn in the 195. He's up 5 spots to the 8th position. Martin Jaramillo runs 9th, Jacob Majeski 10th. So your leaders, 5.5 to go. There they go up the hill, and then it's a pretty massive group and a pretty massive gap. It's about 3.5 seconds all the way back to that next train of go-karts. And while this racetrack is a little bit tight for some of the faster classes, for the minis and micros, this is still very much a super speedway style race. Now, the good news for Ashton Woon is that Martin Jaramillo and Jacob Majeski are working with him, and it looked like they were passing behind for 11th that time. So they're going to split that pack up, give him some more breathing room. And the same may happen here. Here we go, down to turn 2. Palacio inside on Vega. Romero will get a couple car lengths away. And now we've got the team split up as, oh man, one driver hard into the outside wall. That is another one of the Super Tune USA Paralyns that has pounded the outside retaining wall at turn number 1. So not sure who that was. That might have been Jaime Garcia, but I'm not 100% sure. It looked like it was kind of out of that second or third group coming through. We'll get an ID on that driver and make sure they are okay before we give any further updates or coverage to it. Meanwhile, over the hill, look how big the gap's gotten, Randy. I mean, it was one pass, and it's 7 to 8 car lengths.
It makes such a huge difference when they get side by side. That leader, if they're side by side behind him, can keep his lines, run the marks, hit the marks he wants to hit. And that second group, if they start racing, doesn't run as fast a lap, doesn't hit their marks the way they need to because they're running defensively and they lose all of that space. And as they cross the stripe for lap number 8, Marco Romero now about 10 kart lengths, 0.6 of a second on timing and scoring ahead of Royce Vega. Travis Pettit finally having a solid run. He's running in third, Lucas Palacio fourth, and Max Christie now in that back group with Rocco Simone has moved up to fifth. Simone's followed him, and that shuffled Cameron Marsha all the way back to seventh. Ashton Woon, the hard charger, in eighth in the 195. Ashton actually has advanced 5 positions from 13 starting spot. Martin Yaramilo and Jacob Majeski, that's your top 10. But Marco Romero right now, a 0.6 of a second advantage over the field.
Indeed, it was Jaime Garcia that got into the outside wall. He was checked up on, is okay, just a bit shaken up from the impact down by turn number 1. 3 to go this time, and with everyone kind of shaken up, let's see if they can track back down Marco Romero. What are the lap times going to look like? Royce Vega, when he crosses the line this time, he doesn't have anyone on his bumper, and the teammates were nearly going to pass back there for third as Palacio thought better of it, tucked back in line behind Travis Pettit. Now he's going to go in turn number 2, though, and that'll kind of hurt their progress just a bit. 3 to go. Palacio wants to get up to third. He does. Pettit will follow. That'll cost them a little bit of time for the moment. Vega, the good news is he was 0.3 better than Marco Romero last time by, so Marco's not out of the woods just yet. And as for Max Christia, well, his drafting partner and teammate and Rocco Simone has kind of fallen off the wayside a little bit. Back there in 6th with Cameron Marsha. They haven't battled too much for that spot. They just have been a little bit slower the last couple of laps for whatever reason. So they need to really get on their horse and hope for a big battle in the final few stages because we're coming to 2 to go. This will help a little. It is going to be Christia through to the inside of Pettit. Pettit with a nice crossover gets him back. And coming out of that final section, we'll come up to the line. 2 laps to go. Marco Romero has the cavalry hunting him down, but he's still holding the lead for the moment, Randy.
2 laps to go. Marco Romero with about a 1 kart length advantage over Royce Vega. 2 laps to go. They've got about 5 kart lengths gap to third place Lucas Palacio. Palacio just went purple on the last lap. He'll try to run them down. He's got to do it. They're running out of time. And those top 2 right now staying in line, running the way they should run out there to keep that gap and keep that lead. So Romero and Vega 1 and 2. Palacio trying to make it a 3-kart party, but right now he's got about 5 kart lengths to gain on that lead group. 4th and 5th, Travis Pettit and Max Christie. They are 4th and 5th and quite a ways back from 3rd spot, but a nice cushion over Cameron Marsha, who's fallen back to 6th with Rocco Simone. Ashton Woon, Martin Yamelio, and Jacob Majeski. That's your top 10. But Romero and Vega now leading the way, and Lucas Palacio has closed in. It's a 3-kart battle right now as we look towards the white flag.
Here they come onto the front straightaway. Marco Romero, Royce Vega, Lucas Palacio. 1, 2, 3. Romero's going to go center track. Vega opens up. I don't know if he'll have enough of a run. Not enough, or if he did, he didn't want to use it in turn number 2. That's going to let Palacio get a little more time. He closes up. Vega's only going to have maybe 1, if not 2 more corners he can run the normal line if Romero defends, because then Lucas will catch up to him as they come out of that back hairpin. It's just going to be these 3 as the way it looks right now, because 4th on back is having a good little scrap. Travis Pettit defending, trying to hang on over Max Christia. Here comes Cameron Marsha and Rocco Simone back into that second battle. But at the front, it's the teammates that'll be 1st and 2nd. Romero won Heat 1. Vega's been up front in both. Here they go down the back straightaway. Down to the inside for Marco to block. Does he wash out a little wide? He keeps it narrow there. Good so far. Royce not able to get to the inside in the right-hander. They're having a good scrap. Still behind. Marsha way wide. Kind of crosses over. He'll be side by side. The question is who gets the run to the line. Here comes Vega. He pops out. Palacio's going to follow him. He'll push him at the stripe, but Romero will hold on. Marco Romero gets his 2nd heat race win on the day. Another impressive performance. Vega, Palacio, Pettit, Christia, Marsha, the top 6.
Rocco Simone will finish in 7th. Martin Ermilio in 8th. Ashton Woon 9th, and Jacob Majeski rounds out your top 10 finishers through the top 15. Bronson Kustis in 11th. Marco Salmon finishes 12th. Jackson Gibson in 13th. 14th, moving up 7 positions, is William Kim, and finishing 15th, Thomas Chrisman. That's your top 15 finishers. Great run, and it was side by side. Romero, Vega, and Palacio across the line. A separation of 1/10 of a second between those three for the finish. What a great run by Marco Romero, holding off Vega and Palacio.
For those of you just joining us right now in the afternoon, well, this is the first stop for the US Pro Kart Series here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We had our good friend Dave Serra of Kart Class give a full course preview. Here's what it's like to take a lap around Cincinnati.
Hey guys, it's Dave here from Kart Class. We're at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We're here to show you guys the fastest way to drive this almost 1 mile circuit. It offers both fast sweeping corners, some fast chicanes, and a technical switchback that leads into a long main straight. Let's find out where to brake, where to accelerate, and where the best places to overtake. So let's get stuck into it. So if we start our lap at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, drivers want to approach turn 1 basically flat out, barring the shifter category. Turn 2 presents the first real overtaking opportunity on the track. This is a light lock of the brakes, but drivers can get up the inside. The fastest approach is take a later apex, and that sets you up to enter the back straight nice and quickly. Turn 3 is flat out. As we make our way down the back straight, this presents another opportunity to overtake our competitors. Less braking is required here because the corner opens up a lot more than turn 2. On the exit of turn 4, allow the kart to flow to the edge of the track. You can use that outside curbing. Now there's 2 different approaches that drivers are going to take in turn 5, the right hand 180 degree switchback. Our low performance categories want to open up the entry, where X30 and shifter can attack the inside apex a lot more aggressively. The reason for this is they've got a lot more horsepower to get out of that corner nice and quickly. A little chirp of the brakes is still required into this corner, but drivers want to get on the gas a little bit earlier than that middle of the apex, and this then sets them up to get through the next part of the straight and through those chicanes nice and quickly. Drivers can utilise the inside curbs through the chicane, with the last right hand kink being the most important to hit in the right spot. If drivers approach that with too early of an apex, they exit too wide, and that then jeopardizes their racing line for the next left-hand turn. You want to turn in a little bit later so you can hug the right-hand side of the track, and that then opens up the left-hand turn before it goes up a hill. The key here is to lightly lock the brakes, but get on the gas nice and early to exit over that hill with a little bit more speed than your competitors. Once we've utilised the whole track, we start to go over the little crest, and now we're making our way into a long left-hand sweeping corner. Not too much braking is required here. We want to try and use the long circumference of the corner to slow the speed down.
Racing's getting underway before we can even finish the full course preview. We'll finish that up after this one. For now, though, it's time to actually go racing on this racetrack. Hartley Keeble on the inside, Mick Gabriel on the outside. For Mike Doty Racing, K100 Senior, attempt number 1 at the green is good, and we're underway down to turn 1, and Gabriel all the way to the outside. Connor Ferris stuck him 3 wide, and it's probably the worst start all day for Quick Mick Gabriel at the worst time, and Ferris gets the worst end of it. He gets put way off in the dirt and around out of turn number 2. Connor Ferris, who's had such a good day, gets spun off into the grass, and he'll go half the track behind all the way to the tail of the field. There's a look as Ferris trudges towards turn 4. The field's headed into 6. Oh, man, what a deflating end to the Saturday. It's a long day here, Randy. Probably the longest day most of these guys spend at the racetrack, because we're racing on track from 8 a.m. to all the way till about 6:30 most of the time. And to have your last session of the day be the one that goes bad for you, it's tough to kind of pump yourself back up for the mains tomorrow.
Yeah, and it ran out of racetrack, and it's unfortunate because he had a good starting spot, but they got 3 wide going into turn 2, and he was in the number 3 slot. As everybody drifted off the corner to set up for the next corner, next thing you know, he's in the grass, and it was all over from then. So tough break for Connor Ferris. He's had 2 really good runs out there. Still on track, but at this point, I don't know, Xander. I would think maybe you pull in and save your tires for tomorrow or whatever, Well, they get new tires tomorrow anyway, right?
Yeah, all the classes get new stuff tomorrow, I think, except for maybe Mini and Micro. So, yeah, at that point, you're never going to run these ones again, at least in the race weekend. So might as well stay out there, maybe salvage some points, hope for – at this point, what you can kind of hope for without hoping anyone gets hurt is a red flag. You don't want anyone to get injured, but that's his saving grace, is if for some reason some wreck happens before we get to halfway, the field groups back up and he's got new life. And then, of course, the natural attrition that happens, mechanical failures, a handful more crashes. Every spot matters in terms of trying to leap yourself higher up on the grid tomorrow because, again, a 25th place, 26th place result, 21st place result for him right now. That doesn't sound bad on paper, except it's only half the field, and that means he's got a 42nd place result for the third round of heats, and that could put him pretty far back.
But his other 2 heats have been solid, so he's going to have a decent starting spot. But you're right, if he can stay out there and at least pick up a couple spots through attrition, it can only help him.
Yeah, it definitely can't hurt to stay out at this point. There's no cons to it. It's just, again, it's like you said, it's tough. He's by himself. He's not got anyone. He's not got a rabbit to chase. He doesn't have any kind of carrot to dangle. Be like, yeah, I'm catching up to this guy because he's so far back. It'd be really tough to get there. On the other end, these 2 guys do have a rabbit to chase. Brandon Lemke and James Overbeck are hunting down Harley Keeble, who has set the pace for the majority of the day. Hasn't been perfect. First in his first heat, second in his second heat to Cooper Shipman, who's actually won both of his so far today in a photo finish. But for those 2 behind him, again, this is just trying to measure the mark. James Overbeck's gotten a good look at Harley Keeble all throughout the day as they both are in the same group. Brandon Lemke, on the other hand, him also, same group, sorry. Both of them in Group A. So they both have seen the black and orange drive away from him. They're trying to keep a better read on where Harley's at and if they can stay close.
This is the best run I've seen of Brandon Lemke today. Usually he's in that second group. He's actually with the leaders right now, so he's found some speed. Overbeck had the tough run on heat number 2. He's up there solid in second spot, so he needs a good run after not such a good finish in heat number 2. So Lemke's strong out there. Elio Meza up in 4th, having a good run right now, but he's lost that lead group. Vinny Miskelis in 5th, so he's in that second group. Mick Gabriel back in the second group, but he just went purple with a 59.389. He's trying to close in that gap, but right now that gap is 1.1 seconds from Brandon Lemke in 3rd to Elio Meza in 4th. That's going to be hard to make up, although it can be done. But if that lead group stays in line and doesn't race each other, it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, that time by, the leaders picked the pace back up, opened the gap to that second group, or held it even. Elio Meza was just as fast. The problem was he just wasn't any bit quicker. The 927 Iron Rock Motorsports machine needs some shuffling, needs a few pass attempts or some defensive driving out of the top 3, and he's not getting it. Behind him there, Vinny Miskelis. This is going to probably go down as his best heat race on the day if he finishes where he runs right now. P5 in his Sodi kart debut. He's been on an OTK nearly his entire karting career. And so it's only the second weekend driving the go-kart, first national weekend on the chassis. Obviously, Harley's proved it's pretty fast. He's been, on top of the K100 senior game for the last couple of months since joining the class midway through the season. So that's good for Vinny Miskelis, and it always shows a good testament to a driver, Randy, when you can be so versatile that you can jump to different brands and still be successful.
Yeah, most definitely. That's a good sign of a driver that has it figured out, and he certainly does. So good battle out there by those top 3, but still behaving themselves, staying in line, and that's what it's going to take to keep that gap and be able to have the race amongst the 3 of them. And right now they're doing just that. In fact, they continue to be the fastest group out there as they steadily pull away from that second group. Harley Keeble, James Overbeck, and Brandon Lemke checking out on the field right now.
Yeah, as they crest the hill, there's Elio Meza, top of the screen. You saw him reach down in front of the engine, make a quick little carburetor adjustment as he headed into the left sweeper. He has pulled away just a tick from Vinny Miskelis and Mick Gabriel. He might be able to at least break away from them. He still is banking on something happening at the front, though, because he's just outside that drafting window. He's 1.2 seconds away from the top 3. That was a good lap. It just, again, 400ths off of Harley Keeble. not any bit faster, just not any bit slower, needs them to fight, and then he'll get there. And that's, again, talking about, Connor Ferris not having a rabbited chase. You can kind of lose motivation if you don't feel like you're making up ground on the guys in front of you. But you have to keep telling yourself, to keep hitting your marks and to keep going, because the moment that the battle does break out, you don't want to have left any time on the table. You don't want to have kind of given up, slowed down, didn't think you were going to get there, and then they do fight, and you would have got there if you were running hard, 110%, giving it everything. So Elio's not giving up. I mean, obviously a winner in Houston as Mick Gabriel goes by Vinny Miskellis. We know that Elio's got the talent to run up front. He's the 2022 KA Junior champion. He's been in these spots before, got a lot of experience for a rookie of his age. We'll see if he can get there if they fight a little bit closer towards the end. 5 to go now with Gabriel trying to make up some more markers. Miskellis fading backwards again. He's also, again, pitted underneath the same tent as Harley Keeble. So as he fades, the question is, does Keeble start to fade? Well, last time by, James Overbeck was a little bit faster, just a touch, but it's a little bit of hope. Yeah, and the gap is a little bit larger than it's been there from first to second. Overbeck pulled back in a little bit, but it's Keeble, Overbeck, and Lemke still 1, 2, and 3. In the case of Elio Meza, he's got to be patient enough to, as you said, hit his marks, be steady, don't have a bad lap, because there's a good possibility the race could come to him if he just gives it a chance. But like you said, it's awfully hard if you're not close enough where you can see it and feel it. It's awfully hard to stay focused. And right now, he's going to have to start worrying about Mick Gabriel, which is on the charge and closing in on that 4th spot. Yeah, 4 laps to go now. Mick Gabriel hunting down Neza. Last time by, he was a 10th better. Miskellis also a little faster than Elio. So, Elio Meza, not only did he need to stay consistent on the, kind of slim chance the leaders would start to muck things up and come back to him, he's got to put his best laps together to not get reeled back in for that 4th spot. And every position counts double because the field is only halfway out there. So this is an entire row that Mick Gabriel just passed in Vinny Miskellis. He's trying to get another one if he gets around Elio as they head up the S's. Behind him, Leo Escorpione's moved up to 7th, Feldstein's 8th, Adkins 9th, Ivana Richards. Man, what a day it has been for this young lady all the way back in the 10th position. Right now, she's in the middle of a group with her and Brandon Adkins. They're about 6 seconds back from the leaders in 9th and 10th. But the HRI Mexico Tony Kart driver, there you see Escorpione, there is Feldstein, and you go back and you find Brandon Adkins there just going through his way wide. Was one driver. That was one of the Beryl Arts. But coming onto the front straightaway, that duo here, top of your screen, she's caught up now to Brandon Adkins. Ivana Richards has had to drive through the grid all 3 of her heat races, and she's done it successfully now basically 3 times. Finished 8th in Heat 1, 8th in Heat 2, both times from the outside lane, the 16th place starting spot. So you imagine she probably falls back to 18th or 20th by the time they get out of turn number 2 and marches forward. And she's about to get 9th right now here from Brandon, or maybe in a moment. For this second, she seems content to ride there. She's got a big gap out back, but really, really good stuff out of the young lady in her rookie senior season. And Brandon Atkins has been steady all day today. Been in the top 10 in every heat, but he's going to be hard to pass. I mean, he's going to hit his marks, keep his line. Doesn't quite have the speed he'd like to have to be up with the leaders, but at the same time, top 10 in these heat races is still pretty strong, and he's been steadily in the top 10. Ivana Richards right there in his rear bumper, and will certainly do her best to get around him and get into a ninth spot. Well, speaking of doing their best to try and get around someone, Mick Gabriel, another quick time. Wasn't quicker than the race leaders. In fact, Miskellis and Leo Escorpione were a little bit quicker, but at least he's faster than Elio Meza, and he's closing in with 2 laps to go on the rookie out of Houston, Texas. So Elio's going to come under pressure. Leo Escorpione actually was the 4th quickest on the racetrack, only beaten by the top 3 cars. Escorpione in that black and yellow Zanella Racing Tony Kart trails Vinny Miskellis by about a half second. So that's Vinny there on the black and orange Sodi, and then that flash of yellow at the back of the screen, that was Escorpione. So Leo's closing in here. He's 4th in this train. I don't know if he'll get close enough to make anything happen. I don't know if any of them will be close enough to really mess with each other, but you never know. We're coming to the white flag this time by Harley Keeble, James Overbeck, Brandon Lemke. There's a look. I mean, they have stayed at about a car-length bubble. That's the closest they've been all race long. This has been a long, strung out kind of chess match of who makes the mistake first, and nobody's really blinked.
And they haven't raced each other. They've been in line nose to tail the entire race. If anybody's got to move, it's got to be Overbeck around Keeble if he can do it, because he's close enough to make the move, but he hasn't tried anything. And they're about halfway through this final lap, and if they do get side by side, Lemke could be ready to pounce. But right now, Harley Keeble looks like he may have this one wrapped up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if he's really been close enough for anything more than a kamikaze-style pass. I mean, that gap has been about a car length, even down the straightaways. Sometimes it's, half a car length, but he's never been to the bumper. He's just not been close enough. And the same for Lemke onto him. Harley Keeble, even with them hanging in the tow, they were not able to do anything. He'll collect his second heat win on the day here in Heat 3 with Overbeck and Lemke there at the line. Nothing really in that second pack as well. Adkins is going to fend off Ivana Richards for the 9th spot behind the two of them. Lydia Small able to get one on Josh Oates, the fellow whose birthday is today. Happy 26th birthday, Josh Oates. I'm sure he would have liked a little bit better than 12th that time. Unfortunately, that's all he'll have to end up with. Ryan Miller, Ben Lyda, Nikolay Dukov, the top 15, and then down you can see Connor Ferris, 19th. Just, he got up to the very end of the group at the very end of the race, and just came about a second away from Rodrigo Gonzalez. But that's the only really, notable story out of this one. Alex Emery, I don't know what else you can pull out of that besides Harley Keeble looks really, really good late in the day.
Xander, I have to say, Harley Keeble's ability to keep anyone outside of Cooper Shipman at bay today has been so impressive. James Overbeck, Brendan Lemke, both of them found pace in that heat, but it just wasn't enough. They could never quite get to Keeble's bumper. And Alex, I'm just wondering how in the world he's able to do that on a track that's so draft dependent. He's just found that little bit of margin that he needs.
Yeah, some of the things that I noticed throughout that race is that Harley Keeble tends to really focus more on the exit of the corners. I watched him through all the hairpins. He kind of backs it up more than other drivers do, but he's able to get such a good exit that even with the long straightaways, a lot of the drivers aren't able to get close enough in the toe. Xander hinted at it a little bit with Overbeck, surprisingly not able to even make a move with the draft, right? But I think it's all due to how good he's able to exit the corners, right? Could be gearing, could be motor as well, but I think he's just driving a little bit better than everybody else right now as it stands. Another guy to look out for, though, who's in this heat race, Emerson Reed. He's been one of the fastest drivers all weekend long, back-to-back bumper penalties, but in terms of pace, Emerson Reed's been right there.
Yeah, it's worth noting he got the second one overturned, so he does have a heat win to his credit now. So Emerson Reed in good shape. Another guy in good shape is Finn Bailiff, starting on pole position for this race. I talked to Finn before the race, and he was really like, hey, Harley Keeble's the only guy that I think I don't have the pace to win against right now. He just needs a little bit of luck with that and a little bit of misfortune from Keeble. But Finn, with a good result, should start in the top 5 as we now see Braden Eves coming out of the pits. He has a bit of an issue on the grid. So a lot of guys going to be looking to make up their last position here, and a lot of guys trying to find that little bit more to match the unbeatable Harley Keeble to this point in the day outside of that second heat. We'll see what happens here in this race as we get set for another exciting final KA heat. Back to you, Xander.
Good news for Braden Eves, that 90-second rule should save him here, and they're going to wave this one off so he can get back into his spot. Finn Bailiff, Eli Warren set to be the front row. Eves was slated to roll off 11th, and there he is, top of the screen through the S's, so he'll gun it around the racetrack to try and catch on up really quickly and put some heat in the tires. Finn Bailiff will slow them back down. Behind Finn Bailiff and rookie Eli Warren, it's Austin Jers on the inside, Josh Campbell on the outside. Talk about a guy that can relate to Braden Eves of having a slow run off the grid. Campbell, of course, couldn't fire off for that second heat or first heat race of the day. So we'll see Josh Campbell trying to make up for lost ground, maybe a little bit of desperation here in heat number 3. Then it's Aiden Rudolph and Cooper Shipman. Shipman's already got 2 heat wins to his credit, but Harley Keeble basically kind of is challenging him now with 2 heat wins and a second place result. So to clinch the pole, Cooper Shipman has to win. If he finishes second, Harley will win off the tiebreaker of qualifying. Cooper rolls off 6th. Luke Powers and Geronimo Gomez-Aza roll off on row 4. Emerson Reed and Peyton Phillips on row number 5. Let's see it, as Eves is going to quickly get into his place in line there in row 6 alongside rookie Joey Friend. Here we go through the tram lanes. We're green down to turn number 1 here, Randy.
Finnegan Bailiff trying to hang on to that inside line, but Eli Warren runs the high side. He'll have the inside the next corner. Oh, we got a spinner.
Yeah, one spun at the back there. That might be Kyle Raymond. Nonetheless, we are still good everywhere else. Jurge gets into second. Eli Warren there on the black and red speed into third. Fourth, Campbell. Fifth, Rudolph. Sixth, Shipman. Pretty, standard run-of-the-mill kind of start for everyone as Eves with a weird dive bomb on the inside. He's kind of got the same issue as Campbell. Still a bit flooded maybe, so losing out of the corner coming out of those infield hairpins. As they climb the hill, it's Finn Bailiff by 3 car lengths. Back to Austin Jurge. Finnegan Bailiff seeing what he can do as they run through the left-hander in a big slide. A big four-wheel slide for Aiden Rudolph as he loses a spot to Cooper Shipman and now is under heavy pressure from the likes of Luke Powers and company. So Shipman already's got 1. 4 more to go. Cooper Shipman can almost taste the pole award for tomorrow if he can get this heat race win. He can see it all right in front of him.
Cooper Shipman has been on the move all day in this category. Shipman has moved up a lot of spots each heat race, been strong, and I expect the same from him here. Finnegan Bailiff did have a nice run in the first lap. They've caught him. So Finnegan Bailiff has got some company now with Austin Jurge and Eli Warren and Josh Campbell and Cooper Shipman. They're all right there, and they probably will start challenging Finnegan, especially if you're like Shipman or Campbell. You want to get up there near the front sooner than later. You can't wait till those last couple laps if you're 4th or 5th.
As they crest over the hill and head through the left-handed sweeper, we saw for a moment when the cameras panned further back down the grid, looked like Emerson Reed had a big push on the front bumper again. Hopefully he did not get a bumper penalty on that time for the driver that's had to claw his way up the order. Started 9th, was 9th last time by. We'll keep an eye on one of the faster drivers on the day if he can keep going. He's top of the screen there on the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Tony kart. The 928's gotten around Peyton Phillips. That's one spot, gotten around Geronimo Gomez-Aza with his teammate, or former teammate, Peyton Phillips under the High Five Performance tent. 8th and 9th. Change in the lead. Austin Jurge wants it. This will help bring more guys into the fight as Eli Warren stuck side by side with Finn Bailiff. And he's hung on the outside because here comes, wow, Bailiff was, I think, just going for Warren, and Austin Jurge opened the doors so wide, Finn had to go through.
I think Finn just said, hey, not in my house. This is my track, and we're not doing it that way. And he grabbed that lead back, but not for long. Here comes Jurge back to the inside.
I asked Finn Bailiff while he was watching his brother Gavin, who unfortunately for the second time today has had mechanical woes in Pro Shifter. I was like, so this doesn't interest you as much? He's like, honestly, man, I love battling. I love to get back on the X30 Senior stuff, but I love just going at it lap after lap after lap. That's what's fun for me. That's what I enjoy about karting and racing. And right now he's in the middle of one big one. 9 drivers in the lead group, nearly 10. Back to the Orsilon Tony car to Geronimo Aza. Into turn number 2. Emerson Reed's going to pick off another. He'll get by rookie Luke Powers. Peyton Phillips tried to follow, couldn't. And Austin Jurge back to the lead with the RPM Tony car to Josh Campbell in second. There's Phillips getting the move done on the second time attempted on Luke Powers. So move Phillips to 8th, Reed to 7th. Rudolph's right in the middle there in 6th. And ahead of him is double race winner Cooper Shipman as they climb the hill.
Yeah, great run out there right now for Austin Jurge as they kind of all stay in line. And it's about boy, goodness gracious, maybe a 10-kart breakaway now as they've kind of caught up with that lead group. So it's anybody's race out there. Finnegan Bailiff back to the inside, works his way around Josh Campbell, takes over the second spot. Now he has a sight set on Austin Jurge. They head down the hill and towards the start-finish line one more time. Bailiff right on the rear bumper of Jurge.
Yeah, Finn Bailiff here still trying to stay close down the inside. Luke Powers back on Peyton Phillips. And Cooper Shipman trying to get the elbows out to get back around Emerson Reed. Couldn't do it. Reed hangs on. The forward momentum continues to go. Now Shipman really a late dive down the inside into 4. Sent it hard. Reed still fighting tough. Both of them hands at each other like, hey, man, what are we doing here? And now Shipman's going to lose one spot as a net end of it. Luke Powers gets back around him. And Shipman fades back to the 7th spot. 2 of the fastest drivers kind of having a little bit of a shoulder fest of who's going to blink. And it ends up being Cooper Shipman, the rookie.
The days that Cooper Shipman and Emerson Reed have had, it's a little surprising. They're just the opportunity, I guess, hasn't been there, or they've over-raced themselves, one of the two. But they're just not in the hunt like they were in the first 2 heats.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of them are probably 2 of the fastest on the racetrack right now. And they're the 2 drivers that are both going forward. But guess what? For you to go forward, someone's got to go backwards. And those two drivers both feel like they're faster than the guys around them. So as Emerson got around Cooper, he was frustrated. Cooper kept fighting him back, and Cooper's thinking, well, I'm faster than all these guys I can see in front of me. I don't, think I should follow anyone. So either way, they've sorted themselves for the moment, but at a loss of about a second. This will help. Rudolph clear into the inside on Josh Campbell. That's P4. As we go back up the S section, it is Austin Jers, Finn Bailiff, Eli Warren, the updated top 3.
And don't underestimate Aiden Rudolph. He went purple on the last lap with a 59.642. So Aiden Rudolph, actually one of the quicker drivers on the track. Finnegan Bailiff to the inside, makes the pass around Austin Jers, takes over the top spot. Jers back to second. Eli Warren in the third spot, right on the rear bumper of Jers. And here comes Aiden Rudolph. He's up to fourth, drafted by Josh Campbell.
Let's go down to the KC pit box for a little side-by-side action. How about it from the Wisconsin Wonder Kid, who's getting a little bit older, may not be as much to call a kid as a guy or a man of the class. Brandon Lemke is busy this weekend, and he's standing by with Alexander Searle.
Thanks, Xander. Yeah, Brandon, unexpectedly double duty for you this weekend, right? Showed up just planning on running KA. Last minute, had the opportunity to get into an X30, not a chassis you're normally used to, right, on the DAP kart. But first, we'll start off with your KA race. A pair of third-place finishes in the last 2 heat races. This time, you were close enough to Keeble to maybe make something happen. What's the progression been like in the KA class, and how are you feeling for tomorrow?
I'm feeling okay. Obviously, we were missing a little bit there, but I could have made a move on Overbeck early on in the race. But I was like, I just wanted to try to learn something. Keeble's obviously been the fastest one in the class all weekend long. So trying to see if there was anything he was doing differently. I think driving-wise is okay. He just gets out of the corners better, and then somehow is able to keep that speed all the way down the straightaway. So we got to work on maybe carburetor or engine something or another, but it's still really good, though. The chassis is handling well. Engine is not bad at all, but just need a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. And then shifting our focus now to X30 coming up for you very shortly. How have you been adapting to the DAP car, right? You started off the weekend, you only had about 2 sessions of practice for qualifying, right? So pretty much blindly going into X30, especially with one of your first X30 starts in a long time in the national scene. How have you been adapting?
It's been all right. I was throwing into it for happy hour and then qualifying. I was a little bit off in happy hour. Obviously, first time in it, but and then qualifying, we did not do well in qualifying. But the first heat was pretty good. I think we ended up in 10th, 2/10 off the leaders, I believe. And then the last race we got wrecked out. Just an unfortunate situation with the poly situation over there. So but the kart felt really good. So I think we're gonna be good. And it sucks that Eves is not feeling too well with his neck, but I'm honestly honored that they decided to pick me to drive for him. So that's really cool. I've been racing against him for a long, long time, and nothing but respect for those guys. So just trying to do the best I can for them.
Yeah, for sure. You said it best there. Hopefully Braden Eves can get back to doing double duties like we used to him seeing, but with his neck, obviously couldn't make it work. But like you said, honored to pick you, and let's see what you can do there, Brandon. Good luck.
Thank you.
For 1 second, I got a question for him, actually. David Cole picked up on it pretty well in the EKN article, and Race Liberante shared it. So when Braden picked you for his driver, Brandon, what was your conversation with Race Liberante? You got this guy's brand on your side pod now, and about a year ago, you guys went viral for not being too happy with each other.
Yeah, racing's racing. I've had lots of enemies over the years, and even Brandon Jarscrack, even Eves and I haven't gotten along at some point, but now I'm helping them out. So I don't know. They come and go. I think most of the time it's just a big misunderstanding, and we work it out, and then it's fine. I don't know. I'm liking it. Those guys are cool. They're all cool guys. So they're fun to hang out with. I haven't hung out with them much, but just talking to them under the tent and everything with the setup stuff, they're great guys.
Cool to hear. Thanks, Brandon. Thanks, Alex. We'll take it back to the on-track action here. My goodness, Randy, it just went crazy about 2 laps ago in turn number 2. Eli Warren got sent to Timbuktu, it looked like, as the whole field just kind of lined up behind him and knocked the poor kid off the racetrack. And now that's really given a huge lead to Finn Bailiff, and somehow Emerson Reed has carved his way up the top 10 for the 3rd time today.
Josh Campbell right there in the hunt as well. But, yeah, for Eli Warren, it was on the point to about 7th or 8th position in one turn because he got shuffled to the outside. Finnegan Bailiff with about a 1.2 second lead over Emerson Reed that has worked his way up 7 positions from his 9th starting spot. Josh Campbell, a solid run once again in 3rd after a terrible Heat 1. Campbell has had 2 solid finishes in Heats 2 and 3. Peyton Phillips, great run for Peyton, up to 4th position. That's 6 positions that Peyton has advanced. Aiden Rudolph now running in 5th. Cooper Shipman, Austin Jers, Luke Powers, Eli Warren all the way back to 9th. And Geronimo Gomez Aza, that is your top 10. But Finnegan Bailiff, white flag coming out next time by, is the driver to beat. And with a 1.2 second advantage, it looks like the hometown favorite is going to pull away with a Heat number 3 victory. Finnegan Bailiff 1 lap away from winning Heat number 3.
Yeah, 1 lap away. We're watching the battle behind him. Now give a little bit of credit to Emerson Reed and Josh Campbell. With 1 lap to go, they've made up a lot of time. They picked up 3/10 last time by. They're trying to either get away from the group behind them that are battling, like right there with Cooper Shipman versus Peyton Phillips, as we got another one in the wall. Hard impact to the outside wall. That is one of the EOS karts. And I don't know exactly. That might have been Michael Levitt. I'm not sure who we just lost into the outside wall in turn number 1. But in the main group, Emerson Reed, Josh Campbell, they're giving it everything they got. Last lap on these MG Red tires for the rest of the weekend. It doesn't matter if you burn them up or burn them down the backstretch for the last time. Bailiff, I think, is still safe. Should be fine. He can go with the normal arc. In fact, that whole pack's kind of spread apart now. They're all going to be just behind each other. Nothing crazy. Oh, well, there's one. How about that? Aiden Rudolph. Big aggressive move on Josh Campbell, but he pinches the exit. At the front, it'll all be Finn Bailiff. It'll be Emerson Reed 2nd, and it's going to change hands for 3rd. Rudolph 3rd. Shipman 4th. Campbell 5th. Phillips, Schurz, Powers, Warren, and then Geronimo Gomez Aza. So that does it for that group. Let's go back down to the KC pit box, I believe. We'll hang on that for a little bit longer here. We'll go down to them in just a few moments. Let's take you to the rest of the storylines from this one. We talked to Brandon Lemke. For those that were unaware, haven't followed so far this weekend, Braden Eves had a massive Formula Car incident racing in the Indy Pro 2000 Championship about 2 years ago, or actually almost 3 years ago now, and had a race car flip on top of his head at about 120 miles an hour. Had to go through surgery, suffered a concussion, a number of contusions, and a lot of damage to his upper body, his left shoulder, and his neck area. Had to undergo surgery, and they removed a lot of muscles from the left side of his neck and kind of collarbone section, and unfortunately just kind of weakens it, and it's an uneven balance. So that back-to-back sessions here, it just has been brutal on him. He focused on the KA and the points. And again, as Brandon said, offered and went to Brandon Lemke and said, hey, would you like to drive my car for the rest of the weekend and see if you can put that thing up at the front? And that's pretty cool from them. Now, for a kid that is doing double duty, it is busy. Elio Meza, I believe, is the one that we've got on with us. Let's send it over to the KC pit box. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. Elio, maybe not the most spectacular weekend by your standards. I mean, you qualified decently well in both classes. You've been inside the top 10. You had an incident in Heat 2 of KA, but this most recent Heat went pretty well, finishing 4th. Just tell me about kind of some of the struggles you've had this weekend and how you've been able to overcome them.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot better that last Heat race. I mean, ever since Thursday, we've been struggling a little bit just to find the setup. But, I mean, we've slowly been gaining our strides, getting quicker and quicker, and it's only getting better. Unfortunately, we just hadn't had the pace quite in the KA. X30, we're doing really well. But just in the KA, we haven't quite found the speed yet, but you know, we're continuing to improve.
Yeah, and just looking at, what do you think you're lacking in terms of pace in KA? Like, is there an area you can pinpoint?
I feel like the driving's pretty well. It's just, I think we've been struggling a little bit with the power side. So in Heat 1, we've struggled quite a bit. Heat 2, we made some changes, but got in the wreck. And so Heat 3 was a lot better. So hopefully we can adjust the carb a little bit more to give us just that extra little bit of pace.
Yeah, and shifting focus over to X30. I mean, it's one thing we saw down in Houston. You had so much pace in both classes. Up at Newcastle, you were able to qualify in the front row in X30. Ran up front for most of the weekend in KA. But I think altogether, like, you've been fast at every track. I'm like, what does this mean to you to not only be able to run up front in KA, which is one thing to run as a rookie, but also in the X30 category, being able to manage both and consistently be in the top 10?
It's definitely a cool feeling, but you can't let that get too much in your head. I just treat it like any other race, whether I'm driving KA or X30, and I just go out there and drive the best that I can. And you know, we're going to go out there this next heat race and try and do our best to get a good result as well.
Yeah, one last thing. I mean, you head into the final heat of X30. You only have to devote one more session on those tires, and then you're done with them for the weekend. You get a brand new set for the final. How are you feeling in terms of tire wear, and how much has it played into your mind when it comes to just managing that X30 race?
Yeah, the tire wear has been significant. We knew that coming into the weekend just based off of the corners and the kind of how the track is, but it hasn't been too bad for us, so we made a few changes to kind of compensate for the lack of tire. So hopefully going into the next race, we can keep up our pace.
All right, I got to ask you one more thing. You came up here to Cincinnati. You're a Texas kid. You're used to the heat. Do you expect it to be this hot?
Not really, no. I mean, I was here a couple weeks back for a mid-Ohio race for the US Oil Series, and it was a lot cooler than this. It's definitely humid like Texas, but the breeze in Texas is not like this, so it's a little bit more manageable.
All right, Elio Meza ready for anything. He'll be a contender here in both the K and the X30 categories. We'll see his final heat race of the day coming up in just a few minutes. But first, we've got X30 Junior on the field or on the grid as we get set to go for their final heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
There you go, hearing it from Elio Meza, and a good point. I mean, he's from the southernmost part all the way down in Houston. It is hot down in Houston. You're talking days where they're at 110 degrees right now over the summer. It's been a hot summer across the entire U.S., but it feels like down there it's been really warm. So, yeah, he's probably the only one that's like it's a little bit cool out right now compared to everybody else.
I've talked to a few people in the paddock, and for the most part, they're like, I had no idea that Ohio was this hot.
Yeah.
It's been pretty humid and pretty messy the last couple of days, and then we've had rain in the middle of all of it. So a lot of change as we talked about track conditions. I was talking to one of the engine builders over here, and just the setup and how the driver has to adapt from, he's maybe 2.5 hours between heat races. And this morning we were cool, we had rain, and now it's hot and humid, and that track's going to be so much different. Tire pressures have to be different. So those that make the proper changes are those that succeed.
Yeah, that's a really good point, right? We started with overcast, kind of, cooler temperatures, a little more of a breeze in the morning. Got it a little bit hotter earlier in the day, and right now it still feels like we're in a bit of the heat of the day, but the sun's kind of hit or miss where it was really sunny around, 1 to 3 p.m. So, you're given about 3 to 4 hours, really around 3 between each session. For the guys doing double duty, it's even tougher because, KA to X30, both of those, junior and senior, only has one class in between. So you've kind of got to work on both cars in the downtime that you got. And so you're looking like an hour to 2 hours down the road in the day and trying to guess what it's going to be. And you mentioned it earlier. If you're looking for rain in Ohio, just show up on a day when it's not supposed to rain. So it's so tough to look at the forecast and guesstimate what the track's going to do. Obviously, tire pressure, that's very easy to be last second. But if you need to make some more wholesale changes, anticipating if the track's going to really react a whole lot differently or feel a whole lot differently, whether it's something like a rear axle change or maybe even changing a seat stiffness to try and anticipate more or less grip. Those bigger changes that take 30 minutes to an hour when you've got two go-karts like Elio Meza does, like Brandon Lemke does, like nearly the entire junior field does, you've got to kind of map those changes out a little bit and have somewhat of a game plan and just hope that you're right. I would bet good money that I think, the mechanics are probably just as good, if not better, weathermen than the ones that we see on Channel 7 here in Ohio.
Absolutely, and it was fascinating this morning. I want to say we had a junior class on the grid, and they were waiting out that rain, and they all had their rain tires ready, but I don't think anybody put them on. And the drivers, I commend the drivers, so they went out, and you could see that warm-up lap. They were just kind of feeling it out, and they were a little bit loose. By the time the green flag flew, they were ready to go, and they knew what to expect. And I think we ran the first lap without anybody going off track, so that was impressive.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. I mean, like you said, we had it was a good dusting of rain for probably about a good 10 to 15 minutes, but it was very, very light, and really we didn't puddle water anywhere. Just kind of changed the color of the surface and just enough to slick things off and challenge these kids. And if anyone had a little bit too much grip in their car, they were really happy for the first couple of laps because that extra bit of grip probably paid off. I've actually been there, but down in Florida and Ocala for the US Pro Kart Series. We had something like that right before, I think it was an X30 main or maybe it was an X30 heat race I was in. And we were a little bit overstuck all day long, and it rained, and I was good till about lap 5, and then we kind of got overstuck again. So just a light little bit of rain to kind of change the track color and slow us down a little bit. But we're now back with X30 Pro Junior. And in this one, Ernesto Rivera's made it look really easy. I mean, he has navigated the battling that they've tried to throw at him in the opening couple of laps. And in both heat races, just kind of, didn't overdrive, didn't, overheat his tires, didn't make a lot of mistakes, even with them throwing different moves and attempts at him in the opening couple laps when everyone's slipping and sliding. By lap 5, he is just kind of gone. Everyone's close, not close enough to really hold it even to him. The driver behind him, though, did give, I think, the biggest challenge, and that was Stephen Miller. We did not get to see a repeat of that in Heat 2 because Stephen broke on the outlap. He looks good now. He lines up third there on that blue Nash Motorsports EOS kart. To the outside of row 1 is the black and white Speed Concepts Racing red speed of Nathan Dupuis. Here we go. Turn 1. Green flag. Ernesto Rivera is going to get through to the lead, and Stephen Miller will follow into second. Sarah Bradley into fourth there as Dupuis gets a third. Harvick quickly into fifth there as they rocket down the back straightaway.
Good move by Dupuis to only lose one spot. He did not get a really good start. He was hung out to dry on the outside, but found his spot right behind Miller, and now runs third behind Stephen Miller. Already Ernesto Rivera with about a 3 kart length gap on Stephen Miller for the lead spot. Miller runs second, then it's Dupuis. So we'll see if Rivera can continue his dominance.
Way off. Turner Brown, big move there trying to get around Keelan Harvick. He goes wide, gets into the dirt, and now is going to have to try and hang it on the inside before he gets past again. Harvick ends up losing a spot still to Vidmontia. Now he loses one to Chico, and that's going to give the top 4 a big-time gap here. 1 down, 11 to go, Randy.
And one of the things about this circuit is that if you do get outside, you can get freight trained by 4 or 5, sometimes 6 karts because they're all nose to tail and there's just no place to go.
Yeah, I mean, right here, there's a good look at it. Rivera is going to lose 2 spots as Stephen Miller goes through to the lead. Now Nathan Dupuis will do the same thing right back to him, and Miller will end up losing almost 2, but he kind of fends off Rivera for now. And again, this is exactly what I'm talking about that impresses me probably more even than the speed from Ernesto, is that he still plays it so conservative because he knows that he's got that kind of speed, especially knowing that he's got the heat results. These guys like Stephen Miller, who had a DNF or DNS in Heat 2, they're a lot more aggressive, and you just saw it there as he dropped a tire, pushing and throwing a block. Ernesto can cruise. He's won both heats. He could finish second, third, maybe even fourth, depending how things go, and he doesn't need to make anything happen, doesn't need to try any aggressive moves as Turner Brown pops up and over the right rear of Stephen Miller just like that. As they all are frantic around him, Ernesto is just chilling. Well, maybe now trying to go for second, but again, backs out of it as Sarah Bradley was throwing a bit of a block there, a little late, but does it, and Turner Brown, oh, man, is he wide through turn number 2. The other part about your point on the freight train effect here, Randy, is there's so many back-to-back of the same direction corners. You have 2 left-handers in a row at the end of the front straightaway. You have 3 left-handers in a row on the back section. That all kind of adds up, really 4 if you count it all the way through. So, when you're stuck on the outside, you don't get to go back to the inside till 3 or 4 more corners by is way wide. That was Bradley. She drops the tire. And not only does it hurt her, but it drags more dirt onto the racetrack in front of everybody, and that's why we keep seeing more dirt get dragged on wow, Bradley gets shuffled a little wide there.
Yeah, Sarah, who had moved her way up to second, has really gotten shuffled back here in the last, not even laps, but the last 3 or 4 corners. She's lost about 3 spots. So she's got to gather it back up, and this has allowed Nathan Dupuis and Ernesto Rivera to check out.
Yeah, I mean, for Nathan, it was late block there. That's from Sarah Bradley to try and close the door on Keelan Harvick. That's the fight for P5. This is P3 and P4. That's Stephen Miller in the blue, Enzo Vidmontien in the white and orange Kart Republic. The 795's just kind of been in the hunt so far here today, but not necessarily the fastest car on that Motez Sport machine. Turner Brown back behind Keelan Harvick. He runs in that 7th position at the moment, I think, although now up to 6, having gotten around his teammate in Sarah Bradley. And out front now, the gap is about 1.5 seconds from Miller up to Ernesto Rivera, and look how quickly Ernesto has cut down this gap. It was 0.8 to Nathan Dupuis last time by. He went purple and probably gave his family of mechanics a bit of hope that they might have been able to pull away from Ernesto, but he has reeled him in. It was 0.8. What's it now? 3, less than 3. Ernesto Rivera was nearly 0.6 faster than Nathan Dupuis last time by.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera clearly the class of the field, and he's on the charge now. Patient, reeled him back in, and I think you'll see him probably make a pass on Dupuis here pretty soon, just to go ahead and say, listen, I got this. I'm gonna take this thing and control it. And I think right now you're looking at him probably doing that in the next, if not this lap, in the next lap or two.
Yeah, I mean, he's got time on his side right now, not only because he's so much faster, but that next group's not any bit quicker than Nathan as, well, there he goes. Not even going to waste any time. Down the inside and clear for Ernesto Rivera on Nathan Dupuis. He'll easily take over that spot, and he should be able to pretty much walk away at the rate that he's going. The battle is going to be all behind him. That was Miller getting around Vidmontien, and the pack kind of swallowed him. Harvick got through, so did Turner Brown. Speaking of packs, check out the third group here. That was the top two going by. Then they got the group of four. And then from Oliver Weldon on back, seventh on backwards, it's a pretty wide open fight at the moment. Down to turn 4, Rivera, Dupuis starting to open up a little bit. Single file in that next group, and then a big gaggle from Oliver Weldon's Lando Norris kart on back. Look at this here. There's about 6 or 7 guys all lined up into turn number 6.
He hasn't shaken Dupuis yet, but he has gapped him a little bit, and I think he'll continue to do that as Rivera has now gotten dialed in. The battle right now, as you said, is for that third spot.
Ooh.
And is that Harvick that got wide there?
Oh, yeah, Keelan Harvick, little mistake there. He drops a tire, falls back a couple positions, so he'll slip and slide down to the 6th spot as Vidmontien and Turner Brown go through. Brown's had an off of his own as well as look at Davin Roberts versus Diego Guillot. A little back and forth action. Roberts back on the inside through the dog leg. That'll put him on the outside down the straightaway. That's a bad place to be as we see Turner Brown inside and clear on Stephen Miller. That's for third. He gets through. And so it's SCR 2, 3, and I believe back to, Sarah Bradley's fallen unfortunately outside the top 5 to the edge of the top 10, all the way down to 12th after another rough lap last time by. But at least second and third for Speed Concepts Racing. Everyone chasing Rollison Performance Group's own Ernesto Rivera as he starts to open that gap just a little bit out front. Nathan did go quicker last time by, but he was still a tenth slower than Ernesto. So 58 flat to 57.9 coming to 5 to go.
Yeah, Ernesto just went purple that last lap with a 57.783. So he, not by much, but just hitting his marks. He is slowly pulling away, and Dupuis just can't even keep in the draft. So without question, Rivera, the class of the field, he'll be a tough one to beat tomorrow.
As they go through turn number 1, 5 laps remaining, and the battles are not slowing down at all to get the last couple starting spots for the main, either better or worse. That's Vidmontien getting around Stephen Miller. He takes over 4th. Harvick kind of rebounding now, getting his tires back cleaned off. He can start to mount another charge towards these two drivers in front of him, maybe all the way back up to Turner Brown and try to put 2 RPG Cosmics inside the top 5. Jackson Wolney having to come from 11th in all 3 of his heats. He's only gotten his way up to 8th now, and I know that's still 3 spots gained, but he set the bar so high. He's been so impressive earlier in the day to march forward. He hasn't had that same level of kind of, breakneck speed to run the packs down. He's right in line with Oliver Weldon at least, though, about a second and a half back from this group. They fight for a few more laps. They might get there, but they need a lot of it. They're, again, a second and a half to 2 seconds away with 4 laps remaining.
Winding this one down. It'll be 2 laps to go this time by. 5 laps to go this time by. And Ernesto Rivera leading the way.
Let's go down to the KC pit box really quickly here before this one wraps up. Harley Keeble has been busy all day long. Alexander Searle, take it away.
Thanks, Xander Harley. I mean, you've been pretty quick in both, right? I mean, obviously the KA classes, you've almost swept it, right? I mean, missed it out by a couple of thousandths in the second heat, but you've stayed ahead of the curve a little bit in KA. And X30, you seem to have dropped off a little bit today. What's going on in X30?
Yeah, well, I don't know, we can't really find the way to get around fast at the moment. We're changing a few things. We've changed something then. It should be good.
Yeah, I mean, talk to us. I mean, you're doing double duty, right? What have you noticed with how the track progresses for one, and how your tires are holding up right now on the third heat?
Well, I just looked at the tires, and the tires look pretty good for the in the X30. When I drove the KA, then the lines were completely different to this morning. So I mean, you never know what you do with the X30 because different tire and everything like that. So I mean, you never know. So let's see.
Yeah, I mean, one more question here. I mean, you've had a few solid runs here in the X30 class. What can you expect as a whole from the class, the aggression levels to be like?
Well, because I'm starting P3, I think it's been pretty clean. I mean, obviously Norberg and Tony have got away in the first 2 heats, and then Blake overtook me like lap 4, lap 5 in the 2 heats, and then I managed to stay there in P4 with him. Yeah, that was just those two have a little bit more speed than everybody else at the moment, and I'm pretty sure everyone's working to find that little bit of speed to catch them up for the final.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, that's the story of the class so far, right? I mean, can anybody catch Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney? Look, we're about to find out. Back to you, Xander.
Hey, tell Harley to put a smile on his face down there, Alex. He's got to chirp up a little bit. Hopefully, he gets a good run here in heat number 3. But you can hear it in everyone that we've talked to in that class here, Randy, that they're all been feeling a little bit defeated. And I'm sure the juniors feel the same about Ernesto. Frustrated they're battling as hard as they are for a spot that's 10 seconds back from the race leader. With a lap and a half to go, this dogfight has not slowed down. There's Rivera. Dupuis runs about a second away. Then behind him, Turner Brown is 3rd. Miller is 4th. And it is a long way back to 5th here because Enzo Vidmontien's been swallowed up by Oliver Weldon's group. He's trying to get back out of it. Here's Jackson Wolney. I think I spoke too soon about this young kid. Said he had only made his way up to 8th. Well, he's now to 6th. He's on the cusp of 5th, coming to the white flag. Great heat race in the works for the 796 machine.
Yeah, good battle on back in the pack there, as you mentioned, Xander. But, boy, the leaders just have checked out. A huge gap, and Ernesto Rivera's been doing it all day, but we're side by side entering turn 2 of the battle for 5th.
Yeah, still going at it. Enzo Vidmontien is feeling the heat. He knows they've got a long way to go forward, so they're all kind of low-lining down on the bottom side. Alexander Vanchev is only driver to duck out of line and try to go high. Keelan Harvick's also kind of been eaten up by this group. He's back behind Oliver Weldon on the red suit, and the Hunt Brothers Pizza Harvick Racing RPG Cosmic. So final time up the S's for them. Meanwhile, final time in the back section for Ernesto Rivera as he comes through out of the final turn. It is all about the 704 today. He'll lead him onto the front stretch while this battle continues. It's Rivera over Dupuis in heat number 3, and it's a clean sweep of the weekend session so far for Ernesto Rivera. Dupuis, then Brown, then Miller. Here comes that big group across the line. Jackson Wolney trying to get a last-ditch effort for the top 5. Not enough. Vidmontien holds. Wolney 6th. Guillot, Harvick, Weldon, Roberts, the top 10. Then David Ramirez, Alexander Vanchev, Max Weiland, and Sarah Bradley, I believe, may have pulled in one lap early. And the unfortunate early exit for the SCR driver that started all the way up and was as high as 2nd for a moment in this one finds herself now with the 14th place results here in heat number 3. Let's go back over down to the KC pit box and send it to Alex.
Thank you, Xander. Marian, I mean, it's been one of the better weekends we've seen from you in quite some time. It's still not saying a lot because, like we talked about, right? I mean, with the pace you've shown, I mean, you've been thereabouts with AJ Myers, but if there was more drivers in this class, I mean, you'd probably be fighting maybe for 2nd or 3rd rather than fighting for the lead. But still, I mean, what are your confidence levels like heading into your 3rd heat, knowing, the final few laps of the 2nd heat, you kind of backed off the pace and maybe saved some tires?
I mean, the confidence is good. This is the closest we have been pretty much all year. It's no secret that we struggled this year speed-wise, so yeah, it's been good. The first heat felt very nice. We had good pace, but couldn't really find a way to get around AJ. Then the 2nd heat, we made some changes, trying to be able to find a way to get around, but yeah, we actually lost a little bit of pace there. So in the end, I just backed off since we had a big gap to 3rd and saved some tire, and then yeah, changing again for the 3rd heat, trying to find a way around AJ, and then see how we go.
I mean, what have you noticed that AJ is doing a little bit better, right? Because it seems as though AJ gets out to an early lead. Your mid-race pace is pretty strong, but at the end, you don't seem to have it. I mean, is it just, just overall kart setup or maybe a bit of you? What do you think?
No, I'm on a different gear ratio than AJ, and he parks it in the corner a little bit more and then gets off the corner better than me. So, yeah, it's something I have to work on. If I'm on my own, I can roll a bit more speed through the corner and actually I'm faster, but then whenever I get close, I have to go his pace in the middle of the corner, and yeah, we lose off the corner. So that's something we're working on for now.
Yeah, one more thing. I mean, with this being probably the closest you've been to AJ since St. Petersburg, can we expect the St. Pete Part 2?
Let's hope not. I mean, St. Pete,
we both learned from it. I think we both didn't handle it very well. So let's hope we just keep it clean this time and may the best man win.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Marin Kremer's there, hoping to maybe not repeat St. Pete, or at least maybe the pace that he showed in St. Pete for sure. But rolling off P2 for this third heat coming up shortly. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Alex. Marin Kremer's obviously he's going to be cheering on his teammate Diego Ramos here in Diego's final heat race, who has been, quit pretty fast, just having to start on the third row on the outside every heat here today, and that's kind of put him on the back foot for the opening lap or two. There he goes as he crests the hill in the bright yellow helmet. New lid for Diego Ramos on the red and white PSL Karting Bureau. A little late off the grid for ADT. Alessandro DiTullio struggled to fire that pink and chrome International Motorsport Kart Republic. So we'll wait and see. We're looking to get that camera over in the back section, pick up our field. And now as they come out of the final turn, here we go down the front straightaway. So your X30 pros getting set to go. Ryan Norberg, Joe Turney looking for the green flag here for the final heat of the day. Let's see it. Green in the air. They've split the heat so far. Turney, what a move there. He'll cross him over and get a nose down low into two. Not enough to get clear.
That would have been slick, but he didn't do it. But what he did do is secure the second spot so he can race Norberg. So that was a pretty smooth move by Turney. These two have been the class of the field today in this class. So Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney leading the pack. Harley Keeble, Alessandro DiTullio, and Blake Nash will all have something to say about this. But already halfway through this first lap, Norberg and Turney are checking out ever so slightly on the rest of the field.
Yeah, look at Blake Nash, though. I mean, the gap from him back to Isidoro Vizarro is pretty massive, and he's actually going to go by Keeble. So Blake up to third. Diego Ramos right there on Vizarro. He's got to get around him. Vizarro's not at the speed to go forward. And DiTullio, I don't know what happened there off this start, but the 320's buried in the field, so he's got a long way to go. I don't know if he got back to his original starting spot. And now Vizarro slamming the door shut on Ramos. Ramos kind of putting his hand in the air back to the guys saying, sorry about that. I thought I had him. We'll see. Can he get him here into turn number 4? Looks like he's close enough. Not this time. Massimino kind of having a block from Terlecki. This is the highest Isidoro Vizarro has run pretty much all year long, so I'm not sure if he's as used to the etiquette there a little bit, but he's fighting to just hang in there. Most of these guys, they won't, maybe do exactly that, but Ramos cut him a big break, and he's got a lot of time. He just can't afford to waste it if he wants to get to the top 3. Brandon Carr, though, big run as now Ramos gets through, and Vizarro kind of locks up, stays behind him. Paulie Massimino, that's a driver who needs a big turnaround right now after that massive crash with himself and Nick Terlecki in Heat 2, so they've got to make up ground. DiTullio right behind Austin Garrison. They're starting to carve their way up the order. And speaking of up the order, here's a look at the top 2. Norberg, Turney, glued together, Randy.
Blake Nash and Harley Keeble third and fourth in the two-car battle. They're trying to close in on the top 2, but those top 2 remain the fastest on the track. Joe Turney going purple with a 57.052 on the last lap. Although he runs second, he is right on the rear bumper of Ryan Norberg, and I think those two realize it's their race if they just stay in line. Third and fourth, pretty impressive. Blake Nash and Harley Keeble, they've checked out about a second and a half over Diego Ramos in fifth, and Isidoro Vizarro in sixth. Through the top 10, it's Paulie Massimino, Brandon Carr, Cooper Shipman, and Nick Terlecki. But right now, Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney, the class of the field.
Yeah, they are pulling away at the moment. Now, Turney, needs to get around him here to get the pole. This battle, because they've split both heat races, is going to determine who gets that inside lane starting spot in clean air to kick off the main. Behind him, look at Brandon Carr. What a much-needed result this could be for the Brit. The young driver has spent most of the U.S. or most of the season over here in the U.S. Talked to him a little bit earlier this weekend. Said he got to go home for a couple of weeks back to England after that last SCUSA race in the end of July, and now is back over here pretty much full-time all the way through to Supernats in November. It's been a dedicated schedule for them, pretty much living out of a suitcase or back at friends' houses, an apartment over in North Carolina, just bouncing around. The dedication him and his father have to trying to go and chase championships is something to be said, noted about. And right now he's finally getting that good run that he's needed all day long to charge towards the leaders. They have pulled away from them as Nash goes back around Keeble. Ramos has caught up to both of them. He might be able to get around both and kind of get clear for third. And here he comes. Looking inside, Diego Ramos. He'll take over P4 from Harley Keeble.
Diego Ramos on the charge, up to 4th spot, and now trying to close in on Blake Nash. That could be a great battle out there for that 3rd position. 2 seconds advantage right now for those top 2. Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney, they remain the fastest cars on the track. But we've got Brandon Lemke starting in 17th. He has worked his way up to 11th, about to crack the top 10. He's working on Nick Terlicke right now. Cooper Shipman back in 9th. Isidoro Vizarro in 8th. Brandon Carr, Paulie Massimino 7th and 6th. Your top 5 right now. Keeble hanging on to 5th, but he's fallen back a couple of spots. Diego Ramos now in 4th.
Here he
3rd,
goes for
Blake
3rd.
Nash.
There it is right there. Ramos P3 on Blake Nash at the end of the new section. Nash now falls back to 4th, and having to fend off a little bit from Keeble allowed Ramos to get away. It's also allowed Paulie Massimino to close up. So there's your top 2. Turney just hunting, just lurking, trying to wait a mistake out of Norberg maybe. Keeble not fully clear. Him and Blake Nash have been around each other all day long fighting, and I think they're probably tired of messing with each other at this point. They want to race someone else. Unfortunately, all they're doing is going backwards. Here comes Paulie Massimino trying to get clear on Keeble. He does. Move Paulie up to 4th. Keeble now trying to hang on. He's got his longtime countryman, Brandon Carr, right there with him, looking to get around as well. Let's see if Massimino can get by Blake Nash. Got a run on him. Not able to do anything in the S's, but he'll have a big run here if he's as good as he's been so far. Paulie trying to really make up for that crash in Heat 2. Looks slow as Nash is starting to slide a little wide, but can't get underneath him in the back hairpins, and closing into the back of that, that's Lemke on Vizarro. Now DeTulio trying to get around Lemke, can't do it. Garrison still there, all battling long behind the leaders. Ramos is gone. There's the halfway marker here for Nash, Massimino, and the rest of the crew.
Yeah, it's been a good run for Norberg and Turney for sure. Turney just turned the fast lap of 56.717, and there's the 327
Elio Meza out over there in the new sector. Not sure what happened to Elio. Maybe is that over? It might be over in turn 1. But Meza gone. Here's Massimino getting around Blake Nash. That's 4th. Paulie Massimino into the top 5. Next best driver here to roll towards Ramos, Norberg, and Turney. And Diego Ramos, when we chatted with him after that second heat race, he did say, Randy, he felt like he's got the speed to run with these 2 guys up front. He's proven it. He was a 10th better than both Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney last time by. We'll see if Paulie can get clear enough to kind of go back to his normal line. I'm curious if Massimino's got speed to run with the top 2 as well. This will be a little bit closer to what their race tomorrow will kind of look like. Not this late in the day, but a little more tired egg with that longer main that's double the length of the heat. So if your go-kart's good now, you might be good then. But Blake Nash right back in on Massimino, trying to fight. Keeble's still there. Paulie not able to get away. He was really moving forward to get to these guys. Now Keeble's got to go as Massimino left the door open, and he's going to get shuffled to the wayside here. Carr trying to go back by. Can't do it. Keeble's going to have to block low in the hairpin now.
What a battle for this group from about 5th on back. Harley Keeble, Brandon Carr, Nick Terlicke.
No, Isidoro Vizarro just drove up and over the side of Brandon Lemke coming out of the corner, kind of rooted him, moved him off the groove, and then banged tires. Ugh.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's for sure. Norberg just went purple with a 56.709.
These guys are losing patience, Randy. You just saw Brandon Carr. He just knocked into the back bumper of Nick Terlecki twice, and it kind of helped him get around Alessandro DeTulio. They are all getting super aggressive with each other right now.
Well, you know, in NASCAR, they say cautions breed cautions. I think crashes breed crashes when it comes to the mid-pack here. And right now, that mid-pack is really going hard at it, trying to get up to a better starting position for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, when it gets that big, you kind of just feel like everyone's against you, and it frustrates you when you keep getting taps from behind. And there's Austin Garrison into the pit lane. His day done. He has had a weekend to forget thus far in that Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed. Here's that infield group with now it's split up. Massimino is safe in the top 5 with Keeble, or top 6 with Keeble and Nash there. And look at this. Finally, a change in the lead. Joe Turney's waited all race long to pull the trigger. He goes through on Ryan Norberg, and that was just stalking, really, his prey, it felt like, the entire way. He was so close, could have done it almost any lap. Now let's see, can Norberg answer back, or can Turney pull enough of a gap here in this next lap to keep Norberg at bay for the next few laps around?
Yeah, Ryan Norberg's right there, and you got to wonder if he isn't just kind of laying low and make a move on that final lap. It'll be 2 to go next time by. Joe Turney has taken over that top spot, but Ryan Norberg right there in the rear bumper. Diego Ramos sits about 2.7 seconds behind that group. And then fourth place is 8 seconds, actually 10 seconds back of the lead group. So dominance by Turney and Norberg in heat number 3 for our X-Pro 30 class.
Oh, look at that there. Turney was starting to throw a block on Ryan. Ryan cut him a big-time break there. Could have moved him, could have tried to dive it low and go way to the inside. He did not. And as they start to dance, Diego Ramos inches closer. Let's see how much closer he was. Last time he was 2.5 back. Norberg peeks out of line, doesn't go, 2 to go. Diego is just hoping these guys fight for the lead and the win. All corners of this racetrack for the next 2 laps. We are going to get treated to another Joe Turney, Ryan Norberg duel down the back straightaway to turn 4.
Into turn 4, it's still Turney by about a half a kart length over Norberg. Norberg looking to the right, looking to the left, trying to find a way around Turney. Ain't going to be able to do it there as they head back down now through the S corners, and they'll get back to the back part of the circuit, and then, of course, come by for the white flag lap. Right now, Turney enjoying about a 2 kart length advantage over Norberg. Down the hill, they'll make the left-hander and then zigzag their way back up to that right-hander that takes them down the start-finish line. They'll see the white flag this time by, and Turney with about a half a kart length advantage heading to the stripe. It's Joe Turney and Ryan Norberg nose to tail for the win.
Yeah, Turney got a nice gap coming onto the front stretch, so he'll be safe in turn 1 and safe in turn number 2. These long sweeping corners, this has been his best sector. He's able to pull the most away from Ryan, I think really out of turn 6 and out of turn number 4. Let's see it down on the run into the corner. Norberg can't get him in. And then coming out of here, Joe Turney, I mean, the launch he gets on that 302 is just tremendous. But then Ryan makes up for it. We get to the S's. This is the biggest the gap will be all lap. Because when we get over here, Ryan Norberg is throwing that thing up and over the curbing, and it's landing nicely. Look at this right-hander right here, and then this left. He cuts so much of that corner to make up time. He really closes up to Joe. He's just not got enough speed on the momentum to really do anything in the left here. And then that tick of aero wash through that long sweeper just keeps him at bay. Joe's going to kind of block it low to finish it off. Ryan will get a run on him. I don't think it'll be enough. They're battling further back. This is for 4th. Keeble to the inside. Massimino follows. Nash goes. Turney wins Heat 3 over Norberg and Ramos. This is the next group. Look at this. It's Keeble. He gets through. Nash goes back to 6th. Massimino to 5th. He's looking for 4th. Not going to happen. And Alessandro Di Tullio in kind of a weird heat race for ADT. I think he may have expected that there was a commitment cone, Randy, because in some of the other series like Superkarts USA and Stars Championship Series competition, even the Rock Florida Winter Tour, there is a commitment cone about halfway around the racetrack. They're not allowed to advance their position back into their grid spot. We've seen a bunch of guys advance back, even Eves in that last KA heat. He got into 11th, like, right as we were coming to the green, and I don't think there was a problem there. I haven't checked the results. I don't think there was a penalty for that. I think Tullio might have expected that because we saw him on the pace lap at the back, and he never got up to his original starting spot inside the top 5. So he had to spend that whole race driving forward. He did a good job at it. Drove his way up to 6. So hats off to ADT. But what could have maybe been even a little bit better for the International Motorsport Kart Republic driver. Here's a look, though, at what could be a little bit of a wild card as we get to the final hour and a half of racing here today. Check it out. Some more gloomy skies. I won't say the R word again, Randy, but it's already hit us once. It wasn't supposed to hit us at all. Is it going to hit us again?
Well, if you look closely, you're going to see some vertical darkness, some dark lines going up and down. Yeah, I'm not going to say what that is, but that's what it is, okay? And if it's headed this way, that's what we're going to have.
Well, we will find out soon enough. Can the KA100 Masters get lucky enough to get their final heat race in the dry before we get any more extra changes to the track conditions? We're going to find out when we come back live from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. You're watching the final round of heat races here for the US Pro Kart Series live on Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, it's Dave here from Kart Class. We're at MCC, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We're here to show you guys the fastest way to drive this almost 1 mile circuit. It offers both fast sweeping corners, some fast chicanes, and a technical switchback that leads into a long main straight. Let's find out where to brake, where to accelerate, and where the best places to overtake. So let's get stuck into it.
Here at MPG Motorsports, our main goal is to provide the best pathway into professional motorsports for our entire team, drivers and mechanics alike. We're based out of Whiteland Raceway Park in Indiana. For more information, contact us at chase@mpg-motorsports.com.
Welcome back here to MCC in Batavia, Ohio, playing host to the 4th round of the United States Pro Kart Series. 19 drivers making up the Speed Concepts Racing K100 Master Class. We just wrapped up the final heat race for X30 Pro Senior. We've still got K100 Junior to go, as well as Micro Swift and then Pro Shifter. But as they head on down towards the start lines and green flag in the air, Andy Kutcher on the outside trying to get through, and for the second time today, he does. Mario Barrios, the pole man, falls into second. Mike Rawls into third. And look at Clay Settles on the outside. He gets around Jamie Saraki. That's the highest the top kart's been all day long. Right up to the rear bumper, sandwiched between two veterans of the sport. Clay Settles, the most recent winner in the K100 Masters class between all the touring series of the country. At his home racetrack in Newcastle, now into the top 5 here in P4. Back behind Saraki, you've got Miguel Mir with his best start so far. He's up to 6th on that Orsolon Racing Tony kart. And then you go back to, I believe, it's Scott Kopp, and then you might have Laurentiu Mardan or Grace Hemmert all kind of mixed in there with Nikki Coelho outside the top 5. But it's Andy Kutcher in the white helmet, white suit, red speed. That's got a nice gap, maybe 5 or 6 car lengths back to Mario Barrios and Mike Rollison here to put 1 lap down, 11 to go, Randy.
Everybody's starting on the outside of the front row tomorrow, so sit down with Andy Kutcher and have him explain how you start the race from the outside of the front row. Because as you said, that's the second time he's done that, and that is a tough spot to start with 2 left-handers after the start-finish line. But he's been able to ride that high line, keep his momentum, and then for the second turn have the best shot going in there for the lead. So not only does he keep his spot, he gains a spot, which has been unheard of most of the time today. That outside line is not the preferred line by any means.
Oh my goodness, Randy. The wind just picked up quite a bit here around the facility.
Feels good.
It does feel nice. And what's important about that, or what makes that important in terms of the total day, is that not only, yes, does that potentially bring in those dark clouds, but it will start to shuffle that loose dirt on the outside or inside of the racetrack and push it across the racetrack and onto the racing line. And the first guy to hit that's the leader. So that makes it that much tougher to break away because the track just keeps getting dirty after the field goes by, and you're kind of the snow plow that clears off the path. So makes it very easy to work your way to the front, makes it hard to stay in the front.
And I have to believe track temperatures dropping as well, which even could create more looser conditions. So yeah, it's once again, we've had 3 to 4 different changes in track temperature, in just the track condition, in the humidity, in the air pressure, that all makes a difference and all changes the setup. And you got to believe right now on the grid, and on the grid we have the first KA heat race for the third heat race for, I think it's A versus D. There you see the leaves blowing on the track right now. The wind is kicking up. That KA class on the grid right now is thinking, geez, you know what? Air pressure, do we lower it? Do we raise it a little bit? What do you do? But you can't go out there with the setup you had 2 hours ago because it was hot and humid.
Good battle back for third as Mike Rollison got around Mario Barrios. Clay Settles wants to go as well. Mario's saying, know what, go forward. Clay says okay, he points to the sky. Jamie Saraki's just kind of watching these two guys back there in fifth, deciding what he wants to do. But Mario in third under pressure. Clay's got a run on him. Let's see if he dives into 4. He does. Clean to the inside. Mario not wanting to give it up. He has to give it up. Saraki goes as well. Here comes Miguel Mir. Clay Settles going to go to the normal line into turn 6 and 7. Now Mir's going to get shuffled a little bit wide. Nicky Coelho trying to go by him, going to back out, and all of them kind of frustrated. Barrios wants them to follow him. They want to get around Barrios, and they've eaten him alive. He's back to 5th as Mike Rollison tries to track down Andy Kutcher. Look at all the stuff getting blown on the racetrack, all the leaves and everything else. The leaves are what you can see. What you cannot see is the specks of dirt and rubber pieces getting blown across as well. So I'm sure that's not helping Andy Kutcher's case, being the first driver through the mess at all. Let's go down to the KC pit box here, chat with Emery Lida. He's caught up with the first of our X30 Pros getting through the scale line. Emery?
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Paulie Massimino. Paulie, first off, I want you to describe the crash in the second heat because it didn't seem like we got a good view of that. Just describe what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I was going down into corner 4. The guy in front of me, he looked behind him, and then he opened up the door, so I gotta pass. So I went to the inside of him, and he just completely swerved me, which sent me spinning out. And then unfortunately, Nick Terlucky was hauling the mail, and we hit nose to nose. So didn't feel good. Definitely top 3 worst wrecks I've been in.
Yeah, is Cart okay after that one?
Cart actually wasn't too bad. Honestly, the front bumper and the front chrome bars took most of the impact. Thought I would try and do a few laps, and then I tried to brake, and the front bar was on the brake, so just pulled in.
Yeah, now taking a look at heat number 3, I mean, you had a lot of good pace. Worked your way into the top 5 there for a little bit. Ended up with a solid result there. I mean, how did that feel considering how the first 2 heats had gone?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like all day today we just kind of been missing pace, and first heat wasn't too great, and then obviously the wreck in the second one didn't do me any favors, but definitely had a lot more pace in this last one. I'm sure we still need a lot more. Not really sure how far off we still are, but we're definitely going in a positive direction. Had some good racing, tried to keep my nose clean, and yeah, ended out, I think, with a P5.
And tomorrow, I mean, new tires for the race. You're going to have the opportunity in a long race to make up probably a few spots because you have to start a little bit further back. Just talking about your mindset in terms of making passes here, because it's a track that a lot of people have not raced on the national calendar.
Yeah, I mean, this track is definitely fun to drive. It's just, it seems like it's a little harder to pass here. Can't really just go side by side with someone. It's almost like you always have to kind of throw it in super hard on them. So, like I said, the track's fun. Kind of wish there was a little bit better of racing, passing opportunities. The racing's tough. I feel like if you just start blocking, it's pretty easy to defend until you get blown off the track. So, no, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm not sure where I'll start. Probably, 22nd out of the 21 people. So we'll see how it goes. Go back, do some data, try to get the cart a little bit better.
All right, Paulie Massimino will have a lot of work to do tomorrow, but a promising end to his day, finishing off at the top 5 in heat number 3. Back to you guys.
Well, 22nd out of 21st. If there's anyone talented enough to kind of start like that, it'd probably be Paulie Massimino. Nonetheless, he's at least in his good, classic, sarcastic spirits, and hopefully he can roll some of that speed into what we're seeing Mike Rollison do tomorrow to Mike Rollison's leading man and Ryan Norberg, or Kart Republic's leading man and Joe Turney. Raleigh leads the way now. He's gone around for the top spot. Clay Settles holding third. He's got Mario Barrios kind of on the same tracking path as Rollison, as Barrios really gets in deep there on Jamie Saraki. But both of the RPG Cosmics, same story, different session. A little bit slow to start. Raleigh's able to hang on to it. Mario kind of fades in the opening couple laps. And then now in the second half of this race, those things just start moving forward. And now Mario's gotten around Jamie, pushed him back to that 5th spot. He sets his sights on Clay Settles. Raleigh's gotten himself into the lead and is trying to break away from Andy Kutcher. But exact same thing, perfectly timed kind of speed for both of the purple and pink machines.
Kutcher's not going away, though. He's right in the rear bumper of Mike Rollison and really has something for him, I think. These two nose to tail right now. It'll be 4 to go next time by as they cross the stripe, but right on the rear bumper of Mike Rollison is Andy Kutcher. So we've got a good race out there for that top spot. Clay Settles not that far back in third, and Jamie Saraki, actually Mario Barrios, trying to close in on Settles to take over the 3rd spot. So we'll have a battle for 3rd here shortly as well.
Yeah, let's see as they head down into turn number 4. There's the leaders. The gap back for third is probably going to open when that battle for third opens up. We know Mario is rolling, but he did slow down a lot last time by for whatever reason. He gave up 4/10 to Clay. I thought he was getting right to him, then went backwards. Jamie Saraki was a little bit further off as well. Really good lap from Clay Settles, only about a 10th or 2 off the top 2. And for a guy, again, that's got the least amount of experience by far out of anyone in the top 5, really, really impressive that he's able to run up front. Good stuff from Andy Kutcher as well. A couple privateers inside the top 5, proving you can do it by yourself. And both of them are going up against the 2 guys behind, 2 of the most successful in terms of length of operation and resume between Rawlson Performance Group and Franklin Motorsport. The guys that have been the masterminds behind it, Mike Rawlson and Jamie Saraki, are right there just as good as Andy Kutcher and Clay Settles have been throughout the day here. So that's a cool thing to see, these privateer guys going up against some of the legends of our sport and people that have made the industry go over the last 20 years.
And Mike Rawlson is really up on the wheel. He's given it all he's got to keep Kutcher back. Andy Kutcher now losing a little bit, but closing the gap as they get to the tighter part of the circuit. I'm not so sure Kutcher doesn't have something for Rawlson before this one's over, and this would be a big win for Kutcher when it comes to where he starts tomorrow. So we'll see. He's right there and taking a peek to the inside. Not going to be able to do it there. They go through the left-hander, and they'll be coming by for the 2-to-go sign next time by. And by just a short margin, it's Mike Rawlson over Andy Kutcher headed to the stripe.
Yeah, 2 laps to go for Mike Rawlson, Andy Kutcher, and then back about 2.5 seconds to find Clay Settles. Nearly 3 now. Clay was even that time by to Barrios Saraki, and look who's just finally made his way towards the top 5. Laurentius Mardan turning up a little bit late, but he's still getting there. That time by, he was the fastest on the racetrack by far. 10th better than the leaders, half a second better than these 3 here. Larry has finally gotten himself back to the speed that he had in Friday afternoon practice, and the captain of the Techno Kart Brigade is going to have a good shot at least a top 5, if not maybe a top 3, depending how he plays his cards on these final lap and a half around.
And we both know that if Mardan finds his speed by tomorrow, he can move up through there and contend for the win because he's been there before. So it's a lot of unknowns.
Oh, no. Clay Settles goes around. Mario Barrios was right there. I don't know if he got into the back of the top kart driver, but Mario Barrios was right there. I'd have to imagine maybe they collided. We just barely missed it. Barrios, yeah, they must have collided. Look at Barrios. He's all the way back there. So battling for third now. That hands the spot to Saraki. He's going to unfortunately lose it to Laurentius Mardan, and it falls right into Larry's hands. Laurentius Mardan up to the top 3.
Yeah, Mardan, yeah, you're right. He was 4th. Now he's up to 3rd with Settles falling out. So Laurentius Mardan's going to have a solid run out there, and that'll get him a little better starting spot tomorrow.
Unfortunate, though, for Barrios and for Clay Settles, as they'll end up all the way down the order. Barrios is still running towards the back half of the top 10. And the officials may end up intervening. That might be a racing incident. Could go a penalty either way. That would knock them even further back down the grid. That's bad news for both of them. Meanwhile, good news, though, for Mr. Mike Rawlson. Andy Kutcher has been close. Unfortunately, he will not be close enough. There's the battle further back as across the line. Andy Kutcher wins it, and ends up second. Mike Rawlson wins it again here in 8KA Master. Laurentius Mardan 3rd, Jamie Saraki 4th, 5th to Miguel Mayer, 6th to Nicky Coelho.
Scott Koppel finished 7th. PJ Neville's in 8th, Mario Barrios in 9th, and rounding at the top 10, Grace Hammerty.
So Speed Concepts Racing, KA100 Master comes to a close. Let's go down to the KC pit box here with Emery Lida. Emery?
Yeah, thanks, Sander. I'm here with Diego Ramos. Diego, day started maybe a little bit underwhelming in the first heat, but the last 2 heats you really found a lot of pace, culminating in a 3rd place in that final heat. What do you think made the difference over the course of the day?
I mean, all the team, PSL team did an awesome job today. We find a perfect setup. Little tough the starts outside. Was hard for me, but I mean we show our pace. We are quick. The last heat, I was driving alone, doing the same times than Norbig and Turney. Of course, I'm looking for tomorrow. And let's see.
One more thing too. I mean, Diego, we talked about it before we came on live, but you finished with your finishes in the heat races. It looks like you're going to start in 4th position for the final. Back on the outside, is there anything that you're going to change up to kind of mitigate that impact and make it a little bit better for you?
I mean, I think 4th is better than 6th. But I mean, it's going to be hard again. Try do a clean start, and 100% if I can stay with turn in Norbeg, I can fight for the win. We have a lot of speed this weekend, and let's see.
All right, Diego Ramos has a lot of pace in the kart. Just got to kind of find the right track position. He'll roll off P4 in the final tomorrow after some good heats. Back to you, Xander.
Thanks, Emery. We've got the recovery vehicles just making one last trip around the racetrack here to clear everything back off. There is head flagman Porter Wiesenzetzel picking up, I think that looks like that might be a weight. As coming into the scale line will be Clay Settles. He was able to get out of the grass and get back going, so unfortunate for Clay. He had such a good weekend rolling here. He'll still be all right with 2 good heat results, but that was definitely looking to be his best one so far of 3rd. Ends up with a collision at the end that takes him out of contention. Stephen Miller is going to lead your KA Junior group onto the racetrack. This is groups A and D together in the 50-plus driver class. We haven't talked about it a ton. I don't know if we mentioned it at all, actually, Randy, but the KA Juniors, there are enough of them that not all of them will transfer in to the main event tomorrow. You want to be a part of that safe group of the top 34 that will automatically go into the show, and then the next 6 or so will have to fight through the last chance qualifier. I'll confirm that here off the document, I believe. For the LCQ, it'll be top 42. Sorry, top 42 will transfer into the main. I'm not sure where the cutoff line will be. No, it'll be 6. So it's now going to be, instead of the top 34, it'll be top 36. And then the next 6 will come for the LCQ. So you just got to be the top 36. Sounds easy enough. A little bit tougher when you factor in that there's over 50 drivers in the class, and unfortunately over 10 of them will go home. We'll see who is going to safely make it. It's a Nash Motorsports EOS kart. Front row, Stephen Miller, Peyton Westcott headed down to turn number 1, and Miller easily gets through to the lead. Westcott trying to get a place in line. There is nothing there. Harvick's through to 3rd. Jackson Deal side by side and trying to get through and clear, I think. And he does. So it's Miller, then Oliver Weldon there in 2nd. Keelan Harvick in 3rd. Then Jackson Deal. Peyton Westcott under fire, and she's got Benham Abernathy behind her. There's Oliver Weldon quickly wanting to go to the lead. I don't believe he's led yet today. He's going to still have to fight for it into the S's as Miller's not giving up.
Miller takes the top spot back. Weldon back to 2nd. And how about Peyton Westcott all the way back to 5th? And now he's fighting for his life out there because he's got 2, 3, 4 drivers right behind him.
Yeah, the young lady, Peyton Westcott out of
Southern
California.
I apologize.
It's been the story of her day. Front row, all 3 starts, kind of muscled backwards, all 3 starts. This time, though, not too bad. Back to 5th, got a little bit of a gap now. She can start to work her way back up towards the next group. Benham Abernathy, on the other hand, has got a hungry group behind him. And Keelan Harvick, well, he's got someone looking at his inside. That's Jackson Deal. Not going to happen, though, on the MPG Kart Republic. Is off the racetrack. That is another one of the Nash Motorsports EOS kart drivers. That's Jack Small. He was 17th. Goes off the racetrack in 1. He'll follow to the rear of the field. That's a driver probably on the bubble spot. If you're around that 17th to 20th, it's going to average you in the high 30s, pushing 40s. That's whether or not you might have to fight your way into the show in tomorrow morning's last chance qualifier. So Keelan Harvick up and over the curbing. Jackson Deal right behind him. And then Peyton Westcott, the 5-kart breakaway, chasing Oliver Weldon. And your current race leader, Stephen Miller, here a lap and a half in.
Stephen Miller leading the way by about 0.3 of a second over Oliver Weldon. Not a lot of movement right now. Emma Kate Scarborough, who started in 18th, has moved up to 12th. So she has advanced 6 positions in 2 laps. So a good run by Emma. But Stephen Miller leading the way with Oliver Weldon, Keelan Harvick, Jackson Deal, and Peyton Westcott, your top 5.
As they head down to turn number 2. We're waiting to see if Jackson Deal maybe gets a run on Keelan Harvick. He's on the bumper as they go down to 4. Let's see. Not going to happen. Everyone playing pretty nice. I mean, really only Stephen Miller and Oliver Weldon are the ones that have traded positions. Everybody else, 3rd, 4th, 5th, have all kind of stayed in tow. Well, up until now, Peyton Westcott kind of a half send there on Jackson Deal. Couldn't quite get it. That hurt her momentum, and it's going to bring Benham Abernathy and Diego Ardiles closer. Ardiles up into the 6th spot and charging as they crest the hill and head towards the back section of the racetrack. It is still early, and that said, we could get a lot more drivers in the pack if they cannot stay working together. You saw Oliver Weldon's head kind of snap back as Stephen Miller just mistimed the run and got to him right into the braking zone going to the left-hand sweeper.
A lot of aggression out here with these drivers early. We're only 3 laps in, and they're bumping and grinding pretty big out there, and it's not going to end well if they don't settle down a little bit. Right now they do run down the straight, staying in line. Oliver Weldon leading the way, but Stephen Miller literally knocking on the door.
The threat for rain has not gone away as there Westcott a full send and clear down the inside on Jackson Deal. We've gotten some reports here over the last 10 minutes or so that little bit of hit or miss sprinkles have hit the racetrack. Is a big slide for Peyton as she gets down to the inside of Keelan Harvick for 3rd. Moves her way back up the order. Now it's Nash EOS Karts 2nd and 3rd, the blue and chrome machines. But just keeping an eye out if that rain picks up. The leader is in the worst spot possible because they're the first person to get to it. Everybody else can kind of go off what the leader does and go deeper or go easier into the corner. But for Oliver Weldon, if it does start coming down, he's in the scariest position to do it. 8 laps to go, 4 complete, trying to count them down and run it out and keep it dry, hopefully, for Oliver on the JC Karting Team Hunt Wheels LN kart down at turn number 2.
Stephen Miller is satisfied right now, at least for the moment, by staying in the draft of Oliver Weldon. And to me, that's the smart thing to do because they're trying to check out a little bit on 3rd, Peyton Westcott. But Peyton on the charge as she's been running quite well, working her way back through the pack after getting shuffled back on the start. In 3rd, Jackson Deal and Keelan Harvick. That's your top 5 as they're trying to close in.
Well, we have Jackson Deal as the lone kart republic inside the top 5 among a sea of OTKs. He's not on top. The one that is the one in X30 Pro Senior. Joe Turney standing by here down at the KC pit box.
Thanks, Xander. Here with Joe Turney. Joe, you had a good race there. You were able to kind of bide your time. Tried one move on Ryan early in the race that didn't quite work out, but then eventually got by him in the back session. Talk to me. How was your strategy going into that? Were you trying to be patient, or did you think you were going to stay behind for that long?
I mean, I was going to take any sort of chance I got whenever I was close enough. In the end, with that race, whoever finished in front of me and Ryan would take the pole for tomorrow. So, yeah, we managed to get it done, and now we have a nice run through turn 1 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, big advantage there starting on the inside compared to starting on the outside. We saw throughout the heats. I mean, the last heat, you were able to kind of stay in second, but the first 2, you lost a spot on each one. So as you look to tomorrow, I mean, what have you kind of noticed about your kart when it comes to coming in early? Because, I mean, it's been hard to really tell on our end because of how you got shuffled back a little bit in the early going. But do you consider your kart to be stronger at the early part of the race or more towards the back half?
I think I can get going pretty quickly, and then after 3 or 4 laps, it's so similar between me and Ryan. So, I mean, we're just going to have to work hard tonight because we're very close in pace, so it's going to be close tomorrow.
Yeah, and one thing we were talking about and one thing we noticed was at the end of the race there when Ryan was trying to pull out and make a pass, it looked like he ran out of revs really early and kind of and once you guys hit the limiter, he was a little bit slower. You mentioned it was probably down to gearing, but when you look at that, were there any other sort of signs that you could look at when it comes to racecraft that you maybe think you have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to gearing and setup on?
I mean, we're both trying different things in every race to find any advantage we can, which helps, obviously. Yeah, as you say, Ryan ran out of revs, I think, when he tried to pass, but then he wins time out of the corner. So both races, I've been on different stuff, and in the end, the results been pretty similar. We've been so close in time, so at the level that we're at now, it's just about small things.
All right, well, as the rain continues to fall down just very slightly, Joe Turney is going to have a great afternoon and evening. He ends up on pole position for X30, winning 2 of the 3 heat races here. So we get back to the action here in KA Junior, getting set to run down for the last few laps of heat racing today. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Emery. Let's go back to it. Peyton Westcott's climbed her way all the way back to the lead with 5 laps to go. Make it Stephen Miller now to make it a Nash 1-2. He gets around Oliver Weldon, who is now defending from Keelan Harvick. And this is a perfect scenario right now for the Nash boys. A long haul to all these East Coast races for them. They've got a trailer based here, but they've got their headquarters based in Southern California. And for Peyton Westcott, the young lady's had a lot of really good qualifying efforts, but she has not really been able to put everything together in a race session. This is the best shot she's got, coming to 4 to go this time, and they're fighting harder, even more so behind. Look at this, Graham Tremmel down the inside. That is on, I believe, either the Arcane or might be actually the AR Academy OTK. That's a new livery I'm not used to seeing on GT, but battling with Jackson Deal, battling there as well with Diego Ardiles and Benham Abernathy, all kind of trading the position. Ardiles wins it out for now over Tremmel, then Abernathy. Oh, Tremmel, big slide. That's a scary, kind of skid mark moment there, Randy. As up in the lead here, we have seen a change up front, or almost have seen a change up front. With Westcott still there, sorry, thought Miller got around. Miller closing in. It's Peyton Westcott leading the way. Stephen Miller second, Oliver Weldon third, Keelan Harvick fourth, up the hill through the S's, and fifth with Ardiles now is a good ways back. That's good news for the top couple drivers that we've lightened the size of the pack, and now a big mistake out of Stephen Miller. He drops a tire. Here comes Oliver Weldon down the inside. He'll take over second.
How about the run by Peyton Westcott? Getting shuffled all the way back to 5th or 6th in the start, worked her way back up, and now leading with a good chance right now with the gap she has and the way they're racing behind her, a good chance to win this thing.
Yeah, as they head down the front straightaway, Peyton Westcott now has 3 laps remaining down to turn number 1. Stephen Miller behind in second. Here comes Keelan Harvick looking low, not going to get there. Right behind as Miller starts to block, and Oliver Weldon staying on Keelan's bumper as well, keeping him honest. Keelan and Oliver, they've had a lot of battles over the years. Headlined the mini class for many seasons. Now they're dancing again in junior as 2 rookies in the division. Oliver still a car length away from Miller, so he can't do anything, but he got around Keelan that time. And now as they go up the hill in the S's, 2.5 laps to go.
Peyton Westcott trying to hang on. Stephen Miller trying to reel her back in, but right now Peyton Westcott with a nice little gap because they've been racing behind her. She has got a great chance of winning this thing. Oliver Weldon back in third. Then it's Keelan Harvick and Diego Morales right in there in the hunt.
Yeah, look at that. Another pass from Harvick there on the red suit, the Hunt Brothers Pizza Racing machine, and his teammate Ardiles is mowing the lawn a little bit, trying to get underneath Oliver Weldon. He tucks back in line. Now 2 laps to go here for Peyton Westcott and Stephen Miller, and with how much they fought for second and third now even, I don't think you'll see any changes in the top 2 spots. It'll be a fight for P3, if that. Harvick, Weldon, Ardiles behind them. It is Abernathy, Deal, and Tremmel. And into the infield hairpin, only a lap and a half to go. Peyton Westcott looking for her first career US Pro Kart Series heat race victory.
What a story that would be for Peyton. And it just goes to show you, man, she stuck with it. She didn't get frazzled when she got that bad start. She just was persistent and stayed with it, worked her way back to the front, and they started racing behind her, and now she's enjoying almost a full second advantage over Stephen Miller and could very well end up on top here. They'll see the white flag next time by for Peyton Westcott.
Here they come down the front straightaway. 1 lap to go. Westcott and Stephen Miller got the blue and chrome Nash Motorsports EOS cars rocking and rolling up front. Oliver Weldon, Keelan Harvick battling it out for third, and now Harvick's got to worry about his teammate. That is Ardiles trying to go low. He goes high again. Back low, crossover move. As they head to turn number 4, Ardiles goes, hey, let's go forward. Now gives a little bit of a shot to Keelan, and all of a sudden they are stacked up from Harvick on back, and Oliver Weldon is home free. So Harvick still low. Look at Abernathy getting shoved into the corner there as he was deep on the brakes to block from Jackson Deal. And Jackson Deal and Abernathy and even Graham Tremmel all get by on Ardiles. Gives Oliver Weldon some space and Harvick some space as well as Abernathy now becomes the fight for P5. But what a run for the Nash Motorsports machines. Peyton Westcott, Stephen Miller, and Peyton Westcott with a big boost of confidence after kind of getting muscled around a little bit on the starts. She works her way back forward, falls back to 5th, gets back to the lead. Peyton Westcott, heat race winner here in BBS Race Engines KA Junior Heat 3.
Awesome run for Peyton Westcott. Stephen Miller will come in second. It's Oliver Weldon third, Keelan Harvick fourth, Jackson Deal fifth. Through the top 10, Graham Trammell will wind up in 6th, Diego Ardiles in 7th, Jackson Wolney in 8th. Benham Abernathy in 9th, and Asen Dramilov in 10th. Your top 10 finishing order, but a great run by Peyton Westcott, your winner of heat number 3 in the KA Junior. It was the A versus D group, so we got one more KA Junior heat to go, but a great run for Peyton Westcott.
Let's go over here to the KC pit box. Alexander Searle, Emery Light have been giving us a ton of intel all day. We're halfway through the groups for KA Junior presented by BBS Race Engines. That was groups A and D. B and C are next, but overall lots of storylines as we get to the final bit of the afternoon, boys.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I want to start out, Xander, just by talking about the KA Junior field. I mean, you've got so many different scenarios, like someone like Peyton Westcott, who struggled in the first 2 heats, but at Heat 3, able to get herself a nice win. Stephen Miller racking up some points, and it really makes you wonder about guys like Sebastian Garzon in this 3rd heat, also starting on pole in a similar situation to Steven where he needs the points. And so if you're Sebastian, you're probably playing this a little bit differently than a guy like Ernesto Rivera, who's been up front in both heats, or Austin Olds, or even Nathan Dupuis. All of them have good results already to sit on, so they can maybe afford to take a little bit more risks. So, Alex, as I look into this heat race, I mean, I'm seeing a whole bunch of different strategies, a lot of different setups. The track has cooled off with some rain, a lot going on here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, KA Junior is one of those classes where you expect the unexpected, right? I mean, you say Ernesto might, play it safe here, but we saw in the 2nd heat where he was really going after it with Garzon there for the last 3 laps, putting his kart at risk, really, but ultimately came in with the victory. So you really never know what these guys are going to do. Obviously, Garzon, one of the guys that really needs a good result, right? He'll take a 2nd place, but especially after what happened to him in the first heat race, he could use the race victory here to really maximize his starting spot for tomorrow.
Yeah, and how about Nathan Dupuis outside of the front row? Again, been up front all weekend long. We saw a good result for him already in X30 in his 3rd heat. I got to say, bold prediction, I'm taking him to win this one. What about you?
Yeah, that's a bold position. I mean, I talked to Nathan a little bit. I mean, he literally told me straight up, he goes, I don't know how I'm here. And I'm like, dude, you're fast. So Nathan Dupuis doesn't even know how he's that quick right now, but the kart's there. Speed Concepts is giving these junior kids a really, really strong package. So we'll see what he can do. I mean, my bold prediction, I mean, honestly, give me Enzo Vidmontian. I think he's been really quick all day long, and I think he's got a shot here for sure.
Definitely. Enzo Vidmontian had a lot of pace last time. Did get a penalty after some rough driving with Stephen Miller, but he'll start inside the top 5 here. Let's get set to go for the final KA Junior Heat race of the day, Xander.
Thanks, Emery. Let's get set for it. BBS Race Engines, KA 100 Junior. On the racetrack now. You've got the other half of the class lining things up. It's Sebastian Garzon on the inside. Nathan Dupuis, as mentioned, on the outside. Alex is picked to win this one. We'll see what he can do. He's had a great weekend to this point in both classes. A lot of speed. And when you get put in that spot here, you get a little bit overwhelmed. It's your first shot to battle for the win. They say you got to lose them a few times before you can win one. Down to turn 1. Well, how about that? He gets a great start, and Nathan Dupuis goes to the lead. Now, through the rest of the field, can we survive the hairpin? We do. Coming out of the corner, it's Dupuis, Garzon, Ernesto Rivera is 3rd, Isaac Melkett's 4th, and as they exit turns 4 and 5, clean and green for the top 3. In fact, a little breakaway back to Little Sizzle. Oh, one driver turned around. I believe that was Cash Perkins, the 863 LN kart going around out of turn number 2, unfortunately. Austin Olds is 5th on the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic as the field heads on up the hill. Ernesto Rivera on the bumper of Sebastian Garzon, on the bumper of Nathan Dupuis. They'll head through the left-handed sweeper this time here. Half a lap in, here comes Garzon. He's followed for a little bit, decided he wanted to go through, and Ernesto Rivera will follow. So you've got Colombia, Mexico, Canada. 1, 2, 3, you got to go back to 4th to find the highest American, Isaac Melkett, a Midwestern kid himself, much like Austin Olds, trying to make his way towards the front of the field here. He's about a half second back from your top 3 into turn number 2. So that's 1 lap in. We now continue to watch as they head over around and into the wall. That's the 851 trying to keep momentum up. That's Max Francescelli. So Max was 21st across the line, and he spins out and tags the red and white barriers on the outside of the racetrack. Meanwhile, new change for the lead while he went away to the crash. Rivera's gone by Sebastian Garzon, so Ernesto now to the point. Garzone back to second. Dupuis still third. Big mistake from Austin Olds. Way off the racetrack. Here comes Turner Brown and Enzo Vidmontien. Turner staying on the high side. Vidmontien gives a little love tap to Austin. Tries to get underneath him. Tries to kind of let him back in. And now that puts Turner Brown onto his bumper. Look at Chase Buscaglia making up ground. Chase Buscaglia to start dead last in his opening heat. Drove into the top 10. A lot easier to do that now with a standard starting spot. And the Team GWR Gillard driver is now up 4 from 11th to 7th. But Turner Brown's going to send it back in on him. And then Landon Skinner is going to try and follow. Can't quite get it done. Isaac Melka to the inside of Nathan Dupuis. He gets clear. That's for third for Ike. And Ernesto and Sebastian trying to work together to pull away while Dupuis faded a little bit. But Isaac Melka on the move. Randy's mentioned it a couple of times today. He was the fastest in final practice. He was only 14th quickest in qualifying, so he's had to drive forward in all of his heats. Doing a good job in that all blacked out Gillard. Isaac Melka third and closing in on Sebastian Garzone and Ernesto Rivera because he was the fastest on track last time by.
Yeah, I talked to his dad earlier today, and they just kept missing the setup. They were fast in happy hour. They went to qualifying, and everything just went out the window. And he struggled in Heat 1. He did a little better in Heat 2, and now, of course, he's kind of showing what he's got. He's still going to have a pretty tough starting spot, I think, for the feature, but with a little luck, he could very well end up with a podium. But he's going to be working all day tomorrow for sure to work his way through the pack wherever he starts, but it's not going to be very far to the front. But a great run right now for Isaac.
Yeah, great run for Isaac Malkut as they exit out of the infield here. And he's going to bring Nathan Dupuis, I think, back up to the top 2. Even though Dupuis did fade backwards, that lap was good for Nathan. This lap looks still pretty good. And Ike is connecting it. And again, another mistake from Austin Olds. You saw him shake his head there. He's at the top of the screen in 5th on that red and white MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. He's like, I just did this to myself again. He was 5th. Dropped a tire and got freight train back to 6th and 7th, then got back up to 5th and just dropped another tire, and now he goes back again. Enzo Vidmontien to 5th. Olds is back to 6th. He's side by side with Landon Skinner down at turn number 1, and Diego Guillot and Turner Brown. One of the two of them just got a pearl black flag from Porter. Not sure which one, but at least Olds now gets back around finally. The drivers around him. He's allowed Enzo to get further up the road, so he just made life a little bit more difficult. Turned the difficulty up on the video game, if you will, for Austin.
Sebastian Garzone just going purple the last lap of 59.977. So he's trying to close in a little bit further on Ernesto Rivera. He is right there. Malquit back in third. Nathan Dupuis and Enzo Vidmontien. That's your top 5.
Yeah, right there now. Buscaglia to the inside. Landon Skinner will follow. That's on Guillot. Is around in the middle of the corner. Oh, and stuck right on the apex. That's a scary place to be as the field. That's almost blind as they come down the hill and go through a very fast left-hander. I think they're all clear now. Not sure who we've got there on the beach on the curb. Meanwhile, the leaders are Rivera and Garzone, 59.9s. Malkut even. Dupuis a little bit better. Dupuis actually was fastest overall because he got a bit of a toe and closed up to Malkut. Malkut just needs maybe 1 or 2 more laps or 1 pass. He'll get there. He's got the time for it. 6.5 laps to go. We're not even halfway yet. Plenty of laps left in this one. Sebastian Garzone playing a real smart race right now. They're just pushing Ernesto Rivera. Doesn't need to lead. He can run second for now. All he's got to lead is that final lap. That's the only place the points get awarded for.
They don't want to start racing because if they do, then Malquit and Dupuis, I think, will catch up to that lead group. Dupuis was quickest the last lap, and they're right there. Malquit is about 2 kart lengths behind Garzone, and Dupuis is right behind Malquit. So it's going to be a 4-kart battle here very soon for that top spot. On back in 5th, Enzo Vidmontien, but he's about 3 seconds back. So Enzo not quite in that lead group, but hanging on to that 5th spot.
Yeah, as they exit turn number 2, Vidmontien, that time by a 1:04 compared to the leaders at a 59.9. Even though there is some battling going on, I don't know if he's got the speed to hang with these 4 at the front. Olds has had it in the past. Skinner got a good lap that time. could have just been a little bit of attrition. But Vidmontien by himself definitely not going to make up headway like Isaac Malkut is. Malkut that time, 59.80. That was a tenth and a half better. That was a lap that he needed, even if they don't pass. I think Ike is going to get there. He's just got to stay on his marks. He rolled a lot of speed there through that left-hander. You saw how much he ate that gap up. It's down to 2 car lengths coming out of the front stretch to 5 to go.
Yeah, Isaac Malkut closing the gap now right on the rear bumper of Sebastian Garzon. It's a 3-car battle, and don't rule out Nathan Dupuis. He is right there in that 4 spot, not that far back. If they start racing in front, he'll be sure to reel them in. And right now, Sebastian Garzon appears to be content just chasing Ernesto Rivero, not making a move. And as I say that, he goes inside and makes the pass, a new leader. He figured it was time to move. So Sebastian Garzon takes the top spot over Ernesto Rivero.
Well, it's similar to the phrase of throw them to either kind of eat or be eaten here. Dog eat dog world. When the pack is catching up to you, they're going to pass the next car they catch. Whether it's Ernesto or Garzon, that's all Isaac Malkut is focused on. Is as soon as he gets up to second, he's going for it. Garzon knew it, said, I'm not going to be the one to go back to third. It's going to be you, Ernesto. The problem is Ernesto didn't go back to third just yet. And now Ernesto back to the lead. Garzon fends off the charge from Malkut, but he's back in that same spot he was a moment ago where Isaac Malkut's on the bumper saying, hey, I'm going forward. I've run you down. I'm ready to pass you. But Garzon frantically waving his hand saying, please give me another shot to get to Ernesto. I can do it. Ike's not going to give it to him. Oh, well, didn't want to. Garzon slammed the door shut. That's the gap all the way back to 5th, by the way. That's how far back that pack is, 3.5 seconds from the top 4.
And Dupuis takes a peek to the outside on Malkut, can't quite make the pass, settles back in for 4th, tries to push Isaac back up to that lead group. It'll be 3 to go next time by. Isaac running out of time, as is Dupuis. And right now, with the racing in front and behind him, Ernesto Rivero has been able to check out a little bit on Sebastian Garzon. So Rivera now enjoying about a 3-car length advantage over Garzon.
As they head through the long sweeping left, Rivera, Garzon, Malkut, and then back to Dupuis. The only 4 that have been in frame in the lead pack this entire second half of the heat race. Look at how much elbows up this is. Austin Olds has tracked down Enzo Vidmontien, got around him, but then Turner Brown got ahead of both of them. And Chico is now getting a little bit of a gap, but he's not got enough to break the draft yet. If they don't pass, they'll run down that Speed Concept Racing red speed pretty quickly. Guillot is there on the Iron Rock Tony kart. The red and yellow machine, that's Buscalia, and then it's Landon Skinner in the AR Academy Tony kart at the end of the line there with the white helmet. So this is 5th, back to about a 10th on the racetrack, headed to turn number 6, sorry.
2 laps to go next time by. And right now, Ernesto Rivero looks as though he could pull off another one. He has been dominant today. This one probably is the hardest he's had to work all day. And right now, Sebastian Garzon is back on his rear bumper, knocking on the door. Will he find a way? 2 to go next time by as they cross the stripe. Is it going to be a chance for Sebastian Garzon to take the win? Will Ernesto Rivero hang on?
As they come onto the front straightaway for the double sticks from Porto Vicenzo. Let's see it. Rivera, little fade low, nothing crazy. Turn 2, goes a little more low. Garzon just kind of waiting right now, not forcing the issue, but every corner that Rivera goes low, he hurts his overall speed, and it allows Malkut to get right up there to Garzon. And that might be by design. He might want Isaac to kind of mess with Sebastian and allow Ernesto to get a little gap. And to do that, you got to back Sebastian up. So by going low this early, that helps. There's lap traffic up the road. I hope that'll be cleared out. I'd imagine it would be by the time the leaders arrive on the scene. There's obviously been some attrition and wrecks that have caused that. But as they crest the hill, a lap and a quarter to go, still no changes yet. It's all Rivera so far.
Yeah, Ernesto Rivera, boy, he has earned this one. If he can pull this one off, he's definitely earned it, that's for sure. And right now they've got lap traffic up ahead. That's another factor that could play into this before it's over. And they pull off, so they give them a clean racetrack. Malkut to the high side, and now to the high side comes Garzon. He tries to do the over and under, and Rivera protects low. They're all bunched up. 1, 2, 3, and 4 nose to tail on this final lap. Checkered flag next time by. Who's it going to be? Ernesto Rivera has got company for the first time today. He's got 3 drivers knocking on the door on his final lap to the inside. Oh, can't quite do it. Garzon took a peek. Here comes Malquin. He takes a peek to the outside. Isn't going to do anything. It's Ernesto Rivero by inches over Sebastian Garzon as they enter the final turns of this final lap in our KA Junior Heat race number 3. To the inside comes Malquin. Can he make a move? Not far enough. To the outside comes Dupuy. He tries to make a move on Malquin. They're side by side for third.
He'll run him wide to keep that third spot, and Garzon is just too far back. What a launch out of the final sector. Perfectly driven final 2 laps from Ernesto Rivera. He'll take another heat race win here today. Garzon frustrated there, second. Malkut just barely hangs on to third. Then it's Dupuy and Turner Brown fourth and fifth. Sixth to Enzo Vidmontien. 7th, Austin Olds. 8th, Landon Skinner. 9th, Buscalia. 10th, Diego Guillot, who started 5th, and he fades way back. Unfortunately, he survives for a top 10 by the end of it all. Big movers. Indy Anderson picks up 7, moves up from 20th to 13th. Handful more, and then unfortunately a couple of DNFs. Fernando Luque, Cash Perkins, Max Franceschelli, Quentin McPherson, all collected with unfortunately not getting to run the full distance here. 2 races remain on the day. Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift, and of course SRP Engines Pro Shifter for the final heat races here, folks. We've got more to come from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. If you want to watch the mains tomorrow, make sure you're a KC Premium member. For now, though, 2 free races when we get back from this commercial break. Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. The Drive Your Line Kart Shop is expanding with the official Drive Your Line race team. We're a full-service operation, but we specialize in teaching you the ins and outs of not just driving, but wrenching too. We specialize in comp car chassis, IAMI engines, Rotax engines, and of course, we've got 4-cycle and 2-cycle race-ready packages ready to sell to you at any time to get you on track. For more info, check us out online. Welcome back. We have 2 final heat races to bring your way. Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift for the US Pro Kart Series, the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. Thank you for watching all of our coverage so far here today. Again, a reminder, all the main events and the last chance qualifier for KA Junior will be a part of the KC Premium member subscription. It's $9.99 a month. You go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join to make sure that you're able to watch the finals. For the last 2 heats of the day, well, we've got the youngest drivers in the field and the fastest drivers on the rotation. Micro Swift, age 7 to 10 years old, and then SRP Engines Pro Shifter to close the day off. Colton Schneegenberg will line up on the inside of the front row. Alongside him, Enzo De Janeiro in the TFR Kart Republic. Then you go back from him to find Parker Ives and Zane Burgess. Then Aston Wyatt, and then it is going to be Emerson Lane, Maxwell Macha, Cade Wolf, and on back to Grayson Walcott and Josh Bergman. That is your top 10 as they head on the front straightaway. Last couple stragglers taking a minute to get into line. I don't know if that'll be giving us a green. It's a little messy. And yeah, not going to happen there, Randy. Let's take us to the rest of our top 10 for the last time they'll line up this way.
We've got Emerson Lane starting in 6th, Maxwell Macha in 7th, Cade Wolf in 8th. Starting in the 5th row, Grayson Walcott and Josh Bergman. In row 6, Liam Nakawati and Anthony Mazzolo. In row 7, it's Jake Manalo and Juan Diego Garcia. In row 8, Pasha Ali and Alex Chandler. Row 9, Rafael Canis and Byron Borman.
Oh, hang on. We got problems there. That's the 14, Nico Salazar. His day going from bad to worse. Already had one problem earlier with a crash, and now he is stuck on the side of the road. And for Nico, he's trying desperately to get that thing unhooked from the side of the racetrack. He'll get some help now here, and we'll see if we can let him get going.
Yeah.
He's got a long way to go. The field's already onto the front straightaway, I believe, to get set for the start. Oh, no, luckily they're just cresting the hill. So Nico Salazar, if he hustles, he might make the start. This might wave off attempt number 2, or we might go green. We'll see what the call is. There he is taking the cut through to try and catch up. He's not going to get there in time. Yep. And we'll wave that off. We want to give everyone a fair shot here to try and get their way through, especially in the younger class of 7 to 10-year-olds.
And in that row 9, it's Kimo Ahmad and Nico Salazar. Row 11, Lawrence Perriman and Easton Kabinski. Row 12, it's Mauro Nario and Isaac Payne. In row 13, Hudson Howard and Mika Barak. In row 14, Win Gottschalk and Marcelo Flores. In row 15, Sebastian Kohler and Cameron Johnson. Row 16, Dutch Westbrook and Axel Garcia. In row 17, AX captain Garduño and Leo Simone. And in row 18, Sterling Malata and Oscar Gus Wunderlich. It is 18 rows, 36 strongs. Colton Schneegenberg and Enzo De Janeiro bringing them around for a start. Winner of the last heat race, Parker Ives. He'll be starting in 3rd.
Let's watch it as they work their way down the front, or up the hill, towards the front straightaway and to the cut through. Colton Schneegenberg and De Janeiro there. We've seen Enzo have some good starts. Zane Burgess had a good drive forward. Josh Bergman was really fast as well. The Sodis kind of marching their way up the leaderboard. Colton Schneegenberg, though, top qualifier, trying to get a heat win. And, oh, no, big crash at the back. Big time crash. The final few drivers were way too ready to get this race started before it could actually start. And that's collected a handful, so they're going to try and clear these kids up. And, well, for the young guns, that's a lesson learned. Be a little more patient maybe, but it's just an awkward situation. Happens quite a bit, to be fair.
And it looked like even that could have possibly been the slinky effect, where they were taking off, then slowing down and braking, and maybe somebody didn't react mid-pack or late pack, and next thing you know, they're banging into each other. Somebody takes evasive action and gets it sideways. Who knows? But unfortunate for these kids. But, boy, you got a lot of them coming out there, 36 strong. You get a couple sideways in mid-pack, and it can get ugly.
So we'll send them around and see if hopefully they remember exactly where they need to be. The leaders got the field nice and slow through the S's to let them all catch up. And this is the only downside is for Colton Schneegenberg and for as well Enzo De Janeiro. They don't know exactly what they've done wrong. Truth is they've done nothing wrong. These starts have all been waved off really not to any fault of their own, but they're going to parade it a little bit longer and try to keep the speeds down nice and slow. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, they got inverted. No, they did think is that Parker Ives getting moved up to the front row? I believe it is. Yeah, so they did not like the way that the leaders handled the start. So they have inverted the front row. That is the typical option. If you get 2 strikes and you're out. So now Parker Ives and Zane Burgess will lead the field to green. They were slated to start 3rd and 4th. They get 2 tries at it. This try actually looks pretty good. And I think the championship points leader, Parker Ives, is going to show us how it's done. Nicely done for Parker. He'll get through to the lead. Schneegenberg to second. De Janeiro trying to find a way down low. He's on the outside, kind of hung out to dry, and he's going to get put into the dirt and into the wall. Oh, man, Enzo just wrong place, wrong time. Couldn't find the right piece of real estate. And your off-pole kid is turned and around here in the Team Ferris Racing Microswift class.
I'm going to make an observation here, Xander. My observation is that when Heat 3 rolls around, patience starts to go away. And I think some people that have had some bad runs realize they've got to make their move early. We've seen a lot of this happen in these Heat 3 versions of our day, and I think a lot of it's because they can't wait. They've had a bad day. They need to get it going, and next thing you know, we've got them off on the side.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point, right? There's guys kind of coming in a little bit swinging for the fences, whereas the opening part of the day, they're still feeling everything out. And as we've talked about with our first ever visit to this racetrack, everybody's been learning along the way, even though this place has hosted the Stars Championship Series. That did not have anywhere near the size of mini or microgrids, didn't have the same kids. The only class that's kind of been similar is KA Senior, but it's been a much more competitive grid in 2023 throughout the Star Series season when they come here in a month, but also for the US Pro Kart Series that has been a benchmark. This place last year only had maybe about 5 to 7 of the contenders that are inside the top 25 in that KA Senior class. The racing's just different. So, at first they were learning. Now they feel like they've got it down, and if they feel like they need spots to make up, they're throwing everything they can at it because this is the last chance. Burn your tires up. If you crash, you crash. You don't go any bit worse than really what you got, especially in a class like Micro. So if you have 2 good heats, you can afford to go for a really good heat, or maybe you have a not so good heat, because if you had 2 good ones to fall back on, you're not too worried.
Exactly, and I think what's happening right now is the last thing you want is to give Parker Ives a lead early in the heat race, because he's probably not going to have a bad lap, and you've got Zane Burgess running in second, but right now all by himself.
Oh, we got one in the grass there. That's Leah. Is that Liam Nachawati, I think? Maybe. That is going to be the number 80 indeed. Nachawati, the Paralyn, kind of got pushed off the racetrack coming on the front straightaway, but great point. Parker Ives, I mean, you talk about this kid, Randy, I don't know how far back you got to go in the history books, if it happened at all, where a driver has had a clean sweep of every main event in the US Pro Kart Series season. Parker Ives is 3 for 3 right now. Orlando, Houston, Newcastle, and he's looking good here too. I mean, if he sweeps this championship, that would be incredible to see out of the North Carolina driver.
Well, and he just shows so much patience out there, and I think he's going to get chased down by Zane Burgess. Zane Burgess just went purple the last lap, 0.3 of a second quicker than Parker. But I have a feeling Parker's going to go, look, a second place finish right now will be fine, because I think he's probably going to end up starting on the pole. And that's unofficial. I don't know that for sure, but I know he's had a couple good runs. And if that's the case, I don't think you're going to see him battle too hard if he can stay in that first or second position. He's going to be satisfied with that, and he's going to have to battle Zane Burgess, because Burgess is closing in.
Yeah, he definitely is. So is Aston Wyatt, though. Aston Wyatt, that time by 104.32. So the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy Bureau Lart driver, one of the only Bureau Larts in the field, is hauling the mail as well within a second, within 0.4 actually of Burgess. While Burgess's fellow Sodi kart drivers, Maxwell Macha, Josh Bergman, are going at it. That's the SLA Kart Racing Sodi of Macha, the PK Sports Sodi of Bergman. Bergman goes through, and side by side, Emerson Lane, little hip check to Macha. Macha didn't like that, gives him one back. And, well, because they were both playing a game of chicken with each other, they end up letting Alex Chandler go by and says, thank you, guys. You can keep on fighting. I'll just go right here.
Yeah, they both lost that one, that's for sure. You just you got to keep it clean out there if you want to advance. When they start banging into each other, all that does is lose spots.
It's hard to not take it personal, though. That's the biggest thing. I think last year we saw that so much with Ryan Norberg. He was so dominant that everyone was just coming out guns a-blazing, seeing if they could get away with as much contact as possible and maybe not have a penalty or maybe even outrun a penalty just so he wouldn't drive away from him as they attempt to pass for second. And he was normally pretty good about not getting rattled, knowing that, hey, this is just, they're desperate. It's not personal. They're not trying to crash me because, they don't like me. Maybe they are, but either way, it doesn't benefit me to get upset. But, these are 7 to 10-year-olds. I mean, they don't maybe a little more emotional, right? So I think Max and both Emerson were kind of like, no, you're being mean to me. You're being mean to me. I'm going to be mean back to you. And that was just a little learning experience right there.
Yeah, and it's instinctive. I mean, you can't really blame the kids, but they still have to be accountable if they go over the edge and do too much or go over the line. But, it's not surprising. Like you said, these are kids, but they just do a remarkable job. That battle for second right now, we did get a swap here. Aston Wyatt has moved around Zane Burgess, and now they're trying to close in that order to Parker Ives. And I watched this race on the sidelines, the heat number 2. Aston Wyatt was quick, and he was closing in on the leaders and then got shuffled back on the last lap. He may have something for Parker Ives.
I think so. I mean, he looks really sporty right now. And, Parker Ives, while he's led a good bit today and he's won races, I mean, he hasn't been the fastest car. He hasn't been dominant by any means. We've seen that at some other places. Not here, though. Not at least so far this weekend. Parker's good enough to race, good enough to hang with everybody else, but not outright, the quickest guy like what we've seen in some of the other classes. So testament to Parker's racecraft to be able to still put that thing out front and keep everyone behind him. Aston Wyatt, on the other hand, he's got a little more experience. In that last heat race, we saw Zane Burgess be a lot faster than Parker, but Parker was able to kind of out-chess match him a bit. Aston Wyatt's got a few more years of experience behind the wheel than Zane does, so I'm curious to see how this battle kind of turns out, because Aston Wyatt's battled for the lead and the win quite a bit. He knows how to make a move stick, and that one, textbook, down the inside, caught Parker napping a little bit, gets through, and Burgess tried to kind of get up onto the curb, a little bit of a half move, and cost Parker some time, but he'll get a big run back to him. We're still all together, and we're still only right at halfway. 6 in, 6 to go here in the final heat race for TFR Micro Swift.
And don't be surprised if you see Parker Ives just stay in line, run second, and wait till the end to try to make a move. Obviously, he's got the speed to go up to the rear bumper of Aston Wyatt, but it doesn't appear at this point, I believe. I think he's just going to be patient with this and run second for a while to try to check out on the rest of the field. And if they stay in line, they could very well do that.
Yeah, I mean, all Parker's got to do is just kind of lock in and, hang there for maybe 3 laps. Zane Burgess doesn't look as fast as he was in heat number 2. He still looks good, but 2 cars are better than 1. And Parker Ives is doing a really good job pushing, and there's nobody to help Zane for quite a while. That is Josh Bergman there in the blue helmet. Emerson Lane's gotten himself back up to 5th. Alex Chandler's faded back to 6th. Mancha's back down to the 8th spot because I believe Juan Diego Garcia Arce has gotten around him for 7th. So Maxwell down to P8. Juan Diego Garcia Arce is now up 7 positions to 15th. And, Randy, Parker didn't want to take your advice. He goes back to the lead there in turn 1.
I don't believe it. He does, and now he's checking out a little bit. How about a call to Alex Chandler? He started in 16th and has advanced 10 positions all the way up to 6th, so a great run out there for Alex Chandler.
Well, while these guys battle, let's send the audio down to 2 guys who have also done some battling in their past. A.J. Myers and Marion Crummers are hanging over at the KC pit box. Boys? Marion, AJ, you got us down there? Let's see. I think these boys might need to be told. I think AJ and Marion need to get told how to turn a microphone on. When they do, we'll definitely figure it out and chat with our fellas that are at the front of the Pro Shifter field. So we'll send it on down to them now. Let's take a look here and see if they got it. AJ, Marion, let's try this again, fellas. Can you hear us? Yeah, I think we got you here. We'll try and turn you up a little bit higher here this time.
I'm on a 141. I think Marion's on a 138, and I was thinking I was going to go longer, but we'll see.
Hold on, wait. AJ.
Well, at least you know what you're looking at.
Hey, wait, fellas. AJ's
Alright,
mic's
so,
on.
Are you getting tired out there halfway
these
through the
guys.
race, or are you just backing off? What's up? Yeah, let's go for it.
Let's have some fun.
All right, here we go. 3.5 laps to go. Sorry about that. We got AJ Myers. I don't know what was going on with Marion, but you know what? They got a job to do. We'll hang out with them after the race. Let's go back to the micro swift racing action. 3 laps to go. Parker Ives, Aston Wyatt headed down the front straightaway, and because they have decided to not work together, well, Zane Burgess still has a good shot. And even then, Josh Bergman, Emerson Lane, they're only 2 seconds back, Randy. It doesn't take a lot to close that gap.
If it gets a little crazy, anything can happen, that's for sure. I'm really surprised with Parker Ives that he didn't just stay in draft with Aston Wyatt, but they still have a little bit of a gap there, about 10 car lengths over Zane Burgess. Now we'll see if Wyatt is patient, or will Wyatt try to make a move on Ives. It'll be 2 to go next time by for the Parker Ives Aston Wyatt tandem, as they lead by about a half a second over Zane Burgess. Then it's Josh Bergman and Emerson Lane, 4th and 5th. That is your top 5 running order. Through the top 10, Alex Chandler, Juan Diego Garciarce, Grayson Walcott, Maxwell Macha, and Liam Nakawati. That is your top 10. But we're on the leaders right now. Parker Ives and Aston Wyatt. And not that far back, as you said, Xander, is Zane Burgess. He's waiting for those two to start racing, and then Burgess could pounce. But right now, crossing the stripe with 2 to go is Parker Ives.
Here's that 3-car group with Bergman, Lane, and Chandler. They have pulled a long ways away from the rest of the pack. Grayson Walcott there in 7th is about a 1.5 seconds back from them. Alex Chandler, by the way, we didn't mention this yet. He's up 10 spots. I mean, so impressive to be that far forward on the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony kart. So great drive in the works for Alex Chandler there in the 26. And I don't think he's going to finish worse than 6th at this rate. He might even get a few more. With a lap and a half to go, though, they may only get up to 4th because it's still a decent margin up to Zane Burgess, up to Aston Wyatt and Parker Ives. And while Ives didn't want to follow, Aston's had no problem. Faston Wyatt, as his nickname goes, down in Texas and inside the Alan Rudolph Racing Academy team tent, is trying to get himself a heat race win to build some momentum into Sunday. Let's see if he can get close enough. He's definitely got enough of a run. Zane Burgess has faded backwards, which means Aston's going to be able to open up for the corner pretty easily. Down the front stretch towards the white flag. 1 to go. Parker Ives checks back, opens up, normal corner through turn number 1.
White flag is out. Parker Ives hanging on to this heat race win, trying to keep Aston Wyatt back. Aston Wyatt now takes a peek to the outside. It's a drag race through the left-hander. Now a crossover move by Wyatt. Can't quite pull it off. Ives protects low, and they head now down to this right-hander. And it's a wide swing again by Wyatt, over and under. Now back up the hill. It's still Ives by inches over Aston Wyatt through the kink in the S corners now. And they go back to the left-hander in the back part of the circuit as we follow them. Ives with about a 1/2 kart length advantage. He goes low to protect. A wide swing now by Aston Wyatt, over and under, but Ives stays low. Here comes Wyatt one more time, and as they head to the stripe, Xander, he does the over and under, and now Wyatt is on top. Down to the stripe, it's Aston Wyatt, about a 1/2 kart length. Here comes Zane Burgess. Who's it going to be? 3 wide across the line? No, it's going to be Aston Wyatt. What a finish. Aston Wyatt, your winner. Parker Ives second. Zane Burgess third. Josh Bergman and Alex Chandler, your top 5. What a sign of patience by Aston Wyatt, waiting until the last turn of the last lap, making the move on Ives and coming home with the victory in heat number 3.
And that was mega, Randy. Not only he opened up to give himself the run, if he would have followed Parker Ives down to the inside, he would not have had that much run to get to the inside of him in the right-hander. And not only did he get the position to get underneath him, he parked that thing on the apex so Parker would drive into the back of him, ricochet backwards, and not have enough time to rebuild another run to the line to pull alongside. Textbook, perfect final corner run for Aston Wyatt. Very impressive, and congrats to the kid to get himself a heat race win. 4 spots net gained over Ives, and Zane Burgess, the young kid, he just got a front row seat to that. That was cool. Now, SRP Engines Pro Shifters up next. There's a look at Alexander Searle and Emery Lytle. Let's see if they're a little better about turning on microphones than AJ Myers and Marian Kremers. Fellas, let's try this one again. How's the KC pit box treating you?
Xander, you got me?
I got you. Let's check Alex.
All right, we got it this time. Alex, last race of the day, we've seen some good battles, some saving of equipment, as Marian Kremers put it. We'll see what happens here in the final shifter race. What are you expecting?
Yeah, I'm expecting a pretty clean race, to be honest with you, right? These guys all know that really mostly it's going to be AJ and Marian at the front, right? Isambard and Jakob have been thereabouts, P3, P4, right? But a lot of jockeying position maybe, towards the back, right? But the top six is maintained the same, and I expect more of that, at least for this heat race. I think for the final, it's going to kick off. But, speaking with a few of the guys, Marian, looking at his tires, right? Even going into the heat, too, the tires are already not looking in great shape, right, compared to AJ. He did some tire saving towards the end of the second heat, but still, AJ's tires looking probably the best in the grid right now.
I can tell you guys who is the best tires right now. It's Gavin Bailiff starting in 5th. I hope he's in a good mood, because he's had everything that could go wrong today. He's had good pace. He just can't make it more than 3 or 4 laps, but he'll have the freshest tires in the field. I expect him to have a solid heat number 3 here.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, Gavin, considering this is home track, he seems to never have any luck at this place, right?
Yeah, it's insane. DNF while chasing a championship at Stars last year, it just sucks to see on his end, but focusing back on the front, we've seen Marian Kremers give AJ Myers a little bit of a break at the start of these races, so do you think he's going to cut him more of a break in heat number 3 coming into turn 1, or is he going to save that for the final?
I think he saves it for the final, right? AJ knows already. AJ, I was talking with them before the race, and AJ said I was surprised that he didn't stuff it on the inside. So AJ knows that Marian has the chance at it. But how many more times is AJ going to choose the outside versus the inside for the coming races, right? So we'll see. AJ's been probably the most dominant on hole shots all year long. Marian put one on him a little bit in the second heat, but again, like you said, cut him a bit of a break in turn 1.
All right, one last thing. We saw them try to ask each other for some tire pressures. You got any idea what AJ's are?
I got no clue. I couldn't hear a lot of things with the mics, so we'll see. I think with these guys, we should just have them. There should be a rule with these two with how fast they are. We put them at like 35, and rain tires with how fast they are.
I say 0.5 pounds. We'll see what happens, though. Should be an exciting heat number 3. Back to you guys.
It's really going to come down to the hole shot, I think, here, Randy. If Marian Kremers can finally get ahead of AJ Myers fully and stay there for like a lap, he's got a chance. You kind of heard it from his interview after the second heat race saying, that I'm just as good as him, but, he's kind of going in deep, parking it, getting the launch out. And so my setup, the way I'm driving this place, I'm kind of rolling more speed in the middle, but when I get behind him because of the way he attacks and backs up the corners and slows the center, I can't do what I normally am able to do to be even, and I end up going slower. So I just kind of ricochet, back and forth or, bungee cord it almost. If Marian can get around him, I'm curious what it looks like.
How much does the lane choice AJ's been making have to do with that?
I think it's a good bit, right? Look at it down the straightaway. You can see it just there on the left side really well. All those marbles on the outside of the racetrack. Now, they're pushed up against the grass, and where AJ's out on that front row, everyone's kind of already swung out to the outside for the corner. You look on the right side as well, you can start to see those black specks on the racetrack, and I promise you it doesn't look that bad in Marian's lane, but it is for sure dirtier than AJ's side, and that little bit matters, but also, again, it's how good are you with the light system. That Pixelcom system there is what they go off of. So we go to the lights for the final time today. Pro Shifter looking to go green. AJ Myers, Marian Kremers. And again, you see that little slip for Kremers, and he just cannot get the bite into the corner to get the lead. It's Myers, Kremers, Jaco, Riccio, the top 4.
Ever so slightly, there was a wiggle in the back end of Kremers' kart, and AJ was just straight on, getting bite and taking off, and that was enough. And it wasn't much, but that was enough to take that spot. And now Kremers has got to play catch-up the rest of the way.
You also saw how AJ lined his kart up. He kind of parked it in the stall. All his front tires just need to be somewhere inside the hash mark. So he lined up at like a 45-degree angle, pointed towards turn 1. He was going to the inside, and so it was straight. Didn't have to turn the wheel at all. Marian had to go, and then as he's grabbing gears and full throttle to the left, then turn the wheel even a little bit sharper. So just made it good. And, well, it's a bit of a gamble putting yourself on the outside because you got to get that hole shot every time. You got to get clear. If Marian even had just a nose enough to stay alongside, AJ would have been in trouble. But all 3 heats, AJ's been good. Now, as for Gavin Bailiff, who they mentioned, 2 DNFs in 2 heat races so far. He's got the freshest tires in the most tire, wear or tire-heavy class that we have on the structure. It's the fastest class, has front brakes. The karts weigh the most. It's got the most horsepower. All that combined with the softer of the 2 compounds that are available from MG that we race on means that tire degradation, tire wear, it's a lot in pro shifters. So when you run a quarter of the laps of everybody else, you should be a good bit quicker. Michael Riccio trying to go to the inside of Talon Yockel. That's just going to back him up into Isambard and potentially to Gavin Bailiff, who is looking sporty right now.
I think Gavin's got something for these guys. He's closed in on the rest of the field, so we'll see what happens here. But Gavin looks pretty strong.
Yeah, Gavin Bailiff definitely looks good as they head on through turn number 2. He's not yet gone anything on Alan Isambard. He's just kind of rode there. Michael Riccio in the white helmet on the Magic Kart. It's one of his best weekends to date. That is for Michael Riccio to be running where he is, ahead of Gavin Bailiff, ahead of Alan Isambard. I mean, those two are, neither one's a slouch here. For Alan Isambard, again, for him, he's still in the seat quite a bit. The kid drives 1 to 2 days a week down in South Florida, where him and his dad are based and work in the industry as well. His dad ran a team and shop for a long time. Now they kind of bounce around with a handful of their existing customers and doing coaching for a number of different smaller South Florida race teams. The racecraft part is the only weak point in Alan Isambard's game, and it's just because he doesn't have that much experience at the high level. And right there is a perfect example. Just kind of didn't know exactly how to gauge that run. That's a little mistake. That's not a big mistake, but it's not something you typically would expect to see out of an A.J. Myers or Marian Kremers. But with a little bit more seat time, with a little bit more experience on the shifter level at different tracks beyond just the Florida Winter Tour and SCUSA Winter Series circuits, Alan Isambard, I think, has the ability and the potential to become a North American household name like A.J. Myers, like Marian Kremers, and like Gavin Bailiff is trying to be as well. If he can just get some momentum rolling here. It was a great point by Emery and Alex for a kid who, this is his home racetrack. He has had no love shown from it for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, he's had a tough day for sure. And guess who just went purple? A.J. Myers. Trying to make a point, I think, that he is truly the class of the field. Turned the fastest lap about 0.2 quicker than Marian Kremers.
Again here, Isambard kind of a little narrow into the right. Let's see, can Gavin Bailiff get a run on him down the front stretch? He's close. Isambard kind of puts his hand in the air. I don't know if he's wanting to let him go or not. No, he's going to block. I'm not sure what that movement was from. Maybe it was to follow him. But Gavin Bailiff not super aggressive yet, just kind of riding in line there. We'll keep our eye if that battle opens up or if the battle for third does as well between Riccio and Talon Yockel. Like you said, though, A.J. Myers purple a lap ago, faster than Kremers again. Both of them a good bit quicker than everybody else. Michael Riccio, third quickest, 53.91. That was impressive. And, oh, man, into the wall. That's hard. Hard into the outside wall. That's Tegan Poles, the young lady out of Canada, has crashed here on lap number 4.
Boy, that's a tough break. We got the chance to talk to them last night. They were so excited about being down here and racing the USPKS, so hopefully she's okay, but a hard hit there for Tegan Poles.
Down the front stretch for Michael Riccio and Talon Yockel. Another purple lap from A.J. Myers. Marian Kremers trying to match it, half a tenth off. You heard it from Alexander Sturl saying he felt like Kremers' tires looked a little bit worse for wear compared to A.J.'s, so no surprise that A.J. has been better every lap since the drop of the green in heat number 3. For Talon Yockel on the black, blue, and orange Magic Kart, running the alternate scheme, he's really just trying to fight his teammate and close the lap time margin. And Marian Kremers is right there, neck and neck with A.J. Myers. Talon and Riccio are about 3 to 4 tenths a lap off, depending on things. So they've got a long way to go. 3 to 4 tenths doesn't sound like a lot, but that last little bit to the leaders, that's the hardest bit to get, Randy.
Yeah, most definitely. And right now, it's just with the shifter carts, you just got to be spot on. And when you have an opportunity, you got to seize it, because it just the difference between first, second, third, fourth, fifth, it doesn't seem like much, but lap after lap, it adds up.
Well, as they go down to turn 2, halfway in, halfway home, another half-tenth advantage for A.J. Myers. Marian does a 53.39. A.J. does a 53.33, 600ths better For AJ, he adds that gap. It's now just under 9/10 of a second. And for this group of four that we've watched pretty much all race long, they've kind of just stayed stationary. I thought we would see a little more movement and desperation, as you mentioned as well, in the final heat of the weekend, but it really hasn't. It's been very, very kind of anticlimactic, honestly. I'm a little disappointed.
Well, they're pretty well matched, that's for sure. As are, I think, there's a move. Well, almost a move as
Alan Isambard trying to get by there on that was on the white helmet of Michael Riccio. So he was looking for it, just couldn't quite do it. Now Gavin Bailiff has an opportunity on Alan in turn 2. Alan's going to go a little wide in 1, and you're going to see him there. Yep, down to the inside to defend it. Make sure he doesn't go backwards. And he knew he got his tires a bit kind of out of sorts and needed to clean everything back up. Now a late move there. Almost looked like he was going to maybe dive bomb Michael. Instead, he blocked from Gavin again. So he's going to hold the position. And behind them, Joseph Lonnie's also putting some good laps together. All the Magic crew starting to really get fast. I mean, they're all just still a couple tenths off AJ, but looking good. And some smoke billowing out from Alan Isambard. And I think he might have an engine problem. He might be leaking some either water or some oil. Alan Isambard leaking oil. You saw Bailiff blow the corner. Meanwhile, AJ Myers is also slowing, and Marian Kremers has tracked him down. So now Isambard, he's still out there, but I think he might have just either lost a radiator hose clamp and his water pouring out of the engine onto the tires of Gavin Bailiff, who is trying to clean up his kart, because now every time that thing goes through the corner, he's just driving on ice from Isambard dumping some water out of the engine.
Marian Kremers closing in on AJ Myers. Be 3 to go next time by. Only a 0.3 of a second difference now between those top two. So Kremers is closing in. And we got a good battle for third between Talon Yockel and Michael Ritchie.
Well, I mean, AJ's given us a bit of a tease here, if anything. Or maybe really Marian was good enough in the early part to manage that car that he's got some late race speed. But this is exactly how heat number 2 ended. He tracked him down in the second half of the heat race. Couldn't really do anything from that point forward. So he said they were making some more changes to the car to try and close that gap to AJ. And it's been good fun while the two of them have been class of the field through turn 1 over to 2. Myers that time kind of answers the call. He goes back 300s better than Marian, keeps the margin at 4 tenths back to the guy whose name is spelled Margin, pronounced Marin.
Yeah, I don't know. It's almost a mirror image of the last heat race where he caught up to him, and then the last couple laps he just kind of said, we gave it a run. Let's just go ahead and take it easy. But right now he's right there. We might see something. There'll be 2 to go next time by. And I've got to believe Kremers has got something up his sleeve here just to maybe send a warning signal to AJ Myers that, hey, you know what? Tomorrow's not going to be as easy as you think it is, even though Myers will have the pole position regardless if he finishes first or second. But Kremers, I think, maybe wants to just send a message, hey, we might just have something for you tomorrow.
Well, the other thing for Marian to think about is championship. This is the guy that just locked up the SCUSA Pro Tour Championship. AJ Myers had a crash in Orlando that took him out of the lead of the race. And Marian podium there, podiumed at Houston, was, I think, on the podium as well in Newcastle. I mean, he's been consistently the top 3, just not the top of the top 3. That's how he won the SCUSA Pro Tour title, didn't win a single race. He's on track to try and do the same thing here in the US Pro Kart Series. What he's got to worry about is if AJ has a perfect weekend here and a perfect weekend at Trackhouse Motorplex, his home racetrack in North Carolina, well, you know, then Marian might lose the points lead. And this is bad news for the points leader as well, as he really slowed coming out of the S's. I don't know if Marian's got a problem or if he missed a shift, but that he just gave about a second and a half here. He is slowing here coming to the white flag.
Well, that's really weird. He has slowed down quite a bit. And, of course, he had a big gap, so he's got plenty of room to deal with it. But, yeah, I don't know what happened there. He's lost probably 2 to 3 seconds on A.J. Myers.
Looks like a motor issue. You saw him go down and put his hand in front of the airbox. That was choking to give it some more fuel. Probably hoping he doesn't stick it here before this thing's done. With the KZ class, they can break the seal. And, well, yep, there's a motor issue for Alan Isambard right on cue. We saw the water billowing out onto the pipe in the same way it happened for Gavin Bailiff, and unfortunately now it strikes Alan Isambard. So the Sodi driver is out. That moves Bailiff to 5th safely. Joseph Lonnie is 6th. But this guy, no mechanical issues, no mistakes, chose the outside lane, bet on himself. In all 3 heat races, he won the whole shot. He won the race in Heat 1. He won it in Heat 2. It's a perfect weekend in the making for A.J. Myers. He wins Heat 3 and completes the perfect Saturday. Kremer's second. His teammates, Yackel and Riccio, third and fourth. Bailiff fifth. 6 back to Joseph Lonnie. 7th. And the run to the line will go to David Greco there. Then it will go Jared Ramnarayan, then Anthony Martella, and then back to Joseph Charlton, Charlie Stein, Safik Haddock the third. Heartbreak for Alan Isambard to happen on the final lap. 1 lap away from finishing in 5th, and instead he ends up finishing in 13th due to a mechanical failure, Randy.
Yeah, good run for Talon Yackel. He led that second group the entire way and never wavered. So he'll be starting probably from that 3rd slot tomorrow, but don't know that he's got anything for those top 2.
Well, let's go down to the Kart Chaser pit box here for a moment, see if we can hear a little bit from Emery Lida and Alexander Searle if they're ready on their thoughts here on the end of this one and what more can we take away from Pro Shifter going into Sunday. Fellas, you got a read down there as we send it on to you, Emery and Alex. For me and Randy here, this is the end of our day in terms of calling the action. We'll have some post-race interviews to come after a commercial break, but first, let's hear from the rest of our KC on-air team. Alex, Emery, what you got?
Yeah, thanks, Xander. I mean, not a lot to talk about, right? That race was fairly uneventful, but kind of predicted. I mean, we saw the biggest thing that I was surprised about is how quick Marian Kremers was. I mean, who knows how hard AJ was trying, but with the state of his tires, of Kremers' tires, should I say, for the pace that he's shown, I think it creates a bit of an excitement for the fans watching, for us, that maybe tomorrow we're in for a bit of a treat here. Maybe those 2 guys can finally put on a show for us. But yeah, other than that, I mean, the rest of that race was pretty uneventful. I mean, Alan Isambard, really unfortunate for him with the pace that he's shown all day long and really all weekend long, you know, with 3/4 of a lap to go to be broken down. It's rough, right? Especially when you have no more races to make up for it tomorrow, you know, Emery?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, it's going to be tough for him to overcome that, but at the same time, I mean, we know Isambard's have good pace, and he'll have a lot of time in the final. The thing that really got me is just how aggressively Marian Kremers was driving that car. I mean, he was getting everything out of it for a part of the race. Closed back into AJ, but ultimately I think the tire life just kind of limited him. But as we look towards tomorrow, I mean, that's something that he could certainly work with. I don't know if he has the pace to hang on for a full 20-lap main event, but, I mean, certainly it's a start, and I guarantee you if he gets the whole shot, he will be trying everything he can to keep him behind.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it a few times this year. I think we saw it in Orlando where Kremers got out to an early lead and just defended for quite some time. And I expect more of the same tomorrow. If he was able to get that lead with the pace that he's shown, with how hard he was driving that go-kart, I mean, if you watched, it's kind of a tale of two different chassis there, right? AJ Myers looked like he was on for a Sunday drive. Kremers looked like he was racing for the World Championships with how hard he was driving into the corners. So who knows how hard AJ was trying, but Kremers certainly put on a bit of a show for us there until about a lap and a half to go. He backed off and he was done trying, basically. So a P2 there for Kremers throughout the entire day in the heat races. AJ's going to roll off P1 tomorrow. But let's see what side he chooses. Probably the outside again. It's been working for him. But if Kremers, again, unlike in Heat 2, if he gets a chance, I think he's going to stuff him.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the day as a whole, what are some of your takeaways? I mean, not just in Shifter, but also looking at K100, looking at X30. I mean, we had a lot of good battles. Interesting stuff between Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney, but what were your thoughts on all of it?
Yeah, I think it was a pretty good day overall of racing. I mean, the first big national race here at MCC, and I think it lived up to it, right? This track races very well. A lot of interesting corners, a lot of switchback opportunities here, and it creates for some really close racing. We saw it in KA throughout the day. We saw it in senior for sure down the order. But like you said, with Norberg and Turney, I mean, that's going to be the biggest story, I think, for tomorrow. I mean, can Norberg finally get that elusive first victory that he's been waiting for all year long? I mean, it should have happened in Newcastle. It looks to be on maybe tomorrow, but the one guy in his way is Mr. Inevitable, Joe Turney.
Yeah, you got Joe Turney, Mr. Inevitable, as you called him. Ryan Norberg still looking for his first one. Marian Kremers looking for his first win since a dominant performance in the Florida Winter Tour back in March in Orlando. Two guys looking to break their streak. They're both going to have to start in the outside of row number one, or in Marian's case, the inside, whichever lane AJ prefers. We assume he'll choose the outside. But certainly lots to look forward to with those guys. Lots to look forward to in all of those classes. And Xander, I have to say, this was an exciting day of heat racing.
It definitely was a great day. No doubt about it. We were able to make it through. No red flags. A little bit of a threat of the R word today, but just a touch of liquid sunshine. Overall, a smoothly run day, and you can't ask for anything more. The heat races are always more frantic, it feels like, than the finals, with the shorter distances and the frequency of them, and knowing that you got multiple tries starting from the same spot. Sometimes you do a move you maybe wouldn't do in a main event. But nonetheless, great day, awesome run day by the US Pro Kart Series staff, the MCC staff, and Sean and Michelle Bailiff and the entire facility family really need to feel extremely proud of the event they've put together thus far. For those of you that do want to watch the main events, again, make sure you're a KC Premium member. Go to youtube.com/kartchaser/join. Kick things off with a last chance qualifier for K100 Junior first thing in the morning at 9:15 a.m. Eastern. And then we go straight from there into finals all the way till about 2 p.m. For Randy Kugler, for the US Pro Kart Series staff, everyone here on the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati staff, and then for our awesome, hardworking team here at Kart Chaser, I'm Xander Clements, and I'll see you tomorrow morning.